This young man was dumbfounded when he suddenly woke up in a place called the Silipu Grassland, next to the rookie village. Unlike other main characters who transmigrate into kings or heroes, but Sukernar transmigrated into the weakest of monsters, and after some thought, he decided to accept his fate and hunt to level up. Unfortunately, Sukernar's challenges against Slam ended in failure, and his attempts against Gopin were equally futile. Even when challenging his fellow skeleton monsters, he was always defeated. Wei Dongdong was saddened, feeling his transmigration was meaningless. The only advantage was a faster respawn time, but his leveling journey was proving incredibly difficult. Being the lowest level monster in this world's hierarchy, Wei Dongdong devised a desperate plan to overcome his predicament. In this world, monsters harbor a state of resentment. When awakened, they'll ferociously attack nearby players. But if defeated, the experience points would be divided among everyone who damaged it, and Wei Dongdong took advantage of the newbies hunting monsters here. By dealing a little damage to each of the dry mists, he provokes their resentment, turning them against the newbies. Before long, Wei Dongdong gains experience and levels up to level 2. Wei Dongdong vowed that once he reached level 3, the first thing he'd do is get revenge on those level 2 azure slimes that beat him up the other day. A few days later, the newbie community was buzzing with news of a level 5 dry bone monster appearing in Slippo. Moreover, it kept preying on the newbies, with some even lamenting that it had killed them 3 times and stripped them of their gear. They all agreed that this little monster was something special, and the level 25 war god Sapo was outraged to hear it. He believed it was his destiny to defeat the monster and bring fortune to new players, but the monster, unaware of the danger, basked in the sun. Wei Dongdong has now become the overlord of the Slippo region's monsters. Luckily, the small monsters here possess a certain level of intelligence. After getting beaten and trained for half a day, he finally learned to follow simple commands. Sapo appeared like a god while Wei Dongdong was dozing off and suddenly slashed him. Wei Dongdong's face was buried in the dirt, the pain perhaps amplified by his skeletal frame. Sapo coldly pointed his sword at him, uttering lines that Hiro often said. "You're the one who caused trouble in the village, bullying the newcomers. Today, you'll pay with your life." Wei Dongdong takes a blow and is immediately defeated. Luckily, the lives of small monsters can still be restored, though their level is halved, teaching Senza that low-level demons like him can't be too arrogant. Wei Dongdong vowed never to bully newcomers again, but he held a grudge against that war god Sapo. He swore he would chop Sapo into a gooey mess one day. It's already been 8 days since he was transported into this world. Almost 2 days in the real world. Wei Dongdong worried his parents would be frantic, unaware they were blissfully enjoying their honeymoon in Hawaii, completely forgetting about their precious son. They even felt lucky that Wei Dongdong wasn't with them, or he would have ruined the romantic atmosphere. Wei Dongdong, on the other hand, was feeling utterly miserable. He wants to quickly level up to 20, at which point he can transform and obtain a human body. So Wei Dongdong begins frantically leveling up, sparing nothing from small frogs to goblin hordes. After much toil, he finally reaches level 20, and now he just needs to get to the main city to undergo transformation. Wei Dongdong confidently made his way to Ungniep City, only to be cut down by the guards at the gate. His level, which he'd risked his life to raise, dropped to level 10. Wei Dongdong felt like the most tragic character in the world. He's just a low-level monster. How can he become the main character? Wei Dongdong decides to change his hunting ground to the territory of the wild wolf pack. For a newbie, these wolves are not easy monsters to deal with. Without training at the academy, they're virtually impossible to defeat. But the problem is, to change classes, you need wolf fur, creating a vicious cycle. Hunting wolves is difficult. You have to strike both the head and the tail. But they lacked speed and agility, and when the wild wolves' HP dropped below 200, they'd enter a rage state, making them even harder to deal with. After their rage, both attack and defense increase dramatically, and only attacking the tail will bring them down. The 3-person team was completely defeated. But then, the green-haired youth witnessed something he'd never seen before. A horde of skeleton mobs hunting a wild wolf. What's more, their teamwork is even better than theirs. In the end, the wild wolf is defeated and dragged away by the skeletons. Monsters fighting monsters? When did that start happening in AZ? "Pinch me, am I dreaming?" the blue-haired archer asked his friend. As a result, his friend didn't hold back, pulling out a 100-pound hammer, asking if that was enough. Today, a new player was brought to the Silipo meadow near the newbie village. He confidently entered Silipo, only to be met by a horde of skeleton monsters, ranging from level 7 to level 20. Being only level 1, he stood no chance against their overwhelming attack. Like many unlucky players, he was defeated and stripped of his gear by Nguyen Dongdong's minions. The skeletons gleefully brought the equipment and skill books looted from the newbie back to Nguyen Dongdong to report. But he didn't need them, instead instructing them to divide the spoils equally, and even wrote a book to teach the skeletons how to level up. He laid down some ground rules for their survival in Silipo. Never take on a challenge you can't handle, and always run if you can't win. If a player is more than 5 levels higher, attack 1 in 10, then flee immediately with a specific escape plan in place. Each skeleton must choose a different direction to run. The speed of the withered bone goblins is the fastest among the monsters. So, if they scatter and run at full speed, normal players won't be able to catch them. And second, they have to record the IDs of high-level players they can't beat. Then they'll run to the goblin territory to provoke their rage, and when they attack the players, they'll use the opportunity to escape, and maybe even snag some experience. When it comes to petty tricks, Nguyen Dong Dong is the master. But those dry mist monsters aren't reincarnated players like him, so even with awakened intelligence, they can't be as smart. The first problem? They're illiterate, rendering Nguyen Dong Dong's painstakingly prepared lesson plans useless. And so began his unlikely career as a kindergarten teacher, teaching them how to read. After much effort, the dry mist monsters memorized all the countermeasures that Nguyen Dong Dong taught them. He had to teach them how to survive because he was about to leave for a while. Nguyen Dong Dong realized that he couldn't return to reality yet, and the world within AG was vast. He didn't want to be tied down to that tiny Silipo grassland forever, surrounded by newbies and small monsters. Out there were countless professions, events, and talented people among interwoven civilizations. Nguyen Dong Dong wants to see it all for himself, so even though he's grown attached to the skeletons, he must say goodbye. Live well, as I have taught you, and wait for my return. On his journey, Nguyen Dong Dong quickly encountered the first person he could be a scoundrel to. She's a witch, trying to tame a white rabbit with a spell and make it her pet. But as the taming spell descended, Nguyen Dong Dong seized the opportunity, leaping from the bushes and taking the rabbit's place in the spell's path. And so, Nguyen Dong Dong became the witch's first pet, leaving her stunned and him overjoyed with his accomplishment. Success! Just as I predicted, becoming a pet won't make me lose consciousness. But before I could celebrate, the witch burst into tears. Of all things, Nguyen Dong Dong feared a woman's tears the most. He sat up a little straighter, trying to put on his most ingratiating face to start a conversation. "My esteemed master, what grieves you so? Ah, you desire a cute pink rabbit as a pet. You're too ugly, it makes me sad," she sobbed. Nguyen Dong Dong the frog felt utterly rejected. His first attempt to find a master, and he's met someone so obsessed with looks. She should be paying attention to the fact that he's a minor undead monster, but his level is already 34. Nguyen Dong Dong cleared his throat a few times and continued to ignore her. "My esteemed master, there's a reason why I kicked away the rabbit you wanted to take in." She paused her wailing, as if waiting for Dong Dong to continue. Seeing this, he fabricated a story, claiming to be a handsome prince from a country constantly threatened by hostile forces. But he and the princess of the enemy nation were in a romantic relationship, both longing to break the chains of their time to be together. But in the end, they couldn't overcome the world's prejudice. No one would allow them to be together, so they could only use the guard to exchange letters and express their feelings. Unexpectedly, the princess soon confessed her feelings to his guard and even wanted to run away with him. Sadly, Nguyen Dong Dong's guard was completely loyal. So even though the princess tried everything to keep him, he still found a way back to him. But sadly, the guard was already dying when he returned. Fueled by jealousy over the prince's loyal guard, the princess cursed his final letter, transforming him into a skeleton rejected by all. And so, he is determined to break the curse and find the evil princess to avenge his loyal guard. A far-fetched tale that somehow moves the little witch. She eagerly took Nguyen Dong Dong's bony hand, saying, I agree to be your master. I will definitely help you find your guard so you can both be happy together. Han has been dead for generations. There's no chance of them being together." Nguyen Dong Dong, being completely straight, tries to wriggle out of it. Hearing that, the little witch immediately lost interest. "They can't be together? Then forget it. I don't think I should help you after all." "Well, wait, nothing's certain. If a skeleton like me can exist, then maybe they can be revived." Hearing this, the little witch was relieved and finally agreed to take him as her familiar. She introduced herself as Bao Bao, and from that day on, Nguyen Dong Dong had a companion. For Nguyen Dong Dong, entering Ung Yep was a must to find his master. Seeing the soldier who once beheaded him, his face lit up. Now I can finally enter the city. Through the helmet's visor, Dong Dong could feel the soldier's disdainful gaze. Too lazy to even speak to him, he turned to the witch. "Miss." Meanwhile, Bao Bao spotted a milk tea shop. She eagerly went to buy a cup, but alas, Bao Bao was penniless. Nguyen Dong Dong seized this opportunity to freeload off his young master. He dropped a heavy bag of money into her hand, then casually said, I'm a prince. This little bit of money is nothing. In reality, he made this fortune by robbing newbies back in Silipo. With his money in hand, she bought milk tea, tasting all the sweeter when it's free. As they strolled through the town, they suddenly heard someone shouting, Are you blind? Bao Bao, always eager for excitement, rushed towards the commotion, where a blonde girl lay sprawled on the ground amidst scattered fruit. The person yelling seems familiar. Ah, it's that trio we saw with Wei Dongdong at the wild wolf hunting grounds. But while they recognized him, he didn't know them, and this scarred guy seemed really arrogant, not only berating her, but stomping on her oranges, clearly taking his anger out on her. Finally, the nurse and her team had to step in and stop him, telling him to calm down, as they'd had a run of bad luck lately, even getting robbed by skeletons while retrieving materials from the howling wolves. Let's go. Wei Dongdong knew they were talking about him as soon as he heard them. This looks like another case of wrong place, wrong time. Unwilling to get involved, he turned to leave with Bao Bao, only to find his little master was gone. Wei Dongdong looked back in alarm. Bao Bao was already playing the hero, helping the girl up and arguing with the group. They bumped into each other, a collision neither saw coming, and instead of apologizing, he trampled her fruit. Is he even a man? Bao Bao demanded. The scarred man apologized to the girl, but he thought she was crazy. The orange seller was just a minor NPC, and Bao Bao was only level 10. He had nothing to fear. I won't apologize. What can you do? The man crushed an orange in front of her, daring her to act. She seethed with rage, but he simply turned and walked away, beckoning his friends to follow. Let's go. I can't believe we ran into an idiot. Even though Bao Bao is a bit of a busybody, Wei Dongdong can't stand by and watch these hooligans bully his master. He charged from afar, slamming his skull into the guy's gut with such force that he spun through the air, his insides in turmoil. Oops, sorry, I didn't see you there and accidentally bumped into you. According to your logic, higher levels can run rampant, right? Well, sorry, but it seems I'm a bit higher level than you. The blue-haired swordsman and the nurse rushed to their teammates, and all three were stunned at the sight of Wei Dongdong. What's this? A level 34 lesser dryad? Is this some kind of level glitch? Wei Dongdong was about to teach Scarface a lesson, but suddenly someone grabbed her shoulder, asking her to step aside. I said, Are you all treating me like I'm invisible? Seriously, who said that orange girl was a weakling? Looking at her imposing manner, Wei Dongdong seemed a bit weaker. She approached Scarface step by step, each step a threat. I haven't even said anything, and you're already full of hot air. You may be level 19, but that doesn't give you the right to stomp on my fruit and act like this. Her face filled with murderous intent, she demanded 100 gold and an apology for each orange. But 100 gold for a single fruit was an outrageous price. Scarface had no intention of paying, and frankly, no way to pay it. Seeing that no agreement could be reached, the orange seller gave him a thorough beating, as Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao could only huddle together and pray. This NPC is too fierce. Just a few minutes later, the opponent's face was completely disfigured. What's more, he was arrested and handcuffed, while the orange seller Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong casually went for coffee. At this point, the little witch was very confused. Why do the city guards only arrest players? Because merchants like us in this city are basically acquainted with them. Besides, that officer and I grew up together, so he definitely wouldn't arrest me. Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong silently gives a thumbs up. This is the first time he's seen such a bizarrely powerful NPC. The way she talks and acts makes her seem more like a transmigrator than he is. After a while, the orange-selling girl changed the subject to Wei Dongdong. What a strange little frost spirit. How did she even reach level 34? Clearly, something's not right. The truth is I'm an NPC too, and I've already told my story to Bao Bao. Wei Dongdong tries to explain, but the girl waves her hand, indicating she's not interested in his story. Then she hands them a business card. My name is Guan Yushu, and this is the address of my fruit shop. I've lived here my whole life and have some connections with the authorities. The three bid farewell, and Bao Bao stared at Guan Yuqiu's business card, lost in thought. With her vast experience, Wei Dongdong believes that after today's unexpected event, Bao Bao is bound to encounter a hidden quest. So, for now, she needs to be careful with every NPC. However, hidden quests are what players dream of, and who knows what important clues they might provide. Like the time someone helped an old man retrieve a skill book and later became a master assassin. After walking for a while, the two finally arrived at Wei Dongdong's destination. This is the Great Reincarnation, a place that will allow him to be reborn as a human. The Great Reincarnation is crowded, so much so that you have to take a number and wait in line. After some small talk, it was Wei Dongdong's turn. The staff was professional, showing no surprise or disgust at his appearance. Hello, what service can I help you with? I'd like to transfer, and this is my transfer document bag. Wei Dongdong places a sack on the table, filled with loot he plundered from newbies after filtering out what he could use. After accepting Wei Dongdong's request, the staff invited him to the next room to complete the exchange, and as Bao Bao intently watched him, someone suddenly tapped her shoulder a few times. Turning around, she sees a squirrel spirit. "Is that skeleton your pet?" "Don't be fooled," Bao Bao said decisively, sizing up the other player with suspicion. "No, he's a hidden quest I accepted." The squirrel spirit chuckled, as if sensing a fellow experienced player. But in all her years, she's never seen a skeleton key unlock a hidden quest. Hidden quests are rare and usually triggered by super-intelligent monsters. The AZ setup runs deep. A minor monster becomes a pet and enters the city to change careers. Little did she know she was being used, and this could be the start of this year's event. The squirrel then sent her a friend request. It advised her to trust other players instead of wild monsters, and told her to contact it if she had any difficulties. After the squirrel left, the little witch was in turmoil, replaying every detail of her encounters with Nguyen Dongdong, and suddenly what she'd just heard didn't seem so unreasonable. Lost in thought, she's interrupted by Nguyen Dongdong's return, this time not as a skeleton. He really was a handsome prince from the countryside. Bao Bao's eyes welled up as soon as she saw him, and Nguyen Dongdong became flustered. This young lady was just happy, so why is she crying now? She clutches the hem of her dress, hesitating to speak. A squirrel had just come by, spouting strange things, but Dongdong was too worried about her tears to listen. He offered to treat her to a delicious meal, and the little witch instantly stopped crying, her eyes sparkling like gold. A good meal can solve any problem. Bao Bao quickly turned down the squirrel's offer of friendship. Meanwhile, the squirrel sulked in a nearby bar, nursing a drink after the child's rejection. I was going to scare the newbie and see where this wild monster came from, but she wasn't fooled. Still, a wild monster in the city is bound to attract attention. Time will tell. Luckily, Bao Bao was won over by the food, or she might have been tricked by someone truly evil. Nguyen Dongdong is too generous. I didn't expect this little witch to have such a big appetite. After eating, he plans to help her level up and try out for the Divine Academy. There are 3 major universities in District A, and they only have 1 enrollment period per year. Only players below level 40 are eligible to participate, and the top recruits will have a chance to obtain clues to the main quest. Furthermore, skill cultivation within the academy far surpasses the effectiveness of players leveling up on their own, with high-level NPCs directly tutoring them. Most importantly, if he completes the main quest, Nguyen Dongdong will have a chance to return to the real world. Little monster, I didn't expect you to successfully change classes so quickly. Do you know why you were transported here? Do you want to return to reality? Complete this main quest and you'll find the answer you seek. Good luck, I'll be watching you closely. Nguyen Dongdong hates being challenged more than anything, but he's transmigrated into the body of an NPC, unlike the official players, so he can only continue to support this little rich woman as she fights in the game world. If she completes the main quest, he might find a clue as well. She simply nods, then loudly orders 2 more spicy hot pots. Nguyen Dongdong felt that being with Bao Bao would crush him financially before he found any answers. Little darling, please, eat slowly, I'm running out of money. After leaving the restaurant, she still had the energy to devour skewers all over town. Dongdong felt even a rich kid couldn't afford her appetite. All right, no more food for now. What should we do? Dongdong plans to level her up. They stopped by the Divine Academy to register, and with Bao Bao at level 10 and you at level 34, the second round should be a breeze. The next round of exams is in 10 days, and Nguyen Dongdong wants to level up this little imp quickly to ensure they don't fail. For newbies, the best place to level up is, of course, Slipple Meadow. But it's only been 3 days since Nguyen Dongdong left, and the meadow has already turned into a camp. Not only that, the Kolo monsters are even making the Gopin help them build houses. Although Nguyen Dongdong felt his actions were worthwhile, this seemed to exceed his expectations. Seeing him return, a Kolo and 2 Gopin charged at him with weapons. Dongdong dodges and delivers a punch, noting their continued lack of awareness. They don't even recognize him in his altered form. However, the difference in power was too great. Even if the Kolo brought out their entire force, they wouldn't be a match for Nguyen Dongdong. Sensing danger, they immediately signal a retreat, turning the once bustling camp into a ghost town in an instant. So these are the obedient monsters you were talking about? They follow my orders perfectly. They retreat when they can't win. Obedient indeed. They're hiding well. Nguyen Dongdong can't let them not recognize their own leader, so he calls out, "Hey, I'm your boss. Stop hiding and come out here." All remained silent, save for the rustling of the grass around Nguyen Dongdong's feet. And then, the chubby skeleton named Bon Bon, who was once closest to him, suddenly emerged from the ground. "Boss, what happened to you?" After recognizing their kin, Nguyen Dong Dong openly entered their camp. Because Banban knew Bao Bao was his leader's master, he served him attentively, providing all sorts of cakes. While he was at it, Nguyen Dong Dong asked how they'd grown so much in just 3 days, a question that filled Banban with pride. After Nguyen Dong Dong left, they realized goblins had greater health and strength, so they captured some and forced them to join, allowing them to attack players around level 30 and below. However, they also realized that running away wasn't effective in the long run, so they started building a base, really just a hidden underground tunnel. After covering it with grass, they can quickly retreat underground, making it difficult for players to find them. And if discovered, no worries. Their underground tunnel system is a labyrinth. Players unfamiliar with the terrain below will be ambushed. After listening to Banban ramble on, Dong Dong was incredibly doubtful. Are you guys really monsters? Why so smart all of a sudden? Our leader is a demon too. We're just learning from the best. I didn't expect you to learn how to flatter in just 3 days. So Dong Dong got down to business. He told Baoban that he was mainly waiting to take the little witch to level up and prepare for the Divine Academy exam. Baoban gave him a thumbs up, saying it was simple. Just have Bao Bao grind players with us. Dong Dong smacked her on the head. Who taught you to lead players to attack other players? Get your story straight. Ban Ban and the other skeleton monsters will lead Bao Bao to attack the other low-level monsters in this area, while I need to seclude myself to get used to my new body and skills after the transformation. The goal, to boost Bao Bao from level 10 to 39 before the next round of selections. And so, day after day, the skeletons and Bao Bao steadily improved. Even Sapo, the battle god who once tormented Wei Dong Dong, has fallen to them. Finally, the day of the exam arrives, and Bao Bao eagerly registers. Wei Dong Dong glanced at the candidate rankings brought by Bu Kao. It seems there are a lot of big shots in this selection. Back in the real world, Dong Dong's female colleague at the office is starting to wonder why he hasn't come to work for days. But their boss says the branch above took him to work on a science project a few days ago. He also told Wei Dong Dong's parents that he was on a trip around the world. But what does this superior have to do with Wei Dong Dong's transmigration? But while his parents weren't worried, no one else paid much attention either. Meanwhile, Bao Bao's house received a visitor today, her best friend, Shui Ni. As soon as they met, Bao Bao eagerly told her about meeting Wei Dong Dong, how he was just a sickly social misfit at first, who accidentally recognized her as his master, and then took her out for milk tea and delicious food. And he even turned into a handsome prince who helped her level up. Tuyet Ni's eyes lit up as she listened, wondering why she never had such good fortune. Oh heavens, please grant me a little monster like that. The two continued to chat until late at night. Then Yue'er returned home. Meanwhile, Bao Bao tossed and turned in bed, contemplating the God Academy entrance exam tomorrow. Bao Bao couldn't stop thinking about the fake Dong Dong and regretting that someone like that only existed online. If only she knew he was real. Bao Bao, filled with regret, finally drifted off to sleep. But unable to sleep, she logs back into A World, surprising Dong Dong, who asks why she's online so late. She couldn't sleep and feared he might deceive her and run away. How could I deceive you? I'll always be here. With that, Bao Bao logged off, finally able to drift into a peaceful sleep, and the next morning she woke up early and logged back into A Hour. The entrance exam for the Divine Academy has truly begun. The number of applicants is unimaginable, and the atmosphere is incredibly lively. Over here, someone's selling an encyclopedia, analyzing and predicting this year's entrance rankings, and over there, someone's selling rabbit meat to give the candidates an extra boost. Bao Bao, despite Dong Dong buying her milk tea, still looked around curiously. Selling ranking predictions, really? Nguyen Dong Dong explained that the preliminary round they'd signed up for had 30,000 applicants, but only the top 2,000 were chosen. In today's intermediate round, only 30 beast tamers will be chosen from the 2,000, and every academy competition attracts many powerful factions. So there's also live coverage and ranking predictions, turning the academy's exam season into a gambling frenzy akin to the Euro Cup. Before transmigrating into the game, Nguyen Dong Dong was the president of a guild that wasn't qualified to compete, so he'd always watched the live broadcasts. Now he could finally see it live, even more exciting than taking the college entrance exam himself. As they strolled around the arena, they heard someone shouting his name. It's Guan Yushu, and she sees Nguyen Dong Dong's new look without surprise, never expecting they'd both be competing this time. Come with me then, I'll protect you both. Earlier, Nguyen Dong Dong casually bought a handbook of information on the exam participants. He idly takes it out to read, but Guan Yushu throws it away. These notebooks contain a lot of inaccurate information and outdated research. Many began their research upon the initial announcement, so the information is outdated. Then, she pulled another notebook from her bag, saying she wrote it herself. Nguyen Dongdong picked it up to take a look, and sure enough, the notebook collected by Guan Yu was much more detailed. It's unexpected that an NPC like her would know so much about the examination. They entered the examination hall to wait. Now, they just needed to wait for the old master to speak, and the exam would officially begin. He was one of the top 5 strongest in the AZ world, but he was so drunk he could barely stand, making a useless appearance in front of all the candidates. A complete embarrassment. The old man coughed a few times and began his speech, just like every other year. Based on the preliminary results, this year's candidates are definitely the highest quality class in the last decade, and I hope everyone can give it their all. The top contenders are those with the potential to win, but strong competitors are eliminated every year, so don't underestimate the challenge. Despite the elder's tedious speech, the candidates listened intently, as this year's competition would test their intellect, physique, and skill in 2 rounds. The old man, out of breath, signaled the start of the competition, and the contestants began collecting their numbers for the preliminary round. Bao Bao's number is 9. Seeing everyone around her brimming with energy, she couldn't help but feel excited. As the competition began, so did the live broadcast. This year, Hihai and Haha are the MCs, and the first challenge is already tough. The professional MCs begin to explain the details of the physical challenge, taking over for the old master. The island where the competition is being held is divided into 3 areas, each corresponding to a test of strength, skill, and intellect, with 500 scattered props in each area. The contestants must face 3 trials and gather props, succeeding in at least 2 trials and collecting at least 2 props to pass. First, the physical challenge. This selection requires participants to be under level 40. But the physical assessment requires gathering fur from level 55 shadow weasels, forcing the examinees to cooperate in order to pass. The problem is, there are only 500 shadow weasels, not enough to be divided among 2,000 people. Those who just cooperated could immediately become enemies, making the choice a difficult one. Next is the skill assessment, where gear specialists must assemble 3 different small components into one complete part. However, there are 500 of these components in total, disassembled from a complete item, making it incredibly difficult to find the right 3. Finally, the intelligence test. Scrolls are scattered throughout the area. The players must find 3 scrolls that fit together to form a complete formation, which, besides being valid, can also create coordinates to move to the next location, a key element to passing the exam. After Haha and Hihai wrapped up their explanation, the players began to land on the island, each with their own strengths and a burning desire to pass the exam. While the examinees are tense inside, the betting outside has already begun. Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong are the first to encounter the magic circle. These monsters may be small, but they're incredibly ferocious, perfect for taming. It seems the games ahead will be quite interesting. After several hours, the other competitors are at an impasse. They knew the weasel's habits, but after hours none appeared, and they realized there wasn't a single one left in the area. Communication is prohibited during the competition, so the players who met up shared information and realized that the phantom weasels had already been taken care of by one gunner. And who else could it be but Wei Dongdong? He's taken out 200 weasels, almost half the total, and he's still wandering around complaining about not seeing any? The MC, upon receiving this information, immediately announced it to the live audience. Ladies and gentlemen, within 2 hours of the competition's start, Pink Bubble's summon has eliminated over 200 shadow weasels, leveraging its level 61 skills. And Pink Bubble is the nickname of Bao Bao, and both MCs seem surprised by this turn of events. As we know, the contestants are limited to level 40, but their familiars are not. It's just that, historically, a familiar has never been so much higher leveled than its master. As everyone knows, if a spirit animal's level is too high compared to its master, it won't stay loyal and will eventually betray them. All eyes are now on Wei Dongdong. As he searched for the phantom mink, a cat spirit appeared, saying they heard he was selling mink fur. It seems the other examinees, frustrated with hunting, were turning to Wei Dongdong to buy their tools. Seeing his first customer, Wei Dongdong greeted him warmly, and they got straight to business. He sells weasel fur for 50 gold taels, no bargaining. Upon hearing this, the cat spirit grabs Wei Dongdong by the collar, accusing him of robbery, since 1 gold tael in A is equivalent to 100 yuan in reality. Wei Dongdong wasn't angered by the other's aggressive behavior. Instead, he picked it up and petted it like a house cat. Hey, kitty cat, passing this trial is worth more than keeping that money in your pocket, and you let go, you wretch, who gave you permission to insult me? In the end, the cat spirit agreed to buy 6 demon fox furs, and 2 members of the group were waiting him when it brought them back. But the human warrior in the group quickly realized something was wrong. There were 3 of them, but the cat spirit only brought back 6 furs. One with my intellect has no need for you. I have no need for a troublesome warrior like you if I don't need to hunt shadow weasels anymore. Having to solve 3 more magic circles with you in tow, you can just stay here. Wow, so the first betrayal between teammates in the competition has already happened. Not taking it lying down, the warrior drew his sword, but before he could attack, he fell into a trap, as countless tentacles emerged from the ground, binding him. In the competition, contestants aren't supposed to attack each other, but player actions are still restricted, and the warrior, unfortunately, stood in the wrong place, triggering the red formation. The cat spirit looked at him with utter contempt. We were actually planning to ditch you after you hunted 6 weasels. Unable to hunt the weasels, they have to buy them instead, the bastards. The member writhed, but the more he moved, the tighter the tentacles became, making escape impossible. And so, the first team fell apart, with the cat spirit emerging victorious. Meanwhile, a pair of pointy-eared elves were next. They're also struggling to find any phantom weasels, but this time, Nguyen Dongdong is a little more professional. Instead of waiting for them, he proactively sells the ferret fur. Meanwhile, some have already passed the spirit component assembly round. Take these 2 extraordinary sword immortals, for example. They noticed Nguyen Dongdong but didn't want to cause trouble during the competition. They were both too eager to level up to bother with him. Suddenly, a firework shot into the sky. This means that someone has passed the challenge, but only a few. Since most contestants are stuck on the physical challenge, they have no monsters left to hunt. Nguyen Dongdong is busy making money not because he's unconcerned about the later tests, but because Guan Yushu has things covered for Bao Bao. Together they assemble the components, while Bao Bao is startled to find her coin purse overflowing. Guan Yushu guessed immediately that it was Nguyen Dongdong's doing, and though she didn't know how he was earning money for the little witch, she didn't really care. Her focus now is on the components before her, and this assembly is proving far more complex than she imagined. These 500 components all look the same. Finding 3 matching pieces and assembling them is just too difficult. According to Guan Yuethu, those who find the spirit stones usually come here to assemble components first, and the more people who come, the easier it is to pass the test. But these 2 have been waiting here, and only a few others have shown up. How could she have known that most of the candidates are stuck at the first trial because of Nguyen Dongdong? He was still hard at work marketing his wares, and as he prepared to approach a new target, Nguyen Dongdong was suddenly blocked by a large bear. "Hey! Want to buy some weasel fur?" It's the same old sales pitch, but this time it's not coming from Nguyen Dongdong. His face darkens, realizing why there wasn't a single weasel left. "It was this guy," he retorts, saying he only took 100 or so, there are plenty more. Unexpectedly, he's found someone who thinks like him, eager to make a profit during the competition. Imhasizahahai can't help but burst into laughter at the sight. The 2 most notorious hustlers who've been blocking other players' progress have finally met. How will this encounter ignite? Stay tuned, folks. Basically, nothing would have happened if Nguyen Dongdong and Bear Bro hadn't set their sights on the same customer. Both were radiating a predatory aura, unwilling to yield this business opportunity. Soon, they were exchanging heated words, their attitudes suggesting a fight was imminent. Just when Ha thought they were about to fight, Nguyen Dongdong and the bear-like man suddenly did a 180 and shook hands, saying, "We've monopolized the Longchan market, right?" "That's right, brother. What do you call this? When the market is monopolized, the price is whatever we say it is." This took an unexpected turn. Even the most devoted fans couldn't have predicted this sudden alliance. These rivals are now partners in crime. After a few minutes, they finally settled on a new sales plan. Nguyen Dongdong would continue to sell Longchan for 50 gold, but each player could only buy a maximum of 2. If you want to buy a third, you have to bring another player with you. Each referral earns you a discount of 5 gold. The brown bear boss gave a thumbs up, impressed. Hu Yin, are you a born merchant? You 2 don't have to go around selling dragon ferrets anymore. Now they can just sit back and relax as other contestants come to them. A first for the show's host in its 10-year run. In the past, some powerful contestants quickly eliminated many magic weasels, but they always left after they were done. Who sets up shop in the middle of a competition? Money just keeps pouring into Bao Bao's pockets. With this much money, she could bathe in milk tea. She's fed up, having earned next to nothing so far. She immediately had Bao Bao open a channel to call Nguyen Dongdong back at once. "You wretched bag of bones. Get your people back here now." Round 2 is impossible without cooperation. Time is running out, her voice echoed through the forest. Meanwhile, a group of players has gathered, not to buy sable fur but to overthrow Nguyen Dongdong. They felt that participating in this competition was already difficult enough, and with food and expenses to save on, where would they get 150 gold to buy fox fur from Ain? However, when it came to attacking Nguyen Dongdong, most people were very hesitant. After all, even if he's a pet, his level is much higher than theirs. We can't attack him, but we can use other methods. An odd voice booms out, and all the players look up to see a stranger standing in the trees. So many of you afraid of one pet. How pathetic. And there are plenty of mages to stop him, even if you're all eliminated. Why not band together and take back what's yours? After all, Guan Yu's ultimate skill still can't break through in the skill test. She was practically rabid, ready to tear Nguyen Dong Dong apart the moment he arrived. But then, Bao Bao spotted a familiar figure running towards them from afar. It's definitely Nguyen Dong Dong, but why is he running like he's being chased by a ghost? Well, there are no ghosts, but Nguyen Dong Dong is indeed being chased by a crowd of players. Curious, Bao Bao blended into the crowd, only to learn they were chasing Nguyen Dong Dong for selling all the magic mushrooms in the forest at exorbitant prices. These players didn't hesitate to hurl insults at Nguyen Dong Dong, and even the person who took in this so-called immoral pet. After hearing this, Bao Bao could only laugh awkwardly, realizing why the money in her wallet kept increasing so rapidly. Nguyen Dong Dong ran for his life, a python draped around his neck. The brown bear from before, too scared of the tiger's pursuit but too lazy to run, had hitched a ride. Behind him, the group relentlessly pursued him, and realizing he couldn't keep running forever, he abruptly stopped. Originally, Dong Dong wanted to wait until the next round to show his abilities, but these guys just wouldn't quit. So, he revealed his first power, water manipulation. Nguyen Dong Dong never intended to harm anyone, so he simply obscured their vision and fled while he had the chance, returning to find Guan Yu Chu tearing her hair out over assembling components. They only have 7 hours left for this challenge, and the moment she sees Nguyen Dong Dong return, her sharp tongue is unleashed. A torrent of scolding, 2,000 words long, poured from her mouth, leaving Dong Dong reeling. Even the big brown bear had to stand there and listen. After her tirade, Guan Yu Shu finally turned back to the matter at hand. From the start of the challenge, she observed the components and discovered some rules. Though assembling them doesn't create similarity, she thinks that if these parts are disassembled into smaller pieces and then reassembled, they can form a standard component belt. However, she hesitated, unsure if she could restore the components if they broke apart. Wei Dong Dong returned and immediately began collecting the components buried in the sand. The brown bear then wanted to join their group, boasting a rune master wife who would meet them in the next round. Wei Dong Dong immediately agreed, as formation masters were the rarest class in the competition, and their entry requirements were relatively easy, and letting them join would be beneficial to him. Wei Dong Dong then continued to immerse himself in scavenging components when the strange masked man who had incited the players to hunt him down reappeared. Wei Dong Dong thought the man was here to settle the score, but instead he was greeted with an extremely flattering expression. "Big brother, it's a misunderstanding. I'm here to tell you that many other examinees have found your trail. They're on their way here, and I can help you." Wei Dong Dong found this strange. Although he doesn't know this man was the ringleader who stirred up the other examinees, the fact that he's offering help is suspicious enough. He explains that the appearance of a high-level pet like him is unprecedented. He suspected Wei Dong Dong was involved in this year's main event, so instead of being an enemy, he wanted to be his ally. Wei Dong Dong found this explanation reasonable, so they agreed to split up. "Brother, take care of the baby, and this brother and I will go and distract the other contestants. This man is called Da Yu, and he's actually a young master from a rich family." The cat spirit who bought Sable from Wei Dong Dong was also his subordinate. Ye Wu had ill intentions for Gan all along, revealing Wei Dong Dong's location, as well as information about him and Bao Bao to the other candidates. The goal was to make Wei Dong Dong a target, then appear as a trustworthy friend in his hour of need to gain his trust. Furthermore, Wei Dong Dong took down 200 phantom weasels, while Hiao Ba hunted 100. The majority of the remaining weasels fell to Davu. Unlike the other two, he wasn't greedy, so he hid the foxtails to minimize the pass rate for this round. Of course, the entire competition is recorded and broadcast live. Therefore, the conversation between Yewu and the cat spirit was no exception, and Hai-He and Ha-Ha were no longer laughing. They felt awkward and didn't dare comment on the young master's sly tactics. After all, he was the heir to the Assassin Alliance, the kind of figure you don't want to mess with. Hiuba and Bao Bao find another place to hide, while Guan Yushu continues assembling components nearby, seemingly undetected by the other competitors. Before leaving, Nguyen Dong Dong told her to hold out as long as possible and not let the other players bother Guan Yushu. While the two waited, Xiaoba asked Han Bao Bao a few things. Of course it's related to Nguyen Dong Dong. "Hey, your pet isn't bad. But how did you catch someone so high level, and how do you even manage him?" Dong Dong told her not to reveal his identity, and Bao Bao casually agreed, which made Xiaoba realize that Dong Dong's identity was far from ordinary. He began to think of Nguyen Dong Dong as a key link in the main mission, so he sought to befriend him, unaware that he was falling into Nguyen Dong Dong's trap. Before the competition, he specifically told Bao Bao that if anyone asked about his identity, she should act as mysterious as possible, so that the high-level players would become suspicious and try to befriend them in order to gather clues. But in reality, Nguyen Dong Dong was the one with the upper hand. The two just sat there, dumbfounded, and it wasn't long before the cat spirit noticed them. It fired a signal flare, drawing the other players who quickly surrounded the two. The little witch was a bit nervous. This was the first time she'd been in this situation, but the others didn't actually intend to hurt her. What they want is Nguyen Dong Dong, and Davu is fully committed to his role alongside her. He possessed a skill that could bind others, and he used it to restrain the troublesome players, while Nguyen Dong Dong continued to use her water manipulation skills. Outnumbered and with his mana dwindling, Ye Wu urged, "Mao, follow me!" Without hesitation, Nguyen Dong Dong followed him, but Davu intentionally released his binding spell. He wants to push Nguyen Dong Dong to the brink to see what abilities he'll reveal, and the other players, now unleashed, are charging madly toward him. Just like Bao Bao, they've both been surrounded by enemies, and it seems the numbers closing in on Hu Ba and Bao Bao are even greater. These people are furious, and Bao Bao feels like they might tear her apart if she doesn't hand over Nguyen Dong Dong. But even in danger, the little witch refuses to betray her companion, raising her scepter high, drawing a magic circle in the air. The crowd thought Bao Bao was going to heal Nguyen Dong Dong, but instead she summoned a giant ice wolf. But it was a level 55 giant azure blue. The players were stunned, and so were the two MCs. Bao Bao has made an unexpected move. She has two superior pets, and they're high level. The crowd felt utterly played when Bao Bao summoned a mere blue llama instead of Nguyen Dong Dong. The lead mage seethed, declaring he'd give her a beating she wouldn't forget. Never in my life have I been so humiliated. Meanwhile, back at home, Bao Bao smiles with confidence. Her tiny blue pet jumps in front of the players, then slowly grows into a muscular, six-packed behemoth. Getting past this blue beast to attack Bao Bao will be difficult. The two MCs, Hi Hi and Ha Ha, were wiping away sweat, having never witnessed such bizarre events in all their years of covering the competition. Meanwhile, Nguyen Dong Dong is also surrounded, and just as Jiayu thinks he's about to reveal his trump card, Nguyen Dong Dong urgently contacts Bao Bao, telling her to quickly recall her space pet. Bao Bao immediately agreed, and in seconds, Nguyen Dong Dong vanished from the crowd, leaving Jiayu to fend for himself. A brief silence ensues, and Jiayu is swarmed by the other players, accused of betraying their agreement to capture Nguyen Dong Dong. Everyone here witnessed it. Javu couldn't explain his way out of this. Hi Hi and Ha Ha struggled to contain their laughter. Who would have thought the young master of the Assassin Alliance would be tricked by a pet? Bao Bao retrieves her pet space, and Nguyen Dong Dong immediately returns to her side. With Hiu Ba and that giant slam backing her up, the other players no longer dare to act rashly. They seized the opportunity to slip away one by one, leaving only the loud-mouthed mage who had demanded a fight. Then Hiu Ba and Nguyen Dong Dong leaned in close to the opponent, their affectionate gazes sending shivers down the mage's spine. "Mr. Slam, you're so strong. May I touch your chest?" While the three of them dealt with the troublesome players, Guan Yushu successfully assembled a complete standard component. This is the first time a contestant has gone so far as to disassemble the components into smaller parts before reassembling them. This team continues to surprise the MC and the audience. Guan Yu didn't dare rest. She needed to assemble another one to help everyone pass this round. But now, most of the other contestants didn't dare bother them anymore, so they could relax a little. "It's all your fault," Guan Yushu muttered as she assembled the components. "Why did Handy sell such shoddy goods? We almost didn't make it through this round. I only hunted 200. I'll leave the other 300 for the other contestants. I think that's enough to come here and find the parts with you." Little did he know, there were others just as shameless as him. Even the MC was impressed that Dong Dong could say that. He's clearly the one obstructing others, yet he speaks as if he's the victim. But time is running out for this assembly round. Yet besides them, not many others have arrived. Dong Dong begins to suspect that besides him and Xiaoba, there's another mysterious demon hunter lurking. It's just that he didn't sell her off. Suddenly, a blue magic circle appeared in the sky and a girl stepped out. The crowd was wary, conjuring ice with water magic, ready to attack at any moment, but the master hurried to stand in front of the two, frantically explaining. "It's a misunderstanding. She's my bride. She was supposed to come find me after the formation was complete. She means no harm." The girl coldly ordered him to sit, and the large man didn't dare disobey. After he obediently sat down, the girl began to wail and tear at the village tyrant, complaining that he told her to wait in one place, then ran off somewhere else, making it impossible to find him. Having no other choice, she had to use a teleportation formation to find this place. Wei Dong Dong was annoyed. Why did he still have to cook after transmigrating to another world? After the couple finished their bickering, the principal's bride suddenly turned to Wei Dongdong and said something, but her voice was too soft to hear. My wife says you had something on you that could be used to track us. As the chief spoke, his bride waved her hand and 3 devices fell from Wei Dongdong's clothes. With another wave of her hand, she destroyed all 3 devices and they returned to their main mission, showing off their love. Wei Dongdong couldn't help but thank this strange girl, realizing why other players could always find him so easily. He began to wonder who had planted the devices on him and when, but it seemed only Ya Yu and that cat spirit had gotten close to him. Xiaobai and his adorable bride also split up to hunt ferrets and assemble parts, just like Wei Dongdong's group. So, when that girl arrived, they had already completed this round. The 2 bid farewell to Wei Dongdong and departed, and a few minutes later, Guan Shuyu finished assembling another belt of components. Just as she handed this to Wei Dongdong, the cat spirit arrived with a group of other players, but he, Bao Bao, and Guan Yu Qiu had already met the requirements to pass the round, so they prepared to teleport elsewhere. Before leaving, Wei Dongdong made sure to threaten the cat spirit, saying, "Try to scheme against me, will you? I'll settle the score after the next round." With Wei Dongdong gone, only fur remained scattered on the ground. The survivors of the first round were transported to a beach. When Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao arrived, Xiaoba and Meng Meng were already there, and the MCs announced that 28 people had passed the first challenge. So, considering the initial selection of 30 people, everyone here is guaranteed to pass the second round. However, rules are rules, so the test will still proceed. The first place winner of this round will receive a clue about the main quest of Event 15. Moreover, their ranking will determine how many resources they receive from the academy and which instructor will guide them. The second round is a werewolf hunt on Haidao Island, similar to the game Mafia, and the test is divided into day and night. During the day, players can't attack each other and can choose to form alliances. The numbered cards that players drew before the competition started will now be shuffled and redistributed to each player. They'll receive another player's numbered card, and if they can reclaim their original card, they'll earn 10 points. Otherwise, they'll only get 1 point. Though they can't attack each other during the 3-day period, they can activate one of 3 abilities each night. Each night, only 1 skill can be activated, and it can't be used for 2 consecutive nights. The first skill is Prophecy, which allows the user to see the numbers of 3 other players. However, choosing to become a seer leaves the player defenseless, making them the weakest. Next is the ability to transform into a wolf. As the name suggests, the player transforms into a werewolf, gaining stat boosts and even doubling their attributes in frenzy mode. Each night, the werewolf hunts other players. If you successfully defeat someone, you can take their numbered card. If they have multiple cards, you can choose which one to take, otherwise it's randomly assigned. If multiple players attack the same person, they can cooperate to eliminate them, gaining one of their number cards for each successful attack. The final skill is Guardian, where the player who chooses it becomes a shut-in, confined to their room for the entire night. Unless you meet an ally within 3 days, any attack is worthless, but even that ally might steal your number cards. In an alliance, if one player chooses to become the Guardian, the others can enter their home that night, if invited. The challenge lasts for 10 days and 10 nights. During this time, player rankings will be based on analysis, but losing your number card for 3 consecutive nights results in immediate elimination. Or, if you're caught without a number card twice in 1 night, you're eliminated. For the first 3 days, players are free to enjoy themselves. The Academy certainly wasn't stingy, providing contestants with a feast. The 2 MCs explained the rules until they were blue in the face. After that, the contestants returned to their rooms to check their number cards. Nguyen Dongdong and Bao Bao had number 10. Who could be holding their number 9 card? With everyone having confirmed their numbers, the challenge swiftly begins. The night falls, everyone close your eyes, werewolves, open your eyes. The first to awaken was the cat spirit, seemingly reveling in the stat boosts of becoming the wolf. Since it was the first night, alliances hadn't formed yet, so the cat pulled out a notebook containing information on the remaining 27 players. It skipped over the top-ranked contestants from previous rounds, as they were mostly from major guilds and difficult to take down. As it pondered who to hunt first, a familiar voice echoed nearby. "Little cat, you were the one who set up the tracking formation on me last round, weren't you?" From the shadows, Nguyen Dongdong and Bao Bao appeared like grim reapers, startling the cat spirit, who quickly denied everything when asked. "What are you talking about? I'm an assassin. I don't know anything about formations. You can't just accuse an innocent person." Before the cat could finish, Nguyen Dongdong cut him off, saying he wouldn't interfere. "In short, you're my prey tonight. I'm the type to always get revenge. And what's more, it's a very persistent beast. Daring to scheme against him, this cat spirit will pay dearly." Nguyen Dongdong was confident that even with doubled stats, his opponent couldn't defeat him, and that confidence was well-founded. Before long, they had stolen its number card, and humiliated the cat by dressing it in a dress and bow. Enough is enough, I can't take it anymore. I only chose a cat character, not an actual cat. Enraged, the cat tore off the pink dress, demanding they leave now that they had its number card. Nguyen Dongdong didn't feel like staying any longer, and before leaving, he reminded the cat to hunt other players today. Otherwise, it'll be eliminated quickly, and that won't be fun at all. The two then leisurely leave, promising to return in a few days with some princess dresses for it. To force a man to wear a dress and broadcast it live, how will he ever show his face again? The camera begins to focus on the other players. Tonight, Xianzhi, a top-ranked player, is checking the number cards of 3 other players. Unfortunately, his number card was stolen by Ling's player. The challenge now favors top-ranked players attacking and bottom-ranked players defending, making it quite predictable. Besides what happened at the cat's house, the first night was uneventful. Soon, morning arrived, and Nguyen Dongdong and Bao Bao changed into more comfortable clothes before heading to the beach. Guan Yushu had been waiting for them, and soon after, Hu Ba and his girlfriend arrived. Dongdong could guess why the bear was here, so he spoke up first. "Let's form an alliance." Hehehe, you know me too well. Big guilds usually have their alliances and targets set. Manman and I both hope we can form an alliance, and Guan Yukyu agrees. But the problem is we can only ally with one person each night. She believes they should share more information, then decide the order of alliances and who to attack or defend. But first, they need to reveal their card numbers. If any of the 4 of you hold another's card, you can trade. After all, cooperation is a gamble. The key is to trust each other. Dongdong takes the initiative, revealing he holds cards 10 and 69. Xiaoba holds 567 and 439. Guan Yukyu holds 369. And Meng Meng holds 4. Unfortunately, no one holds another's card, and Guan Yuzhu is determined to reclaim his own. These 10 points are equivalent to 10 trips, saving a lot of time and effort, so the first thing to do is figure out who has our numbers. Manman mumbled something again, forcing Hu Ba to continue his role as her reluctant translator. My girlfriend says we can identify the cards that have already been used and then decide whether to coordinate an attack or defend, because the card selection skill cannot be repeated the next day. Then, in the morning, they need to exchange information with other players. Dongdong agrees with Man, but this trial only has 4 hours of daylight. So, today, he's making an exception for his little witch, allowing her to go for a swim. After they've had their fill, they head back to shore. While they were building sandcastles, a white-haired young man approached them, introducing himself as Gu Ling, the one who stole the prophet's number card the night before. Gu Ling is the top-ranked player, so he's not just here for small talk. His goal is to trade number cards and form an alliance. With a stranger present, Bao Bao immediately puts on airs of a young lady, and Wei Dongdong plays along. They followed Gu Ling back to their private room, where Zhang Liu Yue was already waiting, a girl whose beauty was matched only by her ample assets. Gu Ling introduces Zhang Liu Yue as his ally, but the true nature of their relationship remains to be seen. Zhang Liu Yue immediately recognized Wei Dongdong as the pet who caused trouble in the previous round, and the 4 of them sat down to talk properly. Gu Ling wants to cooperate with them, mainly to get more information to score higher, and his blatant intentions make Wei Dongdong unhappy. Are you confused? First it was an alliance, but now it's just helping you get a high score? Gu Ling places his sword on the table, declaring that he will be invincible, and if he gets the main quest, he'll share it. After we cooperate, I also want to recruit Bao Bao into our guild. Bao Bao doesn't know what that sword means. But Wei Dongdong couldn't possibly be unaware. It was the 3rd anniversary of AG. Upon its release, the main quest reward was a Zhuanyuan divine sword, which could quadruple the user's power. It's that sword on the table. If the Zhuanyuan guild gave Gu Ling a divine weapon, his abilities and status must be extraordinary. Moreover, with this in hand, Gu Ling is twice as powerful as the werewolves. Even if he chose to be an ordinary oracle, he could still easily defeat them. Wei Dongdong's endless chatter piqued Gu Ling's interest. I told you this pet was interesting. He even knows things from 7 or 8 years ago. That's why they're more interested in Wei Dongdong than you. So if you bring him to the guild, they'll gladly accept. Zhang Liuyue seems more blunt than Gu Ling. And seeing Bao Bao hesitate, she slams her book shut. Furthermore, Zhang Liuyue revealed that they possessed another divine artifact like the Zhuanyuan sword, and that the Zhuanyuan Guild was a top-tier organization in the AG world in terms of origin and strength. In other words, if they joined the Zhuanyuan Guild, Bao Bao would receive excellent treatment, a promise from Gu Ling, the guild's top heir. Gu Ling didn't force them to answer immediately, and Wei Dongdong seemed very thoughtful after they returned. He was already overthinking things, and after hearing so much from Gu Ling today, he suddenly felt the gap between himself and those from large guilds. He always thought he could win and go far on his own. But after today, Wei Dongdong suddenly felt that joining a large guild wasn't so bad. Easy money and fame. Bao Bao Toad bonked him to knock some sense into him. Since returning, only Wei Dongdong has wavered. She never considered agreeing. Although the Haiwan Guild is large, she feels that freedom is better. With such different views, it's best not to force things. If they can't ally with Guling for information, they still have plenty of other leads to pursue. Moreover, Bao Bao is perceptive and realizes that Guling doesn't value her. He only sees her as a valuable asset because of Wei Dongdong. Joining their guild would diminish her worth, and the experiences wouldn't be as great. Big guilds do have their advantages, though. But for me, who I experience the quests with is what truly matters. The truth is, I've never been healthy enough to eat much, let alone drink bubble tea. But after joining A and meeting you all, I realized how delicious milk tea could be, and it was the first time I ever saw the ocean. So let's just work hard together, without depending on anyone else. Bao Bao has finally revealed her feelings from the past few days. But the only thing Wei Dongdong noticed in her statement was, the first time I saw the ocean. No wonder she swam like a crippled frog. Bao Bao immediately lost it. Just as Wu Di was about to settle things with Wei Dongdong, someone else approached them, a young lady from a wealthy family. The moment she saw Bao Bao, she approached, bluntly stating that she wanted to buy her pet and that price was no object. Wei Dongdong didn't even have time to react, but Bao Bao was already furious. She felt like these people were crazy. First one group wants to recruit her, then another wants to buy her out. Think you can just do whatever you want with money? You can't afford me. All right, how about $1 billion? Interested? This was just a spur-of-the-moment outburst. Unexpectedly, she only hesitated for a few seconds before agreeing, shocking Wei Dongdong, who realized for the first time in his 20-odd years that he was worth so much. Of course, even with a high price, Bao Bao had no intention of selling Wei Dongdong. She forcefully dragged him away. However, that bookworm girl clearly hasn't given up yet. Just look at the hearts in her eyes. It's obvious she'll do anything to get what she wants. Back in her room, Bao Bao restlessly tossed and turned in frustration. Wei Dongdong teased her, only to get a pillow to the face. While the two were joking around, the guild leader and manman arrived with serious expressions, bringing some unfavorable news. The top players are buying out the mid and lower tiers with money and promises, and even if they weren't, no one would agree to an alliance with him. Most of these 27 players bought Sable from him and Wei Dongdong to pass the level. They're lucky they haven't been targeted for revenge, let alone asked to cooperate. My brother, what about you? Have you managed to recruit anyone? Guling came to me, wanting to get Bao Bao to join the Zhuanyuan Guild, and that Shishi girl wants to buy me out for $1 billion. This news immediately blew He Jiaoba's mind. Is she looking for a bear or something? I can lower the price and even turn into a snake. Materialism really does determine consciousness. I almost forgot my girlfriend was standing right behind me. Money is tempting, but chasing it can lead to trouble. However, after talking with Guling, Wei Dongdong has gained some insights. This exam isn't just for the major guilds. Independent players like them could easily get crushed. Meanwhile, the tyrant couldn't get anyone to join him, but the innkeeper managed to recruit 2. Among them was a large man named Chong Tu, who rushed to embrace Wei Dongdong upon meeting him, even blushing. It said he was raised by monsters, and Wei Dongdong's scent reminded him of his mother. You scared me. I'm as straight as they come. Anyway, the more allies, the better. Let's exchange card info first. Also, could we get a rundown of everyone's skills? At Wei Dongdong's question, Kong Tu put on a serious face and brandished his axe a few times. Leave the assassination to me. The girl with him is Wei Guang, who used to be in the same gang as Chong Tu. But before Wei Guang could introduce herself, Jiayu's voice echoed from the beach. Hello everyone, it's me, Jiayu. I have something to say everyone, please gather around. Most of the players gathered out of curiosity. Jiayu called them out to exchange cards with everyone, believing that if all the players were honest, they could each get 10 points. To gain credibility, Jiayu proves his sincerity by returning the correct card number to Hong Lian, unaware that they are in cahoots. With his silver tongue, Ye Wu painted a picture of all the players joining hands to take first place. Furthermore, if the other players didn't exchange points, it would be difficult to surpass Hong Lian, since that tiger already had 10 points. Guling and Zhang Liuyuju stayed put, preferring to let their strength speak for itself, dismissing Jiayu as nothing more than a babbling fool. Meanwhile, Bao Bao, still reeling from being tricked, thinks Jiayu's words make sense, that everyone can win by sharing points. But Nguyen Dongdong is far more clear-headed and knows this guy is just spouting nonsense. This second round is all about who comes out on top, and their ranking directly affects the resources they receive. Therefore, dividing the spoils among 28 people is impossible, and Ye Yu knows that better than anyone. But he's willing to give 10 points to that Hong Lian, putting the other players in a difficult position. Each successful hunt only earns 1 point if it's not your number. Furthermore, they can't be the wolf 2 nights in a row, leaving them with a maximum of only 5 chances to hunt others. Jia Yu set up this game not to win, but to make the match even more chaotic. The round is now clearly divided into 2 forces. One side is led by the powerful Gu Ling, the other by the cunning Da Vu. To the major guilds, someone like Nguyen Dong Dong is just a pawn to be bargained for and acquired. But if they underestimate him, Dong Dong will flip the table on their game. On the second night, Bao Bang chooses the power of prophecy. Zhang Liuye holds card number 6, and Gu Ling holds 2 cards, 621 and 521. Meanwhile, Nguyen Dong Dong is choosing a few princess dresses, planning to settle accounts with that rotten cat tonight. Having nothing else to do after switching the cards, they started playing cards. By morning, the school bully returned home with a dark expression, startling everyone. Before they could even eat breakfast, Guan Yushu excitedly ran over saying, "Everyone, look what I found." What a surprise. She had Gu Ling's number 1 card in her possession. Last night, Guan Yushu chose to be the weasel and found this card while hunting another player. Little did she know, Gu Ling was already behind her. "Indeed, that's my card. Thank you for finding it. Yesterday, as the seer, I divined that you had card number 8, which surprised me. It turns out, Gu Ling speaks with both strength and money. Discovering her card in Guan Yushu's hands, she gets straight to the point. But today, he's messed with the wrong person." Guan Uju takes a deep breath, then unleashes a torrent of words faster than a keyboard. "You Bahar, are you sick? Who spoiled you this rotten? Yesterday, you wanted to recruit Dong Dong, and today you're throwing a fit because your card is with me. And you don't knock on other people's doors? Didn't your family teach you basic manners? The top guild in District A is so uneducated. Go ask around Up City if I, Guan Wu, am afraid of anyone trying to threaten me. I even scold the city lord like a child. You want to take my number card? I wouldn't give it to you even if I threw it away, let alone give you the simplified version." Gu Ling was dumbfounded, and the others were ecstatic. It's unbelievable that the young master of the Zhuanyuan Guild could be scolded so badly he couldn't lift his head. Gu Ling's pride was wounded, and she turned and left. If he couldn't get it through normal means, he'd just have to take it by force. But before he could get far, Gu Ling was called back by Guan Yukyu. After scolding him, she still wants to do business. He can have the number card, but she has conditions. She demands that when Gu Ling finds her number 8 card and Leopard Paw's number 9 card, he must hand them over immediately. Secondly, after this round, they must be admitted into the Zhuanyuan Guild as elders. Gu Ling readily agrees, and Guan Yushu hands him the number card. This left the young master of the Zhuanyuan family utterly perplexed. If he was going to agree to the deal, why the scolding? I've never been scolded like that before. Unbelievable. Can't I scold you if I'm happy? And now take the number cards and get lost. Gu Lin is speechless, but relieved to have her number card back, and the MCs believe he's now the most promising contender in the race. However, the Idiom group, who turned against him from the start, is now cooperating and handing over the number card. The players' thinking is something even the MCs can't predict. After that, Nguyen Dong Dong began assigning new tasks, wanting everyone to reveal that Gu Ling had obtained their number cards. Then, everyone went their separate ways, continuing to find others to exchange information and forge alliances. The MCs couldn't help but praise Nguyen Dong Dong's intelligence, noting how he knew how to exploit human weaknesses. Only when Ling has earned 10 points to surpass them will they be more willing to form an alliance, such as humanity. Only when faced with great external dangers do they unite. Unbeknownst to everyone, Dong Dong was a transmigrator, leading the MCs to believe he was a highly intelligent NPC, a rare occurrence, especially to see so many this year. Guan Yushu is a prime example, rocketing to the top of the popularity charts after her rap battle with Gu Ling. The first person Nguyen Dong Dong sought out was the bookworm Cece, who was already smitten with him, making her quite easy to talk to. After a brief exchange, Cece agreed to form an alliance with them, and the second person Dong Dong recruited was the cat spirit. Having secured these two, Nguyen Dong Dong began to seriously review the list of other players, now that she's obediently wearing a dress. This morning, Gu Ling revealed that he chose to be the seer last night, so today he'll definitely be the saboteur. Bro, weren't you going to form an alliance? Why did you bring back a girl and a cat? Master Hugh is seriously massaging Manman, but his mouth is still running at full speed. Come to think of it, ever since Nguyen Dong Dong brought Cece back, she's been looking at him with hard eyes, which is making Bao Bao extremely upset. And that cat spirit, Marco, was also obtained by him when he went to Jiayu to form an alliance. Although Marco was unwilling, its young master was happy to sell it off, so it had no choice but to be dragged back by Nguyen Dong Dong. Meanwhile, Guan Yu also returned with a list of those who agreed to join their alliance, and the fanatic followed soon after, having contacted the Yuan camp. Entering the room, the first thing the berserker saw was Nguyen Dong Dong petting Marco, igniting a fierce jealousy. He had completed his mission. Could someone stroke my head a little? Dong Dong thought, speechless. This guy may look intimidating, but he's as clingy as a puppy. He reluctantly patted the fanatic's head, unexpectedly sending him into a frenzy as he eagerly showed off the false light. They were waiting for intel from the alliance. Having confirmed Gu Ling's condition, Nguyen Dong Dong's group all chose to become werewolves, their target being none other than him. Gu Ling had already guessed they would come to settle the score tonight, ever since Guan Yu handed him the number card. Indeed, unless we wipe you out completely, you won't understand the difference in power. How many of you came? Don't worry, I have no allies, Gu Ling said confidently. Nguyen Dong Dong couldn't help but praise him, saying he lived up to his title as the young master of the guild association. His thinking and power were admirable. Tonight, he brings all of his allies, a total of 19 people, excluding those who can't choose werewolf abilities. Nguyen Dong Dong doesn't care about ganging up, he just needs to take down Gu Ling. Meanwhile, the ancient young master remained calm, the Xuanyuan sword in his hand glowing. Ling's first target is Nguyen Dong Dong, but just as the sword is about to strike, the golden berserker rushes in to protect his mother. As a result, both of his arms were severed, but the berserker possesses rapid regeneration. Even with both hands severed, they can grow back. The Xuanyuan divine sword is indeed formidable. But as Nguyen Dong Dong knows, it's sealed with 5 layers, requiring 5 releases to fully unleash. He takes a cold breath, and his body begins to transform. Nguyen Dong Dong's muscles recede, reverting him to his original skeletal form, and his speed and strength increase accordingly. Not to mention choosing the werewolf skill doubled his stats. But that Xuanyuan divine sword was living up to its reputation. No matter how Nguyen Dong Dong attacks, it automatically intercepts. Even so, everything is still under control, because from the beginning, Nguyen Dong Dong didn't plan to hit the divine sword. Not bad. Your skill in combat rivals even veteran players. But that's where Gu Ling's praise ends and her smile fades. Because the divine sword was frozen, every place that Nguyen Dong Dong touched was struck by the bone-chilling skill, greatly reducing the speed of the Xuanyuan sword. Gu Ling's face darkens with rage as she recalls her weapon. I wanted to play with you all a little longer, but never mind. You've really made me angry. The Xuanyuan sword returns to its master, seemingly invigorated with powerful energy as Gu Ling suddenly accelerates, the sword drawing a sharp arc through the air. Nguyen Dong Dong was caught off guard. This young man was even faster than a sword. His left arm severed, Gu Ling seemed pleased with himself. Left hand this time, right hand next. Oh, you mean this? My bone structure can be assembled at will. See, it can be like this, or like this. Who needs your explanation? I'll just hack your bones to pieces so you can't reassemble them. Say Gu Ling is truly deranged. Nguyen Dong Dong knows he can't beat him alone, but they came prepared. All the other contestants step aside, clearing the way for the young man to enter the arena. A large Than Da tree strapped to his chest and a box in his hand. The two hosts quickly recognize the mythical Pandora's box, a Western artifact, though its combat power can't compare to pure weapons like the Xuanyuan sword. However, Pandora's box has a unique ability: sacrifice. Players can voluntarily sacrifice their stats to amplify another's power. Others can also sacrifice themselves to concentrate their power into one person. Che Ningyan has a deep-seated grudge against Ko Lin because the Eastern and Western guilds have always disliked each other. Moreover, they have their own grudges within this challenge, ever since Gu Dai stole his number card on the first night. Run Yuan, you're insane. After the sacrifice, you and the others will be destroyed in 10 hours. You won't be able to continue this battle. Clutching his holy cross, Cheng Yin shows no fear, declaring it's all going according to plan. Our guild has teammates who can keep fighting. It's just that this pet offered a deal that was too good to pass up. After our last main quest failure, we Western forces haven't recovered. As he spoke, the staff in Yuan's hand grew larger. His smile seemed to carry great ambition. As for the guild, Cheng Yin wanted to give them an advantage in the main quest. As for personal reasons, he wants to eliminate Gu Yuan himself, but even so, Gu Yuan doesn't take him seriously. Because he's a priest, not a professional fighter, Cheng Yin's appearance is an eyesore to Gu Yuan. Grasping his Xuanyuan sword, he takes the initiative, launching an attack, but is immediately struck by a block of ice. Who else could be behind this humiliation other than Wei Dong Dong? This is the first time Gu Yuan has been disgraced like this. His anger and fighting spirit now burned brighter than ever. He violently shattered the ice and sent Wei Dongdong flying. Taking the opportunity, Gu Yuan attempts to strike another blow, but Chan Yuan intervenes just in time. The massive cross in his hand acts as a powerful shield, blocking the path of the Zhuanyuan sword, and the impact of the two divine weapons creates a huge shockwave. Even someone used to fighting like a thug is a little overwhelmed. Their power is far beyond anything they've ever seen. The NC program is incredibly excited, and surely those watching live are as well, as this is a showdown between two divine weapons, East versus West, and a battle between the heirs of two great guilds. However, Cheng Yen is a professional priest, trained to be a combat commander for the guild, and his pure combat skills seem to be a bit lacking compared to Lin. The cross in Runyuan's hand constantly transforms. One moment a large shield, the next a small sword. The swords clash, and Guling is shocked because the sword technique Runyuan just unleashed is the Azure Lotus sword art of the East. What's wrong? Is it strange that a Western pastor like me knows a little Eastern swordsmanship? The other players seem impressed by Cheng Yen's talent, befitting an heir of a major guild. But Kolin's talent surely surpasses his. Soon after, Guling seizes the opportunity to disarm Chang Yen and end the fight. But coincidentally, this was the moment Nguyen Dongdong had been waiting for. He grabbed an ice hammer and attacked Guling from behind. But not only was the young man awake, he was handsome. The sword in his hand changed direction with incredible speed, originally attacking Chang Yen, but instead it severed Nguyen Dongdong's left arm. A triumphant smile crept across Guling's lips. "I've been watching you. Now, I'll pierce right through your bones and see how you armor up." Little did Guling know, Nguyen Dongdong didn't even bother reattaching his arm. His severed left arm still gripped the ice hammer. But Nguyen Dongdong uses his right arm to wield his severed left arm bone, slamming the ice hammer into Guling's priceless face, nearly breaking his nose. Not stopping there, the spot he struck instantly froze, encasing Guling's face in ice and severely impairing his vision. This is when the other players enter the arena, with Hyoba transforming into a snake, constricting Guling's body, while Davu uses his skill to bind his left leg. Guling's heart turned cold. He knew this wasn't the final blow, but merely a setup for Jia Yuan. The spear in his hand glinted before him, and Guling only felt a sharp pain in his chest. The holy spear in the champion's hand pierced his body, sealing his fate. After a night of relentless attacks, Guling was eliminated. At the Zhuanyuan Guild headquarters in the Kunlun Mountains, the national leaders are watching the live stream of the competition, surprised to see their promising seed eliminated in such a test, becoming the laughingstock of the West. They're also keeping a close eye on Nguyen Dongdong from another guild. Don't you think that guy Swangko has a similar personality to our president? They're both as stubborn as each other, but our president isn't quite this bad. Come to think of it, he hasn't been online in a while, or said anything in the guild group. Maybe she's married with kids now. After this match, I need to go change my baby's diaper. I'd venture to guess these two were members of the guild that Nguyen Dongdong used to lead. And they're not the only viewers. Even that squirrel spirit who tried to scheme against Bao Bao is watching. Watching this, he suddenly felt lucky that Nguyen Dongdong hadn't discovered him back then. Otherwise, his end would have been too horrible to imagine. Before Guling's elimination on the third night, two other players, 957 Thoai Mao and 95 Sun Koi, were also eliminated. But none of them could leave the island until the trial was over. After his humiliating elimination, Guling sought out Nguyen Dongdong. At first, he thought the young man was coming to settle the score, but instead he sincerely apologized. Guling regretted not approaching Nguyen Dongdong with respect from the start, believing they could have been allies by now. After the third night, he saw Dongdong's true potential, and sincerely invited him to join the INVN Guild. "I'm not petty enough to hold a grudge just because I was eliminated. If we work together, we can enjoy more and dominate this world. Well, I'll await your reply." With that, Guling quickly returned to the waiting room for those who had been eliminated. Dongdong was a little surprised by his attitude, a seeded player from a major guild, eliminated, and still so cool. Nguyen Dongdong was preoccupied with Guling and the offer to join the Xuanyuan Guild, completely oblivious to Cece rushing toward him. Before he knew it, Nguyen Dongdong was embraced tightly by her. Cece seemed thrilled to see him transform into a skeleton and fight so bravely. He was suffocated by her assets and desperately wanted to escape Cece's embrace. But he couldn't deny he was enjoying the embrace a little too much, until Bao Bao forcefully separated them. "What are you doing? His master is standing right here." A battle between two women is always a terrifying thing. Luckily, Zhuang Wen arrives to defuse the awkward situation. Removing Guling is like pulling a thorn from his side. Though Zhuang Yuan is struggling, he feels relieved. Saying thanks is one thing, but recruiting talent is the real goal. Guling is arrogant. He treats everyone he's worked with as subordinates. Why don't you join our Heavenly Paradise Guild? Our strength is in no way inferior to theirs. Zhuang Yuan didn't forget to promote his guild's beautiful angels and a professional chef's secret to adjusting milk tea flavors. A direct hit to Nguyen Dongdong's psychology and a way to get closer to Bao Bao. This guy's smooth, but Dongdong's not biting. He's not thinking about joining any guild yet, so he pats the guy's shoulder like a saint and runs off. Beautiful angels are irrelevant. Yesterday we survived a great battle. For now, let's set aside the challenges and relax a bit. Just in time, the daytime refreshments have been served. Nguyen Dongdong puts on his most trustworthy face to thank the players who cooperated yesterday, saying they can all play and enjoy themselves today, but then pulls the campers aside and whispers to them, "Do any of you have pictures of those beautiful angels? Let me see." Everyone is enjoying the festivities except for the sacrifice group from last night, who are still weak while Ye Wu can only watch from the tree above. For the first time, he felt like these contestants were his friends. But how could someone like him ever have real friends? While Ye Wu was lost in thought, a mud ball hit him in the head. "Hey, stop trying to look cool up there and come join us." The once lively atmosphere is broken by Jiang Liu Yue's arrival, her face, as always, devoid of emotion. But Nguyen Dongdong sensed Jiang Liu Yue's particularly bad attitude today, fearing it was because he had eliminated her alliance partner. Sure enough, Jiang Liu Yue went straight to Nguyen Dongdong and spoke coldly. Like Guling, she gets straight to the point. "Based on your behavior these past few days, I have a few questions for you. Were the two of you transmigrated here, or are you actually highly intelligent NPCs?" Nguyen Dongdong was shocked, but dared not say much to Jiang Liu Yue for fear of exposing everything on the live broadcast. Little did he know, she was volunteering her experience, claiming others had transmigrated before. With their experience, any attempt to contact the outside world will be blocked. The goal was to ask for help, but no matter how they explained it or even recorded it, they were blocked. Something is definitely being hidden here, and even this live broadcast will be cut off. But Wei Dongdong was more concerned about Jiang Liu's mention of high-intelligence NPCs. "First, I want to ask you something. In your memory, what do players look like? Isn't it all written in books?" Guan Yushu honestly replies. "Your descriptions of the players all come from books. 40 years ago, they began entering the world of Azure from another world. Like NPCs, players are intelligent beings, and the distinction between them only exists to differentiate the races. Players entering Azure come in two forms, online and offline. When offline, they become dormant fossils, impervious to attack or destruction. This is basic information that every NPC knows by heart, but Jiang Liu Yue made other discoveries. Before, she thought like Guana, like most other NPCs, until one day Jiang Liu Yue met two people who would change her life. She used to reside in the spirit alignment, greeting players who completed quests. Two players took on non-combat roles, one forging weapons, the other brewing and selling potions. They often came to Jiang Liu Yue to chat, so she gradually became fond of them. Until one day they went offline for a very, very long time. Jiang Liu Yue waited and waited, but they never appeared again, a common occurrence for players. Logically, someone would come to clean them up soon, but for some reason, Jiang Liu Yue felt a strange discomfort, as if something had awakened within her. It wasn't until later that she understood that emotion was called loss. Jiang Liu Yue waited and waited, finally seeing them online one day. The first thing she asked him was where the other one was, but unexpectedly he burst into tears, saying that person was gone. Jiang Liu Yue was a little confused. To her, death was just losing a level and then respawning, so why couldn't he come back? The young man sobbed harder, burying his face in his hands. "Why am I even telling this to an NPC like you? He's dead. Dead in the real world. He'll never come back here. Never. Death means never seeing them again. Understand? He could never be reborn." The young man seemed to scream at Jiang Liu Yue, but she wasn't angry, only silent. In that moment, Jiang Liu Yue seemed to understand that her world and the young man's were not the same. Here, death was not truly death. As he said, it's just death, level drop, and then resurrection. Jiang Liu Yue thought a lot, and in that moment she seemed to understand the young man's pain. And unbelievably, Jiang Liu Yue shed tears, leaving the young man stunned that an NPC like her could cry. Meanwhile, on Jiang Liu Yue's side, it was the moment she felt a new emotion, after loss, called sorrow. Nguyen Dongdong found it strange, thinking back. Many had speculated about the creator of A now due to its realism. Some even believed the NPCs were played by real people. Hearing Jiang Liu Yue's words, he felt that the NPCs in an hour had a certain level of intelligence from the start, and then awakened through continuous learning. But through listening, she can also imagine a little about the player's real world, where all resources are limited and people are born, grow, and then pass away. There, magic doesn't exist, and there are no clear levels. Careers and jobs are chosen and earned, not decided by fate. Upon reaching adulthood, they can marry and create new life, and when they reach the end, they breathe their last, and life fades away. Dongdong felt a chill. This wasn't something an NPC like Zhang Liuyue should know. So, what exactly is it that you all want to understand? Zhang Liuyue asked earnestly. She believes that if players can enter the game, then the two worlds must be connected. She and other awakened NPCs want to cross over into the real world. She doesn't understand why her world has levels, quests, and other illogical things compared to the player's world. And in A hour, there aren't many high-intelligence NPCs who can think. Awakening like her isn't easy. And curiosity is the foundation of awakening. Some beings only need the right spark to unlock their cognitive potential. They're curious, wanting to know why humans on Earth die, why they don't need to level up, why their bodies can't be converted, and why the AI world is the way it is. Furthermore, who created the world of A now? Some awakened NPCs have achieved great wisdom and power. Zhang Liuyue participated in the competition and cooperated with the Zhuanyuan Guild for this reason, and Nguyen Dongdong's performance caught their attention, so they wanted to invite him to the guild to exchange ideas and conduct experiments. If we succeed in bringing our abilities to your Earth, with the power to control the elements, we could become gods of a new Earth. Zhang Liuyue spoke in a rush, overwhelming Guan Yuqiu with information. Even Nguyen Dongdong was overwhelmed, while Guan Yushu was ecstatic after the download. She was incredibly curious about the world of players like Nguyen Dongdong, and wanted to see what made it so different. Zhang Liuyue advised her not to rush and invited her to Immortal Spirit Mountain after the competition, since Guan Yuqiu was also a high-intelligence NPC. There, she would find many high-level NPCs like them, even 3 who had transmigrated, providing people like Zhang Liuyue with a wealth of knowledge about Earth. But Nguyen Dongdong is a special case, having transmigrated into a monster's body, so they're eager to have him on their side. However, right now, Nguyen Dongdong's power is too weak. His personal strength is newly converted, and his faction power is non-existent. It must be said that each job change in AG is extremely difficult, and the documentation for each person's change is different, so constant coordination is required. Zhang Liuyue has thoroughly investigated Nguyen Dongdong, suggesting he approached his first job change with caution, not only altering his appearance, but also incorporating combat elements for demon subjugation. She guessed that Nguyen Dongdong was an experienced player before transmigrating, which is why he was so skilled. So Nguyen Dongdong was a little unhappy that Zhang Liuyue was so blunt about his weakness. The girl quickly understood and explained, "Don't misunderstand me. I won't look down on others like Guling did. However, if he needs to return to his original world, the necessary conditions are still far from being met. If Guling hadn't failed, Zhang Liuyue wouldn't have had to take action herself." She slowly stood up, then snapped her fingers, her swimsuit vanishing, and replaced by Zhang Liuyue's original Sword Immortal form. She says the key to this main quest is crucial, as it's a vital stepping stone to uncovering the truth about Azure. Zhang Liuyue steps forward, presenting Nguyen Dongdong with a stone. He immediately recognized it as Nuwa Stone, obtained in the previous main quest, with the incredible ability to modify and conceal character attributes. The fact that Zhang Liuyue possesses this proves her strength is extraordinary. Then, allow me to reintroduce myself. I am Zhang Liuyue, a level 100 Saintess of Mount Xianling, ranked 5th. Before leaving, Zhang Liuyue reveals to Nguyen Dongdong that the madman and Yue Guang were also deliberately sent to approach him. This means Nguyen Dongdong has been within Zhang Liuyue's calculations all along. If so, the power gap between them is truly vast. Is there no other way than to submit to Zhang Liuyue? Suddenly, Nguyen Dongdong realizes something. Zhang Liuyue didn't foresee Guling's elimination. Things aren't truly in her control. She just overwhelmed him with information, causing mental distress. Zhang Liuyue wants him to join her side early to get the main quest clues under the most comfortable conditions, but Nguyen Dongdong isn't one to be manipulated like that. Besides, he's a human, the most intelligent creature on the planet. Would he really let an NPC control him? From now on, no matter what plans the other party has, Nguyen Dongdong has only one goal. That is to win this competition and receive clues about the main quest. Perhaps then, the reason he transmigrated into this world will be revealed. And so, the battle between a level 100 veteran and a level 61 rookie has officially begun. As moonlight descends upon Nguyen Dongdong's home, he wearily sprawls out on the mat in front of the house, sighing, "Oh, I just want to be a useless fish." Seeing his mood, Bao Bao asks, "Didn't you take care of Guling?" "What happened?" He replied blankly and helplessly, "There are some problems I can't solve with you, but, Bao Bao, I would never do anything to betray you. Some things are just hard to talk about." Hearing that, Bao Bao looked apologetic, then smiled and replied, "Actually, after so long, I can see some things." Suddenly, she transformed into a detective and realized something. "The truth is, the initial mission you mentioned was a lie, wasn't it?" Dong Dong started sweating profusely, worried she'd discover he was a transmigrator, thinking, "Could Bao Bao really have guessed I'm a player who transmigrated here?" She continued, "When you first said little brother might come back to life, he probably had little chance of doing so, right?" Dong Dong's face darkened as he realized she was right. She was indeed Bao Bao. Suddenly, Guan Yushu opened the door, looking for him, seemingly with something important to discuss. "Dong Dong, we need to talk." Seeing her request, he gets up from Slim and tells Bao Bao, "I need to discuss something with Miss Yu concerning this mission." She happily replies, "Go ahead and discuss it. I don't understand the rules yet." "You're more knowledgeable, so I'm relieved. I won't bother you. Go on." He smiled at her, pleased, and replied, "As you wish, my master." Then he went inside with Yu Thu. After he entered the house, Bao Bao's smile faded as she touched the slime and sighed. Sitting under the moonlight, she worried, what was the real mission? And what was a lie? Back inside, during Dong Dong and Ngu Thu's conversation, she asked him to tell her about his world. Stammering at the difficult question, Dong Dong calmly replied, "It's hard to explain clearly. Like you, I've always lived in my own world, and those things and rules feel normal to me." He quickly lowered his head, sighing in relief, and continued to explain. "Since I was young, everything has gone smoothly for me. I always had top grades and got into the university of my dreams without much effort, similar to the academy exam this time. After graduation, I'll smoothly become a civil servant. Holding many positions, I never had big dreams, just to play games in peace and gradually progress." He quickly dispelled the gloomy atmosphere, saying, "Who knew I couldn't control myself for a moment? Now it's fine, I can play games continuously." Hearing his explanation, Ngu Thu found some similarities and muttered, "Okay, some details match, but I still have questions. We'll deal with them later." 3 crystal balls sat on the table, and she and he examined them, looking at the 3 crystal balls on the table. She glanced over and said gleefully, "We guessed right. I had all our Alliance players swap once, but no one has your number card." 3 crystal balls gradually revealed the names of Academy participants with different number cards. Looking at the 3 crystal balls, she concludes that his card is likely not held by any of their allies. She stares intently at the ball showing the girl with the number 9, deciding that she must acquire that card next. Dong Dong diligently records everything she's said since the beginning as he writes and offers his input. The best information being that Zhang Liu Yue hasn't obtained her number card yet. He quickly made his decisions, knowing that no matter how powerful they were in this game, they could only kill one person, giving them the advantage. Yu Shu replied that only by obtaining clues to the main quest could they have a better bargaining chip with Zhang Liu Yue. To surrender willingly or be forced into it, the treatment and status can differ greatly. Her final decision is the key to completing this mission. With that, they shook hands and said in unison, "Happy to be working together." As dawn approached, Yu Shu kept asking Dong Dong to tell her about his world, so he began his tale. It all started with a god named Pengu who created the heavens and the earth. Listen closely to my story. As a couple romantically watched the sunrise, Xiaoba embraced the girl beside him, saying, "This competition will be over soon." "I love you," she said. "I'm so happy to be playing this game with you." Ignoring him, the girl hushed him. "Quiet, we're watching the sun rise." As the two were lost in the moment, a loudspeaker blared, "Hello, hello, hello, everyone gather in the square." Annoyed by the interruption, Yu Ba growled that Jia Vu is such a nuisance, always calling people to the square. Suddenly, it wasn't Jia Yu making the announcement, but Dong Dong, strolling along the beach with 2 others, oblivious. He replied, "Oh, it wasn't me this time." Dong Dong, holding the loudspeaker, announced, "Hello, everyone. After yesterday's battle, I realized Jia Yu's words were right." Hearing this announcement, Xiaoba thought, "Dong Dong, you're addressing the couple watching the sunrise, announcing that you have their number cards and are now sincere about trading with them." But fearing dissatisfaction, he reassured everyone that he had previously been self-serving. Worried that not trading the number cards would put everyone at a disadvantage, he now hates his past self. Suddenly, he points at Jia Yu, saying that he was the visionary, catching Jia Yu by surprise. Seeing this, Jia Yu denies everything, unaware that he is involved. Inside the common room, everyone discusses the matter, and Xiaoba asks Dong Dong why he initially refused to exchange cards like Jia Yu. Hyuba asks why they would want to exchange cards when there are so many players hunting. Dongdong replies, pointing out some information to the participants and announces some updates. He announces his wish, that everyone spread the information, ensure the average score increases, and thus confuse a certain great god. Hearing him mention a great god, everyone is weary and dispirited. Another great god. He kept emphasizing the urgency, saying everyone knows Liang Yue hides her stats with an A-grade stone, but she's actually the highest level god on the rankings. They were all surprised, so he denied it, saying that's just the situation, or someone could drain the rest of them again. Dejected, the brown-haired guy with a pale face says, "Forget it. We can't absorb anymore. The power gap is too big. Even if we absorbed all 30 of us, we'd still get destroyed. There's no saving this. Just destroy it and run." Dongdong wouldn't give up, trying to persuade everyone that they didn't necessarily have to lose. First, they needed to share information, and anyone with Zhang Liu Yue's number card should step forward. Suddenly, the room fell silent. Dongdong, seeing no objections, decided, "It seems no one's willing to negotiate, or perhaps none of us have Zhang Liuyu's card." During the selection, upon seeing entry number 9199, he suggested that since Hong Lian was the only one with 10 points revealed last time, the strong contenders could simply take their numbers, eliminate Hong Lian, and seize her card. Looking at the calculations of Jia Yu, the tigress, and the bear, Dongdong pondered. But for now, let's just create a few players with more than 10 points. Then there's only one way to win now. Take your own card, worth more than 10 points. The cards are revealed, each bearing unique symbols, and he explains that the key is to eliminate those with the highest scores and seize their cards. Even though the rules of the so-called erosion kill have changed significantly, the fundamental gameplay still revolves around information. After observing everything through the crystal ball, he could discern the card numbers in the players' hands. Knowing each player's actions every night was the key to winning the game, and the impact of combat power on the game would lessen depending on the number of kills. Zhang Liuyue's silhouette gradually appears because he knows that although her strength is great, we only need to stop her attacks. It'll be a bit harder than dealing with Guling. Dongdong sighs, feeling exhausted, and says, "I just don't know who has Zhang Liuyue's card right now. This is more troublesome." Meanwhile, in another room, a meticulous discussion about the mission was underway. Someone asked, "Have you thought it through?" It was Hong Luoyue, deep in thought, revealing, "I learned through the Madman Alliance that someone has my number card." The orange-haired girl replied, "I'm in Cici Xiaoxi's guild, and I'd never betray her." Luo Yue glanced at the girl, Jianuo, who was actually Yue Guang, and asked to confirm, "Cici?" Yue Guang responded. A wealthy female player bought a guild, and many participants in the second round were members of her guild. Perhaps Yue Guang subtly hinted that she knew what Dongdong was up to, mentioning his greed. Apparently, some people in the preliminary rounds were selling their qualifications for 50 gold. A real bargain. In the forest, a brown-haired youth told Cici that someone was selling beast pelts for 50 gold each, so they didn't need to fight anymore. Hearing this, she was overjoyed, her eyes gleaming with hope. "This is great, it's practically a freebie. Solving things with money is so easy." Moonlight was negotiating with Lu Yue, and because of this it seems their guild quickly cleared the first round with 7 or 8 members. She replied, "How much did this Cici hire you for? I can offer equivalent resources, and you can come to the Immortal Spirit Mountain later." The orange-haired girl angrily retorted, "I'm not with Cici for money. Do you think that's who I am? I'm with her because—" Luo Yue calmly replied, "Then put away all these high-level weapons. They can be sold for a good price." Unexpectedly, the girl knelt at her feet, declaring, "From today on, I am the most loyal disciple of Spirit Mountain." Her eyes gleamed as she declared, "Wherever the sect points, I'll strike." At that moment, the brown-haired friend and Xiaoxi Cizi arrived at the house, and as she opened the door, she smiled and said, "You're late." As she sat down, she turned to the others and said, "I have good news and bad news. Which do you want to hear first?" He immediately replied, "Tell us both." So Xiaoxi began her story. "Our guild used to have a player named Zheng Li, Cricket of the Night. She had Zhang Liang Yue's number card, but she left the guild, probably bought out by Zhang Liang Yue. She said with concern that she thought she understood the people around her, but they easily betrayed her for a little profit." The brown-haired man denied it, saying, "I would never betray IOC because I am who I am today because of IOC." Seeing how good he was to her, Xiuxi had a desire, excluding him. He wasn't like that. Hearing this, his heart began to race. The mood was sweet and tender, but Dongdong broke the spell, saying it was bad luck that Zhang Liang Yue got his number card, and that he had to watch them be lovey-dovey. The other guy blushed, exclaiming, "What are you talking about?" Dongdong retorted, Then why are you blushing? A knock echoes from the door, and upon opening it, a girl with the number 9 emblem enters, asking if they're looking to trade number cards. Dong Dong pondered, knowing the bait had been taken now that word of the card exchange had spread. He sat down, gesturing to Zhang Liang Yue, asking which card she wanted to trade for. Xiaofan immediately rushed over, whispering, "Isn't that the girl who swore she'd never work with us?" Zhang Liang Yue tugged at his sleeve, embarrassed. "Well, she's not dead yet." She immediately changed her attitude, pointing directly at Dong Dong, saying he was too cunning. "Even if you're not number 1, your ranking still affects your final rewards and resources. Everyone outside is trading numbers, and if we don't, we'll fall behind. Here's your card number 9, she says, dropping the card. I'll only trade for your card number 27. Otherwise, I'll give this card to someone else." Dong Dong happily replied, "You said it." He stood up, took the card from Zhang Liang Yue, and exchanged it for his own, returning the card to her. Her face darkened. "You just happened to have my number? This can't be a coincidence." Dong Dong smugly replied, "This is thanks to my efforts in the square at the beginning." The white-haired woman explained that before they joined the alliance, they knew she had card number 27, and deduced that she also had their master's card. But since her identity as Jiang Liangyu's spy was exposed, directly trading with her would raise suspicion. "So I followed Jia Yu's idea and continued to push for the exchange of number cards, but we could only trade for a lower number at that time. They had no reason to refuse a 10-point player on their team." Dong Dong pointed at the curly-haired man in the corner and asked, "What's wrong with him?" "He's been sitting silently in that corner ever since he saw me." The white-haired man chuckled awkwardly. "We were originally responsible for gathering information from your team, but you smell like father in his things. So now he says he betrayed mother and is afraid to see people." Dong Dong clenches his fist in annoyance, saying, "I'm not his mother." The guy sits there crying loudly. "I'm really a useless wolf. Sorry, leader and mother." Dongdae on her hat freezes up after hearing that. An Tian asked him what he wanted, but he only cried harder, his eyes red and swollen, and apologized. Dongdoner comforted him, saying it was just a competition, nothing major. He heard that the person raised by the night ghoul in Silapeo was doing well, and after the competition he'd see if he'd like him. Su obediently agreed, while Dongdong wondered to himself if they were anyone. Now they seemed more like children attending school, and Zhang Liuyu's emotional fluctuations were still unclear. But the new generation of NPCs' vocabulary is driving me crazy, making me feel like they're more like living beings and humans. He stood up and said, "Then let's exchange oaths first." He walked to the door, turned back and said, "If I have the chance, I'll look for you players." Zhang Liuyue made a sound of disinterest, waved her hand and said, "I came to exchange oaths. Why should I listen to your NPC nonsense?" Dongdong coughed and turned back, saying, "Back to the main point. Through the attraction of large-scale exchange activities, I can take advantage of the situation to obtain your oath numbers. Then I release the news to make you actively come to me to exchange oath numbers and at the same time create many high-scoring springboards to divert Zhang Liuyue's attention." Smugly, he thought, "Wow, one arrow kills 3 birds." But she pouted, "The oath numbers exchanged. I don't need to hear you brag." Dongdong held the card, saying, "Next, there are 3 more hunting opportunities. Just adjust Zhang Liuyue's attack rhythm, then regularly predict the state of other players and hunt them. Even the strong must abide by the rules of the game, so we can't settle this without a fight, huh? Next, I need to predict Zhang Liuyu's evening plans and avoid her attack window." In a strange little room, talismans hang on the walls as a blonde girl sits in a formation, chanting, none other than Kim Kwai Wong. She's one of the few formation masters in the competition, and thanks to God number 9 mentioning exchanging number cards, she successfully traded hers. Kim Kwai Wong frowned, thinking, "The Guardian card is used, and I couldn't find anyone to ally with yesterday." She closed her book, thinking, "Today I can only use the werewolf card to keep my 10 points. Kim Kwai Wong rises, calculating that holding on to this score of 10 will secure a decent ranking. She rubs her chin, saying that as long as she doesn't run into the top 10 players, her formation will be powerful. As Kim Kwai Wong pondered, a voice suddenly called out, "Bao Bao, look, there's a child." Startled, Kim Kwai Wong cried out and instinctively went on the defensive. It was Nguyen Dong Dong, Bao Bao, and Slim. Kim Kwai Wong still didn't lower her weapon, shouting, "Don't come any closer." Nguyen Dong Dong surveyed the room, which was covered in formations, and asked, "A formation master?" He then turned to Kim Kwai Wong and said, "I investigated a bit. You're here alone. Luckily, you haven't been hunted down." To this, Kim Kwai Wong bristled, pointing to the talismans hanging in the room. "See? I've set up formations all around here. Someone already tried to interfere and was killed. If you come any closer, I won't be so forgiving." Nguyen Dong Dong remained calm, picking up the book Kim Kui-vuong had been reading. "Did you learn these formations from this?" he asked casually. Bewildered, Kim Kui-vuong asked Dong Dong how he'd arrived. Dong Dong turned and gestured to Bao Bao and Slim standing behind him, introducing them. This is Slim, one of whose skills is separation, which he used to break the formation. Seeing Kim Kui-vuong's sorrowful face, Nguyen Dong Dong immediately sat down next to her, patting her shoulder to comfort her, saying, "So, you listened to me and exchanged your card. Too bad you ran into me. You've had it rough." Golden Sunflower Queen tearfully begged him to spare her, seeing how hard she had worked, but Nguyen Dong Dong couldn't bring herself to agree. "That's unlikely." Kim Kui-vuong relented, saying to take the number card and leave so she could cry alone. Bao Bao, on the other hand, was very relaxed and patted her shoulder. Bao Bao gazes out at the sunrise on the horizon, where a couple enjoys the beautiful dawn by the sea, as Nguyen Dong Dong says from behind her that there will be no more alliances in the final days. Everyone will need to split up. Information exchange will become increasingly congested, making predictions more difficult. Nguyen Dong Dong asks Bao Bao if she's tired, as the competition will continue for a long time. Although day and night in the game are accelerated, shortening the completion time, it's already been 7 or 8 hours for us. Bao Bao smiled, resting her chin in her hand. "I'm not tired. I'm used to it after half a day." Suddenly remembering something, she turned to Nguyen Dong Dong and asked, "Right. Why were you unhappy about bringing Jiang Luong Nguyet back to Lian Luan?" Nguyen Dong Dong didn't want to talk about it. "Don't mention it. I'm telling you, I think there's something wrong with the mentality of people in this big guild." As Nguyen Dong Dong spoke with Bao Bao, a figure slowly approached him from the shadows. Bao Bao, sitting across from Nguyen Dong Dong, immediately noticed the approaching person, but Nguyen Dong Dong remained oblivious. He continued, saying she'd confide in him every day, wanting to join this or that faction. The person approaching was a stunningly beautiful girl, but Nguyen Dong Dong kept rambling on, saying that a competition below level 40 yielding 2 divine weapons was just bullying the kind-hearted. Pale as a ghost, his little companion frantically tried to signal him to stop, but Nguyen Dong Dong wouldn't be silenced. "Once I've leveled up, won the main quest, and traded for that ultimate artifact, I've even got a name picked out. The Wanyuan Nua Sword. Perfect for slicing up the Wanyuan Sword and the Great Nua." It was then that Nguyen Dong Dong noticed Bao Bao's strange behavior, and he asked her, confused, why she was waving her hands and feet like that, wondering if she didn't like the name. The girl who had been silently standing behind Nguyen Dong Dong suddenly spoke up, saying she thought Nua sounded better at the beginning. Upon hearing her voice, Nguyen Dong Dong froze. It was Jiang Liu Yue. Sweating profusely, he rubbed his hands together and gave Jiang Liu Yue an awkward smile. "Why didn't you make a sound when you came in? We were just talking about a novel with a similar name." Nguyen Dong Dong feigned surprise, asking what brought the goddess to them, to which Jiang Liu Yue calmly replied that she was there to help him win the game, adding that according to her sources within his alliance, all the other players had 11 points. "I'll go on a killing spree with you. Now you're the only one with 13 points. No one can surpass you." With that, Jiang Liu Yue confidently declares that the game is over. Jiang Liu Yue produced a card with the number 3 on it and handed it to Nguyen Dong Dong, saying, "You still don't trust me. I've explained the situation clearly. We're in the same boat, both looking for someone in another world." Jiang Liu Yue smiled, her eyes closed slightly, and said, "That's why I want to end the game quickly. I can't change the situation with the remaining hunts, so I'll give you the victory. Next, I'll take care of those who want to attack you, so just lie down and rest." For a moment, Nguyen Dong Dong was speechless, silently gazing at Jiang Liu Yue, realizing that after so many attempts to win the competition, even losing, his initial assumptions were wrong. I never foresaw this outcome. Under Jiang Liu Yue's protection, I won the game easily, without any suspense. Amidst the celebratory fireworks, the final results are announced. The player with the highest score is... Bao Bao stood on stage, a gold medal around her neck, both she and Nguyen Dong Dong speechless at the outcome. The crowd roared, wanting pink bubbles, while on stage, Nguyen Dong Dong wondered how they'd won in such a bizarre way. Looking down at the crowd, Nguyen Dong Dong spotted Jiang Liu Yue below, thinking, "I thought I'd get 3rd, and Jiang would get 5th, and I was figuring out how to win." Nguyen Dong Dong's face darkens as he realizes she's in 1st place, leaving him in the dust. He looks up, still dazed, recalling Jiang Liu Yue's words from a few days ago. Someone suddenly said he didn't need to try, that she'd handle everything from now on. This feeling... Nguyen Dong Dong shed tears, smiling contentedly. This feeling is truly amazing. Down below, Yang Yang wondered why Nguyen Dong Dong was crying and laughing at the same time. Mr. Hugh Ba, standing next to her, was also unsure, guessing that she might be too excited, as the competition was not easy. On stage, the MC, a young man with a broccoli haircut, excitedly announces that Laute will be presenting the awards for this competition, and will also be making a special announcement to all players. Let's welcome Laute to the stage. Old Zai shuffled onto the stage, but an hour later he hadn't moved an inch, and everyone around him had already fallen asleep. Hioba turned to Duong Duong and asked if he was asleep, but Duong Duong shook his head, pointing out the slow movement of his feet. Unable to let this continue, a middle-aged man stepped onto the stage and gently lifted the old man. The man quickly carried the old elder off stage, as Wei Dong Dong and Bao Bao stared blankly at the scene. Soon, the man returned to the stage, clearing his throat a few times. Then, he announced that something had happened to Elder Zai, and he would now announce the theme of the competition. He began to detail the main topic, stating first that the game's levels would be reset. Previously, the highest level was 100, but it will now be raised to 120, and the top 5 will be finalized. The uncle continued to explain the game's mechanics, stating that new players will have the chance to reach level 120 and combine different innate skills to create various playstyles. Below the stage, Guling was shocked to hear about rank 6. The crowd around her began to murmur, discussing who would be the first to reach it. One person wondered if there would be new instances, while another thought the news was too sudden. Uncle Tu Tuan turned to Bao Bao and announced, "So, I'm entrusting the clues to this main quest to the winner of the competition." He then handed her a scroll. The elder explains the options available to Bao Bao. She can hide the main quest clues or reveal them as others have done before. Bao Bao opens the scroll for her and Nguyen Dong Dong to see, and they're both surprised. Nguyen Dong Dong immediately falls into thought. He turned to Uncle Tuan and said something, and Uncle Tuan nodded. Uncle Tuan returned to the center of the stage, spoke into the microphone, and said, "All right, after discussion, there are a total of 2 clues. The first clue is revealed to everyone, while the second remains hidden. The first clue is a poem, and players are encouraged to decipher it. The poem reads, 'A passage will be opened, and the laws of the world will be rewritten. When souls from the far mountain climb the misty peaks, the boundary between life and death will emerge. May you all join hands and sing of a new era.'" Upon hearing the poem, the crowd exchanged puzzled glances, questions piling up. What does it mean? A new dungeon, a new era, the boundary between life and death. How do we survive? Meanwhile, the masses focused on deciphering this second clue. He watched the 2 blue lights swirl together like a bagua in the scroll, wondering, what does this have to do with me? News of Bao Bao's victory quickly spread across social media, and the revealed main quest clues rapidly swept through the world of Azure. On the live discussion forum for the Divine Academy, an account named Smiling Eyes commented, "Oh my god, I feel like this clue is a little intense. What does the other world mean?" An account named Bathroom Light Switch also chimed in, commenting, "Finally, this pet has brought victory for the NPC Big Sister. Azure, if it weren't for such a beautiful and powerful NPC bringing me victory, I wouldn't even bother trying." The account Happy Ball Gets Fat commented, "Is this pet a vampire or a skeleton? Could it be loot from a hidden quest? This feels a bit advanced. It's on par with top-tier NPCs. I'll head to the skeleton or vampire camps these next 2 days to see if I can snag a similar pet." Yang Jian's Chong Nuan account concludes that the average skeleton camp monster in Silapu is already approaching level 60. Moreover, they flee at the sight of higher-level players, so few newbies choose Silapu as their starting point. Thankfully, the Night Demon Guild can't transfer. The forum discussion ends there for now. Meanwhile, under the eaves, a group of people were gathered deep in discussion, while Zhang Liu Yue, Guang Dao, and Shi Qi quietly observed their surroundings. A white crane gently landed beside her, and Zhang Liu Yue climbed onto its back and sat down. Spreading its great wings, the white crane carried Zhang Liu Yue into the sky, as those below gazed up in admiration, whispering, "Amazing!" And, "Of course she's powerful. She's one of the top 5. Meanwhile, another group swarms around Master Xiaoba, peppering him with questions. "Master Xiaoba, you and Bao Bao's pet have defeated many players in the preliminary round. Are you worried the snake will be countered?" Before Master Hioba could answer, another person cut in. "Master Hioba, I'm a reporter from AG Entertainment. I'd like to ask how you feel about the game. Also, why didn't Bao Bao Tuthu and her pet come together?" Exhausted by the constant questions, Mr. CEO frowned and said, "Why are you crowding around her? My wife is afraid of strangers. No interviews. He then tightly embraced his wife, saying, "Bao Bao is over there. Ask her. I'm logging off." Annoyed, Master Hugh looked like he wanted to tear apart anyone who dared bother him. Just then, a figure resembling Bao Bao appeared, and a reporter quickly recognized her. He pointed towards the figure and shouted, "Hurry! Bao Bao is over there. Go ask her." The reporter, mic in hand, rushed over, calling out, "Miss Bao Bao!" The reporter put his hand on Bao Bao's shoulder and said, "Miss Bao Bao, excuse me." The figure turned around, revealing it was Slim, who happily smiled and said, "Cheese." While everyone swarms, Slim, Dong Dong, and Bao Bao, disguised as a maid, slip away unnoticed, leaving behind a crowd still buzzing, cursing Bao Bao's escape and searching for the dragon's Maka in disguise. Such uncouth behavior, Dong Dong thought, enraged. Who's being uncouth? People wondered, startled. Dong Dong and Bao Bao struggled through the crowd to escape, sweating and complaining about the crush. The two finally escaped, panting, "We finally got out." Suddenly, from behind them, a voice said, "So quickly, someone's already trying to make the bone armor their pet." Someone nearby added that it was a shame the live stream was of the ice skeleton, saying he seemed pretty average. Dong Dong thought to himself that he was glad he wasn't discovered, having played as a human too much this time, and was thankful that many people knew about the skeleton form. In a forest, Dong Dong, in his ice spirit form, tells Bao Bao that from now on he'll appear in this form, as not many people know about it, whereas his vampire form would attract too much attention. The ice spirit form is less likely to draw unwanted eyes. Dong Dong crossed his arms, wondering how the camp's development was going, feeling a little anticipation. He told Bao Bao to rest at the co-op camp later, and Bao Bao agreed. When they arrived, they were shocked to see Sapo diligently sweeping, surrounded by a desolate wasteland. Dong Dong called out, "War God Sapo, where are Banban and the others?" Sapo was overjoyed to see him. "Boss, you're finally back." Sapo immediately ran and hugged Dong Dong's leg, saying he'd waited so long. Dong Dong was confused, wondering why he was being called boss and what was going on. Sapo recounts that after the boss beat him up that day, he realized that creating such a magical skeleton camp, a place for so many intelligent skeletons, was no easy feat. Sapo recalls the boss telling him, "Just go, I've taught you a lesson and we've been fighting for days." Sapo said, "Wait a minute." The skeleton frowned. "What is it? You're not convinced?" Sapo replied, "A long time ago, the Bone Lords were all players from the AZ world, unless they were high-intelligence NPCs. This time, your Night Goblin uprising made me realize something." The skeleton crossed its arms and said to Sapo, "To be punished by the night ghouls, there's only one way to overcome them." Sapo scoffed, "And that's to join them? You have an inside man among the players too?" Sapo's eyes gleam as he kneels, clasping his hands together in earnest, saying, "Elder Banban, you must be the key to this main quest. Please, allow me to be the final piece of your camp." Back in the present, Sapo proudly declares, "And just like that, I joined the camp. Banban is my leader." Sapo happily smiled at Nguyen Dong Dong, saying that makes you the boss of the boss, so we should call you Boss of Bosses. Nguyen Dong Dong twitched, saying to get to the point, "Where are Banban and the others now, and why did the camp turn out like this?" Sapo's expression darkened. "If those things hadn't happened?" He paused, then continued, "This place wouldn't have become like this," as he recalled the camp engulfed in flames. Sapo continued, explaining that this happened sometime after the big boss left. In Sapo's memory, a brown-haired youth stood in a forest facing a horde of pig spirits, saying, "With my protection." After a pause, the brown-haired Junjun said, "Finally done with this round. We can go to the high-level monsters now." Suddenly, he burst into tears, raising his fist and saying, "I never want to see another bone monster again after fighting level 30 mountain pig spirits." "We're leaving Ungnup City for another town," says the blue-haired man sympathetically. Just then, a voice calls out, "Excuse me," and they both turn to ask, "What?" A legion of white skeletons, led by a skull wielding a sword, points the blade forward and commands, "Charge!" The legion obeys, surging past the two men. Quickly, under the White Bone Legion's relentless assault, the boar spirits were reduced to a 7-course meal. The brown-haired man collapsed to the ground, clutching his head in anguish, lamenting, "Why are there bone monsters everywhere we go?" Then he stood up, patted the blue-haired man's shoulder, and called out, "Brother Mingyu?" The brown-haired man's expression darkened. "Let's gather materials to change our bodies." Hearing this, Mingyu broke out in a cold sweat, his lips twitching uncontrollably. "Brother Qingfeng, you're mistaken." Ching Feng's eyes widened, his expression somewhat frightening. We're constantly being suppressed by these bone demons, and I finally understood one truth. Only by becoming a skeleton can you surpass skeletons. Tan Feng was determined, so he left, now to find the materials to change his form. Seeing this, Sapo frowned, thinking the man was crazy, and paid little attention to Tan Feng's words, turning back to the bone monsters carrying the roasted boars. He thought to himself, with no new players to kill, they'd have to hunt high-level monsters. Love pigs are level 30, bone monsters are level 40, but high-level monsters are naturally at least rank 1 or 2, and basically level 60 is the limit. Skeletons can only reach level 60, Sapo continued, explaining that the gap is too large after the change. Once normal level 1 players reach level 50, they'll be familiar enough with basic skills to easily defeat level 60 skeletons like us. Soa said that after rank 2, it's even more exaggerated. Even the advantage of numbers is starting to have no effect, and the level in A is too low now. It's a pity that the function can only be added after rank 3, so I have no way to take Boss Bioban and the others to the main city for conversion. So we wanted to find beast tamers like you, Miss Biobao, but they weren't easily fooled and didn't need our skeleton crew. Biobao frowned. Say another word, and I'll recruit more people. Sapo continues. So we researched transformation methods while improving our defenses, during which 2 strange things happened. Sapo recalls the first. The vampire camp was raided by a large number of beast trainers, who captured almost everyone. Later, we learned it was because the big boss was too popular during the preliminaries. He recalls a female player who caught a fallen one, laughing as she commanded it to turn her into a handsome dragon Maka prince. He explains that many female fallen players want to see if they can catch one and turn it into a dragon mecha. Dong Dong scratched his cheek as if he'd given them the wrong direction. He then asked, what about the second thing? Sapo explained that the skeleton troop in the camp used to be stable at 203. But during a high-level monster hunt, 19 skeletons were killed and couldn't be resurrected. Then a new skeleton kid appeared in the camp, utilizing a total of 4 skeletons in the camp with thinking abilities, even though this little skeleton was only level 1. Unlike the simple skeletons who just wander aimlessly, Sapo frowned and told Wei Dongdong, Boss, this kid has been following us for days, always watching us from afar. Should we go catch him? Remembering how his bone monster struggled to catch the little skeleton, Wei Dongdong sighed. Forget it, even the fastest one couldn't catch him after several tries. Wei Dongdong then told Sapo, go get the fire-roasted food that I got in town. Sapo responded, yes. In Wei Dongdong's dish, a chicken leg blazed in blue flames. Wei Dongdong placed the plate with the chicken leg on the grass, wondering if this would lure him out. After setting down the plate, he hid in a nearby bush, quietly observing. As he expected, the little mist creature soon appeared, peeking longingly at the chicken leg from behind a tree. Seeing no one around, it left its hiding place and approached the drumstick. The little mist spirit opened its mouth and instantly devoured the chicken leg, and Wei Dongdong saw his chance, emerging from the bushes. Startled by Wei Dongdong, the little skeleton quickly fled, causing him to sigh, realizing there was no way to get close. Just then, the little bush spirit reappeared before him. To Wei Dongdong's delight, the little bush spirit offered him a beautiful flower, saying, I'll give you flowers. You give me lots of yummy food, okay? Sapo reminisces about the peaceful days at the Silipo camp. One morning, inside a room, all the skeletons and Sapo are watching a screen, which shows Wei Dongdong transforming in the void cocoon. Sapo excitedly shouts, Awesome! Our leader is so cool! A monster stands up, rudely pushing Sapo aside. Move, you're blocking the screen! Little Dew is perched on a monster's head, saying, Mouthball, look, that's our boss. Mouthball points to the screen. He taught us how to ambush players and to read. You can meet him after this competition. Hearing the words, Big Boss, Xiaobu Shuang's eyes sparkled as he shouted, Big Boss! Mochu corrected him. No, it's Lauda. Say it with me again. Sapo watched this scene, thinking, Are they learning? Just then, a skeleton patted Sapo on the shoulder. It was Cho Chow, saying, Hey, Sapo, tell me more about the player's world. And so, Sapo's life in the camp continued peacefully as he leveled up to the final stage, and he and the skeletons began building stables with the demons. In the camp, Zhao Xiao always pulled Sapo aside to tell them stories about Sapo's world and Miss Bao Bao. Then, something happened. Inside a room, 4 players gathered, and the one who looked like an orange squirrel was leading the discussion. Gentlemen, this information is correct. That devilish vampire was originally from the Ministry of Frost, but was transformed into a vampire during the Great Transfer. I recognized his master. The reason I invited you all here is to check out the Ministry of Frost Camp, as I've heard strange things have been happening there recently. Then, a one-eyed rat-like creature spoke up, saying that the demons had suddenly gained intelligence, and the information provided by Lap Mahuin confirmed that the Boswang camp was strange. Hearing the rat's words, a woman with wine-red hair pondered, recalling how they had previously spread the news, causing players to hunt down the dragon demons. Right now, only those of us here know the dragon demon's background, so let's keep it a secret. We're also planning to raid the camp at the same time. You're all top-tier players, so taking down a small camp should be easy. The competition isn't over yet. Even if that vampire wins, we can use these Mist Clan members to threaten him. What would these monsters care about if they really are intelligent? With that, all four of them grinned wickedly and said in unison, "Well then, let's get started." At the entrance to the Silapeo camp, Sapo stood opposite the four. Sapo pointed towards the camp and said, "That's the Silapeo monster camp under construction. It's very dangerous, so don't get too close." The red-haired woman crossed her arms, frowned, and said to the squirrel, "Did you get any information? Why do other players know about this camp?" The squirrel man narrowed his eyes, glancing at the woman. "Hold on, this level 60 player must know this information himself." He then turned to Sapo with a friendly smile. "Hello. Our squad has a mission here. We're just trying to get a feel for the camp ahead. We heard the monsters here are around level 60. Your guild's here to clear it out, right?" Sapo replies, No, I'm not in a guild yet, but I'm sure I will be in the future." He looked at the squirrel man. "The monsters in the camp ahead are really high level and incredibly cunning, so you'd better not go any further." The red-haired woman smiled faintly. "We understand the situation." She suddenly gets close to Sapo, saying that he's an exception. But before Sapo can understand, the squirrel person suddenly rushes in from behind. The sudden attack caught Sapo off guard, and he panicked as the squirrel's tail coiled around him like a vice. The squirrel man grinned. "Don't kill him yet. It'll attract attention. Let's take him with us." Sapo struggled, sweating as he thought of the Bone Demon Legion. These men were heading straight into their boss's trap. He observed the four, their levels concealed, but whether transformation or level, they far surpassed his own. The squirrel and his three companions carried Sapo toward the Silapu camp, and as they approached, Sapo desperately cried out, warning the bone monsters to flee. A bone monster spotted Sapo and the squirrel's group, thinking, "How could these people capture war god Sapo?" Then, startled, it realized, "This is bad." Immediately, the bone monster shouted towards the camp to flee, warning of danger, and an invisible defensive wall instantly appeared, surrounding the entire camp. Seeing this, the red-haired woman simply smirked. "A little late now." She held a red orb in her hand and smiled. "Little boneheads, Big Sister is here." The wolf, Nai Cow, was panting heavily, grumbling that these mutated bone spirits were proving to be incredibly tough. Ban asked them what they were doing here, offering them equipment or money. The red-haired woman smiled, saying that this mutated bone spirit was indeed intelligent and asked it to come and be her pet, promising not to punish it. The hairy brute beside him interjected, "Enough talk. Let's just capture them all first." He turned to the wolf and said, "Hey, Ningao, what's taking you so long with this amateur skeleton?" He was annoyed, saying, "Stop yapping. This thing almost broke through my defenses, which are on par with a named grave soil." He internally raged. "This is so embarrassing. I need to use my power against this skeleton." Ban sweats, sensing this foe is different and certain death is near. Suddenly, a light strikes Nikao's face. "What is this?" "It's so fast it broke through my defense." A tiny black skeleton leaps forward, then turns back, asking, "Are they all bad people?" Ban quickly nodded, urging them to be careful, as everyone stared in wide-eyed shock at the tiny black skeleton. If that person happily shouts, "Little bone dragon," then compared to normal pets, it has a unique attribute. The dragon pets in the Western Guild are also like this. The leader grinned slyly, saying, "We can forget about all the other skeletons. Capturing it will make us rich." An unexpected turn of events forces him to order Hatu and Nikao to attack, as the tiny black skeleton leaps into action with lightning speed. Nishu sensed the movement and turned his head, shouting, "Over here!" He raised his hand to block the incredibly powerful attack headed straight for him. He cursed inwardly, realizing it hadn't been diverted yet. Irku frowned, noting its immense power and speed. The strange bone sent him flying, scattering earth and debris as the child, face contorted with rage, declared, "You're all bad people." Hatsu immediately dodges, attempting to create a barrier, throwing out a purple sphere to trap the small black skeleton inside. In the end, the child shattered the orb and escaped. Hatu couldn't believe his eyes, trembling as he wondered if even his barrier formation could not contain it. The leader paused, sensing something was amiss, realizing it was happening right in their stronghold. He shouts to finish it quickly, that he's just stalling for time, and the skeletons on the ground are dwindling. Bonbon yells out that he's been discovered, and Moikao should come with him. Hiding in the tunnel, Bonbon leans out to encourage him. "You're the player. Deal with it yourself, Xiaosa." Mukyu pats him on the head. The kid mimics his best friend, sticking out his tongue. Then they both dive down and seal the hatch. The group peered into the hole, and the redhead said, "Covering the ground? Are they evolving? They even know how to make underground tunnels." The leader replied, "What do we do now? We couldn't even catch a small skeleton. How embarrassing." He turned to Sapo and asked how a person could join in 3 days, and where they had run off to. He puffed out his cheeks. "I won't tell you. What can you do to me? Hit me again, you idiots." Well, so they really did make a move. Today, they're determined to beat him half to death, hitting and cursing him relentlessly, completely losing control. Sapo continued, saying he was beaten by the skeletons and then by the players. It was truly awful. Banban replied that he saw them leave and informed him, so he ran out. Sapo raised his index finger, saying he was fine, that he hadn't said a word, and that he was a man of his word. Banban put a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Sorry, we can't stay here anymore. Weren't all the dragon moths captured before? Let's go. Let's go somewhere else to build a new camp." Sapo smiles, summarizing that this is how it all began. He continues, explaining that they moved to the next village, but left him behind to attract passers-by in case their leader returned and couldn't find them. Yu Dongdong frowned, saying, "Couldn't you have just told them they moved next door? Did you really need to tell such a long story?" Sapo whined, clutching his head. "Ah, boss, I was wrong. Please don't hit me again." Suddenly, Yu Dongdong gently touched his shoulder and said, "However, thank you. From now on, you're officially part of our gang." Sleepy. Bao Bao yawns. "I'm logging off. I'm too tired. Good night." Yu Dongdong turns to her. "Okay, I'll go find them. Call me when you're back on." Before he could say another word, Bao Bao was fast asleep, her head lolling to the side. And so Sapo accompanied Yu Dongdong back. He excitedly raised his hand and called out, "Big Bro Ban, I've brought Big Bro back." A group of frost soldiers happily turned around and cheered. "Big Bro, you're back?" With a stern look, Yu Dongdong said, "I've heard about what happened. Have you recorded all the information on the previous players? Now that I'm back, I'm going to settle the score." A skeleton soldier held up a ledger and replied, "Of course. We were originally going to save some money and hire a few assassins in the game, but now that you're back, we can discuss it further." He immediately praised, as expected of someone I led. He crossed his arms and looked down. "Where's that little newbie? Let me take a look." Yu Dongdong held a black skeleton in his arms, clearly the shape of a child, and clicked his tongue. Indeed, a mutated baby. Only 2 on the entire continent, including our camp, that makes 3. The little skeleton called out, "Boss," but it was still slurred. The skeleton soldier replied, "No, it's doing it on purpose. It thinks boss sounds better." Yu Dongdong gestures, guiding them. "Next, we'll help you transform, and not only that, we must reach the top 6 within 4 months." The soldiers, big and small, and even the little dark child, listen intently. I haven't talked about the system with you all yet, but transformation in Azure is a combination of 3 things: skills, race, and profession. Each transformation allows you to choose a new skill, race, and profession. For example, Bao Bao chose the Beast Trainer's training talent, and in the first round she continued to choose training talents, so she can carry 2 pets. Yewu and Guling will focus on weapons and physical strength, while professions will be influenced by different abilities and combat styles, some leaning towards combat, others towards life. Generally speaking, choosing a profession is always diligent, and each new profession added is similar to the previously chosen one. New professions are introduced after rank 3, but after that, the materials needed for advancement will vary greatly depending on individual choices. Moreover, many quests require solo completion, along with skill level and combination requirements. Rank 3 doesn't hinder a player's skills, so reaching higher ranks is rare. Most players stop here because combat isn't everything in AG. You can run a business, cook, and explore different themed cities. Dongdong continues to ramble on, mentioning strange themed cities like the Script Town in the east. Basically, every day, different ACSC cases are generated through algorithms for players to solve. Players can enter towns, play different roles, solve various cases, and experience realistic murder mysteries, drawing thriller enthusiasts in. Some even work with players to deduce real-life cases in the city. Not only that, but you can also enjoy the most exciting rides in the game, like the world's tallest, most realistic roller coaster, or other fun entertainment. By mastering different elements, cultivating new plants, or raising a pet here and growing together, you can clearly feel its fur and its warmth. Some players can't even tell what's real and what's an illusion from the start. And most miraculously, players can feel the power of the elements flowing through their bodies after joining the game. But since it's a government collaboration, there are many unpredictable mysteries. Dongdong concludes that we must have a huge connection to the main quest. Everyone must go all out to catch up and strive to compete with the top guilds when the main quest begins in 4 months, he replied somberly. Then I'm not sure if we have a friend. She does. Yushu and CC arrived at the door and she waved, calling out, "Skeleton, as promised, I'm here." Outside, the sun blazed and the gates were long closed as everyone gathered inside the house to sit and talk. Shishi, with her hand supporting her chin, smiled brightly, while Banban looked at her with concern, the little squid on her head staring with eyes like a pure, white light. Dongdong turned to ask, startling Cixi, "You're already at the highest rank of Danba so quickly?" Cixi replied with a smile. "That's right, I hid my level before just to participate in the competition." Immediately after the competition, my subordinates sent me the experience points and conversion materials. They treated her attentively, bringing things and saying, "Miss, this is all the conversion data used by professional analysts, and these are the experience results." Dongdong's subordinate said, "Although the experience doesn't have much effect, only leveling up 1 level, it's also 500 gold for level 1, usually eaten when quickly reaching a level. Are you eating a fruit?" Shishi, still smiling, gestured to the pile of fruit on the table. "Isn't this food? I have so much more good stuff." She held a plump fruit in front of Ink. "Here, have some." Watching him devour it so eagerly, she quickly reminded him, "Eat slowly, there's plenty more." Shishi stroked his chin and promised, "As long as you follow me, you can have as much of this as you want." Hearing this, the little skeleton froze, dropping the fruit in its hand. Baobao said that in AG's little class, blood oaths are monitored by the AG system as a third party. Violating the oath results in punishment by the AG system, making it the highest level of oath in AG. Shishi winked, acting cute, and said, "Don't worry, I'll definitely comply. The things you can't buy are the best." She then offered the fruit to the little mist, saying, "Here, little spore, this is free. Just eat it," as she tugged on Dongdong's sleeve. Then Cixi looked up and asked the others what they planned to do with the skeletons. Should she protect them by smelling them or lead them to be converted? Dongdong replied that converting them one at a time would waste too many trainers, and asked if Yushu had brought that thing. Yuthu opened the rough paper, pointing and saying, "This is the relationship to find the conversion formation, found in the city's conversion club. However, because the types of conversion formations are too complex, I can only grasp a few low-level conversions." Dongdong pondered, realizing they needed another way, and quickly they had to get word to the academy. Then an idea struck him. He wondered if it was even possible. The three put their heads together, and Dongdong looked at the paper, saying they might be able to do it. Yushu interrupted, saying she would try as her specialty might help, but there was no way to communicate with Yuan Kui. With a grin, Shishi raised her hand. "How interesting. I want to go see." The two immediately headed out the door, and as their figures disappeared, Banban asked Dongdong, "Boss, what did you say to them?" An Lien replied, "Oh, I just sold them out." Banban was stunned, his words like a bolt from the blue. "What?" Dongdong laughed, saying it was just a joke. "I always thought freedom was so high, so we should treat all the people in the city like ordinary people." Having entered the city with such difficulty, he looks at the skeletons outside and says, "Why don't we just convert everyone?" Banban hesitates. "Is that even possible?" Dongdong said seriously, "Let's try it. Yushu knows most people in the city. I admit I have a personal stake in this. Take me for a walk around." And with that, Banban took him all over the district. Before long, Ngutu returned, exclaiming that Dongdong had succeeded. He looked at them in surprise, asking, "Really?" Ngutu then pointed to the young man beside her, introducing him as the staff member who helped them establish the Transformation Club, who initially disagreed, saying that a Transformation Club couldn't be established in the wilderness. Then Cixi offered to invest, and he immediately agreed. Cixi sighed. "Ugh, what do these PCs even do with all that money? It's so pointless." Dongdong happily said, "No matter what," as he took out a scroll, "Congratulations on the official establishment of the Vampire Transformation Club." The young man, seeing this, happily applauded them. Chapter 44, early the next morning. Baobao woke up, stretched, and yawned, then picked up a notice that read, "If you're online, head straight to the Vampire Corps." Soon after, she arrived at the gate, the familiar skull emblem appearing before her, guarded by two goblin-like creatures wielding swords. As she approached, they raised their swords to block her, saying, "Welcome to the new Night Fruit City. Registration is required to enter, and entry is prohibited without an appointment." Cixie's jaw drops. "What happened here while I was asleep?" she asked sweetly. Do you guys know Dong Dong? I'm Han's master." Two goblins were surprised. "City Lord, you're the Bao Bao from before?" The door then opened. "Sorry, please come inside." They also gave her a badge, saying that outside players had to wear it, while inside, skeletons were busy building walls with bricks and stones. Inside the house, elven artisans worked tirelessly, their skills extraordinary. Bao Bao was amazed by the new scenery, surprised at how quickly the camp had developed. She curiously looked around when something caught her eye, making her eyes light up. A stone statue of a squirrel fleeing in terror with an inscription at its base. "Those who disobey the rules will end up like this." Bao Bao hesitated, remembering something. Isn't this the guy who tried to trick me before? She headed straight for the house, which now looked bigger and more beautiful than before. She walked in and called for Dong Dong, finding him surrounded by a pile of documents, as two skeletons carrying more documents reported that there were more and more goods in the city. Dong Dong replied that some of the skeletons' documents were useless and could be sold to other demons, so they would build more shops to sell them. Bao Bao then asked if the boss had heard back from the intelligent demons she'd contacted about joining them now that they had a safe haven. Suddenly, Dong Dong spotted Bao Bao peeking from behind the curtain and called out, "Bao Bao, you're here." Bao Bao stepped inside, curiously looking around, and asked, "How did this place develop so quickly?" Dong Dong, overjoyed, said, "Oh, I've been so busy these past few days. Luckily, I used to do city planning. It's a long story. I'll explain it to you later." Bao Bao pointed and asked, "Right, what's going on in that square?" Dong Dong, resting her chin on her hand, says that a particularly interesting thing happened. After the hunting failed, they focused their attention on Miss Bao Bao, and she became a true relative of Bao Bao. Bao Bao has a rare skeleton, and if you offer a reasonable price, I guarantee this information won't disappoint you," Cixie sneered. "That business was originally mine, and after the game ended, Dong Dong gave me the information." The weasel was stunned, and seeing his expression, Cixie continued, "In business, honesty is the foundation, and you are a thief, stabbing me in the back. Even though it's a game, it really makes people feel disgusted." Immediately, her two tall bodyguards appeared, each grabbing the squirrel man. Cixie continued, saying her clan obviously had ways of dealing with such disgusting people. He realized he'd been caught and thought, this is bad. Sweating and stammering, he apologized. "Miss Cixie, I'm sorry." He plotted his escape, knowing he had to act fast, but entering combat mode meant sinking the pain. Cixie helped lie down, stood up, pointed, and ordered that someone keep an eye on him. The two tall men in sunglasses obeyed immediately, and Cixie thought to herself, "Using my things to threaten me? He better not need that account anymore." Cixie strode out without a backward glance, leaving two skeletons facing off on the green lawn as the wind swept through the grass. Suddenly, he turns into a blue, watery form, stomps on the grass to gain momentum, and leaps high into the air, leaving the other skeleton dumbfounded. An arm reaches out from behind it, ready to grab it, but the skeleton quickly senses danger and glances back. Instantly, it reached out and struck the other skeleton, preventing its attack. Small but mighty, the little skeleton's punch sends the ogre's limbs flying and its head rolling. Not stopping there, it raises its fist again and lunges toward the ogre. But the punch isn't for the ogre. It slams into the ground, instantly creating a deep pit. It throws the bobbin directly inside, burying it with earth and stone. But as a skeleton, it feels no pain, and the bobbin's spirit rushes from behind, ready to turn the tables. The skeletal Ban below burst forth from the earth. On one side is skeletal Ban, on the other its spirit, while the little skeleton stands firm, unfazed by their conflict. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, stopping them as the little skeleton blocked the arms of both the gorilla skeleton and its spirit. Dong Dong and Bao Bao approached, and he said with his arms crossed, "After rank 2, you guys chose different development methods to master your skills, which is good." He explained that the evolution of races in Azure means that each transformation can add or change something. In general, it's the evolution between similar races. For example, skeletons can grow flesh and blood to become living assassins, humans can become zombies, and snakes can evolve into dragons. As for Baobin's race, it hasn't changed. The first stage was to increase defense, and the second was to create branches to use as weapons, able to separate bones at will and control them. Cao Cao chose to transform into a living corpse, to turn his body into a spirit, increasing his speed. He points out that after becoming a spirit and entering the ground, staying so close to the surface makes it easy for Banban to find you. Then, turning to Banban, he adds that after you pinpoint Zhao Zhao's location and Zhao Zhao separates, you choose to combine before attacking the ground. If you directly control the bones to drill into the ground and use them as weapons, Zhao Zhao won't have time to react and will be killed. Now let's continue practicing. Only by becoming stronger can you avoid being bullied. He took out his whip and said, "Don't be dazed, Moi Cao. You're fighting me next." Moi Cao sprayed hairspray nervously. "I'm afraid this is going to be a disaster." Back at the camp, a blonde elf runs in to report, "Hello, boss. The city's construction is basically complete." Dong Dong nods. "Thanks for your hard work. There aren't many awakened elves here, so I'm counting on you to oversee the city's construction and urban planning." The elf hesitated, saying they were facing a serious bottleneck due to the unique nature of their winged demon race. While they'd solved the formation conversion issue, they needed certain documents to enter the city and negotiate with other NPCs to complete it. Even talking to monster NPCs isn't as easy as talking to Sister UQ. They're basically just waiting to be beaten. Dong Dong sighed, lamenting the vast difference between monsters and players and that he needed to prepare his report for the academy. There, I can transform more easily and gain a better understanding of the game's NPC characteristics. Speaking of which, he turned to look at Banban, saying that if they could reach rank 30, CC's guild would provide a lot of resources. She'll also provide temporary protection. You can trust her. Furthermore, Tio Moi Cao will be reporting to the academy with us. Tio Moi Cao's growth is higher than ours, and the academy offers many opportunities for development. Banban nodded, telling him to head to the academy without worry, as she would take care of the camp. Dong Dong glanced back, thinking she was happy because she wouldn't have to train every day. Little Mokyu's eyes welled up as Banban said, "When the boss and I make a name for ourselves in return, I'll help you beat up any players who cause trouble in our camp." Banban nodded. "It's okay. Following the boss is no problem. Remember not to eat anything weird, don't trust strangers, and listen to the boss." The three set off, and Bao Bao happily said, "It's only been a month and we're already off to the academy, but I still prefer the slow pace here. When we first entered the city, we entered Ngheep City like this, and I even bought a milk tea then. It was the first time I had milk tea in the game." With that, the three stopped in front of a shop, Bao Bao's eyes lighting up at the sign. Dong Dong scratched his chin. "I reserved a milk tea shop in the city, called Bao Bao's Milk Tea Shop, though it's not finished yet. Some of the ingredients for milk tea are in the city, but trading is difficult. Next time we return, we should be able to drink our own milk tea." Bao Bao's cheeks flushed red as she softly said, "Thank you. Xiao Mukyu needs to grow bigger, and then I'll drink milk tea too." Dong Dong shook his head. Mukyu's pouch is full of snacks, and she still wants milk tea. Bao Bao happily replied, "It's okay. Our Mukyu needs to grow up. Eat and drink up so you can grow big and strong." Dong Dong sighs, "You and Bao Bao have spoiled me. I need to train more to grow faster, but I want milk tea." And with that, the three laugh and continue on their way. Chapter 46. As they arrive, a fairy appears, introducing herself. "Hello, welcome to the Immortal Academy. I'm your exclusive guide, Bohi. Next, I'll introduce you to the Academy and how to use its facilities. Let's head to the Academy's lecture hall first." Zixi, noticing Dong Dong's odd behavior, couldn't help but ask, "He's back to being Macadong again." Han turned back with a dry laugh, replying, "Now that I'm in the Academy, I plan to separate these two forms. I'll appear as Macadong more often here. I want everyone to know I'm a high-level life form. High-level life forms like zombies, monsters, and demons easily attract attention, so when they're not looking, he can change into his skeletal form to get things done more discreetly." Apollo, annoyed by Han's rambling, reminds Zixi, "Miss, this skeleton is very wicked. You mustn't let him corrupt you." At this time, Baka began to introduce the academy, which consists of 7 floating islands, the central area of which is our teaching and training area. The other islands are divided into a dormitory island for living and an in-depth training island for the 5 basic professions. Next, she leads everyone to a board listing the Academy's missions, including rescuing Liqing's wife from prostitution, eliminating the heinous criminal Tran Pham, finding a professional mourner for Niali's late father-in-law, recruiting members for Tukuyet's Exploding Heavens gang, finding a partner for Man Hung's recently deceased sister, criticizing the arrogant Duong Kai, and teaching Saitama a lesson for killing too many monsters and preventing others from leveling up. After everyone reads the board, Baha explains that the Academy's mission rewards are incredibly generous, far exceeding those of ordinary missions, which is why the entrance exam is much more difficult than those of other academies. Two paused in thought. In A Hour, every 20 levels brings a job change, and after R rank 1, players can choose different academies. As instructed, after reaching R rank 2 and R rank 3, they can choose different professions, but depending on the location, the strength of the academies also varies. Entering different academies requires passing an exam, and players with poor grades can only enter other academies. But in A Hour, smaller academies also have the chance to meet hidden masters, giving ordinary players a chance to counterattack, though most are still divided based on academy level, and our Divine Academy is one of the 3 largest academies in the entire A Hour world, with a top-notch faculty and academy resources. Of A Earth's top 10 fighters, our school holds 2 spots, and beyond combat we boast many other majors, each led by A Earth's top instructors. Bakha gestured towards the stone, explaining that they had training grounds for specialized majors, allowing students to quickly level up and improve their skills, preventing monster respawns and saving quest completion time. Dong Dong was surprised, exclaiming that even though he knew the divine students trained quickly, he didn't expect such complete facilities. He thought to himself that he originally had to chase a monster multiple times to level up, and it took him months to advance. Apollo Guy remained unsurprised, saying his guild had training grounds like this as well. Dong Dong scoffed, saying that's easy for those with money. Mint continued, saying the last thing to do in the teaching area is to re-examine everyone's condition. The stone tablet will check everyone's level, reaction speed, and brainwave synchronization. Due to frequency differences, players will adapt to their bodies and combat rhythm when joining A Hour. A normal player's reaction level is generally between B and C, and a brainwave synchronization rate of around 85% is considered very good. Of course, you're all top students, so your reaction levels and brainwave synchronization are generally excellent. CC raises his hand to test first, and the system announces, reaction level, pending brainwave synchronization check, 79%. Converted to RANK3 level 100, name TT, similar to a test subject or a player running a business. Suddenly, Bakha said, next, we will conduct a reaction test. Bakha then introduced her to the testing machine, explaining that it would launch small balls at her within a set time. The player had to dodge the balls as much as possible, with the speed and difficulty increasing over time. The balls shoot out of the machine at lightning speed, hitting CC square in the face before she can react. The system announces, player eliminated, time, 1 second. Black Mint frowned, wondering how her brainwaves and reaction speed could rank so high. CC sheepishly scratched her head, explaining that it might be because she had a Western artifact that cost a fortune. It's okay, my Kinhong is enough, she said, winking. Dong Dong sighed. CC always talks about spending a lot of money, so it must be a lot of money. Next, Palogale steps up for inspection. The system announces a 90% brainwave synchronization level pending review, converting to an Anoka level 100 player named Kin Honghat Fach Dowan Che Ngoi. The screen shifts to a whirlwind as the ball launcher appears before him, rapidly firing balls at breakneck speed with incredible force. Balls fired from the machine, one after another, but he dodged them all. No matter how fast or numerous, none could touch Palogale. He smirks as the system announces an S+ reaction level. Mint applauds, praising him as this year's top student, with a synchronization rate in the top 4 and a reaction level even higher than before. Next up is Dong Dong. Reaction level. Awaiting examination. 100% brainwave synchronization. Anoka transfer level 85. Name. Bat Paying Young. Wild Ghost. Han wonders if brainwave synchronization is at 100%. Dong Dong clutches his aching head, thinking, before I transmigrated, my sync rate was 80%. It seems escaping this game won't be easy. I thought brain sync rates were immutable. And finally, Bao Bao's reaction level. She steps up to the system and reaches in. Reaction level. Awaiting synchronization of 95% brainwaves, converting to Anoka level 60. Name. Wants pink bubbles. Player in operation. Bakha excitedly praised the highest brain synchronization rate has appeared. Because Miss Bao Bao's brainwave synchronization rate is high, and the difference between her level and her vessel is significant, she ranked 9th in this preliminary test. The system announced that the player who wants a pink bubble achieved a 95% brainwave synchronization rate. Bakha wondered what her reaction speed would be. Lost in thought, she didn't notice the ball launcher had started, firing balls rapidly. Bao Bao is stunned when a ball hits her head, and she cries out. Mint is furious, wondering what kind of people are at the top this year. Bao Bao quickly apologized, saying she hadn't exercised much growing up, and Bai He sighed, understanding that as a beast trainer she couldn't expect too much. Next, let's head to the dorms, with their turquoise fountains and palatial buildings. The system announces that this is where everyone rests each day, and it will explain how to use the rooms assigned to each of them. Bao Bao is in dorm room 621, and Cici is in dorm room 622. Bahe says that familiars aren't allowed in the dorms. They must either be kept in the familiar space or housed in the familiar dorms. Bao Bao is upset, wondering why such a rule exists, and says she won't stay here. Wei Dongdong laughs, saying it's okay, there's something to be gained from the experience. Bao Bao, take a look around the dorm. I'll wait for you in the familiar area. Cici added that these rules are unacceptable, and Little Cup must put up with the familiar area for now. Then, they'll see if they can invest in the academy and change the rules a bit. Bakha explains that this is her cloning ability, and she'll split up to lead everyone to their rooms, asking them to follow her. One clone leads CCD away, while the other Bakha takes Bao Bao to another room. Bao Bao looked around, asking why the room was so empty. Mint replied that it could transform according to her imagination. This is also one of the benefits of passing the exam. I have to go to sleep now. Just give a voice command when you want to sleep. Food can be summoned at your command, available 24/7, but you can't take it outside the room. The scenery outside is also yours to control. Gaze at the Milky Way, watch movies on a giant screen, or bask in a summer sky while reading. This space can transform up to 10 by 10 meters, letting you enjoy your own private pool with water temperature to your liking. Or transform into the most luxurious massage chair. Bao Bao reclines, utterly relaxed, inviting you to unwind. All other information can be found in the book. Enjoy dorm life for now. I'll take care of you, so call me whenever you need. Bao Bao is excited about a fridge that can produce any food we want. Arriving at the pet dormitory, Little Skeleton asks, "When will Bao Bao and Cici come to pick us up?" The little monster replies that he doesn't know. "Huyen, the flying tiger, could you please stop licking? Your breath is a little strong." Bao Bao wakes up in a panic, realizing she's overslept. She rushes out, explaining that she was watching a movie and taking a bath yesterday and accidentally fell asleep. Waking up, she finds the game disconnected. Bao Bao pushes open Dongdong's dwelling, saying, "Sorry, I'm here to pick you up." But to her surprise, there were only a few small monsters inside. Gasping, she realized Dongdong wasn't there. Mint frantically says, "Bao Bao, you're finally online. Your pet caused a huge problem yesterday. This is a video of the pet dormitory from yesterday." The little monsters are crammed together, complaining about the tight squeeze. She can't communicate with the pets, and all the large pets are locked up here. Nemneem speaks up, saying, "Hey, you can get out of here." She's quite cute, saying softly, "Hello, are you a new pet?" Dongdong asks if pets can communicate here. Hiem continued, "Hello, I'm Rabbit Beast Niem. My master calls me Hiem. Level 100, rank 4, and I've been here for 10 years. Dongdong was surprised and asked, 10 years? He then realized that time in the game was 4 times faster than in the real world, meaning he hadn't played the game for 2 years. Sadly, Neem says that her master hasn't logged in for 10 years, so something must have happened. Dongdong asks, "Have you been here all this time, for the past 10 years? Nian replies, "Yes. My master told me before she left to stay here and wait for her return. Nian has been very good. Although I'm often bored, just thinking about the day I'll see my master again keeps me going." Dongdong then asked if she'd never considered leaving, to which Nem replied sadly that she had to wait for her master. She couldn't leave. Dongdong said coldly that she might never return. Nian was devastated, trembling, and on the verge of tears. Her voice trembling, she denies it, saying it can't be. She accuses him of lying, saying she's waited here for 10 years. Dongdong realizes she's messed up, provoking her rage. Moikao quickly opened the door. Moikao responds, "Yes, master." Moikao flies straight through the wall, quickly reaching the door and coolly opening it with one hand. Unlike the other beasts, the ones inside remained silent. Dongdong shouted, "What are you waiting for? Run!" Hearing this, the pets scattered and ran outside, the ground shaking under their weight, kicking up dust. This is the first time in the history of the Divine Immortal Academy that someone has let their pets open the door and release all the pets. So now they have to mobilize all the teachers to catch them. Bao Bao worriedly asks about Dongdong and the mission. Bahi replies that Dongdong disappeared after leaving, as there are only surveillance cameras around the dorm. After they're out, they'll be impossible to find. Contact your pet first. I have to help the teachers catch the other pets, then report to the vice principal's office. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Bao Bao. A message from her pet, Dongdong, was online. "I'm at Swan Lake on the main campus. Come quickly." Bao rushes to the park, where Dongdong hides behind a tree, calling out to her. Worried, Bao Bao asks if he released all the pets, but Dongdong assures her that he can just turn into a skeleton outside. Aside from the teachers, everyone outside believes a skeleton deliberately released the pets. He points, saying, Look over there. A pet, after waiting 10 years for this moment, is finally happy in its master's arms. Meanwhile, in the vice principal's office, Dong Dong and his group were gathered, worry etched on their faces, as an angry voice boomed, "You've done it now." The principal slams his fist on the table, interrogating those before him. "You've only just enrolled and already caused such a mess." Hearing this, Dong Dong smiles fearlessly, his tone mocking. Let me make up a story for you." Fearing Dong Dong would be blamed, Nian Nian quickly interrupted to protect him. Dong Dong is a good person. He helped Nian Nian reunite with her master. The headmaster, increasingly angry, threatened Nian Nian, telling her to be quiet as he hadn't even asked who was responsible yet. He picked up the stack of documents and scanned them, raised his eyebrows, and stated the current situation. A total of 163 pets had been retrieved from the dormitories. 3 pets are still on the loose, all belonging to players who have logged out and haven't been at the academy for a long time, so they've been taken to Lie Island. Furthermore, the pets damaged buildings and clashed with teachers during the capture, with many combat instructors being attacked. Hearing this, Xixi raised her hand with a generous smile, saying she could compensate for everything. The principal, face ashen, slammed his hand on the table, glaring at her and yelling, "Damn it, the academy has its own way of handling things." The maximum compensation allowed at the school is 1,000 gold. Don't always think money is the only solution. He then looked at Dong Dong and Bao Bao beside him and said, "You two never study properly, yet you managed to be at the top of this year's entrance exam. First, let's find the remaining pets, then hand over the pet dormitory to the manager. If another one goes missing, I'll hold someone accountable." At this moment, Back Ha flew to Principal Loy's side and whispered to him, "Principal Loy, isn't this punishment enough?" Before Mint could finish, Dong Dong rubbed his hands together and asked the headmaster, "Handsome and charming, Headmaster Lei, what if the pets run to the dorms or other places I can't enter?" Headmaster Lei pointed at him, quickly understanding his intention. "This troublesome brat, the academy's forbidden area will be temporarily open to you." Hearing this, Dong Dong grinned and asked, "There's a restricted area? Where is it?" Before he could finish, he saw Principal Lei was about to lose it, so he quickly changed the subject. "Oh, there seems to be a pet running away over there. Let's go find it together." With that, Dong Dong and the others quickly ran off, but not before he turned back to say, "We're going to find the pets." The vice principal watched the door close, speechless with frustration. He then returned to his position, looked at the opposite side, and announced, "Headmaster, that kid is really smart. I hinted that he could look for pets in the academy, and he immediately knew he had the right to enter and exit the academy at will." As he announced this, the principal on the computer screen slowly said, He must be the key to this main quest. Give him a boost. He's only rank 2, so help him with future quests." He chose to tell us the clue this time to emphasize his importance. "Don't reveal his skeleton identity. Say the experiment failed. The rank 6 quest is too difficult. I've researched it for so long, and it's too hard for a solo player to overcome. Perhaps..." The principal paused, then fell silent, only to fall asleep. Looking at the computer screen, the vice principal frowned, annoyed. "He's asleep again. And stop repeating things like that. It'll confuse the audience." After leaving the vice principal's office, Dong Dong and the others were now leisurely chatting in the hallway. Hiem Niem looked up, a sad expression on her face, and said, "Dong Dong, I'm sorry for putting you through this. I'll help you find the missing items." Dong Dong waved his hand, unconcerned, and cheerfully reassured her, "It's okay. Besides, every cloud has a silver lining. Now we can go anywhere in the academy." "I've always dreamed of seeing the girls' dorms," he says, his eyes gleaming as he imagines standing before the entrance. Mint, overhearing him, scoffs, "These dorms aren't separated by gender anymore. Go in, see if you can find any spirit weapons, and get out." Ignoring Mint's words, Dong Dong continued, "This is the polymorphic room that Essence said." Before them, the room was neat and tidy, with a pink color scheme characteristic of femininity. Looking at her room, Bao Bao shyly explains that she arranged it like her room back home. The more she talks, the redder her face gets, thinking to herself that this is the first time a boy has been to her house. She screamed internally, "Why am I blushing at a weapon?" Meanwhile, Dong Dong and Nian Nian jumped onto the bed, reveling in the softness of the sheets as he exclaimed how long it had been since he'd been this comfortable. Suddenly he sat up, propped himself up on his hands, and stared at Bao Bao, suggesting, "That's right, Bao Bao. You said there are movies here, right? Let's find one to watch, rest for a bit, and then go out. It's been a while since we've been looking for the weapon." Bao Bao then took out a box, agreeing with him, "Yeah, this one and this one are both great." After searching for a while, Dong Dong looked confused. It seems they're all romance movies, as Bao Bao happily rummaged through the pile. I'll find some comedies. Nian Nian, holding a book, exclaimed, Nian Nian wants to watch this fairy tale. Master used to tell it to Nian Nian. A moment later, Mint, looking angry, stared at the people in front of her and questioned, You've been looking for weapons for half a day. Have you been doing other things? Dong Dong, looking unfazed, scratched his head, trying to cover up, You saw through us. We were playing chess. Mint, looking weary with a furrowed brow, introduced herself. Hello, everyone. I'm your guide, Mint. Next, I'll introduce you to the academy. Manman whispers to the headmaster, noticing the lifeless look on Mint's face. Why does she look so out of it? Manman asked. The headmaster nonchalantly replied, I don't know. Maybe something happened. As they ventured deeper into the academy, Manman cautiously inquired, Why are there pets everywhere we go? Hearing this, Bo turned to Manman with a forced smile. You'll have to ask the top-ranked students what good deeds they've done. Elsewhere, a loud bang on the table and a shout rang out. Vice Principal! So that's Mint, furiously scolding the Vice Principal, asking if Dong Dong is even doing his job. Vice Principal Lei Mu, still staring at his computer screen as if used to this, calmly replies, What did he do this time? What strange thing has he caused today? With a dark expression, Baka recounts, He's rebuilding the pet dorms right now. It's only been a week. Her voice softens slightly as she continues. Dong Dong has found all the owners online, told them to manage their pets well, and to cooperate with managing these pets. Dong Dong sternly lectured the owner of a pet, saying her pet had caused a lot of trouble for the academy, and she must cooperate with their management efforts. Listening to his scolding, the girl opposite him broke out in a cold sweat, nodding and apologizing repeatedly for causing trouble to the academy. Finally regaining some composure, she looked up at him with a puzzled expression, asking how it had managed to escape. Dong Dong, flustered by the question, snapped back, You talk too much. Beihai recounted how, after the dormitory was built, he quickly assigned intelligent pets to the pet dormitory to manage the larger, less intelligent pets. Now the pets have to take daily walks as he requests, operating within a fixed space. The vice principal, upon hearing this, seems pleased, thinking this isn't bad management at all. This lack of restraint has caused a great disturbance, and I cannot condone such a breach of discipline. Baka then approached Vice Principal Lei, who whispered something very secretive to her, leaving her shocked. Was he saying she had to put up with him for another 3 years? Vice Principal Lei smiled, raising a finger to reassure Baka, Not 3 years. Once he completes the Anukaba ceremony at the academy, he'll be released. Baka, please bear with the hardship during this time. At this, Baka's face darkened, then twisted into an eerie smile. In short, let him manage the beasts, gather them, and introduce the academy's facilities. Cut to Hiu Ba after the tour, with Baka giving instructions to Man Man and Hiu Ba. I've finished introducing the academy's facilities. For daily arrangements, you'll need to find a mentor for guidance. Though it's called an academy, there are no regular classes. We'll assign instructors based on your attributes. Instructors will assign tasks to complete courses before ascending to Anakaba and provide combat guidance. Bayaka turned to Hiu Ba and continued. This student chose to add symbiosis with beasts, right? But your symbiosis will erase the beast's instincts, allowing you to completely control its form, which is why you can fully transform between forms. As for the formation instructor, you should go and beg Master Thanko too for more guidance. At the formation experiment facility, inside a room littered with discarded materials, Mon Man and the headmaster observe a white-haired doctor directing someone. Hand me the third component. A girl scurries over with a pile of equipment, muttering, Coming, coming. After receiving the tools, the white-haired scientist solemnly takes a vial of red liquid and pours it into a nearby test tube. As the liquid was poured, a massive explosion echoed through the lab. Through the dissipating smoke, the disheveled doctor, seemingly accustomed to this scene, sighed at the result before him. Ugh, another failure. These are the bodies of players who escaped the game, so why are they so stiff? They won't even dissolve a little with the concentrated explosive. At that moment, Mon Man and Hiu Ba entered, and the doctor looked at them with interest, saying, Well, another investor has arrived. Hiu Ba immediately stood in front of Man Man, fiercely telling the doctor, She's a reporter, and she's been assigned as her guide. Hearing this, the doctor's head steamed as he wondered, You're an animal trainer, so why are you leading around a pet, or is it a pet snake? Then he stepped forward, pried open Hiu Ba's eye with one hand and shined a flashlight into it, analyzing him meticulously. Unfortunately, the transformation isn't proficient yet. The combination between this form and that form isn't seamless. Then he pointed at Man Man and continued, Little one, let me play with this thing for a bit. Try to integrate the characteristics of multiple creatures. It might be a little painful, though. Hearing him, Xiaoba pointed at himself and explained, I'm also a student, and she's a formation master here to report. The doctor looked surprised. Oh, you're a student from elsewhere? That girl who just arrived will take you to see the formation master's books. I've explained the process to you. I'll be studying this petrified material next. After receiving instructions, Guan Yu took them on a tour, introducing the place as they went. This is where the professor collects his research. You can find many rare classics here, as well as many of his personal manuscripts. Yu Shu grabs a book from the shelf and continues. Today, a rare specimen has arrived, a player who hasn't logged in for over 20 years. Usually, after 10 years of inactivity, the White Singers would take them to Isolation Island. But the professor has set up formations around the gods, and only those with godhood permits can enter. He's the #1 formation and mechanical engineer in the Azure world. Even the White Singers can't break his formations, which is why some fossilized players remain on campus. Meanwhile, Man picked up a book and exclaimed, Wow, look at these books! This is the foundational outline of formations. I've discovered that Azure has rules that can be applied to the real world. This formation is very similar to an electronic component I designed in our lab. The prefect, now relieved, said to Nguthu, Then I'll leave my wife in your care. I'm going to find my advisor. A moment later, Xiaoba left the lab, looking at the paper in his hand, and recalled, Speaking of which, I remember our advisor's pet is also a zombie. I haven't investigated her files yet. A top zombie with a legendary pet that has been dormant for hundreds of years, the best among zombies. The zombie king's disciples hid behind a tree, observing something in the distance. A strange blue creature was secretly following a beautiful girl. This blue creature is the rank 5 Netherworld imp, one of the escaped pets. Bao Bao, holding the paper, reminds everyone that their mission is to work together to capture it. Hearing this, Hyuba seemed to remember something. The gods in the academy are basically top geniuses, and he was familiar with this underworld ghost. In main quest number 8, the Hell Trial space on Lai Island was opened, and the owner of this underworld ghost was using it to achieve outstanding feats. Cece looked at him quizzically. Is it very strong? Hyobai thought for a moment and replied, Not really. First, its ability to hide and become indistinct is very difficult to deal with. And another thing is, this little devil is very lecherous. He and his master shamelessly seduced female players in the trial space, becoming a notorious spectacle of that mission, until they encountered Tieba. The Netherworld devil then tried to seduce Sisyok of the Four Sages, who is said to have the strongest spatial control abilities to date. They caught the underworld ghost and its master, and the academy had to bail out the student. But then, Seven Colors made some very harsh remarks, and its master had to leave the game. Who knew this creature was still in the pet dorm? Dong Dong, looking puzzled, says that they just finished RAN K3 under the guidance of their instructor, and yet so many experts in the trial space couldn't catch this underworld demon. Hyuba then smiles brightly, as if struck by an idea, saying that they could exploit its lustful nature. Dong Dong seemed to understand his idea and said, You mean, have someone lure out this underworld devil? Everyone's eyes fell on Tai Lin, who blushed and waved her hands in refusal. I can't do that. If my guild knew I was luring out demons, how could I ever be guild leader? Bao Bao chimed in. That's not really my forte. Icons refused, but then offered an idea. He leaned in and whispered his plan to Dong Dong. Upon hearing this, Dong Dong's face darkened as he pointed at him and shouted, Then why don't you go? Yukba crossed his arms, looking displeased, and explained, I'm a bear, and even though I can turn into a snake, it won't do any good. The headmaster gathered everyone and presented his plan. After hearing it, everyone happily agreed, except for Dong Dong, who reluctantly consented, saying, Let's try it. Before them now stood a beautiful girl with a seductive figure, glancing around with a melancholic sigh. Oh, to be alone in this park. Who could understand my loneliness? Looking at the girl, the gang hiding behind the bushes couldn't help but admire. Indeed, he's very professional. Bao Bao smiled proudly. I did the makeup, and she, not to be outdone, raised her hand and said, I chose the clothes. Breaking the silence, the class president worried if this disguise would really work, revealing the alluring woman to be none other than Dong Dong in disguise. Lost in thought, a voice suddenly rings in his ear. Hello, beautiful lady. It's the underworld ghoul, a rose in his mouth, floating before Dong Dong, trying to get close. May I have the honor? To know the beauty's name and understand it a little more deeply. The other party has arrived, and Dong Dong feigns shyness, speaking with some embarrassment. How annoying, asking someone's name so directly upon arrival. The underworld demon immediately reached out, grabbing Dong Dong's hand with a flattering and suggestive look. Then how about I give you a flower I happen to pick? Is that formation complete yet? I can't take it anymore. The underworld ghost pressed his cheek against her hand, sighing contentedly. Her skin is so soft, and those lips are so alluring. Meanwhile, Xiaoba, witnessing the scene, couldn't help but laugh through his tears as he spoke to Cece, who was casting her spell. Cece, slow down. I want to see how far this demon can go, unlike the worried cries of encouragement from Xiaoba. Cece, hurry. At this rate, Dong Dong will beat that little devil to a pulp. Suddenly, the underworld devil's expression changes, and she reveals Dong Dong's group's plan with a sinister smile. However, you lured me here to set up a magic barrier, didn't you? Dong Dong was shocked, blurting out, What? How did you know? Despite his surprise, he secretly figured, I'm dressed like this. It would be stranger if they didn't notice. The underworld ghost smiled, pointing out the group's flaw. Your plan is flawless, but there's one detail you all overlooked. Hearing this, Cece looked bewildered, wondering if there was something wrong with her clothes, while Bao Bao beside her was equally puzzled, wondering if it was her makeup. After a pause, the Yama demon's face turned angry as he pointed at Dong Dong and shouted, That's because since the day I was born, no woman with your unparalleled beauty would let me caress her hand for so long. Hearing this, Dong Dong was stunned and exclaimed, What the hell? He grabbed the ghost, a sinister smile spreading across his face. So, despite being a lecher, you've never even held a woman's hand. The ghost, suddenly bashful, pleaded, Hey, that was my first time. Can I have another? Hearing this, he seems to have lost all patience and shouts, Good! Seeing that his opponent isn't so easily dealt with, the underworld ghost smiles obsequiously and replies, Okay, before quickly turning to leave. But it's not that easy, as Dong Dong immediately claps his hands together and coldly says, Get lost. His face now a skeletal visage, he stared down his opponent and attacked. With lightning speed, he lunged, but the demon narrowly dodged the blow. He tries to restrain it, but its movements are too fast for him to keep up. His eyes turn cold as he curses inwardly. Damn it, I'm still not fast enough. The underworld demon finally noticed Dong Dong's transformation, exclaiming in confusion, Turned into a skeleton? Is that your true form? Dong Dong turned to him, not denying it, and taunted, That's right. Heartbroken, aren't you? But contrary to his expectations, the underworld demon's eyes lit up as she covered her face, exclaiming, A skeleton beauty! I'm even more in love! Another shock. Huba and Bao Bao stood frozen, muttering helplessly, That's right. Skeletons and demons are both lustful beings. No wonder she has such a heavy taste. Meanwhile, Shishi happily announced to everyone that the setup was complete, as Dong Dong clenched his fist in anger, threatening the demon before him. You won't escape this time. He then ordered everyone, Quick, capture it and take it back to the pet dorm. The demon, seemingly unafraid, taunted Dong Dong with a sneer. Sweetheart, who wants to go back to that hellhole? Sweetheart, watch this. I can shatter the space of hell. What can this barrier do to me? Hearing this, Dong Dong, seemingly having lost all patience, angrily shouts, Who's your sweetheart? Suddenly, the demon moved with incredible speed and confidence, boasting that 90% of barriers were useless against its ethereal form, but unexpectedly collided with something of immense force, causing it to vomit blood. Confused, it wonders, what's going on? Looking at the object before it, it thinks, could it be a main artifact of the West? The created space of the Garden of Eden? Isn't that in the hands of the Western Grand Council? Lost in thought, something suddenly whizzed past the demon's face before it could react. In the blink of an eye, the demon was bound, screaming in agony. After capturing it, Dong Dong stood aside and ordered, Keep an eye on him. Mokyu, holding the rope in one hand, raised the other and shouted, Yes, boss. Looking at the object Cece held, the demon wondered, Is that a Western divine artifact? Using it to capture me is such a waste. Cece scratched his head, looking embarrassed, and said, It's okay. I bought it but never used it, so I'll try it out. The underworld demon looked at Dong Dong and continued to provoke him fearlessly. Actually, if this big sister would just let me hold her hand, I could go back to the dorm myself. To prove he wasn't a girl, Dong Dong angrily tore open his shirt, revealing his bare chest and yelling, See clearly, I'm a man. The demon's eyes widened in shock, his jaw dropping. It's all crashing down. Oh God, a pet I've longed for countless times, and I imagined my first intimate encounter with a girl. After the shock, the demon fainted, becoming completely still. Bao Bao, watching Dong Dong drag the demon, asked worriedly if it was dead. Dong Dong, with a bright smile, replied nonchalantly, "Who cares?" Having captured the underworld demon, Dong Dong and the others continued their search for the next escaped pet. Looking at the mission brief in his hand, Dong Dong hesitantly tells everyone, "There are still 2 more pets, and they seem even harder to deal with than this underworld demon." Suddenly, the underworld demon appears, flying around him, pointing at the paper, refuting his words. Who says so? This nightmare can create illusions, but it can be solved. The real problem is the red howler monkey. It's too strong to be a pet. It can fight the academy headmaster without being defeated, and even if trapped, it's hard to get close. Hearing this, Dong Dong felt helpless and seemed ready to give up, suggesting they wait until they reach Ankh level 5 before trying to subdue them. Suddenly realizing something was wrong, Dong Dong turned back to look at the demon, whose face had turned pale. "Wait, how did you get here?" The demon, hands on hips, smugly boasts, "Oh, ordinary ropes can't bind me." Now let's continue our little discussion. Dong Dong, annoyed, points and demands, "First, you come back to the pet dormitory with us, then we'll talk." Hearing him, the demon glanced at him with displeasure. "I told you, I can't go back there." A flower appeared in its hand, and it turned to Bao Bao and Shi, revealing a lustful look. "However, I have discovered these 2 beautiful ladies. Although not as beautifully adorned as the skeleton from before, Granny Hugh, who was watching the fun, suddenly didn't feel cold, and Dunn also spoke up, 'Has the air temperature around here dropped?' Unable to bear the demon's senseless antics, Bao Bao was enraged, and a layer of blue liquid had formed on her arm. Without a word, she launched a direct attack on the demon, unleashing a flurry of blows, but the demon was quick, dodging her every strike. Surrounded by shards of ice, the demon trembled, realizing this power was far too formidable. After unleashing her attacks, Bao Bao withdrew her hand, the viscous slime falling away. It fell before the demon's bewildered eyes, and the underworld demon was soon swallowed whole by the slime. Witnessing this, Hyukba sizes up Bao Bao, realizing she's been using her symbiotic talent and Slim to grant parts of her body Swi's unique traits. Thinking to himself, Hyoba realizes this level of technical improvement is terrifying. Hearing the voice behind him, the director turned to see the demon and angrily exclaimed that it was too difficult to catch. The underworld demon, hearing this, smiled confidently, stating that only spatial abilities could contain him. "I can assimilate with any material element I touch. I just need to become Smile's element, then use the assimilated elements to move out." Dong Dong suddenly spoke up, an idea forming, "I know how to catch him." The underworld devil, intrigued, waited expectantly. "Oh, how, boss? Did you figure it out?" But Dong Dong didn't reveal his plan. Instead, he whispered something mysterious to the other 3. A moment later, as if nothing had happened, the 4 of them walked away, urged on by Dong Dong. "Let's go, let's go." Seeing everyone leave without a second glance, the frustrated underworld ghost called out, "Hey, why are you just leaving like that?" Meanwhile, Dong Dong and the others entered a room where a beautiful, gentle girl greeted them with a skewer of steaming food, asking about their progress. "Dong Dong's back. Did you catch the underworld ghost?" Dong Dong replied as he entered. "Not yet, but almost." The girl then offered Dong Dong a cake, telling him to eat up, rest, and then go catch the ghost. Seeing the treat, Dong Dong happily took it, exclaiming, "Thank you, Sister Zhang Shen. You're the best." Suddenly, a hand appeared out of nowhere and smacked Dong Dong on the head with a resounding thud. A beautiful girl with blue hair stood before them, and after hitting Dong Dong, she clenched her fist and angrily scolded him. "How many times have I told you? Call her Shimu. You can't even catch a netherworld ghost. Your training is clearly insufficient." Dong Dong, in pain, clutches his swollen head and cries, "Master, could you be a little gentler? Do you know how strong your fists are?" The goddess seemed to have noticed the hell ghost eavesdropping behind the pillar, but instead of exposing it, she turned to Dong Dong and said, "A little ghost has arrived. Probably attracted by you. We don't need to take action." Dong Dong, unfazed, replied that he was used to her temperament and that they just needed to wait for the bait to be taken. Elsewhere, in a lush meadow, Bao Bao and Nian Nian stood motionless, sizing each other up. With a serious expression, Nian Nian wordlessly stared at her opponent, when suddenly, something pink flashed past Bao Bao at an incredible speed. Bao Bao then takes flight, hurtling toward Naim Naim, ready to attack, but Naim Naim, unfazed, swiftly sends a nearby boulder flying, preparing to meet the assault. That hand suddenly becomes enormous, stretching out miraculously towards where Nem Nem is standing. Just as it's about to grab her, she narrowly dodges it. Not giving the opponent time to recover, Bao Bao prepares another attack, and sensing the imminent danger, Nem Nem's eyes glow a fiery red. Its self-respecting power emanated from its eyes, shattering the earth around Bao Bao, and a satisfied voice echoed, "Well done." Standing to the side with his arms crossed, the master praises without reservation, considering Bao Bao a success. As your instructor at the Immortal Academy, I've taught you all the basic skills. In A rank, transformation means combining different skill points. Besides the innate talents, each evolution can unlock new ones. And like attributes, these talents vary in effect depending on the individual's race. For example, I've clicked and converted my talents 3 times in a row. The second attribute becomes condense and collapse. Furthermore, combined with my cultivation method, no one from the Zhuanyuan clan can match my strength and single attacks. If you want to add attributes, you must complete solo quests and consider your profession. I chose the troublesome job as a teacher at the Divine Immortal Academy, mainly because Yaobai doesn't like moving around. Master looked at Bao Bao and continued, "Bao Bao, your brainwave synchronization rate is very high, and your intelligence is limitless, so strive to develop and you will have a chance to surpass me." Then she turned to Headmaster Huba hesitantly. "To you, Lao Du-Tu is a former pro player, so he must have figured out how to return." Hearing her mention him, Huba scratched his head embarrassedly. "Doesn't Azo only allow one account? Because I wanted to be with my beloved wife, I had to delete my account and now I want to start over." The Grand Master stretches wearily, reminding them that their path is now their own to forge, but they must complete the Headmaster's mission, capture those 3 familiars. Sometime later, Bao Bao sits dejectedly at her desk, lamenting, "Another week has passed and he hasn't done anything about that netherworld ghost. What's the plan? Tell me." Dong Dong, holding a piece of paper, calmly replies, "Who said I don't have a plan?" Bao Bao quickly takes the paper and reads it carefully, a look of surprise on her face. "Isn't this the order you gave everyone last week?" Then she reads the contents aloud. "Ignore it at all costs. The other players should try to go out as much as possible, and if it talks, pretend you can't hear it. Is this passive aggression?" Dong Dong didn't deny it, saying, "That's right, it's passive aggression." Then, pointing to the document on the table, he recounted, "I asked Cece to find some other information about the underworld demon. Things aren't always as they seem. This netherworld imp might not be a true lecher. His master is a veteran player, 24 years in AG, about 6 years in the real world, but he's been quiet and unknown for years. Why would a veteran player risk account suspension to do a main quest with their pet?" As Dong Dong and Bao 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 discussed this, they didn't realize the underworld devil was eavesdropping behind the door. Inside, Dong Dong continued his analysis. "There are some suspicious points. First, I contacted Gu Ling to ask if that 7 killings guy issued a ban. When Gu Ling denied it, he angrily rebuked Dong Dong. 'What do you take the people of Chuanyuan for? Just a little devil. Catch him and teach him a lesson. How could someone like Qisha do that to an ordinary player, spreading rumors every day, as if our superiors do nothing but bad things?' When Gu Ling confirmed this, Dong Dong continued with his theory. His master withdrew from the game and never logged back in. Hearing this, the ghost of the underworld suddenly spoke up from outside. 'Let me tell you what's behind this.' Dong Dong immediately turned to look at him, asking in surprise, 'Why did you come here yourself?' With teary eyes, the ghost of the underworld questioned him. 'Did you tell everyone to ignore me? I felt like I'm in prison these past few days, like I'm invisible to everyone.' The pitiful ghost of the underworld lamented, 'Just give me a little attention. I feel like a discarded object these past few days.' Hearing this, Bao Bao seemed to understand Dong Dong's purpose, realizing that Dong Dong had a reason for keeping everyone from talking to the ghost. My master's video still has a lot left, so let me explain the origin of the story. A moment later, in a certain room, everyone was present, as if waiting for something. Bao Bao turns back, looking at everyone with a questioning expression, wondering why there are so many people. Man, holding a box of popcorn, asks softly, "Aren't we here to watch a movie?" The master next to her, seemingly impatient, urges, "Enough talk, just play the video." Finally, an image appears on the TV screen, and the underworld ghost begins to narrate. "Our underworld ghost clan resides on an underworld ghost island near Tao Lai. The little ghosts here are known for their speed and ability to synchronize attacks. Basically, very few people can catch us. We also love messing with players who come here to complete quests. That day, I met someone special who was searching for a soul painting hidden by the underworld ghosts. Upon seeing him, the underworld spirit couldn't hide his joy, flying over to make scary faces, causing the man to scream in terror, then collapse, burying his face in his knees and sobbing uncontrollably, much to the spirit's bewilderment. Not understanding what was happening, it curiously approached the young man and asked, "Hey, are you okay?" The young man, tears streaming down his face, tried to regain his composure and replied, "I'm fine. I just need to cry a little. Sorry." The Grim Reaper scratched his head, saying, "You don't need to apologize to me. Did you come here to complete a mission?" The young man, now recovered, replied resolutely, "Yes, I need to find the battle here to complete my mission." The underworld ghost, confused, asked, "Doesn't every trainer start with a pet? Where's yours?" The young man awkwardly explained, "But low-level pets can't talk. I want one I can talk to." The Yama was overjoyed and volunteered himself, saying it was perfect timing, as he was the king of conversation in Shiba. The young man's eyes lit up with an idea, and he exclaimed that he could be his pet. The Yama scoffed, arms crossed. "How could I? I'm an S-level demon, level 80. I could never be your pet." His hopes dashed. The boy sighed in disappointment. "Is that so? I'm sorry." But quickly regaining his composure, he pointed into the forest and said, "Thank you for talking to me. Is the soul painting hidden over there?" The underworld ghost smiled and vaguely agreed. "Yes, just keep going forward." But inwardly it thought, "Of course not. That's a copy of the Yellow Springs Road, filled with all sorts of evil spirits. It'll scare anyone to death. After sending him to the Yellow Springs, I haven't seen him return." The underworld ghost anxiously flew back and forth, worried. "What's going on? He's suffered enough to come back, right? Forget it, I'll go check again. What if he's too bold? I could scare him a little more." Thinking as he does, the underworld ghost flies around looking for the young man, and after a tiring search, he looks at the stream before him, dejected. This is as far as I can go. Did he really cross over? Lost in thought, the Grim Reaper suddenly heard a noise in a nearby bush. Without thinking, he approached to investigate, but before he could react, the boy burst through the foliage, exclaiming, "Mr. Grim Reaper, I finally made it. I almost got lost." The Grim Reaper, now seemingly helpless, said to the boy, "I can't do anything with you. Do you believe everything I say?" The boy replied with an innocent and honest face, "Because you're the one who told me." Seeing how trusting he was, the Grim Reaper couldn't help but wonder, how could someone like him reach the highest rank 3? He sighed at the question. "Yeah, it's exhausting. I've always been a solo player, and it took me 3 years to level up. Becoming a trainer was just so I'd have someone to talk to." Hearing him say that even monsters in AZ had good intelligence, the underworld ghost scoffed, "Intelligence? What's that? I was born this way." He then took out the painting and urged him, "Go on. Take the soul painting and leave. Scaring people is so boring." Looking at the painting, he happily hugged the underworld ghost and gushed, "Thank you. Oh, if I successfully become a trainer, can you be my pet?" The underworld ghost impatiently pushed him away, shooing him away, saying, "Hurry up and leave. I still have to go play and tease other players." Sometime later, the boy happily held a cake in his hand and asked about the other's situation. "How many people have you tricked today?" The netherworld ghost chewed his food and replied, "No, not many people have come lately." And so, day after day passed, and Lian Xin just came to talk to me every day. Looking at the cake, Lian Xin had a question he wanted to ask. "Why are the other netherworld ghosts so quiet?" The underworld demon calmly took a sip of water and replied, "I don't know. I was born this way. The other demons don't seem to have emotions." Lian Xin remembered being sick in the real world, confined to a hospital bed, and said, "This is what I look like in the real world. Here, I can experience the feeling of running, something I can barely do twice in the real world without losing my breath." Hearing this, the underworld ghost seemed confused, asking, "What's reality?" And after that, Lien Tam came to my side every day, showing me movies and telling me stories. After that, she and I went around scaring other players, infuriating the instructor. Then one day, Lian Xin sadly told me, "Hey Ghost, I'm leaving soon." The doctor said I wouldn't last long. My body was weak. I was always in the hospital and I had no friends. I was so happy to have someone to talk to during that time. I didn't know what he meant or what leaving meant. Before long, the Ghost King smiled, reassuring Lian Xin, "Forget it. Want to go out and see the world? Quickly chant the beast-taming spell on me." Seeing Lian Xin's lack of reaction, it urged him repeatedly, "Don't just stand there. Though I don't know what you're talking about, I'll go with you to the A-Earth continent for now." Hearing this, Lian Xin was overcome with emotion, tears streaming down his face as he let out a sob. Days later, aboard a ship adrift at sea, Lian Xin stood on the mast, observing the horizon and eagerly asking, "Captain, how's our speed on the sea route?" The Grim Reaper leaned against a nearby tree, reluctantly replying, "Nothing unusual. Just waiting for the boat." Hearing this, Lian Xin readied himself, pointed forward, and shouted, "Then, onward to the Great Sea Road." Anig. Suddenly, the underworld ghost grabs Lian Xin by the collar, dragging him ashore while complaining that the wooden boat keeps running aground. It wasn't the planner who spent a year walking across the AGA world, and so our journey through the AG world began. We went to the newest dungeon, enjoying different flavored dishes despite being chased around, and in the scenario towns we drew different character cards to play out different lives. One night, under a sky full of stars, the Yama was urging Lian Xin near a riverbank, impatient that he was late. He said he'd worked hard to get them this spot. The underworld ghost and Lian Xin arrive nearby, as the ghost excitedly tells him, once every 10 years the night tour of the gatekeepers begins, the Milky Way will open, and the divine beasts of the starry sea will pass through the starry sky. This rare opportunity unfolds, but unlike the excited demon, Lian Xin stares ahead with unfocused, melancholic eyes, as the stars shine brighter. A breathtaking scene unfolds, and as Lian Xin gazes up, his eyes brimming with tears, they stream down his cheeks. Seeing his companion's tears, the underworld ghost is bewildered, wondering if he's really that moved. Lian Xin wept harder and harder, muttering, I'm sorry, I'm so scared. I don't know why, but I'm so scared." Back in the real world, a doctor looks at a scan on the wall and delivers grim news to a couple. The lung cancer has spread aggressively. At best, 2 months. After hearing the doctor's news, the parents returned to their child's room and gently said, "Sweetheart, we've discussed it. We should tell you this. We respect your choices, and we know you'll understand this information." Hearing his mother's words, Lian Xin couldn't hide his sadness, and he silently lowered his head as if in thought. After a moment of silence, he made his decision. "Mother, can I decide how my final days will be spent?" Lian Xin's father patted his shoulder in agreement. "Tell me, I'll do everything I can." Lian Xin smiled brightly and exclaimed, "Don't forget me." Back in the game, the underworld demon is stunned, not understanding what Lian Xin is saying. Lian Xin, with tears in his eyes, sadly shares his innermost thoughts. "I really want to see this world one more time. I've imagined it so many times. How am I supposed to face this? I'm still so scared. I'm only 15 and I don't even know what it means to be alive. Why won't the petrified people ever return?" Suddenly, an eerie silence falls, and the two sit in stillness, gazing at the scene before them. Finally, the underworld ghost breaks the silence, reminding them that they still have unfinished business, this year's mission. Sometime later, a lock appears from nowhere, and chaos erupts as the disciples shout, trying to capture the underworld ghost, who is attempting to steal it. After a long chase, they finally corner him, and one of them yells, "Stop him!" A look of unprecedented disdain appears in the underworld ghost's eyes as he charges into the disciples with lightning speed, determined no matter what. "I will help Lian Xin achieve victory. Only then will the world know me. No Lian Xin." Unnoticed, the netherworld demon is suddenly struck by someone's palm. Looking at the person before him, the netherworld demon knows it is the seven-colored saint, the one who counters my abilities. Though I don't know the true meaning of death, I am her declaration to the world. I am proof of her life, somewhere. With the key in hand and her foot on the demon, Chi-Sha says, "This little devil actually gave me a copy of the work key." She looks at the demon, wondering, this is an awakened monster. The crushed demon under Seven Colors' feet cried out in pain, "Let me go! I want to be with Lian Tam in her final moments." Suddenly, Laute appeared, saying, "Another awakened brat, huh?" Seeing the dangerous situation, she pulled Cheese behind her, threatening, "Lao-Chi, you're here to steal the key. You're the only one here. I doubt you're enough." The vice principal's group appeared behind them, responding in unison, "Add us to the mix." Luna fearlessly smiles, issuing a challenge. "More people just means more to fight." Beside her, Shichi remarks, "Monkey, you're too eager to fight. If Lao-Chi isn't here to steal the key, then I'll hand over this underworld ghost to you. How about you let me keep the key?" After some negotiation, Gulun and Chisa finally left, and the underworld ghost anxiously looked to the side. It frantically flew to Lian Xin and shouted his name, then anxiously patted his shoulder, asking if he was all right. Exhausted, Lian Xin replied, "I told my family I want to spend my final moments in the game. Once my heart stops, they'll sever the brainwave link." Hearing this, the doctor steps forward, puzzled. "Is this player about to die?" The underworld ghost roars, "You know about death. What is it, and why can't Lian Xin play anymore? Can he be saved?" The doctor smiled, explaining, "Kid, we're just early awakened NPCs. We only know a little more about the other side. It wouldn't work with anyone else, but I can give it a try." Without hesitation, he retrieves a golden liquid in a glass vial, saying, "Give him this to drink." Holding the strange substance, the underworld ghost asks with suspicion, "What is this?" The doctor sat beside Lien Tam, urging him, "Stop dawdling. I'll explain later. If you wait until his consciousness fades, even the gods can't save him." Hearing the threat, the underworld ghost didn't hesitate, quickly bringing the golden liquid to Lien Tam's mouth and making him drink it all. As the liquid entered Lien Tam, he became more vibrant than ever, surrounded by a strange light. "What is this? I don't feel weak anymore. What is this light? Am I dying?" The doctor looked at the two and explained that he needed to understand what they were about to say. Their research had discovered that the truly intelligent beings of AG are divided into three types. The superior fiends, the NPCs, and as long as they're native to the continent, we call them the awakened. Players from the start all have their own consciousness. But recently, we've discovered a new type of intelligent being. We call them transferees. They retain the consciousness of players from the other side, but can't return. These are some strange substances I extracted from a transferee's body that I can't understand. I'm going to give him 2 doses to see if this substance can transfer from a transferee to a normal player. Suddenly, Lian Xin's body begins to change, and Ku Yinfu cries out in alarm. Lian Xin, seeing her feet turning to stone, asks the doctor in fear what is happening and why she is turning into a fossil. The doctor, flustered, scratched his head and stammered, explaining that this was an untested procedure, but that Lian Xin's consciousness had been preserved here, asking for time. Before he could finish, Ku Yinfu angrily grabbed his collar, yelling, "You damn quack!" Seeing the ghostly mask lose his composure, Lian Xin gently consoled him. "It's okay. I was going to die anyway. If there's a chance I can wake up and see you, Agi, I'll be lucky. I'm just going to sleep for a while. See you later." Looking at the now petrified Lien Tam, Lao Te reassured Pu, saying that even though Thon Kotu was careless, his experiments rarely failed, so there was still a chance to save her. Hearing this, Pu felt somewhat relieved. "Thank you all. Is there anything I can do for you?" Lao Tse turns to leave, calmly requesting that he return to the Immortal Academy with them, as this place is too close to Lai Island, and it wouldn't be good for the Black and White to take Lien Tam away. After returning to the Immortal Academy, the underworld puppeteer listens to Elder Zai explain the current situation. Divine Strategist has sealed off the Immortal Academy under a pretext, preventing the Black and White impermanents from entering for the time being, so he can rest easy here. You've stirred up quite a bit in the underworld, and few players know about us Awakeners, so we must remain hidden. We've altered public opinion, portraying you as a lustful demon. We'll do our best to hide the story of a pet trying to save its dying master. Too much attention isn't a good thing. In the meantime, you can use your stealth to help us with a few things, waiting for the opportunity, waiting for the Transcender to appear again. And so, 2 years passed, until the Vice Principal informed the Underworld Lord that their target had appeared, and the Principal would assign Han his mission. The Vice Principal showed Ku Yinfu a picture of Dong Dong, saying he went to Han's side, where Lian Xin's hope of returning resided, as footage of Ku Yinfu and Lian Xin played in the room. Bao Bao, tears streaming down her face, broke the silence, asking what happened to Lian Xin in the end. Meanwhile, Principal Ba comforted his own Bao Bao, assuring her that he would always be there for her and never let her be sad. The King of Hell continued his story, saying that you all know what happened next. The Immortal Academy intervened to protect them, and he was imprisoned here. Bao Bao gripped Dong Dong's sleeve and suddenly called his name. If one day I'm like Lian Xin and stop playing games, you have to remember me." Then, An Lien turned to the underworld judge and asked, "So, why are you telling us about you and Lian Tam?" The underworld judge explained, "Firstly, this is a chance to tell you the story of Lian Tam so that more people will know our wishes. Secondly, I've heard from other creatures in the academy that you give them time to relax each day if they return as requested, so it doesn't really make a difference whether I return or not. Please let everyone come to me for a bit. I can use my enhancement abilities to help you do so much more." Do they even want to go back? The sensations here are so real. Which world is reality and which is the illusion? Pushing aside the negative thoughts, he clenched his fist, resolving that no matter what, he needed to complete the main quest to uncover more secrets about his transmigration and gain more choices. So, in times of need, he can give the best to those who matter most. With that thought, Dong Dong agreed with Lord Kui. "Rest assured, just report on time and don't cause trouble. Besides, your abilities are very convenient, and you can help us manage the summoned creatures." Hearing this, Kui raised his hand, assuring him, Don't worry, I'm a professional when it comes to discipline. Kuai Yin Fu, looking somewhat wronged, retorted, "What's wrong with liking pretty young women? It's just pure appreciation, and I haven't even held their hands yet." The first time I held hands, it was with a man. Dongdong's expression turned cold and threatening as he brought up the past, saying that if he mentioned it again, he would kill him, and it would be terrible. Sensing danger, the underworld ghost quickly changes the subject. "What about the pets you haven't caught yet? Hurry up and deal with them." Dongdong says nothing and takes out his military textbook to study it. Above is an image of a monkey and its information. Its name is Inguyet Nya, her rank 5, a necromancer. Its master is the current guild master of the Red Flag Guild, who is still alive and a member of the Top Assassin Alliance. Everyone in that alliance seems pretty twisted. Looking inside, Netherworld Imp recounts, "I remember when he was first brought here. He was the first summoned creature I met, always saying he'd kill his master. He seemed unapproachable, so no one asked any questions." And the second photo is of Dream Wraith, named Moche, rank 5, a magic teacher whose ability is to create surrounding scenery when running. However, it's very good at targeting people's hearts, with different effects on different people. Looking at the House Ghoul and Dream Ghoul, Dongdong couldn't help but wonder which pet to recall first. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dongdong's group was lurking outside, observing the situation inside. In the large room, a teacher was passionately lecturing their beloved students. This is a general education class at the Immortal Academy. And today, I'll be lecturing on the divisions within AG's combat power system. While combat is only one part of the AG world, it's an unavoidable topic when undertaking any mission. Combat power can be assessed from 3 things: weapon level, skill proficiency, mental state, and reaction time all factor in. Though all players have health bars, attacking different areas in AG. This means that seizing opportunities and improving your skill can allow lower-level players to hunt down higher-level ones. However, transformation significantly improves skill level and unlocks new skills, making a counterattack unlikely. First, let's talk about weapons. The right weapon can greatly improve combat ability, with levels ranging from low to high. The weapon grades range from C to S, but the 5 strongest divine weapons are rewards for completing main quests, marked with a separate T grade, followed by the cultivation methods, which are graded like weapons from C to S. In addition, there are 4 main quest mind method rewards, also marked separately as T, and the highest reaction level is only S. It is determined by the brainwave synchronization rate, which can also be improved through later practice. But the brainwave synchronization rate determines the upper limit. Currently, the highest combat power in AZ belongs to Kunlun's Tu Zhan, who possesses a T-level weapon, the Rui Jingu Bang, and a T-level Qianbian mental cultivation technique, making his reaction combat power top tier. The third major incident was the Eastern Founding, where the Eastern language was almost wiped out single-handedly by the Battlehead. At that time, he hadn't obtained the top-level mental cultivation method, and was subsequently suppressed by the combined forces of the Eastern Founding. Only then did the two sides negotiate cooperation. No one truly knows just how terrifying the Chief Warrior's power is, but he absolutely deserves the top spot. That's the difference in combat power within AZ. But in reality, attribute counters, balance techniques, and many other things can be the key to victory, so you still have to practice real combat scenarios a lot. At this moment, Underworld Ghost turned and asked those around him, "Have you had any luck investigating the Siki Guild?" Dongdong chimed in from the side. "We just asked Jia Yu to get some information. Siki is a small guild under the wing of an assassin alliance, and while most of the alliance is mercenary, Siki is particularly egregious. Besides assassinations, they'll do anything for money, and they're not afraid to use any means necessary to complete a task. In the past, some players tracked down a player they disliked to their real-world address and beat them so badly they ended up in the hospital, which is why everyone in the Assassin Alliance dislikes them. And Yuan Ha used to be the biggest villain in that guild, but for some reason, she suddenly lost control, went crazy and attacked her master, and the pet space couldn't contain her." Upon hearing this, Bao Bao looked puzzled. Shouldn't pets break their bond if they're not loyal enough? Dongdong pondered for a moment, then said, "Let's try to negotiate first. I think it'll be easy to talk to him. Ghost of the Underworld, come and make contact." After a while, when there was still no response, he turned around to find the Ghost of the Underworld gone. Helpless, he looked into the distance and saw it flirting with a girl. "My lady, I accidentally picked this flower. Would you accept it?" The girl, annoyed, refused without hesitation. "No thanks, you ugly green thing." Unable to believe he was called ugly, he questioned it loudly. "Ugly? Tell me how. I'm the most handsome guy around here." Dongdong was completely helpless, still mocking him. "Okay, that's enough. Can't you see what I look like? I still have things to do. A moment later, the underworld devil was sitting next to the devil tooth, who was focused on Gichep, his eyes darting around. Suddenly, the Yama's mouth began to hum. After a moment, he approached the scribe and cheerfully asked, "Hello, Gichep." The scribe, eyes still glued to the book, replied, "You're here, Ugly. I must gather more knowledge to protect." Hearing the scribe call him Ugly, the underworld ghost seemed to crumble, asking, "Ugly?" Without denying it, the ghoul calmly replied, "That's right, we all call you that." Behind them, the crowd couldn't contain their emotions, desperately trying to cover their mouths to stifle their laughter. Ugly. Ha. The underworld ghost pointed behind him, grumbling to those nearby. "Hey, there are some bastards back there holding back their laughter, and they're asking about the dorm for spirit beasts." Before the underworld ghost could finish, the ghoul readily agreed. "Sure. Why not? If you can truly eliminate the red flag, then we can talk." The netherworld ghost pursed his lips, a little helpless, forcing a smile as he asked, "What are you saying?" "We can't cross over to the other side. If the red flag is bad for you..." The underworld ghost paused, then continued, "We can just cancel the contract. No one can do this alone." "Don't face it alone," Na replied seriously, holding the book in his hand. "That's why I need to learn all this knowledge. Besides, who said I was alone?" Na challenged, as a purple cloud-like form appeared behind him. The netherworld demon realizes in alarm that it's a dream demon. Stunned. Are they working together? It forces a smile, fawning, "So, what's the plan?" "I'm a pet too. Maybe I can help." Na reads intently from his book, answering, "I know I can't cross over just yet." He slams the book shut, confidently adding, "But do you know how the dream demon's master got there?" Umbra stared intently at the dream demon before him, curious about its master, as, in the corner of the room, Wei Dongdong leaned against the balcony door, flanked by Xiaoba, Biobo, and Jixi, as Dongdong explained. Information on dream demons is scarce, but according to Sixi's off-game research, its master was taken to the Immortal Hospital. Dream demons are the only monsters in history to actively seek out a master as a servant. Hearing that, Bao Bao, who was eavesdropping, denied it, saying, "That's not right, at least I know one who actively sought out a master," referring to Dong Dong. Na slowly turned his head and continued, "Ghost dreams have been studied, and players can be influenced by certain signs and images in the illusion. Or perhaps it's a player," he says cryptically, pacing to the corner of the room. He stops before Dong Dong and the others, coldly stating, "Humans is a more fitting term. Have you been watching long enough?" Having been discovered, Dong Dong calmly replies, "Instead of spying, why don't we have a little chat? Before, you didn't talk nicely either, we just fought." At that moment, the dream demon approached Shi, eyeing the little furball curled up on her head, and said, "This one will be our kind." The little furball seemed frightened. The dream demon then looked at Dong Dong in front and said, "We want this monster. As for the rest of you, leave this illusion first, and then we'll talk." As it spoke, the incubus demon seemed to realize something, looking around the classroom-like space, wondering if it was all a deception. Suddenly, the space before it became chaotic, and the figures of Yueya and Shi flickered like illusions, unclear. Suddenly, a figure in a pink robe appeared, and she spoke softly. "Oh, a demon." The demon was stunned by the woman's sudden appearance. The girl was Lian Xin, and she smiled, saying, "You finally found me." Meanwhile, back with Dong Dong, he realized something was wrong as soon as the dream demon spoke. He pushed Bao Bao behind him, warning everyone that they'd been played from the start. But the moment his hand touched her, she turned into a skeleton, and the real Bao Bao vanished like a phantom. Dong Dong stared in shock at his skeletal form, wondering how he'd become this. Suddenly, a small skeleton, identical to him, wielding a sword, charged from behind. He turned back, horrified, and cried out, "Bao Bao!" A crimson light erupts. Dong Dong stares in shock at his body, reduced to level 1, thinking, "I'm back to this point again." As for Bao Bao, she only remembered Dong Dong was about to say something to her before she vaguely woke up. She called out to Dong Dong, but a completely unfamiliar scene greeted her. Bao Bao reached out her hand and asked, "Where is this?" The man, who appeared to be a doctor, said, "Her body is continuing to deteriorate." He flipped through the reports and instructed, "No sweets, eat light, and no activity or her heart rate will increase." Looking at her own frail state and the tubes connected to her hands, Bao Bao wondered, "Why do I resemble Lian Xin so much?" "Dong Dong, where are you?" Similarly, Xiaobai looked at his human form, rubbed his head, and sighed. Oh, gazing at the unfamiliar room with a bookshelf, desk, and computer. Ba was a little confused and wondered, where is this? Before him stood a girl with short hair, wearing a pretty pink dress, standing in the doorway, quietly saying, I have to go now. She turned back, her face seemingly indifferent but tinged with sadness, and said, My family still doesn't approve. They say you're just a gamer and that I won't be happy with you. Hearing her words, his eyes turned red with shock. A wave of sadness washes over him, and tears stream down his face as his hands hang helplessly in the air, wanting to reach out but knowing he can't. He clings to a sliver of hope, whispering, No. Meanwhile, at a grand ancient building, a girl with orange hair elegantly walked out, wearing a yellow dress and carrying a cute orange bag. Someone called out to her, Lin, you're here. But instead of a warm welcome, she was met by a well-dressed man with brown hair who appeared to be her father. Standing beside him were her mother, brother, and sister, and the man said harshly, Stand over here. A daughter is not allowed. He looked at the young man behind her and ordered her, Hand over your inheritance to your brother. After all, you're not good at anything. Cece could only stand there dumbfounded, her heart wounded by those words, while elsewhere, little Mochi found himself in a silent space, facing Crescent Moon and the Mud Ghost, and awkwardly called out, Boss, bow bow, big sis. But all that answered him was Nguyet Na's sinister voice, It's getting dark. Now it's our time alone. Nguyet Na grinned confidently, suggesting, We're all awakened demons. You've met our requirements. Join us and we can build something together. Before he could finish, the little spore roared, No need, he declared. I only want to be with Grandpa and the others. He reached out, touching the black membrane surrounding him, and the barrier dissolved like water as his hand passed through with ease. Realizing the situation, he says, So this is a spatial barrier you guys created. He sticks out his tongue, taunting them. I have to go find my boss. Moontooth and the Dream Demon glare back. Seeing the little spirit ball nimbly escape the barrier, the Dream Demon exclaimed in disbelief that he wasn't controlled by their barrier. Having escaped the barrier, the little spore looked back anxiously, wondering if Lauda and the others were still trapped inside. Then, Kwaimong and Nguyet Na emerged as well. Frowning, Demon Dream tells Crescent Moon to stop him, saying the barriers he just created are about to collapse. He adds that after he deals with the others, they'll start over with him. Ahead, Little Ball runs along, telling himself he has to hurry because he can't beat those two and needs to find Old Man's teacher. But before he could get far, branches sprouted from nowhere, blocking his path. Moonfang smirked, confident that a physical body couldn't overcome this. He was so confident, but the little skeleton was already nimbly leaping through the branches that were no match for him. Seeing this, Nguyet Na slammed his hand on the ground. Instantly, golden tree gates sprouted, tall trunks pushing and shoving, bursting from the earth. The little skeleton, climbing on a small branch, was shocked by the sudden forest. Seeing his struggle, Nguyet Na asked from behind if his weakness was speed, adding that without the proper techniques or weapons, he could only wait to be captured, prompting the little spore to turn around as the original Dream Demon instructed its newly created counterparts. Each of you, go to a boundary and control a little bit. Even if just one moss seed succeeds, it'll be a success. Meanwhile, in Dong Dong's dreamscape, as the Dream Demon watches the two skeletons fighting, it wonders how a monster got in here. Watching the two skeletons fight fiercely, it muttered to itself. It couldn't tell the difference back then, and he didn't have the aura of an awakened demon. Seeing the situation, the Dream Demon was confused, wondering if it's just psychological suggestion, how can he use such high-level speed? Suddenly, part of its body froze, and it realized in a panic that it had been noticed the moment it entered. Before the Dream Demon could escape, Dong Dong appeared behind him, asking with regret, Why leave so soon? Unfazed by his sudden appearance, the Dream Demon calmly replied, I used to study visual cues aimed at humans. Sadly, he said with some melancholy, I mistakenly caught a demon. Dong Dong listened silently, his hand resting on the frozen table in a battle-ready stance, and asked curiously, Is there a difference? He responded to Dong Dong's question. Since you're a monster, I'll tell you. Humans are incredibly fragile creatures. Through different images and atmospheric cues, they can be made to unconsciously obey orders. For example, singing in the dark will cause panic, and different symbols will bring different trials. This time, I hope to find some players to implant seeds. In his mind flashed an image of his former master, a young man with a haggard face. Draped in a purple headscarf and fabric concealing half his face, The dream demon continued. My previous master was subjected to my experiments. Through repeated seedings, I obtained a wealth of information about the other shore, and I sent him a final suggestion. His mission was to assassinate Chairman Siki, but unfortunately, he quit the game, so he must have failed. After hearing his story, Dong Dong frowned and asked, humans will be implanted, but I see cracks all over your illusion. Hearing this, he objected. Impossible. My illusion is invincible, and many players are trapped inside. Dong Dong then questioned, although you gave us hints, the energy inside our bodies isn't blocked. Just think about it, and it'll be incredibly easy to regain your original power. With that, he reached out and created a block of ice. Furthermore, you've investigated some documents about us, but they're not up to date. He continued to question Dreamy. He glanced at the table next to him, frozen solid, and realized he didn't even know what Baba looked like after transforming. The information was inaccurate. Hearing this, Mengque shouted, declaring it a good assessment. Frustrated, it yells at him, saying that players don't have the same level of perception as demons. Still unwilling to accept the truth, he turns his head, appearing thoughtful, and says that he has faith in them, for now. He turned and suggested, tell me how to get out. Aren't you a combat system? Is your combat power really that weak? Provoked, the other man could only admit, I can only create an avatar, and even if the illusion is broken, you're still trapped within this barrier. Soon I'll extinguish all the light, leaving you in terror, but we can still negotiate. Dong Dong, unfazed, slowly approaches the dream demon, asking, if you're both demons, can you feel pain? The dream demon is taken aback. He realized something was off in Dong Dong's words and panicked. What are you going to do? Don't come any closer. Elsewhere, Hugh Ba pinned a girl against the wall, asking, you're not my little sister, are you? Why are you saying such mundane things? The girl could only awkwardly reply, Big brother, I really don't understand your local dialect. The bleak autumn sky caused even the slightest breeze to scatter countless leaves. Beneath a rain of leaves, a girl with platinum hair and blue eyes silently walks forward, none other than Bao Bao. But those around her can't be as silent, whispering about the little girl. One asks, does she always walk alone? Someone nearby replied, unapproachable, dressed so nicely, must be from a rich family. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair cheerfully approached the little girl, smiling as she said, hello, my name is Zhui Shui. You're Bao Bao, right? From today on, let's be friends. It was Tuyet's words that touched Bao Bao's lonely heart. Her cheeks flushed, a mix of joy and apprehension as she stammered, hello, me. Immediately, she pulled out a chocolate bar and asked, want some chocolate? I have some here. Bao Bao, still unused to being cared for, stammered, I can't eat that. Still in disbelief, Huizhui insisted, but chocolate is so delicious, and cake too. Next time after school, let me treat you to lots of yummy things. Hearing this, Bao Bao rummaged through her backpack and took out a box. She placed the box on the table, opened it to reveal syringes and medicine, then lifted her shirt to show the red marks from too many injections, explaining, I can only have a little sugar when these levels are normal, and I have to inject every day. Despite the pain, she still smiled, dreaming of a bright future. Her mother said that one day when she was cured, a handsome prince would appear and take her to eat all the delicious food in the world. But until then, she had to be patient. Hearing this, Shuizhu's expression changed, and she smirked. So that's how it is. Behind her, countless classmates laughed gleefully as Huiwei arrogantly declared, I told you her levels could only indicate some disease. A young lady indeed, just a sicko dreaming of a prince. Realizing she'd been tricked, Bao Bao weakly pleaded, give it back to me. Her frail hand reached for the medicine box, but Xu Xue immediately slapped it away. She held up the box and said, give it back? Okay. Without hesitation, she tossed it out the window, then simply pointed downstairs, smirking, go get it. Having been bullied so badly, Bao Bao could only sob uncontrollably, unable to speak. You guys. Xue Xue, still unsatisfied, pouted and sighed. Ah, you guys should give her chocolate. Suddenly her face darkens. What could happen next? Bao Bao is terrified, tears streaming down her face. She turned to run, but countless hands pulled her back, trapping her. Bao Bao sobbed, chocolate smeared around her mouth. The girl could only cry in anguish when a voice echoed from nowhere. Yes, that's right, they all bully you, they're all bad people, only I can help you. From inside her backpack, something stirred, chirping softly. Hearing this, the girl looked around in bewilderment, asking, who's there? Who's speaking? From inside her backpack, a round blob of slime jumped out, chirping. Observing the situation, Demon Dream is shocked by Slim's appearance, wondering if there's another monster. Holding the soft Slim in her hands, Bao Bao is puzzled, but Slim, oblivious to her confusion, nuzzles her cheek, chirping twice. At that moment, Bao Bao realized from Slim's affectionate gesture that this was her familiar, and a scene from years ago flashed in her mind. She seemed to remember now. The reality wasn't as she thought, even though time had passed. But she'll never forget Tuyet Tuyet standing up to protect her, asking who dared bully her Bao Bao. After awakening, she returned to her original form. Bao Bao donned her purple witch's outfit, complete with a green staff, grateful she'd brought Chip Chip along. She smiled, looking ahead, and sighed. That was close. Without hesitation, the dream demon turned to flee, thinking, "This is a bust, gotta run." But suddenly, it collided with something rock solid. Chip Chip transformed into a muscular figure, blocking the dream demon's path, who was understandably terrified. Meanwhile, in another illusion, a grand building with white and purple as its main colors appeared. Meanwhile, the other dream demon fumed, wondering why everyone had pets and if there would be more. Elsewhere, another dream demon despaired at the sight of the Netherworld demon and Lian Xin playing games together. Gui even excitedly introduces the game, saying, "I'm telling you, this is a game I just discovered. After we finish this, let's go see some cool stuff." Hearing this, the dream demon can only fume, thinking, "Why doesn't this pet have any resistance to my illusion? What am I supposed to do with it?" In a spacious and well-appointed room, a girl with orange hair sat quietly on a classic brown sofa, taking a deep breath and trying to calm herself with self-encouragement. "It's okay." Before her stood a tall young man in a luxurious black coat, smiling as he spoke to her. "Miss, it's time for the year-end report. You've prepared so long just to prove yourself today." Hearing the encouragement, Jianling felt more invigorated and regained her confidence, thanking him. "Thank you, Jing Hong. Over the years, we've acquired 3 major guilds in Azure, and after many transfers, we finally obtained a key Western artifact clue through auction. We can be considered to have secured an important position in the game. With the 15th anniversary coming up, we need to create new accounts to follow the main clues again." As the two were talking, a young man who appeared to be a servant entered and announced, "Miss, it's time." A moment later, in the hallway, Jian Ling walked briskly along in a pair of golden shoes. Entering the classroom and standing before everyone, she politely introduced herself. "I will now present to you the progress of our Azure project plan." With confidence, Jian Ling affirmed, "A large-scale, globally encompassing game project led by the HX government shook the world from its inception. After scientists assessed the synchronization rate between brainwaves and the super AI, they concluded that current technology couldn't create such a game or technological product." Teeling continued her presentation smoothly, adding that scientists discovered the so-called magic circle, and certain rules could be derived from the real world. "However, we've changed the energy that drives the matrix into electrical energy, drawing more and more people into the world of Azure." She explains passionately, "To catch this great flood, the Apulia family has put me in charge of participating in the Azure game, completing the layout within the game and investigating the world of Azure." The screen shifts to show Dong Dong as Tailing continues. "To date, we've acquired the 3rd largest Western guild, renamed it Mafia, and successfully bid for the divine artifact, the Garden of Eden. Initially, we suspected the superintelligence might be a gray area human, but there's been no evidence to support that. So we focused on a minor awakened monster," she said with pride and excitement. But suddenly, a voice cut her off, stunning Tai Ling. The one who spoke was her father, his face dark as he scolded her, saying that after giving her 3 years, this was all she had accomplished. Her brother sat silently beside her, not saying a word in her defense, as her father continued to berate her, saying that the family had entrusted her with their most important assets, wasting vast resources, only to uncover things that everyone already knew. Teeling tried to explain, but her father cut her off, asking what she had to say for herself. He questioned her, disappointed, asking if she thought she'd done enough, and if she'd considered how much the family had invested in her. "Leave the aftermath to your brother," he said, before announcing that he had arranged a marriage for her to the young master of the Mac family. She was stunned, her face darkening as she struggled to believe what she'd just heard. Tai Lin angrily retorted, "That fat pig who's 160 cm tall, weighs a 160 kg and spends his days with women? He's 40 years old and hasn't inherited any of the family fortune." Suddenly, a voice said, "Wouldn't that be perfect?" But it was her own brother, smirking with satisfaction, saying how perfect it was for her. Suddenly, a young man burst in. It was Jing Hong, furious, declaring that the young lady would never marry that fat pig. Seeing this, her father angrily rebuked, "Jinghong, are you rebelling?" Ignoring his threats, Jinghong resolutely stood in front of Tilin, pointing his gun at the group as a warning. "Don't move," he said to her. "Milady, run." Her father, unwilling to give up, retorted, "If our family hadn't taken you in, you'd be dead in the slums by now." Hearing that, he retorted even more angrily, "Only the young lady has ever treated me with genuine kindness, treated me like a human being. Even if I die here today, I won't let her suffer even for a moment." Tylin noticed something amiss, spotting guards waiting at the door. Sensing danger, she cried out, "Kyunghong, run!" But a hand reached out to silence her. Another hand silences Qinghong. Bound and helpless, she watches Qinghong get struck, and fury boils within her. But her father wasn't satisfied, grabbing her hair and snarling, "Don't worry, I won't let you die easily. Knowing you'll suffer, Tilin. But if you don't agree, we have other ways to deal with Jinghong. I'll be all right, miss." But Tiling, resolute, agreed to their demands. In a lavish room, she sat listlessly on a large bed. A lecherous old man, clutching a bottle of wine, grinned lasciviously, drool running down his chin. Drunk, he gazed at her with predatory eyes and sighed. "Tiling, my beauty," he slurred, reaching for her. "Your husband is here." But she wouldn't give in so easily. Tiling calmly pushes his face away, casually wondering if this is even reality. The dream demon watching from above seethed, "How? No one has ever escaped an illusion without a clue. And her familiar, that black skeleton, is outside. Why?" Understanding her doubts, she crushes the image before her, the once vivid scene shattering like a broken screen. She scoffs, saying these illusions are too dull, for she paid a price, suffering, to gain permission. The figures that were once people are now crushed beyond recognition. Tiling calmly strokes her hair, holding a mirror covered in thorns, and says indifferently, "This is far more real than your illusions." Suddenly, the demon's dream is illuminated by a beam of light as it realizes the divine space artifact is the key. Tiling calmly states that all who oppose her have fallen. "Moreover, I've always been in the abyss. What else is there to fear?" She now sits on a luxurious chair. Behind her stood Qin Hong, tall and imposing, as Tilin's true identity was revealed. The current head of the Apoli family, Tilin. Outside, Bao Bao, Xiaoba, and Xi Shi had all escaped. Dong Dong, holding the dream demon, asks if everyone has broken free from the illusion, noting that the dream demon Dan Nam is quite the manipulator. Suddenly, the dream demon in his hand dissolves, splitting into streams of energy that escape. As soon as it was free, it went straight for Nguyet Na, whispering that its illusions were useless against them, and that it was up to her now. Dong Dong looked at him and said, "Dan Nam the sorcerer." Then, shifting into a battle stance, he added, "This is going to be tricky, but I'll buy us some time." He planted his feet, assuming a battle stance, as Moonfang swiftly clasped her hands together. As Dong Dong rushes forward, vines erupt around him, giving chase. They quickly ensnare him, piercing his body and impaling him deeply. But that was no problem for Dong Dong, who quickly separated his joints from his body. The detached bones easily pierced through each branch. The bone fragments easily pierced through Nguyet Na's body. Dong Dong was incredulous, wondering if striking them was really that easy. Unbeknownst to him, the dream demon appeared behind him, mocking him to consider what he had pierced first. He glanced down, and Nguyet Na's figure suddenly vanished. Finally revealing her leopard print form, she cries out in pain, "Dong Dong, why would you?" Dong Dong then realizes the illusion hasn't been broken yet. Seeing his daze, the dream demon sneered, asking if he wondered why Yue Ya was so weak. Looking down, Xixi was fighting the school bully, and she shouted that she'd caught him. The dream demon whispered in his ear, "What you see isn't necessarily the truth. What is real?" Unable to bear its taunts any longer, he turned, forming a block of ice in his hand, and attacked. But then it says confidently, "Don't rush to act. The one speaking to you is me. Standing in your place, maybe we're the same kind." As he watches Xixi below, still struggling to fight the chief, the dream demon's voice rings out beside him. Which is real after all? Dong Dong thought to himself, dream demons are scary, but they only create illusions and can't simulate special battles. The most important thing is perception, which is relatively slow for players, making it easy to get confused. The word feel echoed in his mind. This was the first time he'd suppressed his anger and truly felt the world of AG, using his 100% brainwave synchronization. Dong Dong steeled himself, trying to sense every current of air, and a dark sky appeared before him, dotted with tiny specks of light. He muttered, "This is the moisture in the air, the scent of the grass. We're on the grass." He felt a surge of energy coursing through his body. He must sense its movement. If so, according to his previous account's energy operation mode, he'll mobilize the water element in the air. He thought, then opened his palm, stirring a surge of power. He clenched his fist, reaching behind him as the power of water enveloped his hand, then his entire body. Seeing this, Nightmare panicked, thinking, "This is bad." Dong Dong reverses the situation, lamenting that he initially learned this move to ride a motorcycle, and now all the megapixels will be used at once. It hasn't been long, and he just happened to encounter a weak attacker in the barrier space. He unleashes a devastating blow upon the earth, the sheer force causing the entire area to cave in. Even Shishi and Xiaoba are frozen in place, and he thinks to himself, as expected, that was just an illusion. Meanwhile, the creature, already reeling from his attack, has been frozen solid. Dong Dong approaches the frozen Nightmare, saying, "If you're hiding in here, the most desolate part of the barrier." Enraged, he slams his fist into the ice, shattering it and the barrier along with it. Outside, the little orb and crescent moon were locked in fierce combat, but the little orb turned at the sight of him. Overjoyed, its eyes sparkled as it exclaimed, "Master, you're out!" But in response, Dong Dong simply pointed at himself and suggested, "Mochi, hit me with some dark elemental energy." Hearing this, Mochi asked awkwardly, "How do I do that?" Dong Dong urged, "Don't ask, just hit me." Without hesitation, Mocho throws a punch, but Dong Dong just stands there, silent and expectant. Suddenly, he excitedly shouts that this is the real world, and he's finally back. The little ball beside him scratches his head in confusion, wondering if his boss's brain has been damaged after entering the illusion, and he's become a victim of violence. In the dense forest, Nguyet Na faced Dong Dong and Moi Sao, a silent space between them. Dong Dong was worried, thinking, "Damn, I used up all my megapixels to break the dimensional barrier." But in a battle of pure physical strength, he's no match for X. Yue Ya sneers, seeing them as mere pets. He decides to punish these two first, then help the Dream Demon deal with the other players. Dong Dong smacks his lips and says, "Forget it." He confidently tells him, "You forced my hand, I didn't want to use this trump card so carelessly." Seeing his confidence, Crescent Moon hesitated, wondering if he possessed techniques and artifacts surpassing even S rank. He crossed his arms, raising an eyebrow, knowing that to challenge someone of a higher level, caution was key. Lin braced for the attack, knowing not to underestimate anyone. He summoned countless trees from the ground, declaring, "Use whatever trump cards you have." Dong Dong shifted back to his human form, frowned, and said, "Then I'll concede." The little ball of fur beside him looked at him with admiration. Nguyetya hesitated, thinking, he's using transformation again. But showing his cool, Dong Dong picked up the dazed little ball beside him, bowed, and said, "I'm sorry, I agree to your plan." He chimed in, saying everyone's a brave warrior, there's no need for such a fierce fight. His action stunned Nguyet Na, who was in battle mode, and he blurted out, "What?" A moment later, Dong Dong gently placed a cup of tea on the table, inviting Nguyet Na. "Here, Nguyet Na, have some tea." He waved his hand in a friendly manner, saying that they were all one family, so there was no need for fighting. It's uncivilized. Then he quickly approached Yue Ya, happily poured him a cup of tea, and said that now they were all heroes, and those players were all in the illusion. The little skeleton next to him looked at him with doubtful eyes, but Dong Dong continued, "We're all family here, so tell me why you want to fight." Hearing this, Nguyet Na pondered, then suddenly asked, "What do you think of the players?" Hearing this, the little skeleton excitedly raised its hand. "They're all very nice people. Sister Xin feeds me, and Sister Bao Bao treats me so well." Yuya, curious, turned and asked, "What did the worst players you've ever met look like?" The little spore pondered for a moment and said, "There used to be a squirrel, very nasty, who wanted to bully our skeletons and sell us off." Hearing the little skeleton's answer, a touch of sadness crossed Yueya's face as he murmured, "So, not everyone in the world is good." He quietly confided that some players don't treat familiars with sincerity, and they're often treated cruelly. In the silence, a voice suddenly rang out, asking how much the toy cost. "This is one of the 4 rare monkeys. Only one comes from each camp, and we had to kill and capture for a long time to get it. 10 gold coins is a fair price, if you ask me." Hearing this, the man in the red coat sighed. "This toy is so expensive. What can it even do?" The red-haired youth eagerly replied, "I can lower the price from 100,000. Do you know about the Battle of Zhuanyuan? It's one of the 4 great divine monkeys. If you take it home and raise it well, who knows, it might become the #1 strategist. The man seemed pleased and asked, "It hasn't been claimed yet, right? You guys are using a barrier to imprison it?" The youth replied, "Of course. It wasn't easy for our brother to catch it. We want to sell it so we can have fun at the Igeo casino. If you like it, sir, make your move quickly." But the man coldly turned away, not forgetting to say, "Impressive, I'll look elsewhere." Later, night fell, and the young man rode a peacock, his goods piled behind him, as he walked down the road carrying the Moonfang's cage. He frowned, glancing at the cage, and said, "Still couldn't sell it. Guess we'll head back to the guild base for now." Suddenly, the peacock tripped on something like a hook. The stumble sends them all tumbling, and a man in a red coat appears, flanked by a rhino monster and a crocodile, as he speaks arrogantly. "I've been waiting for you, finally out of the city. Lend me that little monkey, show some respect." Hearing this, the young man angrily retorted, "You're ambushing and robbing people like in a game. I won't give it to you." He ignored the young man's words and continued, "Have you ever heard of the Red Flag Guild? We're a guest team, and through your ID, even though Azure's security is top-notch, we found your social media account ID, which is the same as your Azure ID." He moved his finger on the insect and a screen appeared. "Oh my, you seem to be from Misty City, and you have a family member at home with mobility issues. How about we pay your old man a little visit?" Hearing this, the young man was terrified. His face darkened, and he stopped resisting, as if he had made up his mind. Here, the family member recounts that Crimson Flag and his team run a small office, taking commissions in Azure to support their people on the other side. "My fate wasn't so kind. My master was a scumbag, but luckily I had loyalty. Han didn't treat me too badly. I accepted his patronage, striving to complete my tasks until later." An image of a small, cheerful girl appeared in his mind, smiling shyly as she said, "Hello, everyone. I'm Kokao, the new member of the studio. It's nice to meet you." After introducing herself, Kokao immediately approached Nguyet Na, saying, "Hello. Tiger told me you have a pet, and I've finally met it." I later learned that she came from a place called the countryside of the other world, entrusted to Scarlet to work for the studio. Ending his train of thought, Nguyet Na pondered, holding his teacup as he said, "And yet, I wish I'd never met someone like her." A hand gently poked Slim's cheek. Turning to Nguyet Na, Kokao happily says, "This feels so real. Look, it's moving slowly." Slim coos in response to Kokao's poking, and Nguyet Na turns, looking slightly impatient. "This is going to be a very demonic start. The Red Flag leader wants you to level up diligently so you can take over alone. I know, I'll work hard and won't let Brother Ho down." Suddenly, she leaned over and asked Nguyet Na what her name was, surprising her. She simply shook her head, saying she didn't have a name and was just called Monkey or Stinky Monkey. But she suddenly gets angry and objects, saying, "That won't do. A new name is needed to be considered part of the family," leaving Yueya speechless at her intense reaction. Coco pondered, wondering what a good name would be. Suddenly, her eyes lit up as if she'd just had an idea. She gazed at the moonlit night sky, its golden rays shining brightly, and said hopefully, "How about calling you Nguyet Na? In our village we had no lights, only the moon to look at, and Nguyet Na is the most beautiful thing in the world." But Yueya indifferently replied, "Whatever, just finish the mission. I'm not interested in your affairs." But instead of getting angry, Gugu immediately regained her spirit and exclaimed excitedly, "Okay, we have to finish the mission today to have a full meal." Moments later, she swiftly took down a small monster with a throwing knife and easily killed a spider demon. Having completed the task, Gugu happily exclaimed that she had finally ranked up and could now take on simple requests alone to earn money for the studio. Seeing her so happy, Tiger praised her, saying, "Very good. Gugu has grown up." He gently stroked her head, remarking that she had grown into a young woman, but she playfully shook her head, saying that it was all thanks to Yueya's hard work taking care of her. Many demons couldn't beat it without his help, but contrary to her joy, Tiger was a little curious. Moontooth even named it. He said with some displeasure, "It's just a game, but as long as you're happy." With a snap of his fingers, he instructed the little monkey to deliver some orders with Gugu, and the monkey obediently agreed. That night, Yueya quietly sat alone on the roof. Suddenly, Gugu appeared with a grin, saying she'd found her. In her hands, she held a bunch of bananas, offering them to Yueya. Intrigued by the bananas, Nguyet Na asks if she isn't supposed to give everything to her master, and if it took her a long time to gather them. The girl giggles, saying she secretly saved them for months, because she heard they all liked bananas. Gugu also tells her not to tell Brother Tiger, as food in the game is too expensive, but it tastes much better than in reality. Hearing this, Yueya breaks the banana bunch in half. He tossed her half and asked if she'd ever eaten one since coming to A. She took the bananas, her eyes sparkling as she turned to ask Nguyet if she could really eat them. He simply replied, "If you don't want it, I'll take it back." Without hesitation, Gugu devoured the banana, leaving Yueya speechless. The girl swallowed and puffed out her cheeks, unable to help but exclaim, "So delicious." Seeing her like that, Yueya was a little puzzled. "Didn't you say you could eat at your place too?" Looking up at the starry sky, Gugu confided that at home, the boys always ate first, and after 14, her parents would have sent her to work. Luckily, she had a fellow villager like Tiger to help her avoid washing dishes. With a happy smile, she says that this job is great, just helping people write materials, although it can be a little boring sometimes. Suddenly, Yueya next to her asked with a dark face, "Why are you so nice to me?" In contrast to her gloomy demeanor, Gugu always carried a positive energy, and she awkwardly explained, "No, Yueya, you've helped me a lot. If someone is good to me, I have to repay them 100 or 1,000 times over. That's what my mother taught me." Hearing this, Nguyetna stood up, facing the wind, and said with some trepidation, Let's keep working together." Cao Cao smiled as always, replying, "Of course, Nguyetna, don't frown so much, it's not pretty. Smile a little or I'll smile for you." Back in the real world, night has fallen over the apartment building as a drunken man stumbles up the stairs. Stumbling and slurring, he muttered, "That little girl's getting prettier every day," before belching. The door creaked open, revealing a beautiful girl fast asleep inside. The man stood outside the door, staring intently at the girl, a lecherous glint in his eyes. A plume of smoke rises from the beast's mouth, a rhino monster engulfed in raging flames. But the rhino monster ferociously charged toward Nguyetna, who prepared himself and began chanting. Instantly, vines ensnare the rhino monster, which writhes in agony, struggling to break free. But the vines only tighten around its horn, snapping it off with brutal force. Moments later, Nguyetna held up the horn he had just collected, gave it to Dying Yu, and announced that today's mission was complete, hesitating for a moment. Finally, Yueya asked, "Brother Dayao, Master and Gogo haven't been online for the past 2 days, have they?" Dayao thought for a moment, then replied somberly, "I don't know. Brother Hu has been in the hospital for the past 2 days, and I haven't seen Gogu for several days." Hearing that, Yuena turned away, a little disappointed. "Okay, I'll go back to farming." For a long time after that day, Yuena was always alone, as he recounted, day after day. I felt an immense sense of loss, my life devoid of meaning. But now, I longed for the days I spent with Gogu. Then one day, a man named Hoka finally appeared, storming in. He cursed under his breath, then suddenly burst out laughing, marveling at his own hands, saying it was good that his right eye could still see from inside. When he finally appeared, Nguyetna felt a glimmer of hope and quickly asked, "Master, you're online. Why isn't Cao Cao online?" Hearing her name, the old man's cheerful expression twisted. "Damn it, you little brat. I told you not to ask. Get to work." He turned away, but Nguyetna didn't give up, crying out, "Master, can you tell me something?" He roared back, even more furious. "She's dead. Are you happy now? Get back to work." Upon hearing this, Yueya was stunned, muttering the words, "Died." An image flashed in his mind of a night when he and Ku sat on the roof, chatting dreamily. The girl gazed at the sky, entranced, saying, "You all must love it here. No one ever dies." Hearing this, Yueya asked her curiously, "What is death?" Cao Cao, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at the stars, softly replied, "My mother said, death is liberation. You become a star in the sky." She worked hard her whole life, and only then could she rest. "But then I won't be able to see you again, Nguyetna. I love this world so much. I love its flowers, its cool breezes, and being able to see you every day. So I must strive to live on, unafraid of hardship, to open my eyes and see this beautiful world." The girl quickly cheered herself up and put on. Back in reality, Nguyetna's face darkened, and he asked with some resentment, "Sorry, say that again. Didn't you hear? He died, a terrible death, and I did it. What about it? He kept calling me names and ordering me around." Moon Knight could hardly believe what he was hearing. He stood alone among the trees in the dark and misty night. Then he angrily shouted at the man, "My name is not Stinky Monkey. My name is Nguyetna," he declared, forming a hand seal. Instantly, countless vines erupted, piercing his body. Fear now gripped him as sweat poured down his face, yet he still stubbornly shouted, "Damn it, you're insane. What's wrong with the Azure system? But Nguyet Na, still consumed by rage, vowed to kill him, no matter where he hid, in Azure, in the next world, anywhere. Meanwhile, the dream demons, the pallbearers, and the Bao Bao, who had somehow escaped, were deeply moved by his story. But Zixi seemed lost in thought, as if she'd made a decision, in stark contrast to the others' emotions. Nguyet Na angrily accused the dream demon. You let them all out. Hearing this, Bao Bao awkwardly explains that they meant no harm and were extremely angered by his story. Luna calmly took a sip of tea and said, In short, you all know what happened after that. Zixi sent me to the pet space and handed me over to the Divine Academy. Zixi, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke up. There's one thing you said wrong. She opens the system interface, talking to someone. Help me investigate 2 people. Guild leader Zixi and their guild member. Go. The other person replies, Yes, miss. A moment later, the system receives the information. Zixi examined the information and said, Zixi, real name Wang Dahu, 31 years old, lives in BG County, H Province, HX, president of the Zixi studio. She paused, then continued, Ku Gu, real name Wang Zhaodi, 16 years old, lives in Inking City, HX. Upon hearing this, Yueya was stunned and asked in disbelief, She's still alive? Amidst the falling leaves, Gugu appeared with a bright expression. Yueya stares blankly at her and asks if she's all right. The girl rushes over, hugs Yueya, and comforts her, saying that he's still here and that she's fine, recounting how Brother Hu came to her room that day. Cao Cao recalled that day, the bloody scissors in her hand and him writhing in pain. His eyes. My mother always told me to be wary of strangers, so I always hid a pair of scissors on me, she continued. They thought I was too young and only sentenced me to a few months of labor education. After getting out, I was afraid of revenge, so I left town. I've done a lot of jobs since then, always living like this, and because I didn't want Sichi to find my location through my account, I didn't log in. A representative from a multinational corporation just told me that so I wouldn't be afraid anymore, they're willing to help me continue my studies. Hearing this, Nguyet Na was finally relieved and comforted her, saying, It's okay. A moment later, they parted ways and Yueya smiled, asking how she could repay her. Suddenly, a hand gently tapped her shoulder and the girl glanced over. It's Zixi, and she smiles, telling the girl she reminds her of herself. Then she turns to Nguyet Na, advising, Nguyet Na, I don't know if these words will mean anything to you, but whether it's this world or ours, there are good people and despicable ones. Zixi looked up at the blue sky. Sometimes fate is unfair, but you can be an optimistic flower blooming in the dark. Cao Cao smiled as she listened. Zixi then looked at Dong Dong and said, Humans are such complex creatures, so I cherish the good things all the more. I'll take care of the red flag president, and Cao Cao can finally live a normal life as a young girl. A moment later, Nguyet Na instructed Guimeng to pack up and prepare to return to the dormitory. Hearing this, Guimeng asked curiously if everything was settled, adding that there was still an illusion, and asked if he could stay a little longer, since her goals had basically been achieved. Yuana turned to look at the others, saying contentedly that she only wanted to tell them this story, never expecting her to help find Gugu. Ghost Dream approached Bao Bao to announce that the headmaster's mission was complete, thanking everyone for helping Nguyet Na, and that they would all return to the dorm together. Meanwhile, in the dreamscape, Ghost Underworld was happily introducing a game to Lien Tam, saying, Take a look. What was that game you mentioned before? This one, with all the engravings and drawings? I've finally waited for it. Let me describe it to you. But as he spoke, Lian Xin smiled, her figure fading away, turning into nothingness, scattering like dust. Her figure vanishes, leaving Ghost Min stunned, clutching a fragment and muttering, Still have to go? Sometime after everything ends, the Dongdong group heads to see the vice principal. Dongdong laughed confidently, saying they'd caught them all and completed the mission perfectly. Hearing this, the vice principal angrily retorted, You call this a perfect completion? He listed all the crimes they had committed, such as repeatedly destroying the Academy's architecture, Moiko and Nguyet Na fighting, and destroying the Academy's park. Bak Ha, standing next to him, angrily agreed. That's right. The time you guys went around catching weapon spirits everywhere, you seriously violated the Academy's rules. Suddenly, the vice principal placed a stack of books on the table and said, Next, it's time to go out. There have been some problems in the scenario town. We suspect the main quest is about to begin, and we want you to represent the Divine Academy in this competition. Hearing this, Bak Ha's eyes lit up as she asked, What, Vice Principal, what did you say? The vice principal frowned and replied, I said the academy wants the new generation to go to Isekai'd Paradise in the script town and take the opportunity to complete the rank 4 mission along the way. Hearing his confirmation, Bakha excitedly jumped up. I've waited so long for this day. Dong Dong snapped his fingers in agreement. Finish up and let us go out immediately. Are we getting any support for this mission? We're representing the academy after all, we can't look too shabby. Hearing this, the vice principal snaps his fingers. From the sky, a robe, gloves, a weapon, and some small spheres appear. He immediately introduces them, saying these are some other A-rank equipment which should be sufficient for you all right now. These small spheres are nightmare bombs that create nightmares. When thrown at a crucial moment, they can instantly create a nightmare barrier, buying you some time. Dong Dong, a bit curious, pouted and pointed at the nether ghost beside him, asking, What's this thing for? The vice principal agreed to accompany them, as most spatial barriers couldn't contain him, making him invaluable. Dong Dong's group accepted their equipment, but he was still unsatisfied, asking the vice principal, Only A rank? Don't you have any S rank or main quest equipment for us? Hearing this, the vice principal retorted, Do you know there are only about 200 S rank items on the entire continent, and only a few main quest artifacts? I don't even have one myself. Suddenly, Shin Shin appeared, excitedly saying, I have an A rank item. As she finished speaking, the vice principal's face darkened, and an aura emanated from him. Seeing this, Dong Dong turned away, urging everyone to leave quickly. In the principal's office, Mong Kwai reported, Principal, the Ha Song has been planted. The Ngotna beside her expressed her gratitude, saying, Thank you, because of your guidance, I was able to meet Cao Cao again. The headmaster replied gently, This time, besides using your experiences to give them some ideas, it's also a process of self-reflection for us. Our world is too clean. Humanity has both good and bad. Some evil people will cause great harm to us, but most people still have good hearts and strive to live. The beggar clan suffered too much that time, which is why they became so malicious. We must discern good from evil, identify those we can communicate with, prepare for conflict, and prepare for cooperation. The other world is imminent. He suddenly trailed off, and a nearby attendant poked his cheek with a twig, sighing, Oh, headmaster, you've fallen asleep again. Meanwhile, in Isekai'd Paradise, a man in a clown costume stepped forward and greeted them warmly. Welcome to Isekai'd Paradise. I'll be your guide. Bao Bao, curious, asked, Isn't he the host? The clown then added that managing the park was his daily job, and his specific responsibility this time was to welcome them, so he would take them for a walk first. A moment later, they strolled down a busy street lined with food and drink stalls. The guide's voice rings out, Next, we'll head to the food hall. I'm sure you've seen scenes like this in movies. All the paths here are made of cakes and food, with bubble tea fountains, and the fruit on the trees are eggs. Everything is edible. Chapter 69. Amidst the vast expanse of the amusement park, the clown smiles and waves. Let's start with the hippopotamus wheel. I'll give you a tour of AG Amusement Park. He grins, and everyone follows him into the room. The clown continued, saying that the Hippo Heaven Ferris wheel was the park's sightseeing attraction, taking visitors on a full rotation around the park, which shocked Yu Dong Dong and Bao Bao, leaving them speechless. AG Amusement Park is in the most neutral zone of the AG World Center, with 6 different planets, each requiring a corresponding ticket. It's best to get a ticket to Amusement Park Planet by completing daily missions. Each reason can earn you a ticket, or you can simply buy one. Many elites frequent this place daily. Here, you'll find a culinary corridor and all sorts of thrilling, adventurous attractions to enjoy to your heart's content. The Battle Planet requires players to be rank 3 or higher to enter. There are special battle maps and 3 modes players can choose from: PvP, one-on-one, 5-person team battles, and the Skyward Ascent Challenge. Each player will achieve a rank upon entering. The higher your score, the more rewards and privileges you'll receive in the planetary battle, and it's also where major combat tournaments are held. Ocean Planet is unique, requiring players to prove they are 18 or older to enter. Here, you'll find the finest hotels for your enjoyment and the largest virtual stages, often debuting popular idol singers. It's also the only place in the world with legal virtual online gambling licenses, where you can bet for rewards or enjoy visual feasts. As for the Film Planet, you need a corresponding mission ticket to enter, which contains over 10,000 film and television copyrights. Players can choose to enter the corresponding cinematic world. Participate in films or watch them in their entirety, the clown happily continued, holding a stack of discs. The Red Faith, the most special, is usually closed to outsiders. Only those who win the main quest or other players can obtain 10 tickets, and legend says you can take the lead here, sketching and building everything. This script sphere, which originally had special tickets for entry, contains countless creative stories. Players can choose to play different characters here and experience different lives. The clown continued to explain, but starting last week the script sphere was suddenly blocked, refusing entry to all players. He also set a quest condition. To enter the script belief, they must complete the hidden quest, Our Awakening, within the amusement park. As for what the hidden quest is, the clown hesitated, then said they'd have to discover it themselves. After all that talking, Yudongdong glanced at him with boredom, then pointed at him dismissively. You've spent all this time just introducing the story realms. How are we supposed to find clues in such a huge amusement park? Seeing this, Bao Bao jumped out excitedly, her eyes sparkling with interest, and said happily, Then let's start by checking out the amusement park. I suggest Dong Dong and I start with the food court. As she spoke, Bao Bao wiped the drool from her mouth. Hearing Bao Bao's words, Xixi also smiled at Jinghong and said, Then Jinghong and I will investigate the water park area and check on the Neptune orb while we're at it. Xiaoba added, Then my wife and I will investigate the land park area. Everyone clasped hands in determination, splitting up to investigate. And soon, Bao Bao and Yudongdong happily strolled through the bustling food court. Bao Bao chewed thoughtfully, then turned to Yudongdong with a curious look. Why didn't Sister Yu Thu come with us this time? Yudongdong smiled cheerfully and explained, She said she's doing research with Master Shen Jizi. Soon, the academy teachers would arrive as well. Suddenly, Dong Dong noticed an elderly woman struggling to walk through the crowd. Dong Dong looked at the old woman, a sudden feeling of unease washing over him. He wondered if the elderly woman's difficulty walking was somehow connected to the hidden cases. He wondered. Just then, a stranger suddenly pushed Yudongdong aside, shouting, Make way! Make way! Let me through! And chaos erupted. Countless people rushed to help the old woman, their voices laced with a hint of panic. Grandma, are you having trouble walking? Let me help you, Grandma. Do you want to go home? We can't just stand by, the worried voices continued. Suddenly surrounded by so many strangers, the old woman became frightened, waving her wooden stick in front of her for protection, screaming in fear. Get out! Hundreds of people ask me every day. I want to cross the street. You players have stopped me more than 10 times. Are you all crazy? Seeing the scene before him, Yudongdong could only sigh and scratch his head, lamenting the situation. It seems the Script Planet's quest info has leaked. Any hidden quests like this one will be swarmed by players. It's not just Li Du who can enter once. I have plenty of tickets the headmaster gave me, so don't worry about the dates. Wei Dongdong looked ahead and quietly said, With such a limited quantity, a large number of players will enter. If they can get a hidden quest, they'll make a big profit. Then a tool suddenly appeared in Wei Dongdong's hand, and he smiled. Luckily, we have the tool we need. In the blink of an eye, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao appeared in front of a store. Wei Dongdong looked inside the store and said to Bao Bao, I noticed the store's symbol on the way here. Bao Bao then stepped into the store, followed by Wei Dongdong, and carefully asked, Hello, is anyone here? Before them, a tiny fox strained, reaching for a book on a high shelf, just a little further. Just as the fox reached the book, a hand snatched it away, much to the fox's surprise. Seeing this, the fox arrogantly snatched the book, scowling as he said, How annoying. I could have gotten it myself. Then he turned, stepping on another book. He struggled to climb the stack of books to reach his chair, then sat at his desk, closed his eyes, and asked with a frown, Ugh, what do you want? Hurry up and tell me. Seeing the fox's attitude, Wei Dongdong unceremoniously pushed the item in front of him, saying, Boss, do you know this symbol and the main quest information, Chapter 70? Suddenly, the space fell silent. The fox raised an eyebrow, took the item, and sighed in annoyance. How annoying. What took you so long? The fox's tiny hand slowly opened the item. Seeing the item's contents, the fox was shocked and stared wide-eyed. Seeing the fox's unusual reaction, Wei Dongdong frowned and asked, What's wrong? Why did you suddenly stop? The fox immediately became ferocious, its head steaming, clutching the item in its hand as it whined loudly. Annoying, annoying, annoying. My hands are too short to open this scroll all the way. Come help me. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao couldn't help but laugh at the fox's antics. Wei Dongdong stifled a laugh and said, All right, the fox is using its abilities to examine the item before it. The mark on the item gradually emitted a faint light, the same mark that appeared in the fox's crystal ball. The system panel then appears, revealing the main quest and clues for the 9-star scenario tickets as follows. Hidden quests within the amusement park are dangerous, difficult, and purposeful. The hidden missions for the ocean planet are the perfect gambler, the dazzling singer, and the best hotel. The hidden missions for the Conquest Planet are the Esports Champion and the Best Helper. An extra ticket can be exchanged for a ticket to a vacant planet. Now, by using these mission tickets and going to the amusement park's designated locations, you can trigger the missions. That fox continued to explain, adding that they would have to find the activation points themselves. Wei Dongdong raised his eyebrows, then asked, "Doesn't this mean we still have to find it ourselves? What are these clues for?" Hearing this, the fox turned away, propped his cheek on his hand, and said angrily, "How annoying. So many clues, and you even get a free fortune telling. Are you going to use it or not?" Seeing the fox spirit like that, Wei Dongdong sweats and stares helplessly. He glances at Bao Bao and asks curiously if there's fortune-telling in the game. But Bao Bao excitedly rushes forward, saying she wants to try. "Place your hand on the crystal ball," Uncle Cow's words echoed in Bao Bao's ears. Bao Bao did as she was told, placing her hand on the crystal ball and closing her eyes tightly. "Focus on your question," the fox's voice continued in her ear. Suddenly, the crystal ball in Bao Bao's hand glows. Startled, she recoils from its reaction. A stream of liquid spills out, surrounding Bao Bao in a moment of shock and surprise. Her body seemingly enveloped by the liquid and feathers. Bao Bao's eyes snap open in shock, and Wei Dongdong anxiously asks what she saw. At that moment, Uncle Cow spoke up, saying that what she sought was a path halfway there, intertwined with the hope of blood. Though she may eventually escape the encirclement, the complete symbols become flawed, and the path to the shore is solitary. Hearing this, Wei Dongdong became extremely worried and hurriedly asked, "What does this mean? What is the other shore?" The information from the crystal ball was vast, and Uncle Gao crossed his arms and continued to answer. "Also, you must be sure to complete the entrance mission within 3 months, or it will be no different from being all A's. You must seize the time." Leaving Uncle Gao's shop, Wei Dongdong saw that Bao Bao looked very sad and comforted her worriedly. "Are you still thinking about what happened? There's no mysticism here, it's all nonsense, don't take it to heart." Wei Dongdong immediately gave the mission slips to Jixi, who took the 3 ocean planet slips to investigate. Then, Wei Dongdong looked at Principal and continued. "Principal, you were a professional player, quite familiar with the combat planet, so let's go there first." A moment later, at the esports planet, a receptionist greeted them. "Hello, how can I help you?" With a polite smile, she waited as Principal took a few cards and asked, "Do you know what these are?" The receptionist took the card and said she didn't know what it was for. A moment later, the manager turned to everyone and said it seemed the venue wasn't working out, then asked if they should try a ranked match, as winning the esports championship or the rank championship would be too difficult. After hearing that, Bao Bao curiously asks what RANK is, and Xiaoba explains that it's a ranking system for all players, with weapon levels synchronized from CS+, each rank requiring 10 matches. Each win earns 10 points. 100 points allows you to level up. Above S rank, there are no level limits, and the point system changes to RANK. After hearing this, Bao Bao looked at Hu Ba with admiration. Hu Ba said, "RANK is okay. My best rank was 29th, mostly playing with teams. This account is much worse now. Even with weapon level limits, the highest rank players are all rank 5. It'll be hard to reach the top in 3 months. Maybe we should let the academy students or the great guild players do it." Hayuk Beck continued, saying it's hard to know what the final mission is, so they should play RANK and see if they discover anything new, to which Wei Dongdong agreed. Seeing this, the receptionist smiled and said, "I understand. Here are your files. You can enter the match at any time. The competition is about to begin." A moment later, they stepped through the door, and a robot there said, "Checking new players." Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao stood still as the robot scanned them, saying, RANK. Positioning search unlocked, search successful. And with that, the gate opened. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao stepped into the arena together. Looking at the surrounding seats, Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise, "There are seats all around." Seeing this, Wei Dongdong chuckled and told Bao Bao that every competitor could place bets on Ocean Planet. But since their match was between rookies, no one cared, which is why there was no audience, unlike the RANK matches. The highest-ranked matches are always packed. Just then, a noise came from the opposite elevator, and Wei Dongdong looked over. Their opponent had arrived. The elevator doors slowly open. An old acquaintance, a familiar figure, appears before them. None other than RAVU. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao are shocked to see RAVU. It's RAVU. Chapter 71. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao stand face to face with RAVU before the arena. The referee raises the starting flag, and the battle begins between player Bao Bao and RAVU. the first official match. "So it's you, Wei Dongdong," RAVU said, meeting her gaze with animosity. Seeing Wei Dongdong's unfriendly attitude, AVU just smiled and said, "Relax." RAVU continued, "I've been following you this whole time. After all, you have a lead on the main quest." Continued, explaining that upon seeing them arrive at the dual planet, he guessed they might have received a quest. So he used a duel card. He held up a card and said, "A battle card, a dual agreement card for the arena. It can only be used once a day to unilaterally challenge an opponent." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong asked RAVU what he was doing here, as without a clue to activate the corresponding mission, his actions would be meaningless, just like theirs. Hearing that, RAVU waved his hand and said, No, RAVU. RAVU continued, "I'm here to cooperate. The main missions are too difficult for one force to complete alone." Wei Dongdong chuckled. "You definitely still want to cooperate, but weren't the results of the last time very disappointing?" Ignoring Wei Dongdong's sarcasm, RAVU sat down on the ground, unconcerned, saying, "It's fine. Many oppose us. Furthermore, this arena is Assassin Alliance territory, and RANC is under our control." Wei Dongdong coldly asks what would happen if he refused, then pats Bao Bao's head, suggesting they'd be declaring war on the Immortal Academy. Hearing this, RAVU hastily explained that negotiation and peaceful compromise were still possible, offering terms that might tempt them, even a blood pact. The referee behind them finally couldn't take it anymore and yelled, "Are you here to compete or negotiate? If you don't fight, you'll all be disqualified." And so, RAVU smiled slyly and said, "In short, one of our tasks is definitely in the arena. Let's talk more when they come out." And then RAVU then told the referee that he was surrendering. Then RAVU. As RAVU left, he turned back to Wei Dongdong and said, "This RANC match is a gift for you all. Contact me later." He steps onto the elevator as the doors slowly close. As RAVU left, Bao Bao said to Wei Dongdong, "RAVU, he's indifferent to everything, supposedly has a goal but doesn't seem to care about winning or losing." Meanwhile, the referee raises the board high and announces, "Yiba versus the legendary Master Maya. Begin." Master Ma's students cheered him on from below, chanting, "Go, Master! You're invincible. May you be blessed with eternal happiness and live as long as the heavens." Seeing such a large crowd, Hu Ba was startled, wondering why a beginner's match had drawn so many spectators. Seeing this, Master Ma spoke up saying, "Young man, too bad your first RANC match is against me." Master Ma introduced himself. "I am the head of Hunyuan Xingyi Palm and Bajiquan Taiji Quan. I heard young people like this game, so I plan to apply my kung fu in it. To meet me in your first match is unfortunate. Normally you'd have to try your best, which isn't easy. Today I'll show you what real traditional kung fu is." Seeing Master Ma talking to himself, Hu Ba thought, "Whatever, let's just fight." Master Ma continued confidently, "Come on, I'll take you on with one finger against both your hands." Without a word, Xiaoba unleashes his second inscription, Symbiosis and Transformation, summoning a massive serpent that lunges at Master Ma. Master Ma stares at the horse serpent, sneering at the kid's immature fist. But before he can speak, the serpent lunges and bites his arm. Taking the opportunity, Xiaoba pulls Master Ma with force, causing him to stumble. Taking advantage of the moment, Hu Ba punches Master Ma square in the face, causing him to cry out in pain before being thrown from the platform. The disciples who followed and supported Master Ma were dumbfounded by the scene, rendered speechless. Master Ma struggled to his feet, insisting it was a sneak attack, that he was caught off guard, and that he was shifting his focus. The more he spoke, the more confident he became, declaring he would now unleash his unique technique of using minimal force to maximum effect. "I won't let you ambush me again. Just give me 3 minutes to activate my skill and I'll show you its power," Master Ma declared excitedly. His disciples, who were watching, became excited and shouted, "That's right! Ambushing our master is not heroic." Seeing this, Xiaoba was speechless, wondering what good his talent for making snacks was if he had to wait to get ready for a fight. "I'm not some weak, incompetent villain." With that, Hioba continued his assault on Masu Fu, who cried out in a panic, Wait! "I'm not ready yet," Master Ma cried out in fear, but before he could say another word, Hu Ba sent him flying with a punch. The disciples who witnessed the fight were terrified, and Hu Ba looked down at Masu Fu with disdain, saying, "Why bring up traditional kung fu when playing games? It's just a scam." Master Ma trembled, unable to speak. "No, don't concede the 72... Afterward, Yukba stepped out, sighing as he rubbed his head. "Playing ranked. and no one else appeared. So it wasn't a solo match. What does the champion of the electric wings even mean? Suddenly, Hyoba saw Jiavu behind Nguidongdong's group, and his face immediately changed. "Jiavu!" he shouted. "We meet again." Jiayu waves and smiles at Xiaoba as Wei Dongdong explains that they just faced off in a RIANK match. Their guild will help them with the next rank mission like it's a piece of cake. On the contrary, Jiavu is a master, Wei Dongdong continued as Hyoba listened thoughtfully. I remember the forums saying he's only 16, but his speed, reaction time, and skill are all top-notch. Upon hearing that, Bao Bao exclaimed in astonishment, "Ah, Jiayu, is that amazing?" "But I always feel like the strongest players in World A aren't that impressive?" Bao Bao curiously asks. "But at his level, no one can touch him," Wei Dongdong explains to Bao Bao. In World A, there are 3 things that determine fixed attribute upgrades: level, speed, and strength. Each route grants players 10 attribute points, which they can freely allocate. And secondly, different races have different attribute growth rates. A player's total points remain constant throughout their development, but races like the Sword Saint have naturally high growth potential, which is why the rank 3 Sword Saint can challenge higher levels. Most players who face him in the Kunlun tournament are no match. Next is the Ascension, and each Ascension grants at least 100 free attribute points. The difficulty of the Ascension determines the resources required, which is why Ascensions are so important. Nguyen Dongdong chuckled, recalling how teachers used to say she never listened, while Bao Bao simply smiled and rubbed her head. "It's good to have everyone around. I'm too lazy to care about these things, and I won't be alone." Dongdong draped an arm around Jiayu's shoulders, laughing. "It's okay. We have the Assassin Alliance as backup now, plus Jiayu came to our door himself this time." Before Jiayu could reply, Dongdong stuffed a card into Jiayu's hand. "Jiayu Xuan. I'm entrusting the arena mission to Xuan then. Let's go have fun on Ocean Planet. If we knew you were only 16, we would have gone straight there." Jiayu was furious but speechless. With Jiayu seething, Nguyen Dongdong grinned wickedly and dragged everyone away. A moment later, Nguyen Dongdong smiled, discovering a hidden quest. At the perfect hotel, a dilapidated building greeted them. Surveying the desolate scene, Nguyen Dongdong couldn't help but wonder, this is the perfect hotel? Hearing this, Jinghong explained that they had scouted all the hotels in the area and finally found a corresponding quest at this one. They then pictured an old woman wearing glasses asking them if they were there to help. The ticket holder promised the old man that he would send people to help him restore the hotel to its former glory. "If you succeed in making it the most popular hotel, you can have the token in my hand." This gave Nguyen Dongdong a headache. What are we supposed to do? Isn't this easy for Cece? Hearing her name, Cece puffed out her cheeks in anger, saying there were many requirements, and then showed everyone the item in her hand. Nguyen Dongdong took it and read aloud. First, the entire business capital of the hotel can only come from its existing funds and mortgage assets, and players cannot directly use their own funds. Seeing this, Hyoba teased Cece, saying that the top-up system Cece relies on is weakening. Then Dao Vu quickly entered the hotel, turned around and said, "Let's go check out the hotel first." Entering the hotel, they find an old woman waiting for them at the front desk who asks, "Welcome, do you have a reservation?" Cece quickly presents a card, explaining, "We're here to complete a mission, so we'd like to see the hotel first. Could you give us a tour?" Hearing this, the old woman picked up her oil lamp and started walking without looking back, urging them, "Hurry, there's a lot here." The group followed her up the stairs, when suddenly a ball rolled to Nguyen Dongdong's feet, leaving him utterly surprised. Then, Nguyen Dongdong bent down to pick up the ball, wondering why this scene felt so familiar. Suddenly, Nguyen Dongdong looked up. Before Nguyen Dongdong, a pair of twins suddenly appeared, and he thought to himself, "Is this a horror movie scene?" Nguyen Dongdong threw the ball behind him and said awkwardly, "Forget it, I'll just follow the others." He called out to his friends, but a strange sound came from behind him, making him turn around. The twins had vanished, and he wondered how they'd been replaced by Asana. Nguyen Dongdong pushes open the door and steps inside, finding a woman bathing. The woman beckons Nguyen Dongdong closer. Seeing this, Nguyen Dongdong is speechless. Never mind. Suddenly, a hand touches Nguyen Dongdong, and a beautiful, soaking wet woman embraces him tightly from behind. The woman breathed on Nguyen Dongdong's hand, sending shivers through him, and before her astonished eyes, he transformed into a skeleton. She was terrified, asking how he could transform like that. Dongdong, unamused, retorted that a skeleton couldn't scare anyone. The woman sighed in frustration. "Sorry, Chapter 73. A moment later, Nguyen Dong Dong sat cross-legged in a chair. So, Nguyen Dong Dong asked the people before her if they had all been chased away by the wandering ghosts. The manager chuckled, explaining to Nguyen Dong Dong that they didn't run away. Scared, but amused, he recalled the scene of the TV ghost crawling out. "Everyone, get out of here," she had rasped. Seeing the ghost emerge from the TV, the director's eyes lit up. Could this be the legendary monster? Wait while I find the power button. I've always wanted to see what it looks like when it first crawls out on pause. Hearing this, the panicked ghost tried to stop him. "Hey, wait, aren't you afraid of me?" But the director ignored her and pressed the pause button on the TV remote. Stuck. The woman is stuck in the TV, panicking and flailing. Seeing this, the director grins wickedly, chuckling. "Heh, now I control you." "What do you want?" the ghost cried out in fear. "Don't come any closer." Her screams echoed around them. With that explained, Uncle Hugh grabbed the ghost and told everyone, "You're thinking the wrong way. I'm a married man. I caught her to draw her, of course." Meanwhile, Kin Hong, Shi, and Bao Bao approached an ancient coffin. Suddenly, the coffin lid burst open and a Jiangshi rises from within. The zombie opened its eyes and looked at everyone, prompting Jing Hong to step in front of Shi, saying, "Young miss, let me take care of this. With your meager skills, how dare you try to show off in front of me?" Jing Hong scolds the zombie before attacking. Seeing Jing Hong, the zombie panicked, crying out, "Why are you attacking me right away? Wait!" A powerful light then erupted. Back in reality, Wei Dong Dong asks the ghosts why they're scaring people at the old woman's hotel, saying it's bad for business. The young woman replies that they originated here and don't remember the past. "But we don't like people disturbing our home. If you want us to leave, you have to help us find our lost memories." Bao Bao, meanwhile, received shocking news on her screen. Wei Dong Dong surmises that they must accept the ghost's request to find their lost memories. An unexpected bonus to this hidden quest. Jing Hong, a bit skeptical, points at the ghosts and asks if they can't just kill them or seal them away, a suggestion that horrifies the ghosts. Kuang covers his face and cries, "Why are you all so violent? We can come and go as we please in this hotel and we won't die." Hearing this, Ngui Dong Dong glances at everyone, implying that to complete the perfect hotel mission, they must deal with these three devils. Then Wei Dong Dong turned to Bao Bao and told her to release Yuming from the headmaster's box to deal with these three. "Let's wander around the hotel a bit more and gather some more information." Hearing this, Bao Bao took out the headmaster's box and the specter emerged from the scented box, declaring, "I'm here. What do you need me to do?" Suddenly, Yu Min caught sight of her. The skeleton woman had appeared. He eagerly plucked a rose, presenting it to her. "My beautiful lady, would you do me the honor of accepting this flower I happened to pick?" Seeing this, the headmaster and Wei Dong Dong were speechless. Wei Dong Dong said, "We might need to find someone in the school who knows this spirit." The Ice Queen, disliking the spirit, said, "This disgusting bug." The Ice Queen blushed and glanced at Wei Dong Dong, saying that if that handsome man invited her for tea, she might have some time. Yu Min was heartbroken and furious, wondering what made him better, demanding a duel, leaving Wei Dong Dong utterly baffled. Just then, Bao Bao crossed her arms and said, "Let's go, Yu Min, people from their school. We need to go upstairs and check things out." The group continued forward to investigate. Seeing the dilapidated state of the hotel, the group was speechless. Everything from the lights to the doorknobs was broken. Wei Dong Dong then looked at Cece and asked her to repeat the rules of the hotel mission. Cece recalled the rules. "So, no outside investment or hired help allowed, and given these terrible conditions, our company's 3 resident devils would usually just destroy the place," Heba said grimly, and Wei Dong Dong agreed, "I'm exhausted." Suddenly, in this desolate hotel, countless people jostle to enter. A cacophony of noise and pushing fills the air. Make way, make way, make way. A young man pushes his way through the crowd and into the hotel. "Ma'am, I'd like to book a room," the young man said excitedly. The old woman adjusted her glasses and looked at him. There are so many people. As they watched the crowd fight for rooms, Wei Dong Dong asked Cece if inviting so many people wouldn't cause problems, to which Jing Hong sighed, saying they had no choice. The demand on Ocean Star was too great, and they had to test the waters. Currently, the best hotels make nearly 10 million a day, including side businesses. The best way is to directly find people to spend money. Just then, the old woman suddenly held up a card. "No vacancy. Get out," the old woman said. "I'm tired today and won't be receiving guests." Seeing this, Cece's face darkened as she sighed. "There are only 20 rooms in total, and at most we can only accommodate 6 people." So I feel like the mission is literally an impossible goal. Wei Dongdong, holding the hotel rules, also said, one of the last rules clearly states that as long as the old woman nods, then the mission can be completed. Completing the mission must be related to those three things. Wei Dongdong looked at the three ghosts beside him and continued. The Academy's announcement was for students to find other hidden quests, and we need one more person to complete the quest with us. The headmaster's wife was silent for a moment, then said, "Hey, don't we already have 6 people?" Anyway, hearing that, Wei Dongdong felt dejected, apologizing that he was just a useless thing. But then he regained his spirit, summoning Jia Slim to clean up, saying that they should clean the hotel first. Just tidy it up a bit and see if you can find any other clues. Qin Hong also handed aprons to the 3 ghosts, telling them to lend a hand. Seeing this, the zombie hesitated, then stammered, "We're ghosts. Isn't this inappropriate?" Qin Hong's face darkened as she threatened them. "Didn't you say you wanted to recover your memories? Hurry up and search every nook and cranny of the hotel, or do you want me to beat you into it?" Seeing this, the Jiangshi could only lament, "Why do we still have to work after becoming ghosts?" Then everyone began their cleaning duties. Bao Bao, now in a maid outfit, announces she's in charge of serving VIP clients, even though there aren't any. Bao Bao sighs. While cleaning, Wei Dongdong discovered an item, or so he wondered. "Come take a look," Wei Dongdong called out to everyone. Before them appeared a framed photo of a blissfully happy couple, and a hush fell over everyone. Someone noticed the glasses worn by the girl in the photo, wondering if that young woman is the old woman now. "Oh," Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise. "Do people age in Agi?" Hong then explained that the world of A was divided into ordinary people and cultivators, and that cultivators were no different from them, so there would be no changes. The settings for ordinary people were basically the same as in reality. It's said that when normal people in the A hour die, they go to Lai Island, and players' fossilized bodies are also brought there after they log out for a long time. But NPCs can supposedly reincarnate through Lai Island due to something called a soul setting. "Granny, do you recognize this picture?" Wei Dongdong asked, holding the photo up to the old woman. The old woman picked up the picture and wondered aloud. But then she snapped the frame in half, saying it would make good firewood that would burn for a long time. Wei Dongdong was shocked. "Never mind," Wei Dongdong sighed, taking the frame back. "It seems she doesn't remember anything." Suddenly, the old woman's eyes lit up as she scrutinized Wei Dongdong. "What does this have to do with me?" Wei Dongdong asks the old woman, secretly relieved that she knows something about him. Suddenly, the old woman strokes Wei Dongdong's chin and asks, "Aren't you the pet of those who came here to complete the mission?" "Good boy, little white. Good boy." In the old woman's eyes, Wei Dongdong had become a dog. Annoyed, Wei Dongdong snatched the photo. "I'm not a dog." "Old woman, get those people out of here." "Ah, looking at this picture, I think I remember something. If I had a dog to pet, maybe I could remember even more. This old woman is no fool." Suddenly, Wei Dongdong glanced at Yuming, who was surrounding the female skeleton. "Lend me your friend for a moment," Wei Dongdong said, pulling Yuming away. Wei Dongdong pushed Yuming towards the old woman, saying, "Granny, see if this blue dog pleases you." The old woman happily grabbed Yuming, then pondered as she looked at the photo. "It seems to have some connection with the 3 ghosts in the hotel. It feels so familiar." Suddenly, Wei Dongdong snatched the photo back from the old woman, saying enough was enough. Then, Wei Dongdong showed the photo to the 3 ghosts. "This seems to be our master," the 3 ghosts said, looking at the man in the photo. Meanwhile, Little Silver obediently took the old woman's hand, saying, "Granny, Granny." Both Huba and Wei Dongdong were speechless. He was getting into character way too fast. Meanwhile, elsewhere, warm sunlight shone on a store sign. On a sofa, a plush fish rests as Wei Dongdong reviews ledgers beside it. Suddenly breaking the silence, Guan Yushu pushed open the door and entered, saying, "Joe, I'm here." Looking around at the empty space, she wondered, "Why is it so deserted?" Seeing her, Wei Dongdong smiled and greeted Guan Yushu. "Yushu, you're here. We've been experimenting a lot since taking over the Wanmei Hotel." Wei Dongdong recounted what had happened. They tried hiring a large number of players to spend money, but the old woman refused, deciding that the number of guests per day shouldn't exceed 20, so they moved on to another experiment. First, the membership storage model. If enough people sign up for membership cards and there's no time limit to maintain membership, daily revenue could easily increase. But the old woman rejected it. The old woman choked back tears, saying that when she was young, hotels had swindled her out of a lot of money, and that such a loophole was unfair to customers. Wei Dongdong sighed, noting that she couldn't remember the important things, but remembered this so clearly. Ending his flashback, Wei Dongdong told Guan Yushu that they slowed down after the financial aspects were blocked, deciding to check other information first. Jing Hong and Xiaoba went to the planet to fight. Wei Dongdong continues to reminisce, recalling how Ye Wu later found a quest for the game champion, requiring a new account to complete the challenge profile of the scenario mode he was testing. "Is this our only lead?" Wei Dongdong asked, showing the picture frame to Guan Yushu. "Simple enough," Guan Yushu replied, taking the frame. Guan Yushu slowly explained that she remembered the old woman mentioning the hotel investigation 3 years ago. But the company's operations were in the eastern continent at that time, mainly in cities known for money laundering. The world of A is mainly divided into 4 major regions: Dongsheng, Xixia, Nanshan, and Beilu. All the A-Ju amusement parks are located in the middle of these 4 continents, where the climate is temperate. Observing the 2 people in the picture, Guan Yushu concludes that his skin is relatively dark, so we should mainly investigate the southern cities of the eastern continent. This way, we can narrow it down to a few cities in A, and his tattoo is likely a unique seal of a certain ethnicity. Holding a map, Guan Yuqia said, "These 3 cities, Lucheng, Pianfu, and Mincheng, are most likely where the largest eastern power, besides the Hanqiao government, the Xuanyuan clan, is located." Bao Bao then suggested, "How about we ask them to investigate?" Guan Yushu shook her head, disagreeing, saying that it wasn't a good idea to reveal mission-critical information, and that they needed to be as secretive as possible to avoid alerting their enemies. But then, Nguyen Dongdong suddenly spoke up, smiling, because the mission clues weren't fully revealed. So when they entered A's amusement park, they would definitely be targeted by all forces. So their next step was to disrupt things. "We'll draw in as many powerful forces as possible, as long as the information remains in our hands. The more people who come, the better it will be for us." "Okay," Guan Yushu agreed. "I'll go make a call then." Guan Yushu calls Guling. "Hey Guling, I need your help." Guling replies, "Why didn't Dongdong call? You were just scolding me." Hearing this, Guan Yushu giggled and replied, "I have a clue about the main quest. It's up to you. Cooperate with us, or should I beat you up first, and then you cooperate?" Guling was speechless. Guan Yushu continued, "Silence means I should scold you, right?" Guling sighed and told her to send the investigation data. Before Guling could finish, Guan Yushu interrupted, "No, I've changed my mind. Delo isn't talking, so let's just discuss the collaboration." Guling was left speechless. A moment later, Guan Yushu happily said, "Guling found it. This tattoo is the symbol of the Soul Discussion Sect, a minor sect in Nanyang of the Eastern Victory Continent. This person's name is Mangxi, a genius chosen by the Luan Han sect, who then disappeared." Wei Dongdong was immediately shocked. "The Luan Han sect is a small sect?" Bao Bao asked curiously. "Are they very powerful?" Wei Dongdong continues, "She must have heard of the path of the Eastern Beast Trainers, right? There's an A-rank scattered sect whose mental techniques are incredibly effective, including forced master switching, and the fusion of multiple beasts between pets, as well as the appropriation of symbiotic talent points in transmission, and so on." Wei Dongdong then sighed. The trail on this person has gone cold. Why did it end here? Guan Yushu looked at Wei Dongdong, puzzled. The landlady's identity is still unknown, and there are household registration controls between cities. Guan Yushu continued to ponder. Why is the landlady here? If she appeared in Haiyang before, there should be records. Wei Dongdong nodded in agreement, saying, "I always thought that if we followed the clues in the game, we'd find something in a single instance. But what if the instance's layout and influence are based on decades ago?" A question that plagued everyone was, if Azure wasn't another world, how could the world around them be so vast? And what techniques did the NPC's superintelligence use to support it? But if it is another world, then levels, stat points, and elements unique to the game are inexplicable. The more I think about it, the more I feel like an ant, lost in trying to judge Azure with my limited understanding. If it's neither the game we thought nor reality, we must learn and adapt to this world like newborns. Suddenly, a hand appears before Wei Dongdong, pulling him from his reverie. "Why the days?" Bao Bao asked Wei Dongdong with concern. Seeing this, Wei Dongdong smiled and said, "It's okay. I know what to do now." Wei Dongdong then offered tea to Guan Yushu, asking her to investigate the hotel owner's relationships. The next morning, on a beautiful beach with golden sand dunes, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao greeted her, saying hello to Gu Ling, whom they hadn't seen in a while. Gu Ling was also very happy and asked why they had come all the way to Dongsheng and directly asked them to investigate. Wei Dongdong smiled and replied that the more people, the better the results. Then Wei Dongdong continued to ask Gu Ling about the mission clues, hoping the beautiful elder sister would help him win. Hearing this, Gu Ling's face darkened as she said, "I always felt you guys had ulterior motives. Nanyang is a cluster of islands south of the East Continent, and we need to find a small sect within it. With that, Guling turned towards the ship, saying they would sail there. Bao Bao followed, wondering why they had to take a boat if there was no teleportation system. Hearing this, Guling explained that while teleportation exists between major cities, it's forbidden in the Nanyang region, so they'll have to rely on sea routes. The ship's sails are slowly lowered as it catches the wind and begins to move forward. Gazing at the sea, Wei Dongdong playfully teases Guling, a scene reminiscent of their first encounter on the open water. Guling retorts with a glare, telling him to forget about it, but Wei Dongdong just grins mischievously. The ship sails on. But wait, the radar is picking up something. Someone's approaching our vessel, and the robots are detecting a reaction on the hull. Hearing this, Guling is furious. How dare they provoke a ship flying the Zhuanyuan flag? Suddenly, a blade is thrown. Guling deflected the blade with her sword, as a woman wielding a knife suddenly leaped onto the ship's deck. Her body bears the same patterns and marks as the man in the photo. As a courtesy, Guling bows to her. The Zhuanyuan are at work, and we sincerely request your assistance. The woman raised an eyebrow at this, putting on a show of power. "Kill them all!" she commanded, and countless assassins emerged from behind her, charging forward. Guling was enraged by her actions, and Wei Dongdong added fuel to the fire. So much for the great name of the Gu family. No matter, we have divine weapons. Guling turned to Wei Dongdong, annoyed, and said that the Zhuanyuan sword is a treasure of the sect and will be taken back after the competition. These people are only rank 3, so they're not a problem. Suddenly, all the assassins surrounded Bao Bao, and Wei Dongdong was furious. Did they really want to lay a hand on her? Try getting past me first. Then Wei Dongdong appears, shielding Bao Bao. Wei Dongdong uses an A-rank item, the illusion robe, whose power clearly has a significant effect on the assassins. Guling steps forward, chanting an incantation, and in the blink of an eye, she dispatches several assassins. The assassins quickly shifted their focus to Guan Yushu, seeing her as an easy target, but she just smirked and said, "You've messed with the wrong girl." Then Guan Yushu uses her level 3 magic weapon, the unlimited ammo gun, terrifying the assassins. Meanwhile, Guan Yushu gleefully mowed down assassins, sending them scattering in terror as Huang still coldly observed. Huang's dagger multiplies into countless blades, all aimed directly at Guling. Guling struggled to dodge the daggers, clenching her jaw. She thought to herself, he's reached rank A4, so his techniques and equipment must be at least A grade. Returning to the respawn point would be too high a price. Did Guling summon Sword Chi Mountain? Huang was astonished by the scene unfolding before him. The boat immediately shattered into countless pieces, and Dongdong, in a fit of rage, cursed, "Damn you, Guling! Aim better! You scared the babies! Dongdong, hold on tight, I can't swim and we're in a strange place." Before Ngui Dongdong's eyes appeared countless strange creatures staring at him. Ngui Dongdong rubbed his head, slowly sat up, and then asked the creatures around him, "Where is this? Was I just asleep?" Dongdong thought to himself, "This is the first time I've lost consciousness in the game. It couldn't have been that long, could it? I've been called a sleeper before, but I could still sense what was happening around me." Suddenly, Ngui Dongdong cried out in alarm. "Where is this? Why can't I sense my connection to my clone?" "This is the island," a creature answered, "where the soul-refining sect imprisons monsters. The person who was just brought here. This place has a barrier that isolates all connections to the outside world." "The island?" Wu Dongdong wondered. "Yes," the creature continued. "We're all trapped here. But our strength isn't great, and because our abilities aren't particularly strong, we've managed to survive. The soul-refining sect's policy is to erase the minds of monsters, and many powerful demons here hide to avoid capture." Hearing this, Dongdong hurriedly asks, "How can I get out?" The creatures all wondered, then answered in unison, "No escape, no escape." Another creature added, "If we knew, we wouldn't be trapped here waiting to die." Hearing this, Ngui Dongdong fell silent, wondering how she ended up here with no memory of it, and why she would also faint in this world. Meanwhile, on Soul Refining Island, Bao Bao was captured and brought before Huang Van as the captors reported, "Miss, the other two escaped, and besides this one who led herself to our doorstep, her item was also forcibly separated and brought to Soul Island." "Help, I can't swim!" she cried. "Why are you grabbing me? I'm your enemy." Huang Yun angrily scolded Bao Bao. Back in reality, Bao Bao angrily questioned Huang Yun. "What have you done to Ngui Dongdong? Why can't I sense them?" Instead of answering, Huang Yun coldly ordered that she be taken to the island for the elders to deal with, and that they continue searching for the other two, adding that anyone not from the island deserves to die. Meanwhile, in a vast and unfamiliar palace, Huang Yun bowed before someone, reporting respectfully, Master, I haven't done well enough. I've only captured one, and I'm trying my best to catch the other escapees. Bao Bao, dragged into the grand hall, struggles, shouting, "Let me go. I'm from the Immortal Academy and the Alchemist Guild." Suddenly, Huang Yun's master smiles. "So it's you, the one from the prophecy. Take her away and treat her well. We need her cooperation for the ceremony." Huang Yun coldly replied, "You don't need to know anything else. If you want to see that beast again, just cooperate with us." Huang Yun suddenly clapped his hands. Immediately, a feast of delicious food and drinks is laid out before Bao Bao. "These are our local specialties. Wait here in this room. We will fulfill any request you have except for leaving." Seeing this, Bao Bao angrily shouts, "Get out! I'd rather starve than eat your food." Elsewhere, Guan Yushu desperately tries to wake Gu Ling, slapping him repeatedly. "Enough," Gu Ling said, grabbing Guan Yushu's hand as she slapped him repeatedly. "I'm not unconscious, so stop hitting me," Gu Ling warned, looking at Guan Yushu. Guan Yushu angrily questions Gu Ling, asking if this is what he meant by releasing the Zhuanyuan people, pointing to the bodies floating in the water. It's then that Gu Ling explains that, according to their intel, there's only one path to Refining Island, and for years they haven't allowed outsiders and are extremely hostile to any activity. "So, let our people hide while we draw their attention, then a group can sneak onto the island. A decoy to distract them, then others move in." Gu Ling smirked. "This is a trick that unscrupulous master taught me." Guan Yu asked, confused, "Then why are we running? What's the difference between running now and them locking down the island later for 2 intruders versus a whole gang?" Gu Ling claps back, saying they'll be killed, so they might as well do it this way to save time. They decide to scout the area together, with Gu Ling leading the way to check for traps. Guan Yushu scolds Gu Ling, who patiently replies that they're a team and should be polite. Elsewhere, a panicked subordinate reports to Huang Yun that the newcomer has eaten a mountain of food in half a day. Huang Yun looked at him with disdain, saying, "How much could that little kunyang eat?" But when she saw the list of food she had devoured, Huang Yun was immediately shocked. "Damn it, how can she eat so much in the middle of the peaceful, beautiful ocean?" A scream suddenly breaks the silence. "Ah, the young Miss Gu Ling has abandoned us." Another man sighed, saying the young miss probably split the ship to distract us, leaving a note for us to split up. Another, holding a bow, agreed, saying they should draw the natives' attention first, giving Gu Ling time to complete her mission. After that, one of the men left, saying, "I'll go then. Drawing attention is my specialty." He unexpectedly used his ability. Strength, a talent that grants 4 points of power. Mountain shattering, the man instantly created a crater in the earth, sending dust and sand flying everywhere. Not far away, a patrolman was happily strolling around the forest. The great king told him to patrol the mountain, and the highest-ranking senior sister instructed him to watch out for outsiders. As a patrolman, I'd never be lucky enough to find intruders. It seems the ceremony is starting, so there'll be lots of good food, the patrolman sighed. Suddenly, he saw the massive impact the man had made on the island. The patrolman was shocked, realizing his patrol was over. Chaos had arrived. "Intruders!" he shouted, frantically ringing his bell. Huang led the group past him, saying it was no use ringing the bell. Everyone had already seen. The girl from the group sighed, witnessing the strongman's impact, and exclaimed at his abnormal strength. Before the strongman, a massive cave appeared, and he scratched his head, wondering what to do next. Then, the strongman hoisted the girl onto his shoulders, but she refused, afraid of the height. Seeing this, the giant grabbed the craftsman by the waist and pulled him up, capturing them. Huang led the natives, shouting for them to seize the group. Seeing this, the strongman's legs began to ache, and he took off with incredible speed. Seeing this, Huang covered his face and coughed. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gu Ling noticed the commotion her people were causing, realizing that the giant spirit had awakened and begun to act. Gu Ling turned to Guan Yushu, saying they would lead the enemies to the other shore, and they would follow the traces on the soul refinement path map. They had to go straight to the forbidden area. Guan Yushu sighed in admiration, saying her subordinates were quite capable, creating such a commotion. Hearing Gu Ling's praise, Gu Ling happily replied, "It's rare for you to compliment me. My Zhuanyuan clan has many more capable people." But then Guan Yu shattered the rare harmonious atmosphere, saying, "I'm praising your subordinates. Let's move quickly. Less talk, more action." Gu Ling, upon hearing this, led the way. Meanwhile, Nguyen Dongdong is still calling for help. "Is anyone there? Wait, this place is full of monsters. Are there any animals?" A creature climbed onto Nguyen Dongdong's shoulder, advising her to give up, saying everyone was afraid of being captured, and the more noise she made, the more dangerous it would be. Nguyen Dongdong turned to leave, asking what the creature's name was, and if everyone here was an Eastern monster. The monster replied, "My name is Mingsa, and this is Di Jiang. As for the revolution of those suddenly captured, they're all Eastern monsters. Judging by your appearance, you must be a Western vampire, right?" "You know about this too?" Dongdong asked Mingsa curiously. "Of course, my former master took me to see many things," Mingsa replied proudly. Hearing Mingsa mention his former master, Dongdong asked with some curiosity, "Was your former master brought here like me?" Mingsa shook her head. "No, it was the soul refining people. Decades ago, the soul refining sect had a civil war. There was another faction called the Harmony sect, who advocated living in peace with us, but they lost that war. Ultimately, they were exiled, and we were separated and imprisoned here." Suddenly, a light appears before Nguyen Dongdong, who exclaims in surprise, "There's light ahead!" Mingsa explains that a spirit, Xuan Wu, was captured and sealed there by the soul refining group. However, inside, countless crimson chains bound a creature, one that resembled us, but was incredibly large and colossal. Mingsa continued, explaining that its consciousness would be erased when its power weakened. Inside, the Xuan Wu coiled its massive form within colossal red chains, as if awaiting something. In a quiet house, a voice suddenly echoed. Seeing Bao Bao constantly eating, Yuanzi hesitantly speaks up. Senior sister said you can't eat anymore or there won't be enough food for the ceremony." Bao Bao immediately retorted, "Little Yuanzi, your master told you to treat me well. Just tell me what this celebration is." But Yuanzi stubbornly shook his head, refusing, "No, I can't reveal any news about the celebration. I have to listen to master, but I also have to listen to senior sister." Seeing Viantu hesitate, Bao Bao asks, "Tell me, is our master more important or our senior disciple?" The boy ponders. "Our master." Finally, unable to take it anymore, Yuanzi burst out, "That's it! No more eating. I can't stay here. I can't argue with you." Yuanzi couldn't bear it and ran outside. At that moment, Bao Bao glanced around furtively, thinking, "Okay, no one's here." She opened the box and whispered, "Yuming, come out quickly." A blue blob suddenly flew out, declaring, "I have arrived." Bao Bao called out, "Hey, Yu Min, get over here, and keep it down." Urgent, Yu Ming leans in as Bao Bao explains the situation. After hearing her out, Yu Ming nods in understanding. Having grasped the situation, Yu Ming confidently sets off to find Dongdong's trail. He'll quickly contact the language gatherers, as most enchantments are useless against him. Once he finds them, he'll bring them to her rescue. Having received his mission, Wu Ming flew off, leaving Bao Bao to sigh at the sight of the empty tray before her. A moment later, she called out, "Little Yuanzi, got anything to drink? I'll take anything, even bubble tea." Xiao Yuanzi is too scared of Bao Bao to listen, pretending to be deaf. Meanwhile, in a dark cave, Wei Dongdong is surprised by what she sees. A ghost training object. Divine beasts are naturally more gifted than ordinary monsters, some even possessing divine powers. You went to provoke it. It's huge. No wonder it's a sacred beast. The mythical beast, now beyond irritated, roared, "Damn it! Stop poking me! I can barely breathe!" Dongdong, stunned, wondered, "It's still conscious?" The divine beast was annoyed by this. "Those damned soul cultivators will collect anything these days. Even a nobody like him, and you dare call me esteemed while I'm stuck here?" Hearing this, Wei Dongdong was speechless, thinking to himself, "Is this turtle from Gungeon?" Without arguing, he calmly sat down and said, "And yet this bastard can move around freely. I say, you're quite old, yet your temper is still so fiery." And at this moment, another divine beast calmly spoke, "I apologize for my brother's temperament. Being chained here for so long has soured his mood, little friend." Looking at the two mythical creatures before him, Wei Dongdong thought to himself, "These brothers have such different personalities." The older creature slowly continued, "We don't have much time left. On this island, the dead spirits are all being brought here, awaiting the grand ceremony. The Heavenly Maiden of Spirit Refinement Island will use her techniques to cleanse and reshape, seizing talent and starting anew, absorbing our dead spirits. Once she succeeds, she'll be unmatched in the A-world." Hearing this, Wei Dongdong immediately asked if the tortoise knew how to break the restraints and escape, but the younger divine beast angrily retorted, saying that if he knew how to escape, would he still be chained up in this place? The divine beast added that only the best formation masters could possibly find a way to break these seals. "But, little friend, if you're willing, you could go to the east of Kui Island and look for our Azure Dragon leader. If he has no clues either, then we're out of options." He examined the chains and asked, "What if a Kui spirit, immune to the enchantments, destroyed it from the inside?" The divine beast replied, I only know of the legendary Nether Kui, immune to most enchantments, but where would we find one? Hearing that, Dong Dong excitedly says that he happens to have one. He looks up at the distant scenery and says, I just don't know if it's on Kwai Island or if Bao Bao has released it yet. Meanwhile, under a clear blue sky, Yu Ming was enthusiastically flirting with a beautiful girl, saying, For you, fair maiden, I happen to pluck this flower here. The other person frowned, saying, Why is this kind of pet appearing on the island? Chapter 80. In a certain forest. Quan Ngu Thu, a bit worried, quickly asks if they've contacted Bao Bao. Ko Len, frowning at the screen in his hand, says there's a restriction on the island and it seems they've entered a similar protected area, so he might as well call the Zhuanyuan people over. Hearing this, Juling turned to observe, saying, It feels like more than 10 people are acting together, which makes it easier for us to act. And somewhere else, 2 people were fighting. Juliang eyed his opponent, saying he couldn't believe he'd found someone nearly as strong as himself. The man immediately replied that he didn't expect to find someone strong enough to contend with him. He arrogantly continued, The patterns on our soul refinement bodies come from absorbing the energy of different pets, and mine is a Bichi captured by my master, with the power to move mountains and seas. Giantly scoffs, unafraid, saying it's been a long time since he's met someone with pure strength to fight. Let's see if his Bixie is stronger than his training. No sooner had he spoken than Colossus charged forward, launching a powerful blow. But unfortunately, his opponent swiftly ducked to avoid it. The giant spirit swung again, but the soul cultivator dodged it, seizing the opportunity to land a powerful blow to the giant spirit's head. Colossus laughs, saying his head is his hardest point, and retaliates with a kick to his opponent's chest. The Soul Master was immediately sent flying, crashing into a boulder, and struggled to stand. The Soul Master wipes blood from his mouth, saying, Not bad, very strong. Without acknowledging, Colossus quickly rushes in to attack. The Soul Refiner, far from intimidated, was brimming with confidence. The patterns on his body began to glow as he welcomed the challenge. Come. The two are evenly matched, trading blows as explosions erupt around them. From the bushes, an archer speaks. Everything on this island is too twisted, and now they're bringing others into it. How can they cause such a commotion from so far away? We can't easily interfere in the battle of the Great Spirit. It won't be resolved quickly. Our main task isn't to win, but to create chaos. The red-clad girl beside her immediately handed her a talisman, saying, Here, this is a cloth talisman I made. It can be used in critical moments. I'll go south, you go north. Let's split up. Meanwhile, shouts echoed as they gave chase, yelling, Catch it! Hurry, surround it! They were furious at the giant spirit, complaining about how difficult it was to catch and accusing it of flirting with their master. Yu Min fearlessly taunts them. Why so much malice? I was just being friendly with the ladies. Just then, a blade flies toward Yu Min. Yu Min nonchalantly watched the blade pass right through him, then casually picked it up. Seeing this, Huang gritted her teeth in anger, but Yu Min remained nonchalant, taunting, Oh, dear lady, did you drop this golden dagger? Huang retorted, Looks like normal attacks won't work on this little devil. Find the elder who can teleport through space and bring him here. Yu Min crosses his arms and says sarcastically, Why so hot-tempered, miss? You'll never find a husband like that. He drops the dagger and says, I'm done playing with knives. I'm not playing with you anymore. Here's some sincere advice. Go home and check on your old man. So many people are chasing me. What will happen to him? Huang Wan was shocked to hear that. She immediately ordered them to return and protect their master, vowing to capture the Azure Kui and make it a stepping stone for the rest of her life. Unbeknownst to Huang, the Nether Bloom had moved behind her, thinking, I get to be with such a beautiful young lady? What luck! Enraged, she screamed, Why are you still here? Chapter 81. The scene quickly returns to the dark cave. The mythical beast grew anxious at his words, saying, What are you saying? You have a nether tortoise? Wei Dongdong replied without hesitation. Of course. I just happen to have one, but now I have to see how to contact him. The divine beasts excitedly said, If you can break the seal and escape this place, you'll be our savior. I'll go through fire and water for you. The other divine beast quickly chimed in, Me too. At that moment, a panel appeared before him, and Wei Dongdong thought in a daze, A hidden quest? The panel quickly displayed, Accept the quest to help the four spirits lift the restriction. As he pressed the button, he thought, What choice do I have but to accept? The divine beast then produced a glowing shard, saying, This is a piece of our tortoise shell, which can protect you in times of need. Consider it a token from us, and please, young friend, deliver this message to our future brethren. Wei Dongdong quickly accepted. He held the tortoise shell in his hand, a bit surprised. A tool already, and the mission wasn't even complete. Wei Dongdong grinned wickedly. So, if I repeat everything, I can get all the 4 symbols tokens? He confidently turned to the celestial beasts and said, "Rest assured, I cannot refuse to restore the glory of the 4 symbols." The celestial beast immediately replied, "You're quite the talent, kid." "Not bad. I like you." The celestial beast hummed, watching Liang Weidong's retreating figure, and asked if his words were credible. The other celestial beast immediately replied, "Who cares? We have no choice but to believe him. Once I'm out, I'll grind those soul-refining demons and monsters into dust." The snake on his shoulder quickly asks if he's telling the truth, and if he can take them with him if he gets out. Nguyen Dongdong frowns, asking if he looks that untrustworthy. It helplessly replies that it couldn't even beat the Liangshu cultivators in a fight. The surrounding Liangshu cultivators quickly clamor, pointing themselves out as strong. He said, slightly annoyed, "Are you that shallow? If I wasn't special, why would the soul refiner bring me here?" After a moment of thought, the snake replied hesitantly, "You know, you might be right." Nguyen Dongdong confidently winked. "Don't worry, I've read a lot of books, I wouldn't lie." He turned back and asked, "Then let's go to the seal point of Curse Breath and see." As Nguyen Dongdong walked, he asked how many pets were trapped here. The snake immediately replied that it didn't know, but if he was willing to take them out, giving everyone hope was all that mattered. It continued, saying that even if it wasn't true, everyone would choose to believe it. Lian Zhuan and the others echoed, "Hope, hope, hope." He calmly replied, "Don't worry. It seems the sealing point of the curse breath is ahead." As he entered, he saw eggshells and broken chains. Seeing this, Nguyen Dongdong was a little confused. Why was there nothing here? Suddenly, something stirred beneath the eggshell. Nguyen Dongdong couldn't believe his eyes, exclaiming, "Could it be here?" He went over and opened the eggshell. So that's Chip Chip. He sees it and happily asks, "Chip Chip, were you brought here too? Where's Uncle Tuck?" Chip quickly pointed in a direction, and Dongdong followed his gaze. "Behind that rock?" he asked. As they approached, they saw a trembling figure, Uncle Tuck, in the form of a small, tearful bird, saying, "Who are you? Don't come any closer." After observing, the snake exclaimed that it must have undergone nirvana upon escaping the seal. Nguyen Dong was a little dazed. Nirvana? The snake quickly explained that Jutuk is a phoenix and can naturally undergo Nipban, which is like being reborn, severing ties with the past and being reborn. They essentially forget their past life's memories like a blank slate. Hearing this, Juhu cried out in fear, "Don't come any closer, I'm very fierce." Nguyen Dongdong, upon hearing this, immediately hatched an evil plan, realizing that Jushu was now free from the seal and had no memory of the past. The snake on his shoulder replied helplessly, "You could say that." Nguyen Dongdong's eyes lit up. "So you don't remember anything?" Startled by this, tears streaming down his face, Jushi blankly asked, "Doesn't remember?" Nguyen Dongdong reached out and said, "I am actually your long-lost father." Hearing this, Chutuk was stunned and exclaimed, "Da!" The snake then asked Chip Chip, "Has he always been this shameless?" Chip Chip quickly nodded in agreement. Chapter 82. Tuk looked at Nguyen Dongdong with great suspicion and said, "But I don't think our clan has fathers. Only mothers." This information hits Nguyen Dongdong like a bolt from the blue, leaving him stunned. He immediately becomes as demure as possible, saying, "I'm also a mama by another name." Gradually lowering his guard, Chip Chip approached and said, "But you do have a familiar scent. Surely you're not a bad person." Hearing this, Nguyen Dongdong immediately thought of the black tortoise, wondering if the familiar scent was from Xuan Wu's precious shell and marveling at its unexpected function. Before he could react, Zhu Shi ran into his arms. "Mama, you've finally come. I woke up alone in this cave. I've had such a hard time." Dongdong happily stroked the little snake in his arms, thinking, even the 4 symbols become normal children after losing their memories. Dongdong reassured him, "Don't worry, Mama's here. I'll take you out soon. I just came from your Xuanwu brother, and we'll go find your Qinglong brother next." The snake quickly whispered a reminder, "If Xuanwu finds out you took advantage of him." Nguyen Dongdong shuddered, remembering the furious Xuanwu scolding him. What did he call me? Along the way, Juicy perched on Nguyen Dongdong's shoulder and said happily, "Mama, I want to eat experience fruit. I need to level up quickly to help you." Dongdong happily replied, "Eat lots and lots. When we get out, I'll buy you tons and tons of experience fruit." The scene quickly shifts to Soul Debate Island. Surprised by the scene before her, Guan Yushu said, "We're finally here." That was exhausting. Why are there so few people in the Soul Debate Forbidden area? Gu Ling looked around and replied, "They must have all been drawn out. Let's go deal with them." But just as he finished speaking, Guan Yichu vanished. Where did he go? Just then, Guan Yichu called out, "What are you doing over there? Come over here." Gu Ling arrived to see the two guards already taken care of and muttered, "Why were the guards so weak?" Gu Ling and Guan Yichu observed the vine-covered building before them, and he slowly spoke. "This is the forbidden area of the Soul Discussion clan, and according to my information, the barbarian's secret must be inside." Guan Yichu pulls back the vines to reveal countless red eyes waiting within, followed by a swarm of bats bursting out, catching her off guard. After an unknown amount of time, a torch was lit, illuminating the area. Gu Ling was a bit surprised by Guan Yushu's calm demeanor, wondering if she wasn't afraid of bats. Guan Yushu calmly replies that there's nothing to fear, as she and her teacher have dissected many bizarre creatures. Gu Ling, a bit scornful, says she's too bold for a woman who isn't afraid of anything. Guan Yuji retorts, angered, "Must women be afraid? Don't judge others so freely. I wouldn't even consider a pretty boy like you." Gu Ling, unjustly scolded, turns away and mutters, "I meant that many men wouldn't have the courage." Guan Yushu, noticing him whispering, immediately asked what he was saying, and Gu Ling quickly surrendered. Then, the two of them moved inside together, where a very strange stone door appeared before them. Gu Ling steps forward, stating this must be the entrance, and they need to break the formation. Guan Yushu notices the door's unique design, using the 12 zodiac animals as its axis, deducing they must move the stone sphere to find the formation's designated position. She approaches and gently touches the sphere. The 12 zodiac signs represent direction and order. The door rumbles and the round stone in the center begins to move, spinning faster and faster. Guan Yu ponders, realizing the island is east, the forbidden area north, and the cave west, a directional code. Just then, Gu Ling presents a notebook, saying they've already cracked the code. Hearing this, Guan Yu angrily demands why they weren't told sooner. The password-protected stone door quickly opens, and the cast trees gradually light up. Strangely, skeletal figures kneel on either side of the path. From above, they observe the scene. A yin-yang symbol in the center, surrounded by the 12 zodiac statues holding torches. Gu Ling speaks first, wondering what happened to these skeletons in this forbidden area. Chapter 83 flashes by, depicting the ancient founder of soul cultivation discovering a mystic art that could turn pets into body art, allowing them to wield their powers. And so, the founder established a sect, teaching the art to his disciples, and over time, the soul-refining sect developed into two major factions, Man and Huang. The Man faction advocated for harmony and understanding with their pets to maximize their power, while the Huang believed pets should be devoid of consciousness, their spirits erased and refined into tools. And so, the two factions agreed to hold a celebration every 10 years, where each would send their 5 best disciples to compete, with the winning faction leading the soul cultivation sect for the next decade. But the Huang faction's method of erasing consciousness was too brutal, requiring the sacrifice of a disciple and a pet whose consciousness was almost entirely lost each time. The Man clan also criticized the customs of the Huang clan. But after reading, Ling spoke up saying, "The mural ends here, only introducing the origins of the soul cultivation factions." Guan Yushu brings out a robot saying, "Let my little robot scout ahead, but according to the data we have, only the royal family remains on the soul-refining island." She picks up a mirror, seemingly noticing something. "Wait, this person's name is... Man, she." They both seemed to realize something and exclaimed in unison, the entire Man clan was slaughtered. Guan Yu looked at the dry bones and wondered what exactly happened that year that led to the extermination of the entire Man clan. These people might be Man clan elders, perhaps even Man Shi himself. Forgive my intrusion. She approached to examine the skeleton, but Gu Ling tapped her shoulder, advising, "Don't bother. I already checked. Anything of value was likely taken. If we thought of it, the royals probably did too." Guan Yu Q suddenly noticed something, telling them to wait and look at this skeleton. "It's in a posture of invitation," she says, pointing out that only its posture is different. She looked around, a little hesitant, and said, "Is there something strange about this place?" Guan Yu reached out and tapped the ground. She relays her discovery. "It's hollow down here. There must be a trap door." Gu Ling approaches. "Let me try." As soon as he stepped forward, the trigram formation shifted abruptly, sending them both plummeting down, and they vanished from sight. Caught off guard, Guan Yuzhu screams, while Gu Ling lands safely. He even reached out and grabbed Guan Yu, who was falling. At that moment, Gu Ling's face looked strangely beautiful in Guan Yu's eyes. "Are you okay?" Guan Yushu was stunned by his actions and words, and after a moment she blushed with embarrassment. She screamed and struggled, even hitting Guling's face, yelling, "Let me down! I don't need your help, I can get down myself." Guling released her, clutching his face in pain, while Guan Yushu turned away, blushing with embarrassment. They quickly noticed a full set of wooden tables, chairs, and a bed in front of them. Guling subtly noticed a stone nearby. A memory stone. He quickly pressed his hand into it, and a pre-recorded image appeared, greeting whoever was watching and stating that they must be of the Wild Clan. They both listened intently to the man, because the Taiji diagram required at least 2 living beings to activate, and only one member of the Wild Clan knew how to step onto the altar of the gods. This secret chamber is where my master and his beast cultivated, and where Ryu and I spent happy times. To those fortunate enough to enter, though I cannot see you, I wish you a successful conclusion. With his arms crossed, Guan Wukyu smugly declares that they completed their mission successfully. The figure in the frame continues to tell them about his past with Ryu. In that same year, the Wild Clan committed many atrocities as the scene shifts to the soul-refining island's forest. A golden power surged forth, and Min, gritting his teeth in anger, heard a soul cultivator say, "I'll subdue this beast." It was Stone Protector, Huang Gu. Ming thought to himself that this small island actually has cultivators with spatial abilities. Huang Gu opened a space and said, "Imprison this brat on the island and we'll refine him after the celebration." Sensing the strangeness of the space, Min realized the aura he'd been searching for was here all along, and allowed himself to be drawn in. Huang respectfully clasped her hands, thanking Protector Shai for his help, adding that the Soul Island's barrier also contained spatial magic, and could only be activated during the festival, meaning this demon was doomed. When will I be able to leave the island for training? He gazed at the island scenery before him, anticipating something, anything, to spice up his life. His mind wandered to pleasures, like his master spoke of in books, leaving the trial sword in hand to roam the world and meet beautiful women. Suddenly, his eyes changed, becoming bewildered. The wave begins to swell, and he thinks to himself, "Damn, someone must have triggered the remote mechanism again." The higher the wave, the more worried he becomes. He has to hurry. Soon, a large wave crashed onto the shore, then receded. He was drenched, having barely dodged the wave, and sputtered. Suddenly, he noticed something. A girl washed ashore by the waves. Overjoyed, he thought, "Heaven has answered my prayers so quickly." Suddenly, he spotted figures in the distance and worried, "Savages! If they find an outsider, especially one alive on the island." He immediately cast a spell, the soul refinement marks on his body glowing. A small zombie appeared from behind a tree, and he whispered, "Little Jiangshi, quickly carry her away." The scene shifts to the forbidden area, where the rescued girl slowly awakens, opening her eyes. She asks warily where she is, and the soul cultivator, overjoyed, replies that she's awake and in the safe, forbidden grounds of the soul cultivators. The girl sits up, frowning, and says she remembers being outside the merchant ship when a huge wave suddenly hit. He quickly responded, "You must have encountered the island's barrier that we set up, but luckily you met me. We of the Soul Clan are all very kind. Once your injuries heal, I'll find a way to get you out of here." She then noticed the bandages on her leg and the wound, before realizing her clothes had been changed, and panicked. "Wait." She put on her shoes and said, "You changed my clothes." He immediately replied, "Xiaogang did it. I know the difference between men and women. He. She points to Xiaogang beside him, asking if this Jiang Shi is male or female. He naively replies that it's male. Loud smacks echoed as she beat the boy and Xiaogang to a pulp, angrily declaring that it was all the same. Then her voice softened. "Thank you for saving me. My name is Thuong Diu. How can I get out of here?" He eagerly replied, "Soon, in half a year, I can go out for training. Then you can become my familiar, and I can take you out directly." Diu immediately pictured herself as a puppy shaking his hand, then her face darkened. A familiar? He quickly explained that she was misunderstanding, and that he could release her later, as taking a living person off the island directly was quite troublesome. She then said, "Let's just take things one step at a time. You wouldn't hurt me. If you wanted to, you would have done it while I was unconscious." Time passed quickly, and they gradually grew closer. "Tell me more about the outside world." Diu happily obliged, telling him about the countless treasures to be found. Besides the beasts, there are also Jianghu grudges. "By the way, Mansi, what do you want to do in the future?" Mansi hesitated, wondering if he should just study as his master said, or strive to win the sect competition in a few years so he wouldn't lack food on the island. Diu clapped her hands, suggesting that he come out and open a hotel with her, Her hotel was short on staff, and Xiaojiang Shi could be put to work. They could build a haunted house-themed hotel. She happily talked about future plans, and Manzi happily thought to himself, a hotel doesn't sound too bad. Time passed, and a woman standing on a high place said, "Today is the day you all go out for your trials. The sect hopes you can gather information and capture divine beasts. They expect you to complete your training within 2 years." But Manzi quickly refused, saying he already had plans with someone else. He then whispered to Huang, warning him not to talk to him, or their master would scold him. He cheerfully bids farewell, saying, "I'm off," as a burst of light erupts beneath his feet. The scene shifts to a bustling street filled with vendors hawking fresh, hot buns. Manzi, seeing the scene before him, exclaims with joy, "Finally, I'm out." The street was bustling, filled with countless people going about their busy lives, and Manzi, exhausted and sweating, let out a sigh. Seeing this, Didi asked with some concern, "What's wrong?" Manzi replied, confused, "I don't know, my heart suddenly started racing. I get like this around a lot of people, a little excited, a little scared." Diu leaned in, teasing, "Didn't you want to dominate the entire A continent? You're already tense just walking down the street?" Manzi, feeling mocked, turned away. "I just haven't adjusted yet. Give me a minute." Before he could finish, Diu took Manzi's hand, raised it, and said, "This time, I'll lead the way so don't get lost." That was the first time I faced such a complex crowd, a flood of information washing over me, but my unease and worry faded away with the warmth of her hand in mine. After their walk, they sat down to chat, and Diu asked what he planned to do next. Manzi readily shared his plan. He wanted to capture some spirit beasts and convince them to become willing tattoos on his body. Then she asked Diu what her plans were. When asked, Diu's eyes grew hazy. Unbeknownst to me, she had snuck away from her family, originally wanting to travel and see if she could open a small shop, only to be scammed out of all her money by a talent agency. But Didi remained optimistic, saying she'd follow him and they could travel the continent together, sharing a third of the credit if they caught a suitable spirit beast. But as we young disciples left the island, the royal family secretly began summoning their own disciples back to the sect. Because most of the royal family's spirit beasts are refined from patterns, they can unleash extremely powerful combat strength in a short time. A man's voice rang out. "Huang Ling, you've attacked your own people." Without hesitation, Huang Ling retorted, "You don't understand the purpose of the refining method, yet you dare to speak of peaceful coexistence. Because of your damned trials, outsiders have hurt us deeply. Why should we consider their feelings?" The man coughed, saying that their sect's territory was remote, and most of the island's disciples were innocent and straightforward. They hoped to gradually strengthen relations to avoid a repeat of what happened with her and that outsider. Hearing this, Huang Ling angrily roared, "Whoever brings up what happened back then will die." She then cast a spell on the man, causing him to cry out in pain. Soon, he vanished, transforming into a small staff adorned with intricate patterns. Before she could finish, Huang Ling cut her off. "Huang Yun, do you like Manzi?" Huang Yun was flustered, unsure how to answer. Enraged, Huang Ling reached out, causing the patterns on Huang Yun's body to glow and inflict pain. Huang Ling coldly declared from her high seat, "We must seize the master of his clan. There is no possibility between you and him. These patterns are more than enough for you to deal with, Manzi. Decide for yourself, Huang Li. You go with your senior." Huang Li respectfully replied, "Yes, ma'am," and the scene quickly shifts to a hotel. Exhausted, Manzi sits down, saying it took half a year to build the hotel, but the haunted house theme is scaring all the guests away. Ruo calmly replies that there might be some problems, but they also have new members, Tutrin and Tukui, adding that the hotel will be built step by step and it's time for him to return. Suddenly, Manzi hesitated, saying he really liked being with her, but Dudu replied without a change in expression that he had his master and many friends on the island. "You don't have to decide right now. Go back and discuss it with your master and everything will be fine. Don't worry, I'll be here waiting for you every day. It won't be so long that my hair turns white and my back is bent over, right?" Dudu tossed a camera to Zhaogang, asking him to take a commemorative photo of them. She pulled Manzi's hand, counted to 3, adjusted his smile, counted to 2, and finally, Dudu posed and counted to 1. The camera flashed and he felt a pang of regret. If only time could stand still at that moment. How long has it been? Manzi and Dudu are now constricted by golden threads. Huang asks, "Is this how you've been living for the past 2 years?" She looked at Dudu lying weakly on the ground, scoffing, "Found 2 useless pets, found a useless woman." Manzi retorted, "Whether a person is useful or not isn't determined by force. Enraged, Huang asks what good it is now, as the golden threads suddenly snap. She paused, thinking, shielding. This is Chapter 86, as Mansi was enveloped in a golden aura. Huang stares at the ring on the ground, asking what it is, that it could block a blow from the yunbiest his master gifted him. Didi shouts that it's her family's heirloom, and he can't break it, that her family name is Thuong. Hearing this, Huang Li sneered, "What does her last name have to do with anything? If my senior sister gets angry? In the largest Eastern empire, the Xia dynasty, she must be royalty. Moreover, this magical artifact reveals that someone with no cultivation marks possesses such a treasure. Her status must be significant." Mansi thought to herself, no wonder she was the only survivor of the Pengqin disaster. Huang Li doesn't understand the problem. What should we do, senior sister? Should we just let her go and pretend nothing happened? Huang turns back, furious. How can we pretend nothing happened after coming all this way? She begins to use her magic. This artifact will surely protect her life, but the curse might not be stopped. Those streams of spiritual energy quickly transfer into Diu. She rapidly aged, destined to grow old, lose her memories, and forget everything. Dudu weakly cried, "No, please, no." Seeing this, Mansi cried out in anguish, "Why are you doing this? This isn't the Yoon I know. If I die, you'll complete your mission, right?" Huang was stunned by his words. Moments later, she regained her senses and said, "I have no choice. Everything I have was given to me by my master." Mansi quickly replied, "Then take me back." At that moment, a great golden power emanated from him, and Huang cried out in alarm, "Senior, he's reversing the spell, exchanging consciousness with the familiars. It's forbidden." The golden streams quickly flew out. His consciousness had hidden within the 3 spirit beasts. We must find them. But at this moment, Huang shouted, "Stop!" She says that Mansi's divine consciousness is inside this body, and we need to return his body to Funan. Got it? Huang is stunned by her words. He reluctantly agreed, and the two quickly carried Mansi back, leaving Riryu alone. Riryu, his memory erased, dazedly asked, "Why am I here? Who am I?" Just then, a hand reaches out, calling, "I'm here, and this time I won't let go." Mansi's consciousness warns, the tribe's sacred beasts are now in her grasp, but if she hasn't refined Ziling yet, there's still a chance. At the anniversary celebration, while waiting for her to modify her innate talents and skills, strike back against her. Be careful. The royal family's pattern refinement technique requires sacrifices, including the strongest beastmasters with matching attributes. The royal family was able to quickly conquer our tribe because they used our people as sacrifices. Quan Yushu and Gu Ling suddenly panicked and exclaimed, "Oh no, Bao Bao is there!" The scene shifts back to the palace, where Huang Huan leads the people of Gu Li, respectfully reporting that a young formation master is still on the run. Huang Ling looks at the bound prisoners, saying they have a mere laborer and an archer, neither of whom are qualified to be sacrifices. They've captured the formation master. Prepare for tomorrow's ceremony. After it succeeds, we'll sacrifice these 3 to the heavens. They lamented their uselessness, but Gu Li reassured them, saying Fu Xing wouldn't be captured so easily. Just as they were freeing someone, another person arrived with Fu Xing, announcing that he'd been captured. Fu Xing lamented, wondering how the people on this small island could be so strong. The scene shifts to Bao Bao's prison as countless jewels and beautiful garments are brought in. "Put this on," Bao Bao angrily retorts. "You're already using everything you have." Huang coldly tells Bao Bao to change her clothes for the celebration, where there will be plenty of food. Hearing this, Bao Bao immediately complies, saying she's ready to go. Huang was shocked to see how fast she was, but stopped her, saying, "Wait, we need to paint some patterns on you. It's our tradition." After a long while, Huang was satisfied and spoke, "All done." Bao Bao quickly departed. She became more confident than ever, saying, "Let's go." In Chapter 87, inside the mountain cave, Nguyen Dongdong spoke up, "Next, we need to find the Azure Dragon of the 4 symbols." He smiled and said, "Minxia, what are the Azure Dragon's personality traits? What if we meet another one who can erase memories? I'd be rich." Ming Snidely says that the Azure Dragon is a simple-minded divine beast with healing powers, and to their knowledge, the most good-natured of the 4 symbols. But they don't know much else. Nguyen Dong turns to Zhu Kui and says, "Tuk Tuk, you'll be seeing your Azure Dragon soon. We used to be family. Ooh. They're currently trapped on the island, but I know how to get them out, so I need to talk to your Blue Dragon brother. Just give me some kind of token." The vermilion bird happily agrees, and they quickly move to where the Blue Dragon is being held. Nguyen Dong excitedly calls out, "Big brother Azure Dragon, are you awake?" Annoyed, Azure Dragon replies, "What is it? Don't bother me. I'm waiting to die. The flowers and fruit at home are probably withered. Dong immediately brought out Vermilion Bird and asked, "Brother, look who this is." Qinglong was overjoyed. Vermilion Bird's wrinkle. But then helplessly said, "It's useless now that the wrinkle is complete. The level has returned to 0. Old Vermilion Bird, do you know how to escape?" The pitiful Vermilion Bird says he doesn't remember anything. Azure Dragon cries out in anguish, "Are you kidding me?" Suddenly, a voice transmits secretly, "I am Vermilion Bird's memories from before the transformation. I've recorded everything around me. Breaking the shell will reveal it. This old lady is using telepathic communication. Little Sparrow continues to communicate telepathically with Azure Dragon, saying this kid knows how to get out, and there's even an experience fruit. Right now, this old lady is just an innocent little bird. If you dare breathe a word and ruin my chance to eat the experience fruit, I'll destroy your precious vegetable garden." Qinglong cried out in fear. Precious Vermilion Bird, how pitiful. What did he just say? There's a way out? Wei Dongdong suddenly felt strange, like, hadn't I gotten to this part yet? Vermilion Bird immediately turned back to him, trying to save Wei. "Hey, you just said it. You forgot we can get out." Wei Dongdong continued, "We have a nether ghost, and in theory, most restrictions are useless against him." Qinglong hurriedly asked, "Where is the nether ghost?" Wei Dongdong replied very frankly, "We haven't found him yet, apparently." His words infuriated the other three, and his father even chimed in. Suddenly, a scream echoed from above, and he looked up, wondering, that voice. The Ooming collapses to the ground with a thud, crying out in pain as it slowly gets up, confused, asking, "Where is this?" Unaware of the hand reaching for its tail. Seeing Wu Min, Wei Dongdong was immediately happy, thinking, "He's here." Wu Min quickly went to observe the chains on Qinglong, asking worriedly if he could do it. Yu Ming replies seriously, saying it's not difficult to synchronize the elements of the enchantment within and then break it, as he begins to channel his power, causing the chains to glow. The chains slowly begin to dissolve. Soon, they vanish completely, and the Azure Dragon happily declares that the immortal restriction is gone. Ming happily says that the others can now break their restraints as well. With the restraints now gone, they quickly mount the Azure Dragon and head to the next point. By the time you start your celebration, I fear her sacred beasts won't be enough. Wei Dongdong continued, "Let's give her even more." Banners were raised, fluttering in the sky. The sound of drums echoed, and the fruit was meticulously prepared. At that moment, a soul cultivator loudly asked to divide the 7 seas, saying that they'd received notice that the food supply was running low. Another person added that they should complete the celebration quickly, because once their master broke through, they would be able to leave the island. Huang tells Bao Bao, who's sitting in the corner, to wait here, because the master will let her come up soon. Bao Bao points to the food on the table, asking hopefully when she can eat. Huang helplessly replied, "After the celebration ends." Elsewhere, a fire crackled as someone said, "Huang said there were 2 people on the ship they didn't catch. We need to increase patrols and not let them interfere with Huangling's ritual." He touched the pillars covered in patterns, saying he would first set up a formation inside to prevent the 3 from escaping. And then, he left. Fuxing quickly observed the screen in his hand. "What's wrong with this instance? The dialogue system is all distorted, and I was blocked from going offline just now." Gu Li, while training, said, "Instances of major events. The dramatic plots and important events are all like this. To prevent them from calling for reinforcements, we should report this to the 4 elders of the Zhuanyuan clan. Some players were hit by curses, leaving them crippled and forced to delete their accounts and start over. But this is a case of risk and reward. Hopefully, Guning Xiao can find useful information within the restrictions and successfully resolve this crisis." Guarded heavily outside, Guan Yushu thought to herself, "The ceremony is about to begin. I have to find a way to save Bao Bao." But just then, a space appeared behind her, and Guan Yushu was quickly pulled back. The soul cultivator coldly said, "We've caught one. Dwarf Quiet, find the other one." Quiet quickly explains that he's set up numerous restrictions around the celebration venue, and they'll see if presenting the girl will attract the ant. Guan Yushu angrily cursed them as something suddenly flashed before her eyes, 2 sharp nails piercing her hands, causing her to cry out in pain. Old Master Quiet approached, saying, "Of course, it won't be that easy. I'll have my men spread the word throughout the island. After an hour, I'll drive in a nail of my own making. Countless tiny energies within will tear your body apart, causing you pain from head to toe." Guan Yushu cries out in agony, Don't come any closer." At the ceremony, drums and gongs beat in unison as Huangling stood in the center of the vast sacrificial ground. She proclaims that she possesses the ultimate magic of her ancestors, and that with the ceremony's completion, all life is but ants, and all under the heavens will become their patterns. Huangling raises her hand saying, "Invite the sacrifice, welcome the spirit beast." Only then does Bao Bao realize something. Wait, a sacrifice? The drums beat incessantly as Master Quiet casts his spell, opening the Soul Island barrier. At that moment, a massive door opened, with Bao Bao placed directly in its path, but then loud noises began to echo. He exclaimed in a panic, "What is this?" At that moment, a sinister voice chuckled, "Hello there, old hag." From the gate, all the mythical creatures imprisoned by the old hag break free, led by a massive dragon clutching her, followed by a fierce tiger and many other beasts. Then, a huge dragon claw appears, and a voice roars, "Old hag!" That's Xuan Wu, furious, yelling, "Your grandpa's out!" The azure dragon uses immense force to hurl the old hag into a stone pillar, shattering it. On the back of the great dragon is Wei Dongdong. Qinglong turns to him and says, "Leave the old hag to us. Dongdong, take the mink snakes and capture the others." On his shoulder is a little puffin named Sparrow. Wei Dongdong nods resolutely. Okay. The beasts surround her, but the old hag remains defiant, saying, "You've escaped your restraints, but your power hasn't fully returned." The patterns on her body glow as she declares war. "Then I'll deal with you first." The azure dragon cautioned the other beasts, "Be careful. We've just escaped the seal and haven't fully recovered our strength. That old hag has refined the four fiends, so be wary." From afar, Wei Dongdong rushed over with the underworld serpent and two divine beasts, calling out, "Bao Bao!" She heard him and turned back in surprise. Bao Bao rushes over, embracing Wei Dongdong in delight, who blushes furiously but manages to ask what she's wearing. Bao Bao pouts, pointing at the humans. "They threatened me, and I had no choice but to wear this." Wei Dongdong smiles adoringly, his face incredibly handsome. "It's okay. I'll take care of them." A horde of mythical beasts charges toward the tribe, who frantically search for an escape, but find themselves completely surrounded. Tiny spirits swarm them, latching onto their bodies and erupting into paralyzing blue flames. A strange and tiny divine beast named Dijiang begins to transform, growing into a colossal behemoth that crushes everything. Meanwhile, the old witch's disciples face Mingsa, who merely sticks out her tongue, sending shivers of fear down their spines. Mingsa coiled around one of them, draining their life force, and the others fell one by one. Witnessing this, Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao exclaimed in surprise, realizing just how powerful they were. The ghost rushed to him, saying, "I've spotted Yushu over there, and the situation doesn't look good." Suddenly, he handed Bao Bao the little bird and hurriedly said, "This is the divine beast Juxi, but its power is still quite weak. However, its superhuman gift is that divine fire below level 60 will be instantly extinguished, so take it with you and let's go see what's happening with Nguthu." And with that, Ngui Dongdong turned and hurried away. Bao Bao picks up the little bird, asking with a smile how it knows Dongdong, as the adorable Juxi feigns ignorance, speaking paradoxically and shrewdly. "Dongdong is my mama. Are you my papa? Papa, do you have experience fruit? I want to eat experience fruit." Bao Bao was a little embarrassed by Juxi's address and blushed, saying, "If you can get me out of this bag, I'll get it for you." The little bird chuckled with satisfaction, while the second white tiger, face contorted with rage, charged towards the old hag. Just as he was about to strike, she suddenly flew up and dodged the attack, then retaliated with a blow to White Tiger's abdomen. The attacked abdomen began to show signs of necrosis, causing White Tiger immense pain. Seeing this, Azure Dragon flew to the tiger and breathed a healing aura onto the wound. Filled with worry, Qinglong warned that the old hag's energy could wither flesh and blood. An infection would be fatal. Suddenly, the old hag unleashed a massive energy blast towards the beasts. Before Qinglong could prepare, he had to unleash his power to defend against her, but the old hag's energy grew stronger, and Qinglong was running out of strength. If he failed, they were all doomed. Behind the old hag, White Tiger bravely charges forward, his face filled with endless rage, but she anticipates his move and strikes. Once again, White Tiger is struck by her full attack, leaving its abdomen in a sorry state. The second in command is defeated by the blow and collapses to the ground. Unable to withstand it, the White Tiger coughs up a lot of blood, and the situation grows dire. Seeing his comrade so badly injured, Xuan Wu is furious. "Damn it, this curse is absorbing too much of our power. I don't think we can beat that old hag anymore." Then, the ghostly underworld quickly led Yu Dongdong to the forest, where Yushu was severely injured. The poison seals have caused blood vessels to surface all over Yuthu's body, and she's constantly twitching. Dongdong says, I've helped her remove the seals, but some of the energy has damaged her body and she needs to recover slowly. Yudongdong anxiously helped Yuthu up, asking, "Where's Gu Ling? Why isn't he with you?" Yuthu, utterly exhausted and pale, struggled to speak. He went out to find help. We suspect we can't defeat Huang Lincoln's outside support. Then, Nguthu took out 2 scrolls, continuing, and these are 2 skill scrolls we found in the Soul Refinement Clan's forbidden area. Dongdong took them and asked, "What are these for?" Yushu struggled to sit up, conserving her strength to explain. One is a technique of the Wild Clan that can cleanse and redistribute talent points, but it can only be used once. To use it again, you need a sacrifice to transfer the technique, suppressing the beast's consciousness. The other is a soul refining clan technique to turn beasts into patterns, which only beast tamers can use as a magical tether for us. As Yu Dongdong listened to Yuthu's explanation, she focused on how to solve this mission, while the gigantic Di Jiang struggled to attack the old hag's disciple, who was putting up a fierce fight. As the woman gains the upper hand, Di Jiang is on the verge of collapse, and she screams, "You better stop right now." Then, her power grew, overwhelming even the massive form of Di Jiang. Di Jiang crashed to the ground in agony, finally spent after enduring for so long. Unable to endure any longer, Di Jiang reverts to its original tiny form, trembling with fear. Mingsa, seeing the dire situation, rushes to shield and protect Di Jiang, asking with concern, "Are you all right, Di Jiang?" Mingsa angrily confronted the wild tribe. "You enslave us and use our power against us." Masi appeared behind her, saying, "Master was right." She then used her power to launch the swords at Mingsa, coldly declaring, "You are tools, and tools don't need sympathy." Mingsa was now at a loss, unsure how to deal with the swords hurtling toward her, while the old wild spirit used his power to bind and drain the strength of the other beasts. Many beasts have fallen to the cruel hands of the desolate race, and the pitiful creatures lie scattered and wounded on the ground. Seeing this, Bao Bao and Zhu Shi cry out in alarm as the beasts begin to flee. Shutuk bitterly laments that even powerful beasts are being refined, despite him only being at a beginner level. He turns to Bao Bao, suggesting they find weaker members of the wild tribe to kill, since they can't defeat the strong. Meanwhile, the Azure Dragon's situation is unchanged, as the old hag Han Ha's power burns away its flesh. Though severely wounded, the white tiger stubbornly rises to fight, but the old hag isn't too quick, already preparing another burning orb. In a flash, she soared, unleashing her power. As White Tiger braced for the attack, Xuanwu shielded him, collapsing from the brutal force. Xuanwu, Xuanwu, coughs painfully, spitting up a considerable amount of blood. White Tiger approaches, asking if he's all right. Grievously, Xuanwu replies, "Damn it! Lucky my defense held, but my insides are a mess. After all this, I still can't beat her." The old hag floats before them, smugly saying, "The situation remains unchanged, merely delayed." Suddenly, she glances down, a flicker of unease in her eyes. Countless spirit figures swarmed the old hag's feet, clinging to her body and drawing her furious cry, "These are spirit figures! Annoying!" More and more paper dolls cling to her, threatening to overwhelm her as they whisper, "Borrow, borrow, hurry, hurry." Suddenly, Wei Dongdong and Ming Snake rush in from afar, calling out, "The 3 of you!" With a determined look, he placed his hand on his chest and solemnly said, "I've learned the soul refining method, and I beg you 3 to become my patterns." Immediately, Qinglong became enraged and questioned, "Patterns? Do you also crave our power?" Seeing Qinglong's anger, Dongdong tries to explain and persuade him, saying, "I've cleansed the innate points. Keeping your consciousness means no sacrifices are needed, and you can recover quickly. This is the only way we can defeat her. Let's fight together." Hearing this, the Azure Dragon, White Tiger, and Black Tortoise were gradually convinced, and the anger on the Azure Dragon's face faded. The Black Tortoise spoke, "I believe him." Then, Qinglong and Baihu exchanged a look and nodded in agreement. Qinglong transformed into fiery energy, approached Dongdong and said, "Kid, I'll trust you this once." The White Tiger and Black Tortoise also stepped forward, merging their power into Nguyen Dongdong. Meanwhile, Hunko couldn't hold back the old hag any longer, who used her power to burn the spirits. Misha watched as the spirits vanished, calling out each of their names, leaving only the strong Hunko. After refining his power, Nguyen Dongdong finally emerges from the thick fog. His sharp eyes, undoubtedly borrowed from the White Tiger, are fixed with the determination to defeat the old hag. With the power of 3 mighty beasts combined, Nguyen Dongdong appears anew, declaring, "Now we settle the score." Nguyen Dongdong and the old hag stand face to face, 2 opposing ideologies representing evil and justice. After a moment, she asks, "How did you master the Soul Refinement Clan's technique?" A part of the Black Tortoise's consciousness arose within Dong Dong, berating her, saying it's none of her business and that quickly dealing with the old hag was the priority. Dong Dong realized this and restrained himself, wondering why he was saying such things, and that his personality was being influenced by the Black Tortoise. The old hag smirked, explaining that without erasing the beast's consciousness, they would influence each other, preventing them from reaching their full potential. The Xuanwu's consciousness flared up again, asking if she thought he was stupid, and if that was the reason they enslaved the beasts. Greatly influenced by Xuanwu, Nguyen Dongdong uses the force from his legs so strong that the ground cracks and launches himself upward at an alarming speed. Dongdong looks down, a mix of surprise and bewilderment on his face, thinking, "This power. It's too insane." The three spirits are still rapidly recovering within the pattern. He's flown so high that the island he was just on is now as small as a cake, and he can even see the layers of clouds. Dongdong paused, feeling the power surge through him, realizing this strength was the result of the third transformation, combined with the three spirits. He glanced down once more, then shot off with the speed of light. Instantly, Dongdong appeared before the old hag, startling her. She retaliated with a swift strike, but it was merely an afterimage. Her brow furrowed in anger as she thought, "An afterimage?" At that moment, Nguyen Dongdong swiftly approached from behind, causing her to panic as she thought, "He's too fast!" Without hesitation, Dongdong unleashed a devastating punch, sending her flying into the trees. Finally, the old hag was wounded, coughing up blood from the painful blow. The old hag, enraged, summoned a massive corrosive fire, praising Nguyen Dongdong. Who would have thought a mere third-stage fusion of the three spirits could possess such power? Nguyen Dongdong confidently retorted, "This is nothing. I'll show you what true power is." Lao Lanshu unleashed his claws, facing the old hag head-on, boasting the speed and striking power of the white tiger, the regenerative abilities of the azure dragon, and the defensive capabilities of the black tortoise. But just as he was about to strike, the old hag created a vortex, ensnaring Dongdong's claws and regaining the upper hand. The old hag transformed, causing the flames to spread across Dongdong's arm, and in the next moment she struck a fatal blow to his chest, causing him to feel excruciating pain. Juke and Bao Bao watch with worry, knowing that Dongdong is only at the third level of mastery. And just like that, Wei Dongdong collapses and is thrown back. The vermilion bird continued, saying that was the most he could do to cloud her senses. Meanwhile, the old hag and Dongdong continued their relentless battle. The Lord hesitated, saying they must escape quickly and use this time to preserve their fire, but Bao Bao protested, asking if they were abandoning Dongdong, who was fighting for them. The Marquis replied that because he's fighting, they can't waste the time he's buying them. Still, the Marquis tried to convince Bao Bao to flee. Dongdong can't withstand the pain any longer, and with the soul-refining suppression and our soul-refining pillar artifact still out of commission, we've lost all hope of winning. Bao Bao quietly says, "I understand." She then looked at the Duke and said, "Duke, you and Min, take the beast and go as far away as possible. I'll stay here with Dongdong. He's still my pet. If you leave this place, I won't be able to sense him anymore, and I need to be able to recall him to my pet space in a critical moment." Bao Bao confronts herself, deeply moved, realizing she's always been the type to hide. But after all she's been through, she's no longer afraid, and she and Dongdong will face any hardship together. The old hag unleashed a devastating blow from above, shaking the entire area, and Dongdong was already battered and bruised, his grave wounds unable to heal in time. His right eye was badly injured, and as he shielded it in pain, he thought, recovery at this rate can't keep up with the speed of the corrosive mist. Still not satisfied, the old hag approached Dongdong and glared, "You fought to the death for these pets and they all abandoned you. What's the point of fighting anymore?" Refusing to yield, he challenged her, "What's the point of you refining others?" She snapped back, her face contorted with rage. "You couldn't possibly understand what I've been through. You may trust yourself, but these creatures are merely tools to help me progress." Dongdong is furious, but calmly stands up and says, "You don't understand. In all my time gaming, you're the person I've hated the most. I don't care about your past, but you carelessly destroy the future of these pets because you're unhappy and hate the world." Thinking back to the joyful moments with Qinglong and Suzaku, he says, "I can no longer distinguish between game and reality. Thinking of the fallen Xuanwu, I can feel their sorrow. They have a past, they deserve a future, and they don't deserve to be erased." Dongdong's power surges as he calmly, yet resentfully, calls her a hateful, evil woman, then dashes toward the old hag like lightning. It's no longer the Wanwu but Dongdong's own rage that throws a punch and screams, "Damn it, this is annoying!" But the attack doesn't reach the old hag. Instead, fake Dongdong is countered and sent flying. Dongdong then crashed to the ground in agonizing pain, and Bao Bao cried out in anguish, begging him to return to his pet space and stop fighting. She ran to Dongdong, but he stubbornly pushed himself up, saying he could still fight. Bao Bao helped him up, tears welling in her eyes, saying it was enough. The old hag wouldn't stop, declaring that their courage had been granted by her. She planned to sacrifice their master to extract the three spirits and end everything, becoming increasingly cruel as she approached them with corrosive flames in her hand. Bao Bao embraces Dongdong, a look of resolve on her face as she confronts the evil sorceress, when a voice suddenly commands from behind, "Duck!" Dongdong, still composed, obeys without hesitation. The staff flew over their heads, heading straight for the old hag, who was using a large amount of energy to block it, leaving her bewildered. Bao Bao and Dongdong watched, wondering what was happening. Through the thick smoke, a savior emerges. The battle head, his strength exceeding all expectations. He says, "I made it, just in time." The old hag, sensing Dojan's unparalleled power, panicked and jumped up, asking who he was and why another one was interfering. The Monkey King pointed the Roi staff at her threateningly. "I'm your grandpa, umbrella holder. Stay put. One word, one strike, one move, 2 strikes." The old hag dared to defy him, but before she could finish her sentence, she was silenced. In the blink of an eye, the battle head leaps into the air, the Rui Jingu Bang growing to enormous size, ready to strike. A moment later, the Monkey King slams the staff down on the old hag, the earth caving in from the terrifying force. After the attack, Dujan calmly assessed the situation. The aftershock of the blow was immense, leaving a deep crater, and the old demon woman lay unconscious within it. Tuchin says he told her not to disobey. Yu Dongdong, exhausted, asks if Tuchin is the strongest now, and why Guling can't be contacted or leave. Having said that, he fainted, completely exhausted. Upon hearing this, Battlehead praised Dongdong, saying, "Indeed, I commend him. You've worked hard, just let him rest a bit." Meanwhile, Ngu Thu, still under the spell, struggled to ask, "Did you succeed, Guling?" One day prior, in the soul-refining Forbidden Zone, Ngu Thu had told Guling, "Mansi left us these 2 scrolls, but I don't think they'll solve anything." After a moment's thought, Guling replied, "There is another way, though I don't know where the respawn point is after death here. If this is considered a special instance, then I'm sure I can leave here and relay the message outside." Nuyu shook her head, saying the price of death was too high, reducing her level by half. Without hesitation, Guling offered Nuyu a sword, saying their guild was growing fast and she could recover. Seeing Ngu Thu hesitate, Ko Lin asks a loaded question. "You're not worried about me, are you?" Ngu Thu does a complete turnaround, brandishing her sword and saying, "Relax, I'll make it quick and you'll be free soon." Soon, cries of pain echoed through the forest, and Ngu Thu smiled, realizing Sen had gotten the message out. Tao Chan arrives where the Soul Refinement clan is gathered, threatening them. "If you want a beating, feel free to move." Then, the monkey boss orders his subordinates, "The rest of you, capture them all." After a time, all the Soul Refinement clan members were captured, and the injured beast could finally rest and recover their energy. Mija shielded and protected Xuangu, allowing her to rest and recuperate. Finally, the mission is over, but Dongdong is still unconscious, and Bao Bao is worried. After the battle, Qinglong, Baihu, and Xuanwu left Dongdong's body. Shixi and the others are still imprisoned, and it seems Bao Bao forgot to rescue them. Shixi looks outside and sees dust falling everywhere, saying, "It's shaking so violently outside." The braided girl angrily pokes at the display screen, trying to send a message. "Someone, please come, save us." But the message won't send. With the mission over, Zixi enters the hotel where everyone is gathered. Various feathers were laid out on the floor, and Zixi, surprised, asked, "What are these?" Slim, now in a strong body, stood behind Bao Bao and answered. Tuchin approached Dongdong, saying he saw how he tricked people, initially setting up traps to trick his spirit. Dongdong confidently replied that a scholar's actions couldn't be called traps. The battlehead continued, saying this technique was truly miraculous, wondering if Dongdong would be invincible after mastering it and the 4 spirits, a sentiment likely shared by the 3 Fox sisters. Dongdong confidently says that if the 4 spirits are all refined by the wild luck, there will be a chance next month. Tujun points the Rui staff at the Azure Dragons, saying that only a fight will reveal the truth. "So let's have a fight now." Hearing that challenge, the three divine beasts turned pale. She continued, telling him not to be so tense, that he was returning to Kunlun, and that the boy should visit Kunlun if he had the chance. Then, Dujan turned to leave, saying he knew his background, and had learned some of the truth about this world. Dongdong was completely taken aback by that impressive statement, and then Nkai jumped onto a large cloud and flew away. Dongdong paused, pondering the truth. After being cleansed, his ice and speed abilities vanished, but he gained new pets. Jukyu then began to act, saying, "You guys go first, I'll stay with Mama for a while." Jukyu thought to himself, "This kid has so many tokens and even the experience fruit, and he's even close with the strongest fighter in AG. I'll borrow him to get some experience orbs and rebuild my divine power." Dijang and Mingche step forward to Dongdong and propose, "Our former master has already been refined. If you don't mind, Dijang and I will become patterns on your body first." Signing a contract with Mingsha and Dijang is far more powerful than simple talent alone. Afterwards, everyone enters a small room on the island, as Guling and Xuanyuan bring Huang Yun along. Guling explains that they're finishing up with the Soul Refiner Master, who was sealed on the Soul Island. From now on, there will only be one person on the Soul Island, and we can complete this mission, all thanks to her. She also placed the Soul Refining Forbidden Ground into the image box that she left behind, and Huang Yun slowly opened the lid. With sorrowful eyes, she said, "Massey asked me to. This is all I can do for him. From now on, we owe each other nothing." Huang Yun opened the box, releasing a strange light, and the image of Massey appeared. Huang Yun said, "This is his body." Wei Dongdong approached the old woman, who was none other than Axe, afflicted by the curse. He then presents a small branch, saying it's a Qinglong token, full of life, that can break the curse. Dongdong brings the branch to Riri, and immediately her white hair turns black again, the wrinkles on her face slowly disappearing. The curse on Ryu is lifted, and her face and body begin to revert to their original state as she opens her eyes, overwhelmed. She walked towards her friends, her voice filled with emotion. "For over 30 years, I forgot everything." Her eyes glistened with tears as she turned to the zombie. "I've forgotten who I loved." Riri tries to recall every memory she shared with the zombie, and soon enough, the zombie's soul leaves his body. Then enters Massey's. Massey's eyes fluttered open, and the first thing he saw was the woman he loved. He reached out to touch her cheek, but she was too overwhelmed to speak. Massey, as gentle and caring as ever, tells her to smile, and Ryu and Massey are reunited in overwhelming happiness, sharing laughter and a warm embrace. The Perfect Hotel voucher has appeared, completing the Perfect Hotel mission. The Perfect Hotel isn't about income or luxury, but about being with the one you love. Time will kiss every crack you're living in. These fragments filled with time are what make the most perfect hotel. Back in the real world, at the Game Azure monitoring company, in the boardroom as everyone discusses the game's problems, the meeting's host speaks up. "Man, give us an update on the recent situation." Man stands and begins. Game Azure was created 10 years ago by a scientific research organization in conjunction with the government. The brainwave synchronizer can completely immerse people in the game, as if they were in the real world. Manman then held up a controller, projected a simulation of a magic circle, and continued. But the closer we get, the more suspicious points we discover. First, the formations in the game can reverse engineer us through geomancy, changing magic power to achieve certain formation effects. Then, Man switched to a 3D image of a robe and continued. The worldview within is so perfectly constructed, it far exceeds what a game world should have. But if we consider Azure a normal world, there are suspicious points below. Man switches to a graphic of the land in the game, where characters have 2-level settings and recovery, which is illogical and doesn't fit our familiar world rules. She constantly projects images comparing items inside the game to those in the real world. Furthermore, according to our internal documents, some people around the world have begun to disappear without a trace while playing Azure. Man uses Dongdong as an example and continues her analysis, noting that they've also noticed some unusually lifelike NPCs or monsters recently. Our understanding is that we need to delve deeper and interact more with them, acquiring more in-game resources to uncover more. The research director immediately responded, "Man, you continue playing the game. Our research staff will join in turn." At that point, they would help her investigate, and any results or progress had to be reported to them immediately. Man nodded, acknowledging the task. Cut to a colorful flower garden where someone is watering the flowers. There's Bao, looking radiant in the gentle sunlight, watering her flowers. Her mother emerges from the house, remarking that she seems to be in a good mood lately, even taking walks. Bao Bao looks up at the sky and smiles faintly, saying, "It's just the right time for an evening stroll over there." She turns to her mother and continues, "I have to take care of myself so I can play more." Suddenly, her phone blared with an urgent notification. She rushed inside, waving goodbye to her mother. "Mom, my alarm's going off. I have to log in." Seeing her daughter so happy, Bao Bao's mother was overjoyed, saying her spirits had lifted considerably and wondered if the game was so magical that she should play it too. Cut to a vast room with luxurious and modern design, where a young man with platinum hair lay on a sofa. Could that be him? He removes his gaming gear and mutters to himself, "Niu Thu is quite interesting." A moment later, someone opens the door with news. The corporation has received information, and major changes are sure to begin in this main quest. After a moment's thought, he replies, "Then focus on the layout of the road so we don't fall behind." "And what's the progress on reverse engineering the VR brainwave technology?" The messenger hesitates. "It's too difficult. It feels like technology centuries ahead of us. The design and arrangement of the electronic components within led to numerous technological breakthroughs worldwide, ones we haven't been able to fully unravel even after decades. Fortunately, other countries and corporations are in the same boat." Zhen Yuan gazed at the glass door and ordered, "Gamemaker, stay out for the night and push forward this official clue. It's been over half a month since we completed the Perfect Hotel mission." Perfect Hotel met the owner's requirements, so even without reaching the revenue target, the mission was completed with her consent. Wei Dongdong and Gu Lingshuan each held a ticket. Lingshuan had exchanged a neural immersion experience ticket for a scenario experience ticket. Yewu and Hyoba completed 2 Gamemaker missions through their family's influence. Cece smiled, holding many tickets, and said, "We found 2 missions. Perfect Gambler and Shining Singer. For me, Shining Singer is simply about nurturing a singer to complete a major program with the highest trending searches in the history of Planet Yang." Cece winked, revealing, "I've invited the hottest trainee right now, Ni, and her game concert starts tonight." Bao Bao wondered how a trainee could have so much influence and guarantee such a high-impact performance. Since Yefu is under 18, he'll be replaced, and that's just a cardboard cutout of him. Cece gestured, explaining that the higher-ups were helping them, with many superstars collaborating with Nini, and many retired singers returning thanks to the friendly negotiations of the Night Dance Guild. Moreover, to absolutely ensure no mistakes, I've bought enough traffic. Dongdong immediately muttered jealously, "That's what it's like to have a backer. It's nice to have money," then quickly absorbed a few energy fruits. Cece looked at everyone excitedly and invited them. "Everyone come watch Nini's performance tonight. It'll be a good way to relax." Bao Bao speaks for everyone, excitedly saying she's never been to a concert before. The stage is huge, and the crowd is massive, with dazzling lights adding to the excitement. Having never seen anything like this, Bao Bao was ecstatic, her excitement infectious, bringing a smile to Dongdong's face as well. On stage, a cloud of white smoke parted to reveal a grand pathway. Cece and Zhuanyuan watched and applauded, while Bao Bao and the others eagerly awaited the performance. Moments later, Nini appeared on stage, her beautiful face radiant with energy as she rallied the audience. "All right, everyone, let the show begin." Nini, bathed in shimmering light, shared that the first song of the concert was an ancient one, and that we all know the name of the game Azur comes from its lyrics. She proudly recounts the touching love story behind the game, a vivid reflection of their lives. Game Azur was developed by a husband and wife, but before its release, the wife succumbed to illness. The wife loved this song. Blue sky awaits the misty rain, but the husband would never see his beloved again. Her image faded in his mind as Nini began to sing, her voice stirring the soul, sketching a simple blue and white, the peony depicted like her first makeup. Bao Bao watches. Ernie Singh, deeply moved, realizing that this is the origin of the game Azur, created by 2 people, but the wife never got to see its release. Following the melody, Nini paints each stroke like a forest of flowers beneath a mystical river. White silk, blue flowers, carp dancing at the bottom of the cup. He remembers her as he paints, a signature outside the door, a rain shower passing, green banana trees. As he passed Nan Xiaochen, he recalled her waiting for him under a misty blue sky, the smoke curling lazily by the Yangtze River. The carp swimming around the stage in cool blue tones, along with the gentle melody, is truly beautiful. Even his uncle and his wife were moved as they watched, while Bao Bao's eyes sparkled with admiration, exclaiming how amazing the effects were. XYXI smiles, explaining that the performance effects are unprecedented in the real-world game. The special effects floating above the center stage are all dreamlike and top-notch. Naini bows to the audience and allows a moment of silence before announcing the end of her first song. At the request of our partners, the main quest clues for this year will be revealed shortly, a highlight of today's event. Next up, my good friend, the world-class rapper, Zoc Lo, will take the stage. After her introduction, Zoc, dressed in a stylish outfit, appears on stage. Ernie high-fives Shaker, who hypes up the crowd, saying the next song is for everyone, the old child who doesn't want to grow up. Let's sing it together, friends. Below the stage, XYXY thanks Dong Dong for agreeing to reveal a clue about the main mission, ensuring a top spot on the trending charts. Dong Dong replies that they've already completed most of the mission, so revealing the rest is fine. After all, the main mission hasn't truly begun, and no one knows what the situation is in the script world right now. XYXY liked Dong Dong's comment, praising him as the most business-minded ghoul she'd ever met. On stage, the Shaker continued its enthusiastic performance, followed by a captivating female dance group. Next, a female idol performs a touching song. Jing Hong worriedly tells Cixi, the hot search isn't trending enough, we should buy some traffic at the end. XYXY calmly replies that they should wait and see how the next performance goes. Meanwhile, Niue Ni, now in a cooler outfit, continues hosting, announcing the highlight of the day. But before the announcement, let's welcome the esteemed guest from Kunlun, the great sage, Tu Zhan. The audience murmurs, isn't Tu Zhan a fighting fanatic? Why is Head Warrior here at this concert? The aloof Head Warrior is attending Ninehe's concert. A pink-haired girl, ecstatic at the news, says our great sage is at a concert. This ticket was worth it. Her friend had to catch her, lamenting, wake up, why did you faint? On the hot search charts, Nine's concert was still stuck at number 2, unable to break through to the top spot. Moments later, Tao Zhan appeared on stage to thunderous applause, with the crowd chanting his name. Qi, ever stoic, muttered, I didn't come here willingly, so be quiet. I'm just here to introduce the next act. Tao Zhan looks directly at Wei Dongdong and says, come on, old man, make your announcement. I'll stand beside you. Those near Dongdong begin to whisper, causing Mr. Zichi to freeze up, wondering who this person is. I used to watch the Immortal Academy livestream. Isn't that the Holy Saint's pet? Another chimes in. Oh yeah, I remember now. Isn't that the unscrupulous fur peddler? As Dong Dong steps onto the stage, Mr. Qi mutters, I agreed to participate in the performance, so you have to complete the mission perfectly. Nine He asks him to announce the spokesperson for Great Sage Battle Saint, wondering what to call him. Dong Dong shyly replies, just call me Dong Dong, and prepares to announce the information. Then, as the screen displayed each clue, Dong Dong rattled off. These are the 9 main quest clues we've gathered so far, some of which have been completed. Some are still missing, and we need your cooperation. If there's nothing else, I'll head off. Nine He approached Dong Dong, saying, if you're the Great Sage's spokesperson, let's finish the last song together. She looked up at him, persuading him, I sincerely invite you to complete this finale with me. Dong Dong, looking defeated, says, if you insist, don't regret it. Xiai Ni, confused, tilts her head and asks, regret what? Dong Dong takes the mic and inhales deeply, confidently, belting out a nameless, ageless song with his naturally powerful voice. Just close your eyes and enjoy, ignoring everything around you. On stage, Monkey and Ernie did their best to cover their ears. One of them quipped that this guy won't need to learn any skills to fight demons. He can just sing. With wide eyes, Qin Hong stared at the screen, exclaiming that Dong Dong's terrible singing was somehow the #1 trending topic. Cixi, who orchestrated the whole thing, chuckled to herself. Guling, Xuanyuan, and Yu Shu entered the break room to find Yi Dongdong back in her misty form, brooding as if harboring a storm within. Looking over, Hu Ba was the same, his face dark with worry. Everyone in the room was subdued. Even Bao Bao couldn't find any joy. Guan Yushu asked, confused, what happened to them? Why are they so down? And why is Dong Dong back in his skeleton form? Dong Dong, teary-eyed, replied, I knew I'd be famous, but not like this. Flying before Yu Qiu, Jing Hong explained that Han's singing video had been turned into a demonic meme, and the internet was flooded with parodies of him. Dong Dong wails, clutching his head. Everyone's making fun of me online. I'm never using my vampire form again. Once I'm famous, I'll wipe out the whole race. I'll start from scratch as a good, honest skeleton boy. Xiao Mo Qiu retorted, saying that Lao Duo couldn't possibly be upright, while Uncle ate and sneered. Yu Shu, still curious, pointed at Xiaoba and asked, what about Han? He's also devastated. Kyung Hong then laughed at their misery, saying that everyone treated Dong Dong like a pet. But only Han was similar to Dong Dong, with videos and information on Hu Ba. and now Han is also a member of the Demon Squad. Then, Kyung-hong found an OZ video of the headmaster online, followed by images of him holding a white dragon, looking like a child. At this point, Hyo-ba couldn't hold his head up, and his wife had to comfort him, saying he should be less impulsive. They can't know where he is? Next time he can just change his form and race like Dong-dong. Hyo-ba turned, tears streaming down his face, and said that wasn't what he was worried about. At this, the Overlord burst into tears, revealing his true feelings. Why were his views only half that of a pet? It wasn't fair. Cece, Kin Hong, and the Overlord's wife stood together, applauding and saying, "So, that's what it was. Truly, the Overlord." With sparkling eyes, Dong-dong approached Cece and asked about their progress. He wanted to use his skeleton form as soon as possible, so the world would know he was an upright gentleman. Cece looked at the quest board and replied, "The uncompleted quests include 3 in the amusement park and 4 in Perfect Gambler. We've already gathered information on Perfect Gambler, and we need to win against the card masters sent by the Ocean Blue Planet government." Cece pulls up an image of Hotu and explains that buying her directly is impossible, which is a problem. It requires a skill used in casinos that ordinary players rarely know, called Mind's Eye. Dong-dong suggests they visit the casino, hoping to find clues while secretly planning to complete his personal quest after leaving this void. Cece smiles and agrees, telling Jing-hong to give them some starting capital so they can experience the casino and spend freely. Jing-hong then presents them with a mountain of gold, and everyone stares in amazement as Bao Bao asks if they're really giving them that much. Kyung-hong explained that this was ticket money from the concert and a share of the video profits from Hyo-ba and Dong-dong. Apparently, their unit uploaded some ghosting videos to capitalize on their popularity, and the profits were surprisingly good. Dong-dong burst into tears, lamenting why he was a monster and couldn't get a share. Bao Bao, hugging the pile of gold coins, excitedly declared, "Let's go gambling." Then, everyone heads to the famous casino, packed with gamblers eager to bet. Open, open, open. Next up is a series of slot machines, the most common type of scoring machine in casinos. Slot machines are a quick and easy way to make money, and even ordinary people can recoup their losses, making them a favorite of casino owners. Then there are the 3 main casino games, and a big shot is playing 6-card poker. And of course, there's the dice game. Even the young women can't resist the allure, playing roulette, poker, dice, roulette. So many ways to play, but the thrill remains the same. As soon as Hyo-3 saw the poker table, he excitedly said, "I want to play that." Hyo-3 then said to everyone, seemingly embarrassed, "I'm so sorry, my wife from Sichuan gets excited when she sees poker. We're going to play over there first. Do you want to join us, or should we join the dice game?" Covering her face in exasperation, Guling said, "Cheating here has serious consequences. I'm sorry, let's go, Yushu." Everyone began to split up, drawn to different games, and Bao Bao turned to Dong-dong, asking, "What should we play now? How about Fight the Landlord?" Dong-dong glanced at the poker table next to him and said, "Guling is wrong. It's only cheating if you get caught. Relying on luck doesn't make you a perfect gambler." An-no continued, "Skillful cheating that goes undetected is the highest form of gambling." As Dong-dong's group walked over, Hua-tu greeted them. "A new round has begun. Players who wish to join may take a seat." Dong-dong slammed his hand on the table and asked, "Can I join?" Haozi chuckled. "Of course, we welcome everyone." After Bao Bao and Dong-dong sat down, Haozi continued, "But these are seats for the highest level of gamblers, so we need to assess your assets. The minimum bet is 100,000. Dong-dong pretended to be calm, but inside he was screaming, "How can I play with such high stakes? I'm already here. What if I don't have enough money?" Sweating, he stammered, "Isn't that a bit much? Let's play a few small rounds first, or we'll lose everything." Just then, Cece appeared, her face like a money-printing machine, and said, "His expenses will be charged to my account." Huazi closed her eyes and said softly, "Very well, you're here again, Miss Cece. If he's your friend, we're naturally happy to welcome him." Dong-dong is overjoyed, imagining Cece as his money savior, thinking, "Thank goodness for Cece." Cece leans in and whispers, "Be careful, this guy is a cheat." Huazi continued, "Since we have a newcomer, even though they're Miss Cixie's friend, we should still go over the rules. Each person has a bowl in front of them, and the game is simple." She pointed to Dong-dong's bowl. "Each bowl has 4 dice. We each roll and try to guess the exact total of the dice in another person's bowl. If you're right, you get 1 point. Guessing the exact number of dice in your cup earns you 1 point, and after 10 rounds, the player with the most points wins." Dong-dong internally screams, It's not just high or low, but the exact number. Hwatsa then lowered one side of her shirt, revealing a mysterious spider lily tattoo, and with a serious expression began rolling the 4 dice. Next, she throws the 4 dice into the cup, and with a serious expression, Hwatu skillfully shakes the cup directly over the table. A second later, she slams the cup down and gestures to Dong Dong, saying, "Sir, 10 days." Everyone gathered around Dong Dong to watch, wondering if Miss Cece could win this round with the master she invited. Cece and everyone else looked at Dong Dong with anticipation. He covered the dice with a cup, then shook it back and forth on the table with a serious face, but with no skill whatsoever. The crowd began to judge Dong Dong with different eyes, thinking, "My grandma could play better than this." Feeling the judgmental stares, Dong Dong awkwardly said, "The most advanced technique doesn't need too many skills. Simple, natural actions are enough." With composure, Hwats calmly instructs Dong Dong to record their scores on the board in the corresponding color. The prediction boards are set. Dong Dong predicts 1251 for Hwazi and 6421 for himself, while Hwazi predicts 3456 for himself and 1214 for Dong Dong. Hwazi remains calm, but Dong Dong looks worriedly at the board. Those around weren't surprised by Hwatu's accuracy, but Kin Hong said with dissatisfaction, "Why did that number appear? Hwatu's accuracy rate is 99%, while Dong Dong didn't match a single number with Hwatu." Hwaz announces, "Open the cups." They both reveal their cups at the same time. Dong Dong's cup shows 2d14 and Hwatz's shows 3d4. The onlookers began to speculate, wondering why he hadn't guessed a single number. It was too strange. Dong Dong thought for a moment and said, "I think I know why. Can I quit now?" He calmly replied, "Of course, just put all your chips up front. Welcome back any time." She thought warily, "Is the master testing my abilities by not doing anything on my first try? If that's the case, this setup is more complex than it seems, and I need to take it more seriously." Meanwhile, Dong Dong thought as he left, "I don't understand any of this, but I can't afford to lose any more money." Suddenly, Bao Bao pointed to the commotion and asked what was happening. Dong Dong pushed through the crowd, asking what all the fuss was about, and someone replied that a little bird had won 10 hands in a row. On the other side, CEO is dashing with his glasses, followed by little Mo Q and Bob Vager. CEO puts down 2 sevens, shocking everyone around him. Another heavenly hand. This little bird is a god. Once again, Chutuk adjusts his glasses and says, "Mokao, pour the tea. It's been so long since I've been to a casino. I thought I could live among you commoners, but forget it. I'm done disguising myself. I'm a gambling god, and I'm all in." The chairman held a stack of winning chips, humming a victory tune as he walked. Bob Vager whispered, "Chairman, did we brag too much? Everyone's watching us." The CEO retorts, "What do you know? I'm fishing for a big catch. In a casino, the atmosphere is key. If it's not high class, you'll be stuck in the slums forever. I'm telling you, Moi Kao, you need to aim higher." Suddenly, Dong Dong appears before Jutuk, startling him. Jutuk's demeanor shifts completely, his eyes sparkling as he asks, "What is it, Mama?" Jusik shoves the coins into the dealer's hand and says hastily, "Why do I have so many coins? Who won? Was it you, dealer?" The bewildered dealer takes the coins hesitantly. Yes." Dong Dong looks at Jusik sternly and asks, "Stop pretending. Jusik, do you know how to gamble?" But the chief still feigns innocence, saying he doesn't know what Mama is talking about. Then, Dong Dong picks up a coin from the table and slowly says, "How unfortunate. Let's rephrase that. What are the stakes for whoever wins this mission? Enough with the mental cultivation rewards." Dong Dong glanced at Juicy as she spoke. At this point, Juicy, now sporting glasses, a fur vest, and slicked-back hair looking like a true gambler, said, "Mama, I won't hide it any longer. I actually have a divine talent for gambling, and I'll go complete the mission." Bao Bao, standing nearby, was taken aback by the CEO's appearance and said, "Why do I feel like I can hear music?" The CEO looked at Shishi and explained, "In short, my current fame and fortune are all thanks to my fire attribute talent. Originally wanting to start over, he needs the 3rd-ranked mind talent to win this gamble, but its effects are minimal, so he'll need to cleanse it later, though the cleansing item is incredibly rare. Surely someone has it." Shishi replies, "I know your past. The soul refinement technique can only cleanse a talent once, and using it again requires a sacrifice, but it's already incredibly powerful. Others may not have many items or methods to cleanse skills or talents, even in my guild, but I can let you try it once." The guildmaster reached out, satisfied, and said, "Deal. I'll list the job change materials for you. Follow me, we'll change classes, and then we'll go. Before that, prepare videos of the previous gambles for me to review." Bao Bao then asked, Right, I heard about this mind talent before, but I've never met anyone who uses it. Is it useful? Cece explained that it's basically useless for professional combat, but for business or technology, this talent is invaluable. In short, this mind talent can enhance the brain's reaction speed, sensitivity, and perception. Or consider manual laborers. Some jobs don't require brute force or attack power. Or intellectuals. Architecture, art, and politics all need it. And the mind is the most mysterious talent in Azure. It can heighten a person's intuition, sensitivity, and memory, and unlike many games where intelligence is reflected in numbers, this kind of development is incredibly realistic in Azure. As for leaving Azure, they would feel a great sense of loss. A moment later, the door to the dice room opened, and the Duke and his flamboyant entourage entered, saying, "I'm here. Have you all been waiting long?" Without invitation, the Duke sat down at the table and said, "Let's begin." With a calm demeanor, Hoazi said, "Please, be my guest." The Duke picked up the dice cup and shook it directly on the table, like a true professional. Then, after placing the cup on the table, Hotu pulls down one side of her shirt and shakes the dice, drawing a large crowd. The Duke squints at her cup, thinking, this woman is using energy to envelop the dice. When the moment to open the cups arrives, energy swirls endlessly, and indeed, there's an energy enveloping the 4 dice in Hoatu's cup. Shishi says sternly, "Our people discovered this casino before. Hoatu can control the dice, but we can't interfere." As the chief filled out the prediction board, she thought to herself, "This is difficult. The energy surrounding the dice is a dark element formed from a special technique that absorbs barriers and interferes with energy." Hozi speaks up, "You've written down your predictions, so let's open the cup." Immediately, the prediction board appears, with the chieftain's numbers being 1, 2, 3, 4, and Hozi's being 3, 4, 5, 6. The girl announces the results. Watu has 2 points, and the Lord has 1. The Lord, annoyed, thinks to herself, "I even used the energy-wrapped tentacles, yet this girl can still predict it." Bao Bao, watching from the sidelines, exclaimed in frustration, "Even the Countess is losing." Seeing this, Dong Dong placed a hand on Jenne's shoulder and said, "It's okay, it's just testing the waters. Tuk Tuk will surely get serious now." The girl can only see 3 steps ahead in this game of deception, where one wrong move means utter defeat. Dong Dong analyzes the situation, but this game is about who can make their move without being detected. In total, we'll see what tactics Tuk Tuk has up his sleeve. The atmosphere grows more intense as everyone gathers to watch the spectacle unfold. The chief says he's created a barrier on the dice with all his energy, so he doesn't believe she can see through it. But Huaja's eyes sharpen. Huaja complimented Jujak, saying, "Impressive tactics, but you still can't know the situation inside the dice." The 4 red dice then rolled out, revealing 1563. As the Duke predicted, his dice roll was 1563, and he guessed Huaja's as 4532, while Huaja predicted the Duke's dice as 1436 and her own as 56 tuyor. The 4 red dice reveal 5624. Huata frowns and says, "Congratulations, we each get 1 point, it's a draw." Huaja's eyes darkened as she realized she could no longer interfere with the dice rolls, and wondered how she could possibly guess the numbers correctly. The Duke placed his hand on the cup and shook it lightly. Inside the cup, a hand crushes an eye in a disturbing display of telekinesis. Juquo chuckles. "Heh, I just happen to have a kid who isn't controlled by the barrier." The sparrow's eyes turned sly, a smirk forming as he said, "I've matched the scores with him. As long as she can't see inside the cup, the ball can manipulate the score. When it comes to tricks, you're still too green." The Eagle referee announces the 3rd round, with both sides tied and each earning another point. Bao Bao and Dong Dong stand outside, worried. Bao Bao says that if this continues, Huazi will ultimately win. What can they do? Huozi furrowed her brow, telling the Duke, who sat smugly before her, "I don't know what you're doing in the cup, but it's working." Huozi formed a triangle with her hands, chanting a mantra, and suddenly a blue eye appeared on her forehead as she continued. "Open wide, pupil." Everyone around them exclaimed in shock, saying, "She never used her innate skill point when she fought us before." They were all stunned by Hoatu's power. They had never seen her true strength in a match. The eye on Huazi's forehead widened and glowed as she used her power, seeing through the cup to another eye controlling the dice-shaking hand. Huozi reaches out, absorbing all the black energy from the cup, and sensing something amiss with the dog, she shouts, "I demand an inspection of this guest cup." Outside, Cixi and Qin Hong looked worried, wondering if they'd be discovered. Bao Bao frowned beside them, asking what would happen if they were. Cixi pondered for a moment, then replied, They'll be banned from Ocean Planet forever and must compensate the casino tenfold. The Eagle referee approached Sparrow and said, "Please open the cup." TQ clutches the cup, protesting their treatment and demanding a refund, but the referee insists on cooperation. Everyone around them cheered, raising their hands in support, chanting, "Open the cup! Open the cup! Open the cup!" With no other choice, Uncle Took complied, releasing the cup into the referee's hands, saying, "Very well then." The referee approached, placing his hand on the cup, ready to open it, only to find it empty, without a single die inside. Hua Zi, as if struck by lightning, gasped in astonishment. "How can this be? My barrier." With wide, shimmering eyes, Quack says sweetly, "I'm just an innocent little bird. How would I know how to cheat?" Suddenly, Quack's eyes narrow as he glares at Hua Tu. "However, I can check your cup, can't I?" Huozi chuckled, placing her cup down. "As a casino employee, I would never cheat." The crowd gasped as they peered inside the cup, exclaiming, "What is that?" Huazi was frozen in disbelief. It was a hand holding an eye, its pupil cutely saying, "Hello, you cheated big sis and got caught red-handed." Sparrow appears, holding a pointer, and explains that she never intended to play this game fairly from the start. She clarifies that if they played by Huazi's old rules, the best they could hope for was a tie. What we needed to do was distract Huazi while she focused all her attention on the dice cup. Tuok Tuok pointed to an image, explaining that when she poured her energy into Tuok Tuok's cup, the ball had already slipped under the table. Queke explains further that the ball was subtly moved to Heizi's side by shifting her own eyes and hands. With a confident toss of the dice, Kike contemplates victory, either winning the bet or forcing her opponent out of the game entirely. This isn't just cheating, it's gambling finesse. Realizing she's been tricked, Huazi cries out in defeat, "I didn't expect you to use this method. You've completed your mission." Huazi immediately takes out money to compensate. The crowd erupts in anger, shouting, "What does your mission have to do with us? The casino cheated today?" "We demand an explanation," another person chimed in. "Yes. Were we cheated in the past too? This needs to be clarified. It's a matter of justice." Suddenly, a man stepped forward, placing his hand on Huazi's shoulder, and addressed the crowd. "This was merely a task set by our casino. It's entirely different from cheating." A man with the aura of a fierce dog, Hoatu, calls out, "Boss," he replies, "to celebrate Tuthu Siksi completing the mission, I will compensate each guest in the casino with 5,000 gold coins." "I hope everyone continues to have fun," the pink-haired casino employee said, bringing over a tray of money. "Is this acceptable?" the boss asked. Hearing the offer, everyone cheered. Those who were just angrily protesting now smiled in agreement, praising Siksi for completing the task so impressively. Indeed, how cool. The gambling skills of both sides were top-notch, witnessing the birth of a major quest. Seeing their actions, Bao Bao yawned, saying, "This group has seen nothing." The boss turns to Sixi's group and says, "Let's talk as we walk." They head to a room with a gold sign. The enraged boss exclaims, "It's that rotten brat Mai again. She ruined me over a decade ago." Flashbacks reveal Tixi's former life of luxury as the casino boss recounts the past. Because of poor management, players won a large sum of money, and this time, Mai used the same tactics to win the mission. "What are you talking about? I don't understand. I lost my memory when I was reborn." The casino boss is furious, but Mai continues to play dumb, pretending to be innocent. Doesn't the reborn Took have fragments of memories scattered around, and Mai saw them? Can't he tell she's regained her memories? She stubbornly denies it, just like the gamble, and he has no proof. Now she's just his precious little bird. Qin Hong realized immediately. Finally, someone even more shameless than Dong Dong has appeared. She giggled and agreed, thinking that if not for the vast difference in appearance, she'd really think this bird was Dong Dong's offspring. See, shamelessness alone isn't enough. They're like two peas in a pod. The casino boss was frustrated. Mai's shamelessness was too much like that bloodsucker. He turned to Huazi and said, "Mai has worked hard. This red name is not allowed in the casino from now on." Suddenly, the boss mentioned Dong Dong as well. Not even a skeleton, which startled him. He waved his hand dismissively, saying their skills were poor, but since the task was done, they should leave. They all walked out. A system notification appears. Announcement! Announcement! The first player has completed the 6th trial, Kaya, announcing full rewards, drawing everyone's attention. People nearby begin to murmur. Level 120 was unlocked so recently, and the first 6 trial completion has already appeared. Another person chimes in. "I thought it would be a boss fight, but it's an NPC from the Western Divine Realm. It seems this main quest is being directed and pushed by the third largest Western guild. Western Divine Realm, a voice echoes in this clear blue sky, and we finally got ahead. Kea, what information did you get? A beautiful golden-haired woman exclaims that the first rank 6 player must have some clues. He pants, hunched over, replying that his HP and level data have vanished. He can't sense them anymore. The other world is coming. He stood up, examining his hands. This feeling. It's incredible. An image appeared as he lamented, Rank 6 is so far off. Why is my rank 4 quest to navigate a maze alone? And no companions allowed? Dong explains that this is to allow most players to reach max level, but it's mainly due to rank 3. Rank 4 and above will see a sharp increase in difficulty and restrictions, something we'll have to master later, though she pouts, unable to accept it. Suddenly, he realized that just one final mission stood between him and the scenario planet's starting clues. The group gathers before a massive gate, guarded by 2 giant knights who block the way with their swords. Dong asks if they're restricting access or closing the park, and Bao is surprised by the scene. Cece calmly explains that with only one quest remaining, the amusement park is packed every day. To ensure its entertainment value, the number of people is limited to 10,000. First come, first served, and each person can only enter once every 15 days. Guling suggests they all enter together, and if they can't figure it out, another player can complete the mission, since only one remains to activate the scenario planet. Dong agreed, realizing they'd have to split up and look around. Suddenly, someone waved from behind, calling out, "Mr. Dong," startling him. It was the cheerful Tri Nguyen who approached. "My dear Dong, why don't we go together?" Following him was a young man with golden hair and elf-like ears. From behind, a displeased Ko Lin remarked about the newcomer. "Auntie, is Dan Sao going out for a stroll herself? Her old self is nowhere to be seen." Dong quickly stepped in, putting his arms around both of them to defuse the situation, saying, "Hey, don't be like that. Let's go find some fun." Suddenly, a masked figure with long horns appeared in the crowd. It was Jia Yu. "Excuse me, we need to get through to the amusement park." She accidentally touched a green-haired man, causing him to turn around and yell, "Who do you think you are, telling me to move? Last come, last served. Got it?" The people he was yelling at were representatives from the top guilds. Earth's #1 Eastern Guild, the Zhuanyuan clan. The Assassin Alliance, represented by Jia Yu. Heaven's #1 Western Guild, the third largest Western Guild. And finally, Dong, Bao, Xiaoba, and his wife. The green-haired man wouldn't back down, yelling, "You think being a big power means you can bully people? I was raised right, and I won't accept you cutting in line." Shishi immediately explained with a smile, "We're not cutting in line. Those dozen employees in front are all here to hold our place. We're just switching places. It won't affect your positions. Here, have 2 experience orbs as a gift." Hearing this, the man immediately changed his expression and tone, saying, "Please, this way. Do you need more security? I can even try using items. I'm sure I'd do better than that skeleton." Seeming to feel looked down upon, Dong appears dejected, and they immediately head through the gate, surprising everyone. They can go in. How nice. Inside, the scenery is lush, with breezes rustling the leaves, and Dong breaks out in a cold sweat, his legs feeling like they're floating. They're on a terrifying roller coaster, but Bao next to him is having the time of her life. Guling and Guan Yuqiu are trying to catch goldfish, while Shishi and Jing Hong are happily enjoying cakes and ice cream. Then, the girls entered the dressing room, emerging as Hyoba's wife in a school uniform and Guan Yushu in an elegant princess dress. Bao donned a traditional kimono, while Shishi looked beautiful in a flowing gown. The beautiful women emerged, stunning the men into blushing silence. But then, Guan Yuzhao gestured back to the dressing room, suggesting the men should go in as well. Dong and Jing Hong emerge in traditional attire, while head butler and Guling are equally elegant in their chosen outfits. Zhuang Yuan and the blonde man follow, opting for cool cowboy attire. Just then, Zixi spotted someone hiding behind a wall. She pulled them out, revealing Jia Yu in a stunning dress. She appeared utterly adorable, prompting a chorus of praise. Bao, sitting with Dong, exclaimed, "I love this. My time in World A has been the happiest." He smiles, saying, "Don't worry, I'm here now, and you'll have plenty of fun." She smiles, wishing she could stay in the A world forever. Suddenly, her expression turns sad as she thinks, "But I can't bear to leave my parents and grandparents." This makes him wonder about his own family back home. Suddenly, a clown appears behind him as Dong continues to ponder, assuming the main quest is complete. In the real world, a year must have passed. By then, I can visit my parents, and hopefully, I can play as a player in the future. From afar, Quan Ngu waved them over, and Bao Bao immediately ran over, but Dong Dong remained sitting there, lost in thought, starting this journey again. Suddenly, the clown behind them angrily shouted, "I've been holding this sign for so long, and no one has paid any attention to me." He smiles and replies, "No way, the final mission is that simple. We all thought you were a fake." Hearing this enrages the clown, who immediately shouts, "I'm angry. No one cares about the clown. The trolley problem begins now." Suddenly, the amusement park gates slammed shut. Countless doors rained down from the sky, landing right in front of the players. And sure enough, one appeared before Dong Dong and Bao Bao. The clown exclaimed that this time, the number of participants in the trolley problem task was a few. Meanwhile, the green-haired man wondered why there were traces of the night owl in this experience. The wooden door in front of him lit up, and a voice echoed, without explaining the rules. That was Dong Dong, and he continued, "So it's starting already, and we have to figure out the rules ourselves?" He tried the doorknob, but it wouldn't open. The door was stuck, much to his confusion. The clown floating in the sky excitedly announces, "Everyone, you've heard the name of your mission. The trolley problem, a classic thought experiment, and our game will follow its basic premise." He continues, "An out-of-control trolley is headed down 2 tracks. One track has one person, and the other has many. What will you choose?" Suddenly, the doorknob rattled on its own, and the clown announced that the door could now be opened. He continued to explain the rules. The first round would determine their identities, whether they were the minority, the majority, or the conductor of the train, and Bao Bao approached the door, ready to open it. She gripped the lever, and the door opened to a blinding light as the clown continued. "Those with blue bracelets represent the majority." And just then, Bao Bao suddenly had a blue bracelet on her wrist. "Those with yellow bracelets represent the choosers, and you can decide to eliminate the minority or majority this round, and Xiaoba has a yellow bracelet. Those with red bracelets represent the minority, and Xiaoba currently has a green bracelet." The amusement park is divided into 10 areas, each with one selector. Killing a selector allows you to inherit their abilities. The minority faction will always be 1/10 the size of the majority, and every hour begins a new round of elimination. When only 12 players remain, the final elimination round begins, determining the survivor and winner, the clown explains. Suddenly, his expression darkens as he gives a sinister smile and says, "Then, let the games begin." Dong Dong tells Bao Bao that they're wearing blue armbands, and Bao Bao, clutching her armband, asks what they should do next. Feeling that the new selectors are the most dangerous, both the minority and the majority will hunt them down within 10 rounds. Dong Dong seriously stated his understanding: if it goes beyond 10 rounds allowing the hunt, factions will automatically divide, and if the weak are in the majority, they will begin to unite. Pursuing the minority faction or the group of selectors, our immediate priority is to find the scattered people. Moreover, we're wearing blue bracelets, which is dangerous. Looking at Bao Bao's blue bracelet, Dong Dong continues to explain that the essence of the trolley problem is whether the value of life can be planned through calculation. But this game favors those who abandon calculation. He's amplifying the evil in human nature. In the Hawan Mai Hotel, everyone is watching the game together, a girl with bun hair exclaims. This game is being live-streamed, and the elimination rate is rapid. No need to wait an hour. The number of remaining players is displayed on the announcement board, 7,589. Someone comments that it's starting to turn into a battle royale. A person with a gold bracelet suddenly collapses, along with their scepter. It's a sheep suddenly crying out, "I came to the amusement park to play games. I don't want to die. Leveling up again is such a pain." Now, the blue bracelet wearers all stared intently at the sheep, thinking they finally caught it, and it didn't look like it could resist. Suddenly, a muscular man volunteered, "Let me go. We're the majority, and I'll ensure the majority's choice is upheld." Suddenly, a bald man stepped in, shouting, "Why should we trust you? You'll just turn around and betray us." The horse-bodied man, upon hearing the accusation, immediately retorted, sparking a confrontation. "That's slander. Are you going to believe everything he says? Do you think we're stupid? Let me hunt him down." Suddenly, Dong Dong stepped forward to stop them, saying, "Stop, let the sheep go." Their attack ceased at the appearance of the stranger, and they all glared uncomfortably at Dong Dong. Everyone recognized him from the social media buzz. It was Conti and Erky. Then, Horse stepped forward. "I'm saying, this is a fight between adults. What's a kid like you doing here? We're all rank 4 here." What nonsense. Did he think he could show off his academy rank? He immediately drew his sword and charged, "Let me teach you a lesson." The horseman charged toward Dong Dong, only for a purple sword to appear, and the horseman fell, the the system declaring a fatal blow to the head. Instantly, the brute dissolved into dust, horrifying the onlookers. Bao Bao raises his hand, pointing to his blue bracelet, and says with a smile, "We're on your side, so come on over. Don't worry, I won't trick you." One of the three people watching the fight immediately feels worried, remarking, "This is the vampire Elkos trying to sabotage things again? If he becomes a vampire, he'll definitely have ulterior motives." Little Uncle Ku trembles, dwarfed by the crowd's looming figures. With a smile half in shadow, Dong Dong ominously says he'll keep her safe, as Little Ju is tied to a wooden post, looking utterly helpless. The bald man from before immediately shouted, trying to get everyone's attention, come on, everyone, no need to hide anymore, come on out." And sure enough, people began to peek out from behind the game houses. Not only that, but people emerged from behind the distant trees as well. Dong Dong, standing next to a bound Uncle Nine, announced to everyone that this man was their area's seeker, rather than them all fighting amongst themselves. Realizing that inheriting the Seeker's title would make everyone distrust him, he clenched his fist and jokingly proposed a plan as everyone listened. "Why don't we unite and hunt down all the minorities within the time limit so the original Seeker can't choose anyone?" At this point, Uncle Joe thinks helplessly, "Just kill me already." On the high wooden platform, Dong Dong and Uncle Ju stand before everyone. The crowd below began to murmur, and one person exclaimed, "There's no other way." Another replied, "The chosen one is tied up here until morning. We can only hunt down the minority faction." Immediately, the majority, with their blue bracelets, raised their hands in unison, chanting, "Hunt down the minority faction! Hunt down the minority faction!" Dong Dong urgently directs everyone to run towards the forest, saying there might be someone there. They listen to him and follow into the deep woods, leaving Uncle Ju behind. Suddenly, a hand reached out from behind the platform towards Uncle Ju. Immediately, the ropes were cut, and Ju was taken away. It was Bao Bao and Dong Dong who kidnapped Uncle Ku. She hugged Ku and exclaimed, "They're all gone. Why do we still have to hide?" Dong Dong immediately explained, "Because people can never truly unite. Those who come here to play the game will be divided into factions from the start. For example, if the Guling Protectors are divided into a minority faction, we can ignore other players hunting them down. Indeed, a girl with a red bracelet, indicating she's part of the minority faction, is being beaten to the ground by a crowd, who yell, 'Kill her! Kill her!' Suddenly a man, Gautruk, stepped forward to protect the girl, saying, 'Stop, she's with me.' One of the majority faction, resembling Gautruk, grabbed him by the collar, saying, 'Then you can die with her.' Dong Dong then explained to her that once they reacted, they would come back for Zhaoyang. We need to define our sphere of influence first, and if there are minority or majority factions among the Guling people, they will be asked to assassinate Zhaoyang." With tearful, pleading eyes, Juju begged, "In the end, you still want to kill me? Please, just do it quickly." But he was met with refusal. "Just endure a little longer. We'll find someone." In District 4, the Children's Ocean Park, everyone surrounds Davu as one girl exclaims. Another man stares at Davu, saying, "Don't worry about it, just kill her." Dayu worried, needing to go there to find a dressing room to change clothes. How annoying. In the Assassin Guild's livestream room, everyone exclaimed in surprise, "Is Master Dong a woman? Why do you care? Isn't it even better if a man wears women's clothes? Beauty is all that matters. Now, I heard Master Dong likes to cover their face with a mask that resembles their actual face, and this jawline is beautiful enough. In my livestream, she's my wife. Can't you guys respect your own wives and stop making her a joke?" Meanwhile, Davu is still unaware, as this livestream has boosted the Assassin Guild's morale significantly. Yawu immediately unleashed a barrage of threads from her hands, then fled, thinking, "I have to get back to the dressing room quickly. This disguise won't hold for long." Suddenly, a school bully appears in the middle of the road, stopping her. Davu asks, "Are you here to kill me?" He calmly lays out his plan. "Looks like we've been assigned to the same area. Let's find the chosen one together later." Dayu hesitates, but he immediately grabs her hand, urging, "No time to argue. Any slower and others will hunt us down." District 8, Kitchen Colossus Amusement Park. Behind the jars, Lin and Quan Ngu Thu are sitting. He asks, "Are we just waiting here?" She observes the documents and replies, "You're with the minority faction. I'll come out after I find the selector. If the majority faction targets you, I won't be able to watch over you." Lin smiles in agreement. "As you wish." In District 1, at the outdoor amusement park, Chai Yuan appears, perplexed, muttering that someone will have to be sacrificed. The worst-case scenario has occurred. Bao Bao and Xi both have blue bracelets and anxiously look at their own bracelets without a smile. Even if one of us replaces Xiaoyang as the chosen one, they're sure to be eliminated. This isn't about killing each other anymore, but a test of individual choice. This is the essence of the trolley problem. To be the last survivor, killing friends or family becomes meaningless, so which side will you choose? Dong Dong then suggests a coin toss, as a win-win is impossible. A notice appears in the sky showing 10 minutes and 45 seconds remaining, and the game master announces that the first settlement is in 10 minutes. Chuyuan then exclaimed that they had to make a choice, as they desperately needed tickets for this mission. They couldn't let the Bao Bao group be the sacrificial lambs, so they should choose the minority. Cece immediately explained her situation, saying they already had a ticket and she wasn't good at fighting, so she could drop out early. But Dong Dong stopped her, explaining that he wanted to test a rule. The minority is always 1/10 of the majority. So what happens when the minority isn't enough? Chuyan Nguyen points out that the conversion comes from the minority faction, but the exact calculation of this rule is still uncertain. Furthermore, it refreshes every hour, so I want to wait for the outside slaughter to end and see if anyone will be directly converted. In District 5, the water park, Phai Na appears, the president of the East's second-largest guild, level 120. Han Ta, still reading on a stone bench, exclaims, "Confirmed! Conversion can happen at any time." Behind Han Ta stood Lei Ji, the 7A strategist, level 120, with a ghostly face, exclaiming that they had killed hundreds. Finally, it was verified that when the number of the minority faction is insufficient, it will directly convert the number of people in the majority faction. Feya turns back and replies, "Good work. The leaders of the major powers aren't showing their faces directly this time, just letting the youngsters fight it out. It's been hard on you, Lei Ji, to get us this ticket." Honda coughs uncomfortably and says, "I don't have much time left, and my current body only has a few months. No matter what it takes, I have to catch up with this operation quickly." Reading Dong Dong's file, Han realizes, besides himself, there are 5 others. Abnormally evolved monsters and NPCs. If Han isn't a combat type like the Warhead, but just a civilian. Behind the wall in the first area, Dong Dong and Bao Bao hid as he exclaimed, "Real-time conversion confirmed! Someone outside automatically changed from a blue bracelet to red. What's going on? Did they change the rules?" Dong Dong added, "Too bad we're out of time and we can't convert to the minority faction." He turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Sorry, we have to kill you to eliminate one less person." Just then, Bao Bao's bracelet suddenly turned red, and Xiaoyang pointed, "Your bracelet." Seeing this, Dong Dong smiled. "Great. Now CC can kill Xiaoyang." Xiaoyang looked over sadly. "So I'm still going to be killed? Never mind, I said nothing." CC uses a lightning rod on Xiaoyang, electrocuting the sheep to death, and her bracelet turns gold. CC smiles as she makes her choice on the notice board, and the clown announces that time is up. The clock really did reset to 0. And Han Fei announced that only 973 people survived, less than 1,000, so 10 areas will merge into one. The girl with the bun hairstyle observed and immediately said that there's only one majority faction selection area, which means this round will determine the winner. A new round begins and doors appear just like before. Bao Bao steps through, her wristband turning red. She cries out, "I'm immediately in the minority. This is bad. I'll be hunted from the start." The remaining survivors cried out in disarray, "Hurry, find the minority voters." There are minority voters," someone shouted, pointing to Bao Bao and Dong Dong. He stepped forward to protect her. "There are too many. Are we going to be eliminated here?" Suddenly, a beam of light descends from the heavens, creating a blinding flash as a demonic grin appears. "It's Lei Ji," Han exclaims. "My luck is good indeed. Come, try to kill me." The crowd hesitated, wary of Azur's thunderclap battle strategy. But Han was here too, so what was there to fear? They charged forward, unafraid. Thunderclap unleashed a blinding storm of lightning from his hands. "Come on, I'm in a hurry. Either fight me or leave. If you die, you'll lose half your level, but elimination has no penalty. Will you risk it?" Suddenly, they all changed their tune and left, saying leveling up is a pain and they didn't want to be eliminated here. It's the perfect time to enjoy the empty amusement park. After everyone left, Lei Ji turned to Dong Dong and Bao Bao, saying, "Young man, hold on. Our president wants to meet you." Dong Dong turned back and asked, "Meet me?" Lei Jin approaches Feya, announcing that he's brought the person. He replies that he'll take care of the rest, as Feya closes his book. He looked up at Dong Dong and said, "Come, sit," as he patted the seat next to him. Dong Dong was surprised, thinking, the chairman of the second-largest guild in the East is a billionaire in the real world. After transmigrating, I only meet powerful people. He looks at Bao Bao and says, "Bao Bao, in the real world, I knew your father. We were close for generations." She turns away and replies, "We have nothing to do with him anymore. Dong Dong, if there's nothing else, let's go." He stuttered, "My master is calling me. I must go." Fei looked at them with disdain. It seems you harbor great malice towards me. Please wait a moment for the Thunder Calamity avatar to finish its work. Bao Bao turns, confused. Experiment? Here? He replies, yes, and you're part of the minority faction. In theory, the minority and majority factions can be converted. With a smile, he reveals his plan. If we just kill off the majority, we won't have to wait until the next round, and this game will end immediately. The voice continues, saying that's just how the AZ world is, despite all its wondrous technology. At that moment, the system displays a notification. 424 survivors remaining. Fei witnessed a massive explosion in the distance and remarked, they love designing childish games, like a fictional wonderland for kids. He then discussed the equivalence of life, the premise of respecting its value, and the people who create that value. But the reality of humanity is selfishness. Standing before the rising smoke, he smiles sinisterly, saying, few care about the lives of others, and if the opportunity arises, they'll actively end them. Because I don't care. At that moment, a notification appeared. Remaining players, 11. A voice echoed, it's time. Fei Na suddenly appears with a heavily bandaged figure, announcing that she and the guild members have taken care of the staff. Only one minority member, Bao Bao, remains, along with 11 majority members, all from our guild. Fei Na whispers to Dong Dong that the game is still being live-streamed and will end soon. Contact me about the 5 missing people. Where you're from, all the answers will be revealed in this main quest. Hearing this, Dong Dong is truly puzzled. Missing people. Are there others like me? Lei suddenly looks at Bao Bao and says he's sorry, then unleashes a massive lightning strike on her, and the scene cuts back to the amusement park gate. Bao Bao and Dong Dong are both teleported back, and Dong Dong realizes his teammates have all been eliminated. Since there's only one ticket, it seems he wants to guarantee his group gets it. Then, a dazzling array of fireworks erupts in the night sky. Lei appears, congratulating him, and the clown hands him the reward for the mission, asking him to check it. Then the clown immediately smiled again, saying, the amusement park is open again. Welcome everyone to continue having fun. Cixi reads a reminder, urging everyone to hurry in and gather as much information as possible. As they enter, a locked sphere appears, and a sprite-like guide greets them, requesting their tickets for the corresponding mission. Bao Bao steps forward and hands over the ticket. The guide says, hello, I've detected 2 summoned creatures on you. This scenario can also add characters, so would you like to arrange character settings for them? Bao Bao agrees to add them. A shining door opens and the guide gestures, saying, before you enter, I must confirm that this instance will be sealed. The entire process will not be live-streamed, and private conversations are prohibited. Quitting the game midway will be considered a forfeit. The game is estimated to last 2 days, which is about 6 hours in the real world. If there are no further questions, you may now enter the scenario planet, initiating the opening scene and main quest. She immediately turns to Dong Dong and invites her to join, and the two step forward together. Each time the scenario begins, you'll be assigned a different identity, and this time, it's a futuristic world. In a manor on a technological colony planet, a person with a pair of eyes appears, tightly shut. The identity card is linked to the ticket, and based on the Hoan Mai Hotel ticket, the assigned identity is human, the master's favorite female housekeeper. This housekeeper's hair is very similar to Dong Dong's, and she is dazzlingly beautiful. Days ago, the manor's owner, Lord Siti, was found dead in his room. Find the killer, investigate the truth behind the Lord's death, solve the riddle, and the mission is complete. Dong Dong exclaims, "Huh, a female oxen?" He's a little depressed and can't accept it. Can using an electronic planet ticket turn him into a man? A notification reappears. According to your ticket, your character is the deceased master's. Just then, a scene flashed of Hyoba being stabbed through the brain with a sword, blood splattering everywhere, and he cried out in surprise. Juan stood up to give his opinion. Everyone, the world we're in is a hybrid of science and extraordinary biology. I have the old master's will, but we must first determine the cause of his death to open it. Theoretically, someone of his stature shouldn't die unexpectedly in this world, so his death is definitely suspicious. Gu Xiao picks up his glass and says, "Let's start with the autopsy. We need to know the cause of death before we can solve the problem." As he analyzes the situation, he turns to mock Wei Dongdong. "How can you have so little observational ability?" "The tea's gone cold. Someone get the maid," he grumbled, picking up his cup, but instead of tea, he poured water on his opponent's wrist. But young Master Gu seemed to anticipate this and dodged aside, much to his frustration. Fa Na stepped in to mediate, suggesting they proceed with the autopsy and that they continue to work together as the killer is hiding among them. Bao Bao leads the group to the murder house, with Wei Dongdong taking on the task of opening the door and a polite bow to the coroner upon entry. Zhouing holds up a paper saying he has a preliminary report from the Institute of Forensic Medicine. The cause of death is unclear, possibly cardiac arrest, but Lao Da forbade an autopsy. Wei Dongdong lifts the veil, noting the sword wound to the head. The cause of death is obvious. Bao Bao cheerfully removes the prop from the old man's head, saying he just thought it would be fun to stick it there. Nine Ying asks if the autopsy requires the consent of the old man's 3 daughters, who, without hesitation, agree immediately. Enraged, Lao Da held up a sign that read, "Ungrateful children." Suddenly, he realized something was amiss. He'd been forcibly transported here and was now unable to move. The little spirit from before appeared to answer questions. "Hello, I'm the Script Planet's little script assistant. We've now entered the forced dramatic phase, and there's nothing you can do. You may face the risk of being dissected soon. Pain synchronization has been set to 0. If you're not satisfied, you can adjust the pain synchronization ratio." The old man raged in his mind. Only a lunatic would adjust the pain to 100% right now. The pixie cheerfully replied, "Understood. Adjusting pain synchronization to 100%. You must really know what you want." Seeing the scalpel slowly approaching, the old man grew restless. "Hey, wait, you stupid AI. Don't adjust it to 100% A. Make it cent A." The little spirit pretended to misunderstand. "Understood. Don't adjust it to 0%. The old man squeezed his eyes shut in terror, thinking he was about to die, but after a moment, he felt nothing. The elf girl giggled, saying it was just a prank. The old man's spirit appeared, clasping his hands in thanks to the heavens. After examining him, the medical staff said that his internal organs were unharmed. Next, they would check for skull damage as the whirring sound of a saw filled the air. An employee casually approaches with a large saw, warning that the following scene may be a bit bloody. The old man takes a deep breath, still alive. Everyone was captivated by the bloody scene, especially since Ging Bao Bao was the trigger for the fake maid, Ngui Dong Dong. After a few minutes, the results are in. The autopsy reveals no wounds that could have caused the death. He says he can't see any wounds this way. The medical examiner holding his tablet said that modern technology could restore Elder Da to his original state, but there's one odd thing. 300 years ago, after biological science and technology gradually improved, humanity gained the ability to regenerate indefinitely so they wouldn't have scars or wounds. For example, Miss Zixi's group, but Elder Da is from the pre-new century. His body was completely clean, without any scars or fatal wounds. "Miss Oxen, you were the first to discover Lao Da's death." Wei Dongdong replied, "I found Lao Da in his room. He was already not breathing. The location where I found Lao Da was the study. Some areas that were initially red are now green, indicating they've been unlocked." Bao Bao picks up the tablet and says, "Yeah, some areas in the room have been cleared, so everyone can freely search for clues." Wei Dongdong immediately clenches his fist and the group rushes off, determined to uncover clues at the crime scene as quickly as possible, since the cause of death is unknown and there are no scars. Every second counts, and behind the door lies a luxurious room, everything arranged neatly and tidily. Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao surveyed the room, wondering if the old boss's room was always this clean. He began to sink into his memories as the play began to piece together fragments of recollection, using key scenes to restore his memory. He suddenly spoke up. "I remember now. That day the boss was sitting in that chair. The cleaning lady came to wake him, but he wouldn't move. Boss, I tried to wake him up that day." In a panic, he realized the old man was no longer breathing. Finga approached the old man's desk, gently pressing the power button on the computer. The small screen lights up, prompting for a password. Finga says, "This is the old man's computer. It uses a hand-drawn password, making it virtually impossible to crack." She asked, wondering how he knew the old man's computer was there. Finga smiled, explaining that everyone had different abilities and he was a machinery expert who could identify the mechanical structure of a room at a glance. Seeing this, Cece introduces her ability. "I'm well versed in biological technology. I can use all of the old man's biological technology." Bao Bao adds, "I know 90% of the mechanisms in the old man's house." As soon as she said that, she wanted to put it into practice, and went to a nearby bookshelf. Taking a book from the shelf, she revealed that the old man's study held something very precious. Suddenly, a small device appears, but it requires the old man's iris scan. Everyone stares intently as the old man appears behind them. He held up the board, conveying that he sensed a clue within the safe. Everyone was startled to see him. He had recovered. The old man raised the board, I can move freely for now." Everyone cheerfully offered their opinions, suggesting he try using the eye to open the iron bars. He stepped up to the scanner, but the result was unsuccessful. 2 chances left. He shrugged helplessly. Cixi begins to speculate, saying that after death the pupils dilate and the eyes change, but since they have his data, she'll try to replicate an eye. The old man raises an eyebrow, displeased, saying she doesn't even call him Dad, and is already stealing his eyes. The coroner couldn't find anything, and there were no traces of suicide in the room, no sleeping pills or anything. Then he turned to the homicide detective, asking if they could kill someone without leaving any fatal wounds. The red-faced assassin angrily retorted, then cheerfully patted the other's shoulder, saying to forget it and not to force it if they couldn't figure it out. The assassin then bent over and began muttering, "Brain freeze? No, that's not right. Sudden asphyxiation? Also wrong." The crowd was helpless, only adding to the mystery. Then someone from CCO arrived with a small box, saying the data from their company matched the old man's. I didn't have authority at the dance, but after his death, I have the highest right to inherit his company. This is his eyeball. With this, we can open the safe. Inside the box lies a green eye. They put it on the scanner, hoping it wouldn't fail this time, and a green light appeared. The door opens, revealing several books, but what's most important? After the 3 books are placed on the table, everyone begins to discuss. An album, a diary, and a document. Which should we look at first? The 3 immediately chimed in with glee. The diary, the diary. Dong Dong picked up the diary. Who knew this old man kept a diary? What kind of real person keeps a diary? Inside, it reads, "Year 4396 of the old era. I finally solved the proposition regarding humanity's suffering, but I lost her forever. Leaving behind 2 daughters and myself to continue living in this world, I want to raise the children to adulthood, and then I will go find her myself." Below is a family photo. The crowd and Gu Shao clutched their stomachs, laughing. So that squeaky character is the old man's wife? How fitting. The old man sighed helplessly. Good thing this isn't live. In the lab where Principal and Mrs. Sulai are working, Principal worries about his wife's failing health as her cough worsens. In a warm tone, he says to her, "Honey, you're not feeling well. Let me handle this project. You should go and rest." Her cheeks flushed, her body plump, and her voice chirped. Suddenly, the dean's face darkened, his eyes turned white, and sharp fangs emerged as he roared, "Stop, little opera! Stop!" Just then, the beautiful fairy flew in, gesturing and giggling, saying that this was a crucial plot point that he and Ms. Fly Model needed to act out. He says, "She's a lady? Has she ever seen a lady over 6 feet tall with breasts bigger than his head?" Growing angrier, the village chief throws down his robe and shouts, complaining about her constant chirping. "The script doesn't even have lines. How am I supposed to act? I demand a replacement." Seeing the situation escalate, the fairy Yaoju giggled and replied, "Understood. I'll give the female lead a voice. We'll force you to act according to the script, and then you won't be able to do anything." With a snap of her fingers, the fairy made the ogre's voice feminine and gentle. "My love," she said, "I'll go rest and do some research to help with our previous work." With no other choice, the director continued the cheesy dialogue. "Go on. I'll take care of things here." Outwardly agreeable, but inwardly, the director thought differently. He had to endure for the sake of the main mission. It was all or nothing. The play begins with the dean's lines. "My wife and I were a genius couple admired by all. My focus was on researching various creatures, while she was a genius in the field of AI. Hyuk asks why living things die, stating that the fundamental existence of a species is for reproduction and the continuation of DNA. For example, if an individual organism is a Zerg, that individual can ensure the eternal existence of its DNA. But as I relentlessly pursued the secrets of immortality, she fell gravely ill. Seeing my wife bedridden, I raced against time, hoping my experiments would prove my theories correct, and the final clinical trials for cell regeneration would soon succeed." The dean, in a daze, gripped the door with one hand and touched it with the other, his voice filled with unwavering belief. "I can save her." He pushed open the door, his face drenched in sweat, his eyes full of hope as he called out, "Honey." Suddenly, terror widened in the director's eyes as the last leaf fell from the barren tree outside the window. As the last leaf fell and drifted away, so did my wife's final breath. The death certificate arrived, and overwhelmed with grief, I crumpled it and cried, "I saved the world, but I lost her." A tear streaks down his cheek. Nothing is more painful than losing the one you love. Rain pours from the sky as an umbrella shields a solitary figure standing before a beloved's tombstone. A hoarse voice speaks, and for me, this is eternal hell on earth. Thinking of my 2 young daughters calling out "Daddy" every day, my heart aches. A father can't leave. I must raise my daughters. Moreover, I've discovered my wife's research, and the story continues on the next page. The story is torn, and as Dong Dong reads, he notices the next page is missing, saying, "This part is torn out." Dong Dong glances at Gu Ling standing right behind him and points, saying, "Continue to the last page." Turning to the last page, an ancient Chinese inscription appears. Bao Bao ponders for a moment, then says, 221 years. But isn't it New Era 486? If it was suicide, the timing doesn't match up. Hearing this, Du Bin, with the long scar over his eye, responded, "So the rest of the diary is missing? It seems the missing part must contain crucial information. Is someone deliberately keeping us from finding out?" Du Bin continued, "Only those who know about this mechanism." But Bao Bao cut him off. "What are you implying? If I wanted to hide the diary, I wouldn't have shown you these 3 items." Seeing them argue, Guling stepped in to mediate. Logically speaking, if Bao Bao wanted to hide the rest of the diary, it would have been too easy. Let's keep searching for clues together. Inside the case files were childhood photos of Cece and Ernie, pictures from graduation ceremonies with their beloved father, and snowy travel photos. Fina remarked that they were all family photos. But Dong Dong noticed something was off, replying, "That's not right. There's no picture of you, Mr. Gu Ling. Aren't you also the old man's adopted son?" Gu Ling simply smiled and said nothing. Meanwhile, Bao Sat, who had been sulking in the corner, was muttering to himself about electronic pulses, heartbeats, and absolute zero, as the 2 young ladies, Nini and Cece, along with Dobin and the long-haired man, pondered the case. The 5 of them, Feya, Dong Dong, Bao Bao, Xiaoba, and Bao Sha, frowned at Gu Ling, who simply raised his hands, laughing, and said, "Don't stare at me like that. I'm just adopted. Isn't it normal that I'm not in the photo?" The long-haired blonde pointed to the green file on the coffee table and said, "Forget it. There's a missing piece of information in here. Look at the 3rd document." The long-haired man looked at Dong Dong, who was standing nearby, and continued, "Please, miss." Without hesitation, Dong Dong agreed, "Okay, pretty fairy." The sinister-faced Xiaoba approached Dong Dong from behind, holding up a sign that read, "You're getting too into character," earning him an angry glare from Dong Dong. Dong Dong scanned the papers from the blue file and said, "These are some patents for nano and Vimo biotechnology and 2 adoption certificates." She frowned, reading more closely. One is a fake, and the other is Gu Ling's adoption certificate. Feya, arms crossed, looked at the documents in Dong Dong's hands and added, "Interesting. So the old man forged a fake adoption certificate for Gu Ling." Feya raised a hand to her brow, frowning as she voiced her thoughts. He was a powerful man. Why would he forge it? Unless Gu Ling's true identity is unacceptable to modern society. Gu Ling smiled wryly. "I'm doomed. Anything I say now will be met with suspicion." Dong Dong replied seriously, "These are the clues. Right now, the only suspicious thing is Gu Ling's identity, and we still haven't found the cause of the old man's death." The beautiful fairy chimes in, "We can start searching the house now. Good luck, everyone." They all open the door and enter a room. Gu Ling searched every nook and cranny with a magnifying glass, while Bao Bao looked for clues under tables and chairs, and Du Bing used his height to check the doors around the room. Dong Dong set down a cup of tea and asked Feya, "Aren't you worried at all?" Feya watched Dong Dong intently, arms crossed, and said, "I already sent Bao Bao to look for clues in the room. How did you know I transmigrated?" Feya picked up the teacup, pondered, and replied resolutely, "I'm about to die in reality. I actually saw this script, so I can guess a little." In the future, AG gaming technology appeared overnight, using VL brainwaves to immerse players as if in a dream. When people wear that game's device, all senses, taste, and even the feeling of using magic are synchronized. If people there say they created another world, then why can people be resurrected, healed, and have blood attributes in that world? This doesn't align with our understanding of the world. If this isn't a real world, then such realistic senses are hard to explain. In the future, the inventors of AG, though they sealed off information after their success, it's not hard for us with our high level of social resources to investigate. And there's a couple who initially claimed the AG world were scientific and biological geniuses. Fai Na recounted a story from the future and shared her thoughts, believing the scenario was a suggestion. and those who transmigrated were likely chosen because… She added that they'd spent decades engrossed in AG, had simple social lives, deceased or absent parents, and were unmarried. Simply put, they were expendable to society. And Phi Na's words pierced Dong Dong's heart like 1,000 arrows. Phi Na stood and approached Dong Dong, tall and serious, saying, "I don't care about this mission, but the story is about to begin. The truth about the AG world will surely emerge." Suddenly, Phi Na touched Dong Dong's cheek, startling her, and continued ominously, "Your bodies have already disintegrated." With a sharp look and a slightly somber tone, she added, "But if the spirit can exist forever, or in another form, I wouldn't mind using all my assets to exchange for eternal life. I truly envy you." With that, Phi Na stroked Dong Dong's face, making it flush as Bao Bao, Rui and Xi Xi entered the room, witnessing the ambiguous scene and exclaiming, "We caught you!" Seeing this, Bao Bao runs between them, looking adorably angry, and says, "Step aside." Phi Na smiles, waving his hand, and says, "As a corporate slave, it's understandable that I'd tease a beautiful woman, right?" Dong Dong feigns a cough, trying to explain that nothing's going on. They're just exchanging clues. Bao Bao retorts sarcastically, a hint of jealousy in her voice, saying it's fine, they're just exchanging clues. She doesn't mind at all. Bao Bao then turned serious, clapped her hands, and clearly stated, "All right, everyone gather around and share the clues you've found." Bao Bao glanced at Phi Na and said, "Let's start with you." With a terrifying look, she demands in a low voice that they hand over all the clues they've exchanged. Everyone around her snickers, realizing she's clearly bothered by it. Meanwhile, Hiao Ba held up a sign with 3 lines of text: "Fight, fight, fight." The area fell silent as everyone gathered around the table to compile the clues they had found. Bao Bao crosses his arms and seriously asks Feiya if he's gathered any clues. Feiya replies with a smile, saying his clues are very important and he'll share them last. "Don't be so mean to me. I wouldn't steal your precious thing. Who knows, I might even be able to play matchmaker for you two." Bao Bao blushed at Phi Na's teasing words, stammering, "What nonsense are you talking about?" "Sungvat," the remaining person. "Hand over the clues now." Just then, the school bully pulled out 3 carefully torn pieces of paper and placed them on the table. The long-haired boy quickly asked the chief, "You found clues too?" The chief then revealed a sign that read, "The investigation is already over. One must investigate the cause of their own death." Dong Dong approaches, picks up the 3 pieces of paper, examines them closely, and says, "These are torn pages from a diary related to Guling. The pages show a picture of old Man Lei's family of 4 talking, with notes. Today is the first day I brought little Guling home. Nakhinhi and Shishi adore her, as expected of me." Elsewhere, the headmaster stands in a lab, holding a syringe, saying, "With this level of technology, if successful, I can infinitely restore the human body from a microbiological level, and I won't have to worry anymore." Before her is a terrified face and trembling, gnarled hands as Guling mutters, "What do you want, Dad? Don't come any closer." Principal Ba's face becomes sinister and terrifying, his tone infuriating as he says, "Don't be afraid. It will all be over soon." Pale with fear, tears streaming down, Guling cried out, "Help me! Someone please help me!" Her screams grew louder and louder. "Help!" Guling recalls the past, and with that, those around her begin to realize the truth and ask questions. Was Guling adopted by Lao Da to be a test subject for Anzai, leading to Guling's vengeful murder of Lao Da? Sitting to the side, Bao Sha suddenly spoke up, saying that with nanotechnology, even murder could be untraceable. Guling sighed in frustration, asking if they were suspecting her based on this evidence alone. "These diary pages aren't direct evidence, and my health was poor as a child. Nini and Zixi can attest to that." Nini, who had been silent, then spoke up, confirming that her background information did indeed contain such a memory. Later, to cure Guling, Lao Da relentlessly researched biology, inventing a technique to restore the human body. Dong Dong handed a torn piece of paper to the long-haired man, who said, "It's only somewhat suspicious. First, what exactly was Guling's illness? Second, her childhood was negatively impacted by her father, which is reason enough for revenge." The long-haired man then looked at Guling and added, "After all, a person's life is spent chasing or compensating for the damage suffered in childhood." Feeling the pressure, Dong Dong suggested they look at another clue, and the long-haired man, flipping through the documents, said he had one. Miss Nai Nai has gambling debts, and Laura cut off her living expenses a year ago. He pushed 2 photos onto the table, adding that Laura abandoned biomedical technology after major problems arose during clinical trials. The company's financial reports are in dire straits, and it seems Mr. Dubing, who partnered with Lao Ra, is now with his daughter. Cece sighed. What a setup. And this character is too stupid to let damaging information about the company leak out. If it were me, I could definitely clean things up. Dubin, sitting next to him, took a long drag of his cigarette and said, "Come on, let's talk facts. Everyone's bound to hold on to some dirt." Dubin then showed a picture of Baosat sitting in front of his daughter's hospital bed, adding that Baosat's daughter was seriously ill, but the starting price for the Eternal Life technology was 10 billion new era coins. Baosat had repeatedly begged Lao Ra to cure his daughter, but to no avail. Oh. As the cigarette burned shorter, Dubin looked at Phi Na and continued, "As for Boss Phi, he was repeatedly modified by Boss No using machines." After hearing the story, Dong Dong couldn't help but reach out in response. "You're all bad people, so the system must have found a motive in each of you. Phi, where's your evidence? Everyone slowly reveal it." Just then, Phi Na stood up, pushed back his chair, and said, "Come, come." He held up a knife for everyone to see, and continued, "This knife." The violent killer questioned, "Won't a murder weapon leave evidence, like atoms?" Phi laughed. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's time to witness a miracle." Phi Nian rushes towards Gu Ling, bringing the knife down with tremendous force, piercing her chest before she can react. Caught off guard by Phi Na's sudden attack, Gu Ling flinches as everyone cries out, and Dong Dong and Bao Bao rush to her side. Dong Dong caught Gu Ling, whose face had gone pale from the force of the blow, and who was now drenched in sweat. Suddenly, Dong Dong noticed something and cried out, "Strange!" The wound on Gu Ling's neck isn't bleeding, but healing itself. Gu Ling quickly covers the wound, afraid of being discovered, and says, "I'm fine." Phi Na stands still, looking up and stating clearly, "This is my proof. First, Gu Lingque is not human. Second, I know the cause of my father's death." Violently enraged, he realizes that Gu Ling's back wound is rapidly healing itself. Gu Ling furrows his brow, touching his chest in confusion. What's going on? He struggles to his feet, sweat pouring down, and glares at Phi Na. His face contorted with rage, Gu Ling raised a fist and roared, "You bastard!" But his punch lacked power and was immediately blocked by Fei Niao's armored hand. Phi Na looks at Gu Ling, who is trembling, and says softly, "Don't get so worked up. All abilities are nullified here. You can't beat me. I'm covered in mechanical monsters." Phi smiles and continues, "Everyone's here to trigger the main quest. I know what each of you is supposed to do in this scenario, but does any of that matter if we want to achieve our goal?" Suddenly, a blue screen appears on Phi Na's hand for everyone to see, and he elaborates, "You're all not fools. You're all aces of the major guilds. The core management. This scenario is about the story that happened in AG." Revealing the hidden clues to get to the main leads faster, Bao Bao and Xiaoba felt insignificant in comparison. Bao Bao remarks that he seems to be the most ordinary one there, while Xiaoba raises his sign, saying he's not far behind. Phi Na lowers his head and says slowly, "I don't have much time left." At that moment, Phi Na felt his abilities were finally being put to good use. He continued, "My hidden power. I can crack old Da's computer, and what I'll get after cracking it is this data." A scene unfolds, showing the old man at his research desk, staring intently at his computer screen. Behind him, Gu Ling lies on a bed with his eyes closed as the old man says, "Scientific experiment number 360, using algorithms to simulate all the neural cell models of the brain. My wife used to want to invent conscious AI, but always failed. The underlying algorithms, including binary, no matter how they evolved." A human brain appeared on the computer screen, and the old man continued, "Are all comprehensive methods. I couldn't prove human intuition and non-autonomous choices, so I used symbols to replace the computer program. This experiment is Gu Ling." All the devices were inserted into him, and the sequence was entered, 100% synchronization rate. Suddenly, Gu Ling awakens with vacant eyes as the old man approaches his bedside, his voice filled with disbelief. "It worked. It's perfectly modeled after my brain's neurons." Gu Ling sat up, rubbing his head, and weakly asked, "Where is this?" "This is..." Old Da and Uncle Huba were in disbelief. Ah! This father-son reunion felt strange. Had the neural network been completely replicated? Would the memories be synchronized as well? Upon hearing the truth, Gu Ling was stunned, his face darkening. "I'm the perfect AI that old Da replicated, but I have no memories of him at all." Standing nearby, Feya replied, "Because he sealed away and erased most of your memories." An AI starting from zero, not even knowing if they're human or machine. Na glances at the shopkeeper, adding jokingly, "And this dead man who doesn't know it." The shopkeeper looks bewildered, holding up his sign. "Me." A file appears in Na's hand as he continues. This is what I discovered using scientific techniques, proving it was from Miss Zixie's secretion and hackers. The secretion contains a supervirus. Na held up the documents for everyone to see, explaining that the reason for the old man's death was that he wasn't a normal person. He, like Gu Ling, had his personality simulated with electronic symbols and his body created with nanotechnology. Na pointed to Zixie and continued. After discovering this secret, Zixie used an electronic virus to hack in, allowing her to inherit the business and pay off the debts, just as the old master wrote in his diary. The image of old Dada, who passed away in the new era 221, appears. He invented this technology to create someone identical to himself to stay by his daughter's side. Perhaps old Dada thought this was the best way, and he could finally go find his beloved deceased wife and escape the suffering of this world. Suddenly, a reflective screen appears, surrounded by flowers and fireworks, with the words, "Congratulations on successfully solving this scenario." As expected of Mr. Na, with an IQ over 220 and controller of the A-Zone business empire. Na looks up at the screen and says, "You've finally appeared, or should I call you the old man of the A-Zone?" Na looked up and continued. "There are too many hints in this mission. You don't want us to pass, you just hope we understand your story. You control World A now, and with my extraordinary intelligence, someone like you needs an assistant. So let me go to World A." Na clutches his coat, saying he can't hold on much longer. The screen, displaying a smiling eye, replies that this scenario is only half his story, and the next main quest will shock them all. The reflective screen turned to Dong Dong, who was standing blankly nearby, and said, "Not bad. Out of the 6, you're the only one who made it to the main quest clue here. Many others couldn't even transfer money. I've been watching you sell ferret fur and academy badges. Not bad, young man." Cece, who had been watching, was confused, and Ben asked Dong Dong what the reflective screen had said to him, since they couldn't hear it. Guling walked over to Cece and answered her question, saying the system blocked the audio and that Dong Dong was indeed not simple. The reflective screen continued to change expressions and said, "Well then, after you all leave, the main quest clues will officially begin. Thank you for playing this murder mystery scenario with me. Keep this a secret after you leave." With that, the screen abruptly shuts off and Feiya desperately reaches out, pleading for help. Disappointed, Feiya collapses to the ground, coughing. Bao Bao turns to Feiya and says, "In reality, a genius builds a business empire, but when faced with death, you beg for help from a screen of unknown origin." Cece added that if they were in the same situation, they wouldn't be any better, as death is the ultimate fate for everyone. Dong Dong paused for a moment, then said, 6 people. There are 6 people in total." Feiya said 5. "And the 4 who came here are all night monsters?" As he says this, another screen appears with the words, "The script is about to close," followed by a countdown, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Suddenly, Bao Bao and Dong Dong, in skull form, appear before a large gate. They both turn to see Jing Hong and the others coming down to look at something. Dong Dong approaches, puts his hand on Jing Hong's shoulder and asks, "The main clue has been announced. What's the mission this time?" Pointing upwards, Jing Hong replies, "Here." A board appears with these words, "Dear players, we officially announced the main mission for AG's 10th anniversary. In the future, a completely new planet will approach the AG world after 2 years of gameplay. However, the top 6 can explore this planet 1 year early. What secrets and wonders await on this planet? Let's explore and uncover them together." Dong Dong gazed up, reading each word and said, "This is the planet's form, and that's an image of Earth." In the darkness, Xiao Duzi wears glasses nearly half the size of his face, seemingly realizing he's been transported. Xiao Duzi recalled the past, saying, "That day, they mentioned a huge reward for the 10th anniversary, so I casually opened a treasure chest. Suddenly, a light burst out, forcing me to shield my eyes, but I never expected that I would turn into a little monster." Xiao Duzi wakes up in a strange place, wondering aloud, "This field of flowers." A field of lilies appears before him, surprising him. Lily Valley, next to Beginner Village. Why am I here? Xiao Duzi notices something and looks down at his feet, then at his tail, and cries out in shock. Like a bolt from the blue, realizing where she was, she'd transmigrated into the A-game world. The little monster, Xiao Du, burst into tears, whimpering, "I just opened a treasure chest. I want to go home. I wanted to help players, but I never expected this." She realized that she couldn't communicate with humans in this monster form, only write, so she wrote in the dirt, "Help, I've turned into this." But every time she wrote it, it failed. Eventually, any mention of being transmigrated turned into gibberish. Helpless and weeping, Xiaoduzi hatches a plan to venture deeper into the forest, wondering if she can fight monsters, level up to the main city, or even escape to the outside world. But easier said than done. Bats appear and attack, sending her fleeing in terror, screaming for help. Battered and bruised, she lay on the ground, tears streaming down her face, thinking, "Back in A, I was raising pets, leveling up by building my manor. I can't even beat a level 1 monster." Suddenly, she has an idea. Her eyes light up and she says, "Should I go a little further? It seems the Jimuju slimes are the weakest low-level monsters here. I'll go fight them and see what happens." Bouncing along, Dodu thought, "After I beat these slimes, I'll level up." Then suddenly, he saw something that made his eyes go wide. What is that? Startled, Doja watches from afar, realizing it's a gathering of high-level slimes. Level 10 slimes? Doja bites his hand, worried, thinking, why are the slimes level 10 already? Dodu, hiding behind a rock, notices a group of players hunting and slimes carrying a beast. He spots a unique skeleton among them, one that provokes and hunts new players, just like his skeleton squad. Dejected, Dotsu sighed, unable to even defeat the night monsters with combat options set to automatic. But then, an idea struck him. A sword pierced the belly of a bat, and the red pouch fell to the ground. 2 players fought, and the brown-haired one sighed to his red-haired companion. "We're finally about to finish the newbie quest. I don't know why a high-level skeleton appeared. It's so annoying. Being reborn in Flower Scent Valley would be normal." Suddenly, footsteps approached, and Little Dot sped past, startling the brown-haired player. "What with this deer?" Little Dot smirked, a red pouch in its mouth, thinking. After gathering information from the players, Dot seized the opportunity to steal the reward dropped by the night monster. The 2 players stood dumbfounded. Did that deer just look down on us? It looked like it stole our loot." Little Dudu, having obtained the spoils, sped away, thinking, "They're in bad shape. They won't catch me." As night falls, the moon rises high in the sky. A monkey hangs suspended, its belly pierced by painful thorns. The monkey is fading away. Little Dudu jumps for joy, shouting, "We did it! Dudu can level up now!" Many people were gathered outside the city gates as a small monster hid among them, trying to sneak inside. Suddenly, a knight raised his hand and shouted, "Stop!" Dodu is terrified, her face paling as she wonders if she's been discovered, and if night monsters can even enter the main city. The knight raises his sword, threatening a skeleton. "Kill any unidentified creatures who dare enter the city." Finally, the little monster could breathe a sigh of relief. This path would be difficult. Inside the vampire camp, she lay wearily, her head resting on a rock. She seems incredibly frustrated. Without entering the main city, she can't transform, and only transformation will change her form. This beast form isn't convenient. Dudu wants to build a house, even a large trap. And so, Dotu sighed in resignation. Being a monster wasn't working out. Could she become an object instead? She shook her head. No, becoming an object wouldn't guarantee a trustworthy owner. Why would she even consider becoming someone else's object? Dotu had to rely on herself. Having made up her mind, she immediately takes action, using her mouth to draw an ancient map in the dirt with a stick. Though she has no hands, she remembers the structure of those old traps, and this should work. Meanwhile, 2 young men stood together in a field, the blue-haired one telling his companion that they were far enough from the skeleton army's camp to be safe. He went on to mention the strange occurrences of late, saying that the forums were full of reports of bizarre monsters appearing in various spawn locations. To the east, there were flying snakes madly burrowing into female players' skirts, yelling about finally reaching the 2nd dimension. The man next to him continued, "That's right. And to the west, there's a scorpion that no one can catch. Plus, we've encountered strange skeleton troops recently. But with thousands of spawn points in the AZ world, these things won't have any impact. Maybe there's a quest about to be announced." The brown-haired man looked around, a little uneasy, and said, "It's too quiet. Why aren't there any monsters here?" He worried, "We're not going to be that unlucky, are we? What strange thing have we stumbled into now?" Just then, his foot landed on something. It turns out the young man stepped into a trap, sending him plummeting downward with a blood-curdling scream. His eyes darted around, mouth agape, face pale with terror. Seeing a demon impaled by stakes, he was even more terrified, but just as he was about to fall, the brown-haired man managed to grab a wooden stake below. He steps on another stake behind him, contorting himself in a strange position, trembling with fear. "Thank goodness I almost lost my little brother," Min Yuexuan, are you all right? Seeing the impaled corpse, his eyes darted around in terror as he screamed. Ming Yuexuan, the boy cried in anguish. Who set this trap? Such a large-scale trap to kill a level 26 fire horse, only to find someone like this. Ming Yuexuan, Xuan, wait for me. I will investigate everything and avenge you. Suddenly a voice came from above, but Dudu hadn't gained any experience. Dudu threw a few more stones down but had to stay away, unable to watch the carnage. Immediately after, large stones rained down from the store opening, and the boy paled in fear. Wait, there's someone down there. Then, a blood-curdling scream echoed through the space. You beast! Dudu, who was throwing stones into the pit, suddenly stopped. I think I heard something. Never mind, what if it's just a bloody mess? Dodo's level suddenly jumps to 13, and she's shocked. How did I level up so much? I'm probably lacking experience, so I'll need to kill a couple more night monsters. After the system cleans up the bodies, I'll go take a look and set up some more traps. Outside the city walls, a flash of light suddenly appeared, as the exhausted brown-haired man leaned on his knees, complaining about the strange monsters everywhere, making it hard to level up, forcing him to start all over again. Ming Weiying comforted him, saying, forget it. Let's just stroll around the city and rest for a bit. The young man reluctantly agreed. I guess that's all we can do. I'll go gather the others. Once I level up, I'm definitely going to find that player named Dodo. Before he could get far, he bumped into a girl carrying a basket of oranges, knocking her to the ground and spilling her oranges everywhere. The brown-haired guy was furious. Damn it, another NPC? What's wrong with this game? Meanwhile, 4 months have passed since Dodo was transported into the game. He's finished the Immortal Academy exam, built his monster-luring camp, and is ready to enter the Immortal Academy. With a bag in his mouth, Dodo is outside Dan, where level 40 and higher monsters are spawning. Dan 1. Dodo's traps can no longer harm them, and chasing low-level monsters yields very little experience. Even so, for the past 4 months, Dodo has been setting new traps every single day, persistently attacking low-level monsters, repeating the process over and over until today. A joyful shout rings out. He's leveled up. The first headless monster-level player in A's history is born. The scene shifts to a massive fortress, where Fu Lo reports on the kingdom's recent situation. Strange things have been happening around our duchy lately, including a night monster encampment. They've gathered over 200 elite night demons, including the Wolf Jiangju Cavell 35's camp, and inexplicable traps have been appearing for the last month or two. Great Lord of the Iduchi, when I entrust this mission to you two, remember that RJ Iduchi was built by the original players as NPCs. A pack of night demons has invaded some important mission resources, and you must investigate. She's worried. Is there a mission about to be announced? Currently, all the major duchies are sending people to Amusement Park A to look for clues about the main quest, and no deception is allowed. Fufalu told them to announce the quest in the duchy, as the clues to the main quest are near. Our divine island lies between the West Sia continent and the East Victory continent, yet our kingdom lacks even a master strategist. She continues with her plan, explaining that our strength is too weak, and if it weren't for our special location, plus the existence of the Divine Academy on our island, we're already behind, and every time a main quest clue appears, a large amount of new resources, equipment, and techniques are released. This time, we must obtain a good technique or weapon. No matter the difficulties, we must cultivate someone who can pass the individual quest with a famous name. High C affirms that while the Immortal Academy is strong, they don't share our goals. Everything is for the guild. Fufalulu and Shanfang Jiawu put their hands to their chests and reverently exclaimed, "All for the guild!" Meanwhile, Scarface asked his companions if they were sure about accepting this assignment from the National Assembly. He angrily questioned them, asking why Lama had to provoke Miss Cece from the third-largest Western guild. For Bob, death is as simple as squashing a bug. All the items and equipment in his account are gone, and now, after 2 months, he's finally back to rank 1. Lama is equally furious, shouting, "Damn it! I don't know what those bastards are up to. Those rotten, useless things ruined my stuff." The old man's mental techniques and previously mastered skills will take at least half a year to recover. Lama frowned, thinking, just wait. Once I join the Eastern Guild, the two sides already don't get along, and I'll slowly add fuel to the fire. The rat-faced imp explained that thankfully, Rank 3 was just a series of support or repetitive solo tasks, while Rank 4 required skilled operators and B-grade techniques or equipment to complete alone. He explained to the others that Rank 5 required at least A-grade skills or A-grade equipment, plus super-level proficiency to complete the mission. We should be grateful we can even complete Rank 4. The red-haired girl warned them, Look at this road. A night monster that loves to make pit traps has appeared nearby. Be careful not to fall in. Llama clenched his fists in anger. It's that night monster again. Come on, I'll kill one. I'll kill a pair. No sooner were the words out of his mouth than Llama kicked a tripwire, sending a massive beehive plummeting from the trees. Llama's eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at the falling beehive, and as it crashed down, terror gripped the entire group. A swarm of giant bees burst forth, attacking them relentlessly as terrified screams filled the air. Level 46, bewitching bees had appeared. Damn it, your mosquito swarms are too many. Hurry and use your magic. Casting takes time. I can't get into casting mode. Dudu peeked out from the tree, thinking, these guys are all max-level players. Dudu can't beat them. That squirrel, though, Dudu can definitely bully it. Now the faces of the llama group are all swollen from bee stings, and the giant wolf laments that these insects are such a nuisance. The damage isn't fatal, but the after effects will last for 2 days, so Llama comforts them, saying it's okay. He's turned off pain synchronization so they can just get through the 2 days like this. The red-haired girl is distraught, tears streaming down her face. My face is injured, worse than death. Watch out for those blind bastards, don't let them trap us again. A puff of purple smoke suddenly appears, and the rat-like creature squints, muttering, why do I feel so slow? Seeing their reaction, Dudo puts on a gas mask, excitedly saying the sleeping powder worked, weakening them first. Then, the players will sink the pain, and now she'll release the die-die powder into the air, leaving them at their weakest. Just then, Llama stepped on another tripwire on the ground, and in a daze he mumbled, I've been poisoned. A spiked wooden club hurtles towards him, and Solon immediately raises his guard, watching the club fall. He then instantly shatters it to pieces with a punch. So Large is furious, saying he can't take it anymore, that these traps are the work of a malicious fiend. The red-haired girl volunteers to draw a magic circle and burn the place down, confident they'll catch the night monster. Dodo solemnly observes their battle, realizing the difference in strength is too great. Did the death of a rank 1 player trigger the ADA limit? She removes her mask and turns to leave, knowing she must move, abandoning the traps and materials she painstakingly designed. As Dudo leaves, she pauses, hearing a strange voice say, I've been patrolling the area and just happened to find you. A tiny zombie appears before the group. Banban, the mutated mist, level 120 Night Fiend sneers, Night Alley Gift. Tao Hua whispers to her companions, this mist is a rank 3. Urku asks, confused, what's going on? With an icy glare, Nai Kao threatened, you escaped us last time, but not again. You'll learn the difference a rank 3 makes. 2U scanned the area, confirming, the black skeleton isn't here. Then he began assigning tasks to each person. Peach would attack with spells, he would look for a chance to use an array, and Two Ball would attack head-on. This time, they would go all out and not be careless again. With a cold face, Nikwa immediately grew serious, raising his hand as a surge of power began to erupt. B-rank equipment, C-rank light revelation mind technique, and shattered grass. Urku rushed towards the ape, leaping and slashing with his claws, scattering the mist around it, leaving Urku in stunned disbelief. It was separating. Gritting his teeth, he reached for the Pong-Pong's head, thinking to strike it. But before he could, an arm burst from the ground and seized his leg. Niku angrily looks down. Another one, huh? Just then, the little imp appears behind the pangolin, shouting, trying to escape. Matt Troot reached out, a small formation appearing in his hand. A C-rank confinement spell. Every part of the bear's body was enveloped in Matt Troot's formation, and he hurriedly ordered Nai Kao to attack. I've got him trapped. Attack his head, Ni Kao, and try to deal a fatal blow. I'm coming C-rank fire detachment spell. Dao Hua spread her arms, looked up to the sky, and roared as a powerful flame surrounded her. Then she suddenly collapsed. Xiaolin stood behind her, weapon in hand, staring blankly at the fallen Dao Hua. Little Lin was overjoyed, bragging, Brother Ban, I successfully ambushed her. The sight before Urku stunned him. Were these night monsters truly evolving? A mage's defense is weakest when ambushed, a coordination many player teams can't achieve. Matt Troot quickly discusses the next plan with Nai Kao. These 3 night demons, though not highly equipped or skilled, are currently unbeatable. Our mages have suffered a loss. Let's report back to the kingdom and request reinforcements. If we lose levels, we're in trouble, and the trip back will take at least half a month. Then he waved his hand, ordering his teammates to retreat, and Matt Troot and Nikao scrambled away for their lives. Sao tells Banban not to chase them since they didn't kill them. Tualam grips her weapon. still feeling regretful that the scroll didn't drop. At this point, Banban didn't want to hide any longer, telling Dodo, who was hiding behind a tree, "Come out, they're all night demons, we mean no harm." Dodo remained wary, demanding, "Can you change classes? Swear an oath first." Dodo bears a strange mark, one that Banban recognizes as being the same as their leaders. Immediately, Banban raised 2 fingers to the sky and swore an oath. "I, Banban, swear that I will never harm the stubborn deer before me. If I violate this oath, may I be punished by the system." Dodo orders them to go to the second tree on the left, avoid touching the plants, and stay away from the stone on the right, as they're all traps she set, then invites them to her house. Seeing Dodo's reaction, Banban's group felt helpless. This deer was being far too cautious. In the Dai Duchy, a flock of small birds flew across the sky. Heiss narrowed his eyes, coldly asking the group before him, "What happened to you all?" Lama, Nikao, Daohua, and Mat Chuat all gasped for breath, explaining that they had been chased by night monsters. Amidst the chaos, they triggered every trap in their path, relying on potions and sheer luck to survive the journey back to the city. "We can't let them grow stronger. We need to wipe them out now, before they do. Near our guild is a legendary elite-level night monster, the 5th-ranked DNDN Long." Lapma continues seriously. Moreover, their boss is the extremely famous Dong Dong. He and Dao Qian were very close before at a concert. "Our Gaia Duchy has always been neutral, but if Head Warrior uses this night ghoul camp to control us, then things will go very wrong." Heiss mused over their words. Soon after, he ordered Pufulu to contact the strongest Western guild. Paradise. If Head Warrior is truly involved, only Apollo of Paradise can suppress him. Ask them to help us annihilate the Night Runner troop. In exchange, they can freely use the special facilities of the Gaia Duchy, and we'll lend them troops from the Gaia Guild. Hiss continued seriously. "Then, let's officially put the plan to destroy the Night Wraith Company on the agenda." Lima was ecstatic. "Night Wraith Camp. However you profited in the beginning, I'll make you pay 1,000-fold. Meanwhile, Banban's group followed Dodo towards her home. Carrying a large bag on its back, Banban turns to grumble at Dodo, saying that the camp has plenty of materials, so there's no need to carry all this. Dodo smiles with her eyes closed, proudly showing them off, saying these are the materials she's always used up to rank 2 and many items she's acquired. Dodo wants to become a deer spirit so she can have human hands, and then she can build all sorts of structures. Just leave the housing in your camp to her. Meanwhile, Banban makes a judgment. She has a mark, like the boss, so she must be related to him. Meanwhile, Dodo secretly observes Banban's group, wondering if these evolved night goblins are transmigrators or simply AR's awakened goblins. She decides to focus on her class change, resolving to exploit their camp's job change facility first. With hands, Dodo can build even more traps and structures, and now they've arrived at the entrance to the night monster camp. The skeleton guards at the gate, upon seeing the group, immediately announced, "Brother Banban is back!" And with that, the camp gates swung open. The skeleton guard was eager to help carry their things, but before they could, Dodo's voice rang out, "No, no." Banban introduced Dodo to the others, saying, "This is Dodo. We met him during our investigation." Turning to Dodo, Banban outlines their next steps. A trip to Jengda City Hall, followed by a direct transfer of power. Elsewhere, a massive hammer strikes something with great force. Many lesser night monsters are working together to demolish a wall, while the mist troops combine their strength to topple massive stones. Do's surprised to see them tearing down buildings in the city, asking if they're moving out. Banban explains the situation, saying they have to disband because their power has grown too great. Originally, there were only demons, but we actively sought out high IQ night monsters we could communicate with, and now there are 233 in the city. Banban explained the difficulties they were facing, but OBS is still stuck at the threshold of Tier 4. Tier 4 requires legendary personal skills, which can be achieved with practice. But we need Rank B equipment or techniques, and that's the real problem. Rank B equipment and techniques have become untradeable. They can only be obtained through quests, crafting, or inheritance, but the night monsters can't accept quests. So that's our predicament. Banban continued, outlining the next phase of their operation. A group of unregistered monsters would attract unwanted attention, so they planned to disband and retreat to the mountains. Listening to Banban's analysis, Dodo is surprised, asking who taught them this. Their leader, Dong Dong? Banban proudly mentions their leader, saying that Dong Dong believes their advantage lies in their numbers, and they shouldn't be confined by the city if someone comes to catch them. If you can't beat them, run. Save your strength for later. There's no shortage of firewood in the mountains. Dodo frowned, sensing an aura of unpleasantness from this Dong Dong, even though she hadn't met him yet, outside a wooden building. Holding the bag, Bonbon turned to Dodo, reminding her that the main quest clues had been released, and their leader would be back soon to introduce Dodo. Excited, Dodo replied that they should head straight to the class change. Instead of taking Dodo to the job change location, Bonbon brought out a cup of milk tea and said, "Rest for a bit. This is Sister Bao Bao's favorite milk tea." Dodo was a little confused. Sister Bao Bao is... Realizing her confusion, Bonbon explained that the leader's master was Dong Dong Botuo, leaving Dodo astonished. A night monster working as someone's spirit animal? She took the milk tea from Bonbon, eyeing it warily, thinking this night monster seemed utterly shameless, and she'd have to be careful. Dodo then took a sip of the milk tea, and her eyes lit up as she savored the flavor, saying it had been a long time since she tasted this. It tasted just like her favorite milk tea from reality, so Bao Bao must be a good person, because people who like milk tea can't be bad. A moment later, Bonbon led Dodo to the job change area, saying this was the place. Dodo happily stepped forward to greet the gatekeeper. "Hello, Dodo is here to change jobs." The young man explained that she could choose a direction for her race's evolution and increase her stats. Hearing this, Dodo's eyes lit up, and she excitedly exclaimed, "Human form, agility points, architecture." The young man smiled and led Dodo, saying, "All right, come with me." Bonbon watched Dodo leave happily, wondering if she and the boss would really accept a human form. A light suddenly appears and a red ribbon materializes around Dodo's neck, along with a tattered red skirt. Dodo happily winks at them, announcing her job change was a success, as Vermilion Bird pants wearily. Dong Dong wiped the sweat from his brow, sighing in relief that he was finally done packing. But suddenly, the gates to Trungdin Island slammed shut. A 3-day boat ride away. Bao Bao laughed with joy, finally able to return. The milk tea shop he mentioned before must be built by now. Dong Dong sighs in resignation. The main quest clues have just been released, and our old guild has disbanded. Everyone is fighting for resources, so what's left to negotiate? The Great Resource War has already begun. Shishi had to return to deal with guild matters, as internal issues were piling up, so Guling and I discussed the Fame Quest. Guling told him that the leader wanted me to explain the Fame Quest, similar to the Fame Year, the first requirement being skill proficiency. Reaching A-rank skill proficiency basically just requires guts. Players with average talent can compensate with playtime or muscle memory. Simply put, each class has a corresponding walkthrough. The faster you clear it, the more walkthrough cards you get, and the higher your skill proficiency. The second task is incredibly harsh, requiring players to create their own S-rank technique or weapon. To do this, he needs to feel the flow of energy in the A-world from scratch and understand the laws of the elements. Dong Dong stroked his chin thoughtfully. If this main quest clue is related to them, what information from that centipede script hint is true? Finally, he made a decision. Xiong, let's find the other transmigrators first. There's strength in numbers. Let's reach rank 4 before thinking about anything else. Dong Dong recalled his previous arrogance and began to feel incredibly regretful. We have to stay here for months to chase them and reach level 6. Now, with a dark face, he disappointedly thought, my awesomeness has all been blown away, and I can't even find level 5 S-grade equipment. Suddenly, the little imp cried out, "Mama, wait!" Dong Dong immediately became alert and seriously asked, "What's wrong?" Bao Bao looked ahead and said to him, "We're about to reach the ghost camp." With narrowed eyes, Bao Bao reveals a terrifying truth. The area is riddled with traps, far too many to count, but Dong Dong remains unfazed, declaring it simple. He gripped the ghost's tail tightly, then hurled it forward, declaring, "You're the one, ghost." The throne demon wailed in surprise, and as it did, it triggered a tripwire, unleashing a barrage of traps, bombs, stakes, and blades that left it drenched in a cold sweat of fear. Dong Dong watches the nether demon get attacked by the traps, utterly astonished. Level 3 formations, mechanical bombs, even the famous 4 would lose a layer of skin if they weren't careful. The lackeys have improved so much. The shadow demon is speechless with rage. "Are you even human? Why didn't you tell me the traps would work?" Dong Dong smirks, clearly amused. The mouth ball is just a barrier that can't contain you. Physical attacks still work. Humans can't fundamentally be harmed, and magic has a limited effect, so this great task belongs to you and no one else. The shadow demon rolls around on the ground, whining, "I don't care that my body's hurt. I can only get up if I hug Big Sister Bao Bao." Then, it puffed out its cheeks, pouted, glanced at Dong Dong, and made a request, or a crossdresser wouldn't be unacceptable. But before it could finish, Dong Dong and Bao Bao turned and left, and the nether ghost hurriedly shouted, "Hey, Wait for me! Let me tell you, you're not done with me yet. Before them was a crumbling wall, everything destroyed, nothing left intact. Then he started shouting, "Little killer, I'm back! Come out and greet me!" But no one appeared, and Dong Dong looked around anxiously, wondering where Little Killer was. Just then, he noticed someone was secretly following them, and Dong Dong shouted vigilantly, "Someone's there! Who is it?" He immediately took a fighting stance, threatening the lurker. "Come out now, or I won't be so nice." Dodo then saw Dong Dong's curse mark and was shocked to realize that Jiang Bing had cast it. Once she was sure it was safe, Dodo immediately came out, happily waving to Dong Dong's group, her own people. "Ban Ban told me to stay here. Soon Dudu will tell you what happened." Dong Dong noticed the mark on Dudu and he was shocked. It was the mark of a main quest clue. When Dong Dong didn't speak, Dudu introduced herself. "You must be Bao Bao and Dong Dong. I'm Dudu, also a monster. Nice to meet you." A ghost was stunned and conjured a rose in its mouth, flying coolly towards Dudu. "My beautiful lady, I happened to pick this flower on the road. Would you accept it?" Just then, 2 kids snuck into the forest to play, and from behind a tall tree, the orange-haired one said fearfully to the green-haired one, "I told you not to come here. Couldn't we have changed our respawn point?" The green-haired one cheerfully reassured, "Just a quick look around. I heard the night demons here have mutated into high-level ones. Anyway, we're only level 1. Dying and respawning is normal." Peeking ahead at the green field, devoid of people, the blue-haired friend noticed, "There isn't a single night monster here." Speaking of the Azure Forum, it's divided into 6 distinct sections. First, the old demon monk, Sipo, and the recently recovered vampire, and that disgusting deer is nowhere to be seen either. Next is Furikong, right? That deer was so annoying. Last time my squad went to Flower Scent Valley to catch the poison breed. We encountered layers of traps, and even going to the bathroom felt like something was ambushing me. Delving deeper, the youth mode is activated, finally returning to normal. The system has finally cleared out these night demons. I changed spawn points 3 times, each time killed by night demons, only to find peace after leaving Trung Din Island. Speaking of those who can't hold their liquor, the Duchy of Zhongting recently issued a request to eliminate the night monsters. Are you still going? Not to mention the chairman of the association was harmed by the night monsters and is determined to go. I didn't know about the respawn points at first and was killed by those skeletons over 20 times. I've exchanged my spawn points and I'm out for revenge. I'll train until I'm over level 40 and come back. Those night monsters are all rank 2 and killed me again. AZ, let's unite. These night monsters are just hiding. But we must get our revenge. Hearing this, Dodo suspiciously asked Dong Dong, "Brother, is Dong Dong really that evil?" He denied the rumors, saying, "Nonsense, it's all slander. Everything I do is above board. Where does the evil come from?" Bootrat points to the symbol on her head, asking her why she has it. Before she can answer, a notification appears before them both. A hidden quest has been activated. Their meeting celebrates the successful discovery of a transmigrator with matching attributes, the reward being free entry into the main city once. Mission progress 1 out of 5. He realizes something about the symbol on her head. It represents... Dodo replies that they're both transmigrators, as Dong Dong slumps down, covering her face and lamenting that finding their first kind directly leads to the main city. Which means that if we transmigrators find each other, we can enter the main city once and advance our classes. Dodo added that the system probably didn't expect someone to directly become someone else's pet, and choose a naive newbie at that. However, Dodo was only able to change jobs because of you. She then turned to Bao Bao and praised her. "You must be Bao Bao. I've heard Bon Bon mention you. Let me take you to our new camp first. We'll talk later, Dong Dong. There are too many people here right now." Deep in the forest, Dodo reveals that more people have been testing them lately, but none have escaped her traps. After discussing it, she and Ban Ban decided building structures at the original camp was too risky, so they chose a new location and recovered useful materials. She gestured towards the lush green meadow, inviting everyone to her home, saying this was their new house. Bao Bao was confused, seeing only grass and no house, and asked what was special about this place, as it seemed like just a normal mountain. Seeing this, Dudu stood on a nearby grassy platform and shouted, "Little Sapo, come out!" Sapo, hearing her voice, opened a door in the mountain and replied, "The great leader is back." Beyond the cliff face, a surprising sight. Small skeletons and sprites working together to create unexpected portals, welcoming Dodo and her guests, chanting, "The chief is back! The chief is back! The chief is back!" They surrounded Dong Dong, cheering, "The boss is back!" Seeing everyone welcome him, Dong Dong happily said, "So, you've all been hiding here, huh?" Venturing deeper, we see the daily activities, goblins chiseling away at rocks and skeletons hauling massive stones outside. Dong Dong asks if they're about to hollow out the mountain. Duo replies that it's still early, but thanks to the mountain, they've accomplished a lot. This includes building pit traps and dealing with enemies and the mountain. She also recounts the events of the past, before they were exposed, losing their greatest advantage. Disguise A. She also mentioned how she told the skeletons to hide their level data, so players would assume they were normal night goblins, and if they notice us, we'll be attacked, and when they suddenly notice us, we'll attack unintentionally, giving us a greater advantage than attacking players directly. And then, heading towards the tunnel, she realizes that the pandas used to make tunnels, and this is the right direction. Dodo calmly points out that he can bring many useful craftsmen out, so he should use them to build houses and traps instead of fighting head-on. After a brief tour, everyone gathered in the living room to chat, and Dong Dong wondered why everyone was digging deep into the mountain. He asked if players had been laying siege to them lately, hence all the construction. Sapo jumps up, replying excitedly that Sister Bao Bao hasn't posted on the forums, and the guild is launching a siege against the nightmares. Some players have already come to scout, and some of the players who were previously massacred have joined forces and are preparing to participate in this siege. Dong Dong, feeling awkward, mutters to himself, realizing he'll have to eliminate the native NPCs. He didn't expect this to happen so fast. He wonders if he can rely on the guild he attracted with the main quest clues, now that the quest is over. And finally, he had to decide on this mission. Despite the overwhelming odds, we must win. The room buzzed with excitement after hearing his plan, and the warriors unanimously agreed, ready to go to war. Sapo happily draped his arm around two skeletons and introduced them. Boss, these two players, Qing Feng and Ming Yue, want to join our camp and even change their class to the undead. That evening, fully energized, everyone worked tirelessly, carefully considering how to build the most secure structure possible. Dodo grabs the loudspeaker, urging everyone to quickly build the defense structure according to her design, saying time is of the essence. Meanwhile, Dong Dong, seeing the structure, remarks that it's too human-like. Based on her design, they could defend against dozens of enemies if they coordinated well. He approached her, touched her shoulder, and said, "Bao Bao is offline. Let's find somewhere to talk." Dudu agreed, just as she was about to check something on the mountaintop, replying, "Perfect timing. Let's head up there and see if we missed anything." Reaching the summit, they gazed at the stars above, and he asked, "Is World A real or just a fabrication?" She held up 5 fingers to the sky and replied, "I don't know, but the meaning it gives me here is far greater than reality." She then continued to talk about her real life. "In reality, I'm a maid. I have no friends. My job is freelance. I don't need to go to work. I have no sense of existence." She continued to talk about her real life, saying that she made many friends in the game, and the world of Aour didn't require constant fighting. Building things could also level you up, and whether it was a flower or a brick, Dodo built her own house from scratch. She then had a small experience of World A, and began to look forward to each day there, as if not to play the game, but to wait to return home. So she broke the atmosphere with a determined statement intertwined with reason, deciding to ignore the truth of how they transmigrated there. But those things no longer mattered. Dodo enjoyed her current state, having a goal and striving for it. Finally, she jokingly told him that he had not only enlightened these monsters, but also found a master, who just happened to be a new player. He replied, "If I can't change classes, what can I do? I've been watching people for days, and I chose the one who seemed the least ambitious." His eyes narrowed with a hint of melancholy as he sighed. You're right. Let's get through this difficult hurdle first. I've obtained a Grade A technique and Grade A equipment from the Academy. In terms of strength, I could attack level 5, but the dungeon map proficiency is difficult. Before transmigrating, I was a combat-based account, and I barely made it through level 4. He looked at a screen that appeared in his hand and said, "I have to go back to the Academy for the next 2 days to see if I can clear the level 4 map. I've already found the materials I need for the level 4 map at CC." With that, he tossed her a bag, saying, "This is the rank 3 material bag I exchanged from CC. It should be enough for your class change. Xiaosha's intel says the kingdom has gathered over 3,000 players and NPCs to attack our camp." Staring intently at the bag, Dodu replied, "We have reinforcements. I heard from Bao Bao that you have good relationships with major guilds like Hien Vian." Dong Dong dejectedly responded, "The news of reinforcements has already been sent, and things used to be fine when we did missions together. Now, besieged by the duchy, I don't know if or how many reinforcements will arrive." Gazing into the distance, she recounts a memory. Days ago, a friend asked her, "What is death?" Dong Dong was confused, as was he. He asked her, "How did you answer?" Looking up at the dark sky, she softly replied, "I said, death is silence. To die is to be silent, to have no more sensation, no more reaction, no more leveling up. Her eyes filled with sorrow. All of this will be gone. He then shared his own story, saying that an NPC once asked him the same question. He said he was also curious about what gave these monsters and NPCs their intelligence and abilities, but their awakening all began with this question. He told her that knowing about death helps these beings understand the meaning of survival, and then he stood up and said, "We stand with them now." Looking towards the dawn breaking over the mountain, he continued, saying that leading these ghouls to understand the meaning of survival is important to us and to them. Meanwhile, the little skeletons are working hard, and the saws are tirelessly trying to complete their tasks. Thanfeng and Ming Yue are both working, and Ming Yue says, "Thanfeng, it seems the forums are saying players want to come and fight the ghouls. We're helping them, isn't that bad?" He replies, "Ming Yue, you're too naive." He explains that he didn't come here just to rob the night monsters, recounting how they came here. Were robbed by the skeleton night monsters and killed by unknown pitfalls. And sometimes, they're even subjected to mental torture like violent NPCs. Suddenly, it dawned on them that they weren't siding with the original characters of the game. These ghouls and NPCs were the way to go. Thanfeng, now with a plan, declared that following these ghouls was the only way forward. Right now, we're just skeleton soldiers who help out. Who knows, maybe we can be like Great God Killer and have a chance to become a squad leader among the night monsters. Come on, Ola Ola Ola, I want to be the fastest digging skeleton soldier. These skeletons, seeing the two of them joking around, chimed in, saying that these players are either especially bad or, like Xiao Xia, especially good. Back in the magnificent Imperial Palace, Hitutu thanked Apollo, saying, "Thank you for assisting our plan to eliminate the nightmares." Apollo, the thorn in the side of the PC level 120 Divine Mage, replied, "No need. We're quite interested in this pet as well. Our Western Guild has already made its intentions known. Anyone who interferes will be obstructing us. You've encountered this fiend before, Tran Nguyen. What's your take?" Tran Nguyen replied, "Lord, I still suggest we talk to Dong Dong. We've worked together before. There's no need to make things so hostile." Apollo glared, surprised, and asked, "You doubt my decision?" Then bizarre magic surrounded Apollo, causing the two men to kneel. Hitutu and the blonde guard knelt, begging for forgiveness. Apollo laments that the players live too comfortably in reality, and with a dark look he adds that the main scenario for Earth will be ready in about a year. "We've always tried everything to find the answer, and maybe this time the mission will appear. We high-level NPCs are independent beings, with intelligence no less than you players." He quickly lifted Hitutu's shoulders, encouraging him, "If we want to unlock the truth of Azure together, you must obey." Hitutu was speechless, breathing heavily and sweating profusely, stammering, "Understood. I'll cooperate with the chief god." After leaving the castle, the blonde guard supported Hitu and asked solicitously if he was all right. He quickly shook his head and cheerfully replied that he was fine, but despite being commissioned by the Holy Order to investigate the world of Azure, he understood it less and less. He was losing it. These NPCs were supposed to be independent beings with their own consciousness and reasoning abilities, but now there's some bizarre divine intervention that even they can't understand. As his mood darkened, he bit his hand and said, "We and Dong Dong aren't deeply involved. We should side with the main god and complete the mission. Hunt down and seal the wild monster camp." Arriving at the wild monster mountain camp, Dong Dong felt someone mention his name, causing him to unconsciously sneeze. He sniffled and asked, "Who's talking about me?" I must be on a lot of people's minds. As for today's conversation, he didn't let it go, continuing to discuss it, saying, "Let's review the current membership." Dialong 10 immediately replied, "After our long search, there are 240 wild monsters with enough intelligence to communicate and coordinate actions. Of those monsters, only 6 have an IQ equivalent to ours. We call them awakened. 3 are skeleton types, 2 are elf types, and 1 is a slime." Next, he points to the ugly number sitting in front of him and introduces him to Dong Dong. This is an awakened from the Earth Dragon camp, level 40, who recently joined our camp. Dong Dong pondered, the awakening rate is too low and the monster's abilities are too weak, but it proves that monsters of the same kind have a higher chance of contacting or awakening others of their kind. Also, high-level monsters must have a naturally high IQ. He slammed his hand on the table, deciding, "Let's move on. Next is our strategy. We must not only deal with the immediate encirclement, but also ensure that in a year we have enough strength to compete for resources on the mysterious planet." He pointed at the map, contemplating, "But right now, our strength is far too inferior to the major groups. Next, I want everyone to scatter and disband to the remaining 4 continents of the AG world. She obediently accepted his orders, and he turned to his 2 bodyguards, ordering, So-So and Mr. Earth Dragon, go to the night monster camps on Neutral Island and see if you can find other intelligent night monsters to join us. Mr. Earth Dragon replied, Yes, boss. He then mobilized more forces, saying, Ban Ban and Xiaolin, go to the high-level neutral dungeon camps. Although it will be difficult, I hope you will do your best to enlighten the Flame Dragon and get him to help us. Earth Dragon reassured him, Don't worry, boss, we will complete the mission. Sapo was assigned to lead Qingfeng and Mingyu to complete the defense works, while closely monitoring player activity, reporting any anomalies immediately. Sapo accepted the order, stating that they would keep a close watch on the players. Little Mist is assigned to use their quick-footed Shadow Wraith and Ghostly Shadow to seek out the 3 beastmen who once cooperated with us, as well as the night demons under their command, and request their aid, as the major guilds have ignored my requests for reinforcements. Little Frost swiftly agreed, and Dong Dong announced that the first harsh trial for the nightmares required cooperation, telling the world that they would no longer be slaughtered at will by players. The 2 Swung Lian pointed at themselves and asked, Us night terrors? An Lian encouraged everyone. In short, we need to unite all the night terrors who can awaken and are awakening, and tell them, here we can change classes and gather resources, and only then can we create a force capable of standing against the top guilds within a year. Now brimming with energy, Dong Dong stood up and declared with a determined tone, Dismissed. And then, tell the whole world, your monster daddy is here. After finalizing their mission plans, he and Dodu turned their gaze towards the rest of the group. Dong Dong turned to her and said, I need to go out. 1, to complete the Fame quest, and 2, to find the awakened NPC of the Zhuanyuan family and try to get their support. Dodo agreed, adding that when he goes to Dongsheng, he should keep an eye out for a flying snake, as Little Killer had investigated a strange tendency for the monster to be a night ghoul on the forums. He had mentioned before that the Ager system told him there were a total of 6 transmigrated monsters, and Dodo suspected that the flying snake was also a transmigrator. Dong Dong pondered, saying it was very possible, but they couldn't rule out the innate strangeness of some monsters. Then they both noticed the scene of Guiyu Ming playing with his little skeleton and Pixie, leaving them troubled. Dudu said helplessly, To be honest. Meanwhile, at the peaceful gates of the Imperial Palace, Vice Principal Lei burst through the doors, shouting, How could this Bao Bao also be a student of our Immortal Academy? I don't care if the Principality wants to exterminate the monsters, but bullying my students is unacceptable. Old Jai, with swollen eyes and Mint tending to him, trembled as he said, Calm down, calm down. Don't get so worked up over one student and the Paradise Guild. We must use reason to persuade them. Vice Principal Huang Hun, seeing his injuries, anxiously asked, Principal, what happened to you? With gloomy faces, his family replied. After learning that Paradise was involved, the headmaster went to argue with Guy. Vice Principal Lei asked, And the result? What is the 6 seats' true strength? His family stammered, saying the result was written all over his face. Old Zai relied on the top-tier mind technique he won in the last mission to escape. Otherwise, Old Zai, enduring his injuries, muttered that the use of number 6's abilities wasn't on the same level as theirs. However, I've discovered that the rank 6's technique isn't combat-oriented. If it were that monkey, he'd have 2 types, a rank S artifact and a rank S technique. On that cliff, a monkey gazes at the distant sky, and Old Zai continues. Born with many innate talents, Guy might not necessarily be his opponent. Vice Principal Luli stood up and said fiercely, Are we just going to sit here and watch Dong Dong get snatched away? They're trampling all over us. Old Tay, seeing this, reassured him. Dong Dong contacted me through Bao Bao, and I know their plan. They won't be able to blockade all the transfer points. With strict inspections, Dong Dong can only reach Dongsheng through Tin Hai with Bao Bao's help, and our school has provided them with a ship. He added that between the continents is the endless Tin Hai, where dungeon copies spring up like mushrooms. Instead of going directly to Dongsheng, they'll take a ship, which will take at least a month. It all depends on fate. The blue-haired girl burst through the door, yelling, That cheap Paradise! Bullying my students! Qilao, are you going to do something about this? If not, I'll go make a scene. Who cares about my reputation? Her powerful voice drew everyone's attention, and she frantically asked the injured Elder Qi, Elder Qi, what happened to your face? The vice principal rubbed his temples wearily, saying he'd have to explain it all again. How many teachers in the academy hadn't asked yet? Meanwhile, at Cool Beach, as dawn broke, a boat that looked like it hadn't been used in years washed ashore. Dong Dong and Bao Bao were speechless as he grimly stated, "This is the Academy's best starship the headmaster told us about." Frustrated, he hurled the ship into the air. Ghost Dream immediately appeared and explained that after the construction of the special transfer point, very few people needed to travel through the Star Sea. At most, they would go near the sea to collect materials. The last time this ship was used was during an important mission, and it hasn't been repaired since the battle. Dong Dong angrily shouts at Ghost Dream to fix it, but Ghost Dream assures him that the ship has been repaired by the divine craftsman and won't sink, as it's a level 5 magic treasure. Concerned about the ship, he asks again, shocking Ghost Dream, who suggests using people for repairs. Ghost Dream reluctantly replies that he's already sent them, and he has Academy business, but will keep in touch. With that, he vanished in a flash. Dong Dong looked at Ghostly Underworld and Little Frost and ordered, "Those of you with speed can disregard restraints. Let's head north and contact the Night Fiends of the Black Tortoise first, and keep an eye on Ghost Netherworld." Ghost Netherworld replied, "Don't worry, I've grown up." Little Mist also obeyed, saying, "I can definitely complete the mission on my own." As they set off, Bao Bao warned her, "We must be careful. Unless we reach East Victory and set up a respawn point, we'll reappear in the central courtyard if we die, and all our efforts will be wasted." She beams back at him. "Let's do our best. Let's go. Another adventure begins." The ship's sails catch the wind as it leaves the harbor, the hull slowly moving into the distance. And just like that, the ship sets sail on its mission, embarking on a long journey across the vast ocean to reach its destination. Bao Bao gazed at the dreamy sea, exclaiming how beautiful it was, like sailing through space. Dong Dong replied that they'd see such scenery for a month, and might even enter legendary instances and demon territories along the way. The ship was filled with laughter as Bao Bao exclaimed, "It's okay. We've overcome so much hardship together. As long as we're together, the future will only hold new and exciting adventures. Let's set sail." Meanwhile, back at the palace, the atmosphere was heavy. Two guards exchanged worried glances, blaming Hai Tu for the failed attack on the night monster camp, which was full of traps and empty of monsters. Pu Fu, disheveled and tearful, lamented the unknown fate of Tuk Tuk and Dong Dong. As night fell, the ship sailed ever closer to its destination, an unbelievably magnificent sight from below. On board, Dong Dong, Bao Bao, and Tuk Tuk were playing cards together. She was exhausted from setting off early and traveling for 3 straight days, leaving her completely drained. She said that at first the scenery was beautiful, but after 3 days she was already bored. Completely exhausted, Dong Dong says there are still 20 days left. No one has ever sailed this far in the Star Sea. She slams her cards down, having played for 3 days straight. Exhausted, she yells at Bao Bao to use their time to improve their skills, but the next day Bao Bao is still tired. She pouted and blocked on, then suddenly turned to Dong Dong with a suggestion. "Let's learn how to swim." Surprised by her suggestion, he slowly replies, "The Star Sea isn't an ocean." Looking towards the distant sky, he stands and continues, "Think of it as space, so we need special equipment on the ship." He gently touched the empty space and added, "The spaceship will create a barrier. If we directly touch the sea of stars, we will continue to lose blood." Tuk Tuk also suggested that we can actually go outside. This ship may be dilapidated, but its functions still remain. With that, Tuk Tuk created a large circle to better explain, saying they could create a small 5mm barrier around Bao Bao, and the large circle began to glow brighter than ever. Tuk Tuk announces that it's safe now, Mama. The buoyancy of the Star Sea is greater than that of the ocean, so Mama and Bao Bao can explore around the ship. Dong Dong tests it out, gently extending his hand, and it lifts him into the air. "Interesting," he says. "Not bad. Pretty fun. Come on, let's go." Hesitantly, she places her hand in his, trusting him, and slowly begins to feel herself float into the beautiful Star Sea. He takes her hand, showing her how to move. "Look, when learning to swim, the first thing is not to be afraid of the water. I'll throw you in and you can try swimming here." Bao Bao is shaken, thinking, This feels so real. The warmth from Dong Dong's palm. He's teaching me how to swim." She blushed, embarrassed by her thoughts, and stammered, I'll try." Meanwhile, Tuk Tuk admires the couple's affection, lamenting, the youth of young people. Slim jokes with Mingsa. "Let me tell you, when I was young, I had countless admirers." Sa replies, "Uncle Tuk, since my rebirth, my age has been reset." Tuk then says, "It's just memories," a little lamenting about life. During their training, something caught their attention. Dong Dong said, "Those are plastic bottles, trash." Bao Bao knew what it was and replied, "Trash." As the ship moved forward, the piles of trash grew larger, surprising everyone. The trash surrounds the boat, and Bao Bao looks up and asks, "Whose trash is this?" She's surprised, saying, "They have trash in a city too." Seeing this, Mingsa answered her question. "Of course there is. Earth has bubble tea shops, so naturally it has all sorts of essential products. I once heard that there was a garbage island deep in the Star Sea formed by the waste of the 4 continents. Today, we're witnessing it firsthand." Bao Bao worriedly thinks that this is detailed and real. We have this in reality too. There are trash islands in the ocean, but the tremors are a bit bigger. Dong Dong wonders if there are ocean currents in the Star Sea, and why the trash is all gathered together. It's a bit strange. Unexpectedly, a strange whale-like cry echoed from the sky. Recognizing the sound, Zixi knew who it was. The call of the star whale. "Careful," she warned. The star whale's body glides past their ship, the water gently rocking, and something appears beneath the surface. Dong Dong, bewildered, tells Bao Bao that the legendary monster, the star whale, is now completely covered in trash. Tuk Tuk, thinking ahead, warned everyone to be careful, saying that the star whale was usually docile and wouldn't get angry easily, as long as they didn't make any noise, or their rickety boat would be sent back to square one. Unexpectedly, Xingkun's eyes drifted up towards the boat, slowly widening with a terrifying gaze. Tuk Tuk frantically tells Dong Dong that it looks like the beast has found them. But instead of fear, our hero confidently approaches, reassuring everyone that the creature is gentle, and invites it for afternoon tea. Without a word, the star spirit dove back into the ocean, leaving Dong Dong confused. He asked Tuk Tuk, "Isn't the star spirit supposed to be gentle?" Tuk Tuk helplessly replied, "I don't know its language. Maybe it thought we were yelling at it." The star spirit rises from the ocean, covered in seaweed, as Bao Bao and Dong Dong cling to each other in fear. Dong Dong cried out in fear, wondering why they provoked it, lamenting that dying here would mean returning to where they came from. Suddenly, a system notification appeared before Bao Bao, initiating a hidden quest. Clean the trash off the Starkun. Quest difficulty A, quest reward, an A-level cultivation technique. Bao Bao turns to Dong Dong, saying that she's accepted the quest, and they'll get an A-rank cultivation technique if they clean the trash off the star whale. Dong Dong is pleased, saying that this could give them a chance to make the top 4 if they can just finish the job. Dong Dong stares into the distance, at the giant creature. How could anyone clean all of that up? On turns to Bao Bao, telling her to pretend to accept the mission, then sneak away once the Starkun calms down. But Minsa interrupts, saying the Starkun understands people, and that he understands the Starkun, who is now angry. Dong Dong remains silent as Xingkun silently glares at their ship. Dong Dong orders, "Juko, full speed ahead, ignore Yingkun." The Starkun then opened its massive maw, as if to swallow their ship whole. Dong Dong cried out, "What nonsense is Mingxia talking about?" Ming Snake replies that it's all nonsense and shouldn't be translated, telling him to use his brain. He then wonders how Starkun understands human speech. Hearing that, it closed its mouth, and after a moment, the Starkun, its mouth full of water, said, "I should have learned to write." As Dong Dong lies on the boat, drifting in and out of sleep, he wonders why he hasn't been reborn yet. Quay arrives, calling out to him, telling him to wake up. They're not being pursued anymore. Dong Dong jolts awake, staring at the sky for a long moment, then sits up in shock, realizing they're inside the star whale's belly. Minxia says that legend tells of a chaotic universe inside the star whale, and he never thought he'd see it with his own eyes. Ngian Dong Dong wonders if those things are the star whale's teeth, and asks if they should wait for it to open its mouth and then sneak out. Ming Snake shakes his head, saying that if we try to escape through his mouth, we'll surely be caught. Let's try to be expelled instead. Everyone looks around intently. Chucho notes that the demons emerging from this universe are unlike those of the blood-soaked Star Sea, suggesting life thrives within the star whale. Nguyen Dong Dong waves it off, saying the worst outcome is death, or becoming a wandering bioceno in the Star Sea. In the distance, a large ship sailed closer and closer. Minza said it was the star whale's tongue, and it was beginning to swallow. Dong Dong angrily complains, "Why do we have to climb around even after getting inside?" After escaping the oral cavity, Dong Dong and Slim are out of breath. Finally free from the mouth, it almost killed us. Suddenly, Dong Dong senses movement and wonders what that sound is. In the sky, a fiery red orb appears. The sun, burning itself out. Ming surmises that this must be the heart of the star whale, its heartbeat weary. Dong Dong wonders if he can even recognize a person's heartbeat. He looks towards the heart of the star beast, figuring there are 2 exits from the heart, hoping they came out the front rather than the back. Bao Bao excitedly says, "Like Pinocchio, dong dong, do you think we'll meet the old woodcutter inside the star beast's belly?" Blue flames light up the sky, illuminating the entire ship. Bao Bao wonders if there's really someone else inside. Afraid the rope would break, he throws it down to their boat, and before they can react, a figure leaps down behind them. It's an unknown, white-haired being, a level 120 rank 2 warrior, wielding a sword twice its size, pointing at Bao Bao and Dong Dong, declaring, "You all belong to me now." Dong Dong, still confused, asks, "If you wanted to jump down, why throw the rope?" Bao Bao's eyes lit up like headlights as she jumped up and down. "So cute!" The little punk, Showdown, struggled in the rope, yelling, "Let me go, let me go, let me go." Dong Dong picked him up, unimpressed. "Little rank 2 devilfish causing trouble outside without a spanking, huh?" Little Knife was furious. "Who dares hit me? Little Jar, come out here." Suddenly, dark figures appeared outside. Xiaoguanzi and 5 others jumped out, glaring at Dong Dong, gritting their teeth as if they wanted to devour him alive. Dong Dong glares at them, wondering how so much strangeness could be packed into such small bodies. As he thinks this, Xiaoguanzi charges forward, spitting a green liquid. A sizzling sound followed, and the corrosive attack quickly severed the rope binding Xiaodiozi. He realized then that the child's attack was corrosive. Chip Chip cackled, deciding that wasn't enough. Dong Dong sternly ordered, "Chip Chip, protect Bao Bao." Then a light surrounds him, and before he can react, Xiaoguanzi unleashes a barrage of corrosive fluids. Dong Dong quickly uses the power of the underworld serpent, manipulating water and unleashing torrents. The power of Emperor Jiang. He jumped in, using the Dharma of heaven and earth to seize the little Can clan in his palm. Dong Dong puffed out his cheeks, ready to use the Namyang fire to destroy them, but an old man appeared, stopping him, saying they were just ignorant children. Hearing this, Dong Dong quickly swallowed the flames back inside, exhaling a puff of black smoke, and grumbled, "You should have said so sooner." The old man bowed his head in fear before the little monsters, apologizing on behalf of the children for the inconvenience. Suddenly, Bao Bao asked the old man why they were inside the star whale. She poked Little Dao's cheek, saying they were all just children. Little Dao retorted angrily, "I'm not a kid. I'm max level. Once I collect some more trash, I'll be in the top 3 soon." Turning to the old man, she explained that it was a karmic matter, and he would tell them why they were in the star whale's belly. It all started when the star sea began to decline. The fish in the sea dwindled, and the climate became increasingly unstable. We didn't know what else to do. Our ancestors always said the star whale protected the star sea, and we believed it was enraged. To appease it, we had no choice but to offer a sacrifice. The entire village lit a great fire, joining hands in hopes of a perfect ritual as the child was brought forth. That day, we performed the star whale summoning ritual, praying that the great star whale would accept our plea and quell its rage. I was ignorant and powerless, only knowing that a child was being sent into the sea, but the ocean showed no sign of changing. With despairing eyes, they looked toward the boy as the flames continued to burn fiercely. We wondered if the sacrifice wasn't enough. We used to sacrifice 2 newborns. One of them suggested sacrificing a baby boy, but another protested, saying he needed sons to carry on the family line. Upon hearing this, the women angrily retorted that those who wanted to sacrifice daughters could gladly offer up their own, as tradition dictated that only sons were effective sacrifices. Otherwise, they would draw lots until the Xia yielded no more, and they would all perish. "Old Zhang, what are you doing?" "I'm going to look around. Why is the star sea revealing itself? Why does everyone exist? An old man in my village is just waiting for his people to die. You shouldn't interfere with these things." The older I get, the clearer I see. That day, I saw it all. The remains of the Jiao, the wounds, the exhaustion, and the unease. I received the information the Star Corps gave me, witnessing the suffering of the Star Sea, the suffering of its creatures, that overwhelming sense of helplessness. It spread all over him, and the old man continued. The old fool thought the story here was over, but this is just the beginning. He opened his eyes, coughed a few times, and trembled. "I'm okay. I'm not dead, but where is this?" Suddenly he heard crying, "Wee wee 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 wee," and looked towards the sound, "Wee wee wee." He thought to himself, "There's crying." He quickly went to where the crying was coming from, "Wee wee wee wee." He thought to himself, "The child sacrificed days ago is still alive. Only now does he realize this is inside the star beast's belly. The children are all here, unchanged. The sacrificed children were swallowed into this place." He covered his face in fear, awaiting death, his tears falling. It was all meaningless. Suddenly, the cry of a newborn nearby caught the old man's attention, and it grasped his hand. I thought I had no reason to live anymore. The old man held the child, but in that moment I had a purpose, and from that day on I began to live within the star beast. The child he raised grew up day by day, still consuming massive amounts of fish and waste inside the star whale, where we discovered a different kind of energy. We learned that absorbing waste could increase our purity and allow us to level up, so the old man began building houses for the children to learn in. But they didn't seem to like it, and the little girl knocked the house down immediately. That innocent look spared her any scolding. She carefully enunciates each word. Grandpa. The little girl tries to repeat it, albeit imperfectly. Pa. For our village, the death of an old man changes nothing. The sacrifices will continue. But this changes everything. Now the children have a chance to survive. This old man can't die in this age NPC world. Normally, those who don't cultivate will die and return to the grass to be reincarnated. The child happily asked the old man, "Grandpa, what is this?" He looked at the child, pointing happily. "There's even a broken boat, so we don't have to sleep on wooden planks anymore." He began repairing the boat with the remaining nails, and the child eagerly helped. Before long, it was finished, and the little girl's eyes lit up with delight. The old man even used it as a hammock to sleep in. At that time, newborns were still being brought in, and not just to our village. Children from other races were being offered as well. 6 years passed, and some things happened during that time. A group of children happily grew up together day after day, until one day the girl ran back in a panic. "Grandpa, little Pingsy is done for." According to legend, those who can level up shouldn't die, but our children in this garbage-filled environment still will. The old man sighed helplessly. Another one gone. A familiar sadness washed over his face. He laid the boy on a piece of wood and released him into the deep sea of misery. Showdown happily held up the sword. "Grandpa, look what I found. I knew they didn't need fixed class changes like in the legends. I finally found enough materials." His face flushed with joy. The old man realized these kids could change classes directly with the right materials and level. A glimmer of hope, but they weren't alone inside the whale. We must always be skilled enough to escape its grasp to survive. As Little Blade rummages through the mess, Little Big nervously urges him to hurry. He told him not to carelessly run to the tail of the Starkun. Little Knife turned back annoyed. "Little Big, don't be such a scaredy cat. These monsters might not catch us." The rats, hearing the commotion, turned to listen. Meanwhile, Zhao continued searching through the mess for what he needed, as rats scurried past. Finally, he found a vial of water at the tail end, and with this, Zhao Yu might just live. Suddenly, a monster appeared where he'd just picked something up. A level 120 dark mutation elemental beast. Showdown quickly stashes what he found, ready to leave, but the monster is closing in fast. Meanwhile, Daisy jumped onto the boat as Daozi tried to outrun the monster. But the giant beast, 10 times faster than him, quickly caught up and reached out to grab him, its face a terrifying mask of vengeful spirits that would make anyone tremble. The beast quickly surrounded him, and he realized it was growing smarter. He drew his sword and lunged, but it was so numb to pain that it stood still as the blade pierced it. The sword landed on the boat where the boy was waiting. He gritted his teeth, grabbed the rope, and climbed aboard. Little Fatty was still paddling furiously as Little Knife landed safely. His face was pale with worry as he frantically rowed the boat. Finally, the two brothers escaped the monster's encirclement and boarded the boat safely, or so they thought, as the beasts roared in anger from afar. The kid, Xiaodaizi, even waved tauntingly, yelling, "Go to hell, you monsters!" Then he opened the bag he'd found, his eyes widening with satisfaction. He'd finally gotten it. Turning to his brother, he says, "Take a rest, I'll steer the boat." Exhausted, he pants, covered in sweat. Leaning against the bow, he doesn't realize the deep wound on his back, likely inflicted by the monster's dark energy. Meanwhile, the old man scolds the brothers, saying their territory is becoming too dangerous, and he can't bear to lose them. Xiaodao happily shows the old man what he found. "I told you I'd be okay, Grandpa. We can save Xiaoyudian now." The old man takes the medicine and says, "Let me see if this is the right stuff. We'll talk more outside." He explains that over the years, the children living in the trash have become unusually resistant to poison and corrosive attacks, despite their constant illnesses. However, as we delved deeper into scavenging, we discovered a creature living within the Star Cocoon's Kwayam monster. They are not only immune to the corrosive attacks, but can also continuously grow by refining the waste. Nature is fair. We can't eliminate or clean up the waste, but a monster that can coexist in this environment has appeared, and its territory is expanding day by day. He clasped his hands and bowed. "They're guarding the two most important exits in the Star Whale. We simply don't have the strength to get out. These past years, only 9 children remain. Please forgive their disrespect to this old man." Dongdong waves her hand, saying it's fine since we're only dealing with a level 3 Qian Guai, which is why they're here. Bao Bao stands nearby as Dongdong waves her hand towards the old man's face, saying, "Let's go. Take us to see that dark soul monster." The old man sighs. "We're troubling you all." He pointed to the two children, saying that Little Freak and Little Knife were the strongest among them, so they should lead the way to the Shadow Soul Freak's territory. Bao Bao wondered why most were girls, and Uncle Shi explained that the tradition of sacrifice still favored female students. Uncle Tuk tells Min-sa, looking at Tiu Dao-tu, that the child is strange and changes when he gets angry. Min-sa replies that she can handle it. He's mutating, but luckily he found her. A dark aura emanates from the boy, and Min-sa approaches, opening his mouth wide to engulf him, frightening the boy, who cries out to be released. Min-sa silently devoured the dark energy from the boy, while Uncle Shi spat flickering flames towards him. Dongdong guesses that the dark and mental energy, after being attacked by the dark soul monster, seems to be invaded and assimilated by this power. Xiaodaozi wonders if the giant snake can control and destroy these energies. "We had a group that was transformed like this, but I'm number 2 and I've resisted this power for 3 months without changing." Mingsa then said, "Let's set off first. We still have to see the attributes and abilities of these monsters." Xiaodaozi turns away, blushing, and thanks them, as Baishe glares after them. The boat remains still. Little Knife turned to everyone and asked, "You all came from the outside. What's the outside world like?" Granny Lian replied, "The outside world is very clean, with many adventurous and strange cities, sunshine, fragrant flowers, and an endless supply of milk tea." Xiaoguizi wondered what milk tea was, saying he'd found a cup with the words milk tea on it in this garbage dump, but didn't know if it was drinkable. Xiaodaozi huffed, saying if they could defeat these monsters, they could get out, and without restrictions he could pick up even more trash until he leveled up. Then they found themselves in a vast forest, but there were so few trees that they had nowhere to sleep. Granny Lian said, "Don't worry, there will be all kinds of forests once we get out, and I'll take you to a bubble tea shop." Xiaoguanzi asked eagerly, "Really?" Uncle Tuk says, "Rest assured, you can trust what my dad says." Then he looks at Dongdong, letting him know he's being targeted. On the dark ship, Dongdong said, "I've told our group to merge with them. You guys stay on the ship. I'll go scout these monsters." Then he clasped his hands together, activating the law of heaven and earth as smoke billowed around him. The monsters reveal themselves en masse, and he smirks. Finally here, as expected of those who underwent special soul refinement and divine beast possession. The more monsters there are, the more he can kill. Reaching out to the monsters, he crushed them one by one, but as soon as they vanished, they returned to their original form. Suddenly, he wondered strangely there was no kill notification, and the dark souls were attacking each other, falling one by one. Then they began to bite and devour each other. Dongdong's eyes widened. Cannibalism. He hasn't reached level 4 yet, but can these things become stronger by endlessly devouring their own kind? The monster is much bigger than before, and its eyes show that it's starting to intimidate Dongdong. Dongdong coldly eyed the beast, thinking that the vermilion bird's nameless fire could incinerate it all. He pursed his lips, raised 2 fingers, pointed, and stared intently, deciding to use this instead. He unleashed a torrent of flames upon the monster, causing it to writhe in agony, unable to resist, thrashing about in utter terror. The Little Knife and Little Official laughed gleefully. It was working. The monsters struggled against Dongdong's attacks, smoke billowing around their bodies. Dongdong continued to spew flames from his mouth towards the monsters. The wraiths were in terrible pain from the samadhi fire, but they adapted in just a moment. Dongdong is furious. They've adapted to the flames so quickly. He turns his back and glances at them, noting their ability to endlessly evolve, even through the deaths of their comrades. Though it's definitely not infinite evolution. Dongdong gritted his black teeth in anger, but considering the difficulty of the current mission, even if they evolved to the named rank, we'd still fail. Little Knife was disappointed. It seemed they were out of options after all. Dongdong happily replied that he had it covered and began the experiment. Xiaodaozi wondered what he was up to. Dongdong began his work, and Xiaodaozi noted that they didn't dare approach the shore, yet they feared the water within the star core. Dongdong throws the dark spirit into the sea, where it struggles in the water, seemingly more afraid than before. He's pleased, realizing this liquid is corrosive to the dark spirit monsters, and all they have to do is throw them into the sea, one by one. He holds the plank before him, stars in his eyes, but worries. What if they adapt like they did to the fire and develop resistance? Looking at the creatures floating on the water, Dongdong reminds the shrunken dark beasts to be careful, as they still need to prevent them from devouring each other and evolving. He drops it onto the plank, surprising the dark spirit. A great success, isolated in the water, unable to evolve or adapt, achieving a perfect outcome. Next, all he has to do is place them on the wood, and they won't be able to devour each other or evolve. The other dark spirits soar into the sky, continuing to grow stronger. The young boy notes their fear, saying he's never seen such resentful spirits. Dong Dong, holding 2 dark spirits, looks grim. In his short life, he's never seen them so afraid and withdrawn. This problem-solving approach is completely different from the norm, greatly shaking the childlike mind of Xiao. He reaches out and strokes the dark spirit. Dong Dong held the angry spirits in his hand, smirking, "Be good, I'm just putting you on the board to play. If you cause trouble, you'll regret it." The spirits were too scared to resist, obediently sitting on the wooden plank. Dong Dong signals the all-clear and says they can now proceed inside to search. Showdown asks Bao Bao if everyone outside handles problems like this, as he jumps into her arms. Bao Bao forces a smile, more or less, and the group enters the cave as Showdown speaks up. "Brother Dong Dong, is it okay for us to just go straight in? I saw a group of dark spirits run into the rear. Don't worry, I'll take the torch and we'll look for clues inside. As long as we don't let them evolve, their individual strength isn't high. Bao Bao and I can protect you. And there's one more crucial move." The girl suddenly asks again. "One more crucial move?" Dong Dong laughs, saying they can always run if they can't fight. The others can only stare and chuckle. The 4 of them, with torches in hand, ventured deeper and deeper. After walking for a while, Bao Bao spoke up. "There's less and less trash. Could the tail end here be beneficial to the dark soul monsters?" Dong Dong observes that these creatures may be similar to carrion eaters, subsisting solely on waste, fearing the star cocoon's body and appearing to protect it. Bao Bao worries if they're doing the right thing by destroying these dark souls. Dong Dong believes that in this world, right and wrong are rarely clear. They need to survive. The star beetle needs to clear the waste, so they'll take it one step at a time. Bao Bao no Diaz. "Little Daisy, that's right. We've already accepted the star whale's mission, and if she comes out, Dong Dong won't be angry anymore." The star whale, in human form, sits upon a coral throne. In a dark corner, she had always been there. The Puthiensa Demon Soldier, rank 5, level 120. The Tinda Demon Water Mage, rank 5, level 120. The Von Truong Demon Formation Master, rank 5, level 120. And the Tin Hai Bao Demon Assassin, rank 5, level 120, appeared as the dark soul before them wept ceaselessly. The Puthiensa demon says he can't hear what the little poisoner is screaming in fear. The Von Truong demon told you to learn more languages. He's saying, "I'm outside." Meanwhile, Vuadi was happily eating trash and singing when a giant suddenly appeared and attacked them. Then we ran back for our lives, begging the Great Ones to avenge us, and Dark Soul hasn't stopped crying since. Shoubao retorts, "Next time, just translate. Don't act like that." She stares at him, interrupted. The octopus demon laughs, saying he has too many legs to be sure. She smirked, then told the little reporter that recently many people from Azure Geographic magazine have been searching for Wen water ever since it appeared in Azure. The starfish demon then spoke up. "All right, no more drinking. We're here representing our sea regions to discuss how to stop the ocean pollution." The star spirit, now in human form, says that only 4 representatives from the east, west, and south coastal regions have arrived. She sighs. Those old folks at the bottom of the sea are still unwilling to act, acting indifferent. "Through the shadow spirits I've nurtured within me, I can devour waste and achieve infinite evolution, but only up to rank 4. As a rank 5, I determine the evolutionary advancement from simple to complex compounds. Therefore, I need a rank 6, so we can create an army of rank 5 shadow spirits and negotiate terms with these humans. King Yi wants to announce a commission, enlisting some people to help me change jobs, but..." Dong Dong's image flashes in my mind, adding, "This guy doesn't seem trustworthy at all." Bao Bao and Yunjiang peek from afar, when Bao Bao suddenly asks why they have to scout these people when there aren't many paths to begin with. Yunjiang smiles sinisterly at the group and says that they haven't provoked him yet because he's quite wicked. Bao Bao sprawls out, unwilling. No, Bao Bao doesn't want to work, causing Yunjiang and Xian to look back. Yunjiang flicks his white tail and glances back at him, saying he was only sent by the North Sea Kingdom to discuss common issues. Bao Bao replies that they're all sea monsters, while he's just a regular seal. He was just strolling along, but the terrain was treacherous and they were fighting a boss. A giant crab is battling a group of people. They surround it, and then everyone, players, boss, and sea lion, falls off a cliff. In the chaos, the sea lion uses a water gun, giving the boss a final blast, inadvertently gaining the boss's massive experience, and the players fall. Before it knew it, it was max level, and a green-haired girl approached with an excited expression. She continued, saying that there was a player who had never encountered a max-level sea leopard like me. She pointed a green staff at me and made me her pet. Then he used all the guild's resources to help the leopard become the weakest level 5 green monster, believing it would have a special activation function later on. Before the leopard now stood an enormous dinosaur. The green-haired girl cheered from the sidelines. "Do something, Bao Bao! Prove to everyone that you're different." Bao Bao obeyed. Understood. The green-haired girl thought, "Is this finally your true power? I've invested so much in you. They all called you trash, but I refuse to believe a max-level sea beast appearing in the wild could be useless. Go on. Prove yourself to everyone." Bao Bao stared seriously at the dinosaur for a moment, then flopped onto the ground, leaving the dinosaur bewildered. "Be gentle, Mr. Dinosaur. I want to die quickly so I can go back to my pet space and sleep." Everyone outside was stunned, mouths agape at the sight of this leopard. Then he seemed to lose faith in Game Azer, turning to stone after releasing me into the open sea and never logging back in. Yunzhang, seeing the useless leopard seal, continued. After that, the Sea Dragon King felt I wasn't alone, and, never having seen a leopard seal before, let me eat, drink, and stay in his place. The leopard seal then said, "If I hadn't felt bad about eating and drinking for free, I wouldn't have bothered helping the Dragon King negotiate." Speechless, Yunzhang finally said, "You really are something. But this is inside the siren. We have to complete the siren's quest and stop them." The leopard then said, "Don't worry. When I followed my master to cultivate, other things I can't do, but we've watched countless movies. Because the seal doesn't know what to do, but its belly is very soft and can be used as a pillow. This situation, where the boss sends out small soldiers to harass the enemy, is just giving the enemy experience. Then we'll be taken down one by one. And finally, we'll all be gathered together and dealt with by the enemy." Van Truong then asked if the movies offered any solutions. The leopard seal confidently replied that if they defeat themselves first, they won't give their enemies experience points, resulting in no danger at all. Yunzhang, speechless, sprayed hairspray for a long time. She turned away and waved her hand, saying, "Forget it. This sea lion is hopeless. You can just wait to die." Bao Bao waved back, saying, "Okay, goodbye, see you later." Yunzhang gritted her teeth in anger, realizing she was on her own. But suddenly, she sensed something was wrong. Wait, where are they? The people they were following have vanished. Over here, they're near Bao Bao, who curiously asks Dong Dong about the sea lion's appearance. All eyes are on Bao Bao, who is now drenched in sweat, and it stammers in fear. "I swear I'm just a harmless, good-natured little monster. Do you believe me?" He sprawled out on the ground, emphasizing each word, not wanting to work. A useless leopard. Wonder 32. That's how many people were surrounding him. Trembling with fear, it thought to itself, "I'm done for. I'm done for. I initially chose the assassin class so I could run faster, but I'm not familiar enough with this spirit body. What should Bao Bao do?" Dong Dong wonders. There's a named sea beast in here, and monsters appearing in the bodies of star spirits are usually strong. Even Little Knife and Gloom Chaos are ranked 2nd and 3rd. Then he says, "This sea beast looks harmless. There must be something strange about it." He turned and shouted, "Fall back. This is the infamous sea leopard. I'll fight with everything I've got." The leopard trembled, thinking, "Hold on, can't we talk this through? Why is it always fighting, fighting, fighting? Dying would mean losing half my level, and I'm so close to lazing around with the Dragon King. I can't lose my hard-earned levels. I need to remember those movies I watched with my master. Think, sea leopard. Use your human intellect to solve this." After a moment, an idea sparks in Bao Bao's mind, and its face lights up. It turns to the others and asks, "Wait, you're all here to find the sperm whale too, right?" Dong Dong wondered why they, also sea creatures, were swallowed by the Starcoon. Bao Bao replied that it was voluntary. Bebe is confused, volunteered. "What's going on between you two?" Bebe replies, "We're both 18, and as overlords of the ocean, we naturally fell in love. We were once a pair of free-spirited ocean spirits." One day, she coughed incessantly, prompting him to ask her what was wrong. As her health deteriorated, she waved him away, saying, "Leave. Don't let me drag you down. Why should one broken person hurt another?" Bao Bao cried, "No, don't go, darling." Bao Bao continued, "Losing Xing-kun is like losing my soul, so I'm determined to save her. Through poverty or sickness, whatever hardship may come, I will never leave her. Our love will never change, even in death." Seeing their silence, Bao Bao wondered if he'd scared them, after piecing together such an absurdly terrible romance. Bao Bao sobbed, saying, "Dong Dong, they're so pitiful. We have to help him and Sister Xing-kun." Dong Dong thought to himself, "Why does it feel like I'm tricking Bao Bao?" But all powerful beings have different life-saving skills and strengths. If he doesn't harm us, we can only go along with what he says for now. Besides, whether there's love or hate between him and Tin Khan, while those two powerful beings fight, I can use the chaos to escape. No risk involved. I truly am a genius. Dong Dong turned to Bao Bao, saying, "Don't worry. Once we get out, we'll definitely help you talk to Xing and clean up the trash in Xing body." Bao Bao shook his head. "Get out? No need to get out. Xing body has a separate space inside with her human transformation. Just keep going. It seems you guys still know too little and need guidance." Xiao Daozi then said, "So that's how it is. Mr. Bao Bao truly understands the star cocoon. With him here, we won't have to fear the dark soul anomaly anymore." Bao Bao's face lit up, pleased that he could help them, and said, "Let's go. With me here, the dark soul anomaly won't dare to touch you. I'm very fast in the water, but not so much on land, so it's been hard on you all. Let me go with you." Little Bao Bao then said that with another member joining, the problem would be much easier to solve. Fan Shuang, who had caught up, followed behind, saying he'd finally caught up. She stood back, watching Bao Bao walk with the others, and wondered, why is Bao Bao with them? No matter, I'll complete the Star Spirit's request and see what this thing is capable of. I haven't toyed with humans in a while. If I can't have you, I'll just send you all home. Don't even dream of seeing Star-kun. The sky-ranking demon heard everything Bao Bao said about how our love will never change, even in death. Helpless, she could only purse her lips. Meanwhile, as Star-kun reviewed Bao Bao's story, the fish asked, "Old man, do you think Bao Bao really has something going on with Star-kun?" Seeing how real it seemed, the old man said, "Don't talk nonsense. Can't you see the whale is blushing?" The starfish demon added, "Could it be love turned to hate?" Sting embarrassed, yelling, "If you don't shut up, I'll kill you all. I won't let that sea leopard get away with this." The old turtle, leaning on his cane, said, "Why did you provoke her? The space inside her body has absolute suppression." The fish covered its face, saying it was just a joke, and restarted the dungeon. Yunjiang sat silently alone, wondering, why? What is it? This time, Yunjiang's memories weren't refreshed, so she stayed in this dungeon, an awakening, the impact of an NPC's thoughts. Suddenly, a voice called out, "Are you the Trang Nu mage? Can you help me trade my voice for human legs?" A beautiful girl with orange hair appears, and Van Trang begins to explore this world, wondering why it resets, why memories are rewritten, and what these characters are made of. Van Trang thinks for a long time, but she doesn't know the answer. The only thing she can be sure of is that each time these characters' personalities change, so Van Trang decides to interact with these players and learn about their stories. She angrily snapped, "Forget it, I'll go ask them myself." The orange-haired girl then asked demurely, "Are you Trang Nu, the sorcerer? Can you help me trade my voice for human legs?" Van Trang replied, "I need to use your story to understand, to use the story of your life." The girl wondered, "A story? Okay." And so, Van Trang learned more and more about the world outside the dungeon through the players, about the game Acer, about Earth. Van Trang discovered that every time a player exited the dungeon after a reset, the space would vibrate, and decided to seize this moment to prepare for a reset. 3, 2, 1. The orange-haired girl's face darkens. The two-faced man's is completely black. It is at this moment that fruit flies through the air, leaping and rushing towards the black hole. Meanwhile, everyone was still confused. The bunny girl sighed, wondering why this dungeon was so strange, but at least it was finally over. Suddenly, a green light blinded everyone, and Van Trang appeared. The rabbit girl was stunned. Huh? She got out. Yun Trang looked around and smirked. This is Acer. Du Dai steps forward, saying that the person inside the NPC's body intentionally left time and the seeds of awakening, and another NPC has completed their awakening on their own. He speaks from the shadows, eyes gleaming, saying that little by little, Acer's NPCs only need more maintenance, and they will be able to awaken their own consciousness, and their plan will soon be possible. Du Dai then said, "Can we not stand in such a dark place next time? There's no one here." Neo Cam replied, "The atmosphere needs to be right." A bunch of green seaweed appeared, with orange and black hair. Where's my white octopus mage mission? Where's my giant NPC? It's not here." In human form, Tin Khan, a beautiful blue-haired maiden seated on a coral throne, speaks. This time, Van Truong Sect and Bao Bao Vondi wanted their cooperation to complete a test, mainly to test the attitude of these passers-by toward the awakened and monsters. Shark, his face flushed red, leaned in to whisper to the turtle beside him, "Why all the theatrics? Wouldn't it be easier to just ask them directly?" Hearing Shark's words, she cast a sharp glance at the two kneeling figures. Seeing this, Shark was terrified, trembling as he looked at Starkun. The turtle next to him sighed. Actions have consequences. Seeing Shark's foolish appearance, she decided not to settle the score with him. Continuing the story, Yunjung possesses an A-rank skill, Echoing Fairy Tale, which uses a formation to create a small space, transforming players into characters within it, greatly enhancing their combat abilities. She reached out, continuing her explanation, saying that she gave her the greatest authority through the space within her body. The power of this formation will expand infinitely, and we can observe their performance within this Chandong Thoai. Behind a distant cliff, a tentacled youth lurks, a sinister smile revealing sharp teeth, his face radiating malice as he says, "So you believed her authority." His face twisted with malice, a smirk playing on his lips as he watched Wei Dongdong and the others below. "Let the games begin," he hissed. The little monster, holding a torch, illuminated the path ahead, telling the others, "We should reach the tail soon." Hearing no response, he turned back and called out, "Bao Bao!" Still no reply. He called again, "Bao Bao!" Turning around, he looked around, shining his light, and asked in confusion, "Where is everyone?" Suddenly, a black rectangle appeared beneath him, and Wei Dongdong fell through before he could react. His scream echoed as he fell, thinking, "What's going on? Another nightmare beast?" The scene suddenly shifted, and he realized his powers weren't gone. The weightlessness was real. He hastily forms a hand seal, chanting a spell. Ability, Vermilion Bird, Fly. But after the incantation, he's shocked to see a pair of tiny red wings sprout from his back. Seeing this, he began to panic. "Damn it, these wings are too small." Even with all his effort, he cried out, "I can't fly!" With that, he plummeted to the ground, dust and sand flying everywhere. A pair of wolf ears appear on Wei Dongdong's head, and he touches his face, complaining, "It hurts. Why didn't the Vermilion Bird evolve change my appearance? And these wings are too small." He holds out his hand, realizing, "I've transformed." This hand is a wolf's paw with sharp claws. He now takes the form of a wolf, covered in gray fur, and wonders, "A gray wolf?" Inside, water swirls as a fishtail sweeps by, creating bubbles. The Bao Bao who disappeared a moment ago has reappeared as a mermaid with a beautiful blue tail, surprising her. Huh? Why suddenly like this? She flails her arms in the water, unable to breathe, thinking, "And I haven't even learned to swim yet?" Bao Bao rushes forward, shouting, "I found it. Looks like Yunjung activated the formation. Good thing there's water." A light emanates from Bao Bao's body. Bao Bao's S rank. Water movement technique. As long as I'm in water, I can move freely, even between different bodies of water. Furthermore, Bao Bao can control water, and as her mastery of the technique increases, so does her control. The highest level, S, can control all water, including blood. After Bao Bao's introduction, she turns and swims away, her fishtail propelling her as it tells itself, "All right." Bao Bao is their monitor, preventing them from using brute force to break down the door. "I'll find somewhere to sleep and show up when something happens." Bao Bao happily decides and cheers in its head as it starts searching around. As it swims, Bao Bao wonders, "Where's Dong Dong? Did he run into a dream eater again?" At least he hasn't lost his memory this time. Her eyes lit up. The dream eater. In her hand appeared a dream eater orb. She speculated, storage space isn't forbidden, and she still hadn't used the dream eater bullets the school had made before. In the distance, behind the coral reef, a light shines. She thinks someone must be ahead and goes to investigate. The half-octopus boy from before appears, greeting her. "Hello, mermaid. We finally meet." Hearing this, she was stunned. A mermaid, a fairy tale. He looked back and forth, informing her that as the little mermaid, she needed to find the dwarf in the deep forest and Rapunzel in the reeds after coming ashore. Enter the fairy tale world in the mirror, find and defeat the deep, dark wolf of this world. She twitches an eye, wondering what kind of bizarre mission this is. But is it really necessary to use these fairy tales? Can our platform's legal department fight that mouse company? She scratched her chin, wondering what would happen if she didn't accept the commission and the task. He grinned, "Then you'll just have to die and come back." Hearing this, she closed her eyes, hand under her chin, deep in thought. After a moment, she raised a hand, clenched it in determination, and said, "Understood, I accept. Let's go. Bao Bao will definitely defeat the diaper wolf." He crossed his arms, smiled at her, and said, "Then, this little mermaid princess, the first choice you must face has arrived. To complete the mission on land, she must trade her voice for legs. each step like dancing on hot coals. He swims closer, pressing in to ask if she'll endure the pain to complete the mission. She looks up, her voice urgent. I choose to. She reaches out, looking delighted, calling for Chip Chip, while he looks on, his expression darkening with confusion. Smiling, she hugs Smile, rubbing her face against it, explaining that her powers are unaffected, but she can't sense Dong Dong for some reason. Comforting it, she says it's good that Chip Chip is there to help. Hearing this, he was filled with anger, grinding his teeth, wondering if it was too late to fix the omission. Finally, he crossed his arms, closed his eyes, and said casually, Forget it, forget it. If she has her own way, then she's passed this test. He couldn't help but complain. His master seemed simple, but her thought process was like that of a pet. Under the blue sky, Bao Bao and Smile made it to shore, where oil slick stained the sea. Her hair was wet, and she looked back at the sea with a thoughtful expression, saying she'd searched for ages to find a place to land. This place mirrors the outside world, with a deathly still sea. What is this task trying to tell us? Slim chirps, and we find ourselves in a tavern, its shelves lined with various bottles of liquor, filled with patrons drinking and chatting merrily. Suddenly, the golden bell above the door chimed as a blue-haired girl entered, announcing she was there for the quick talk regarding Rapunzel and the dwarves. A tipsy man turned and asked, Miss, what brings you here? Another man stared in disbelief. A beautiful girl with a fair face but a muscular body. A level 3 symbiotic talent. After merging with Slim, she can use Slim's form for easy movement, and the men who see it are stunned, their eyes popping out of their heads as they shout, What the hell? She sits in a chair, smiles, and greets everyone. Hello, everyone. Can I speak now? Though her smile makes the man next to her sweat profusely. Someone slams their beer on the table, and a man with an eye patch says, We wouldn't normally divulge these missions so easily, but if it's you, the man gazed in admiration. That body. Those perfect muscles, it takes years of training to achieve that. He calmly continued. South of the city lies the legendary dwarf. Our world has been ravaged by industrial pollution, and our bodies have been affected by emerging substances, causing slight mutations. A city shrouded in dust, and finally, our king was punished. His daughter was born a deformed child, so they abandoned her. But she wasn't the first child to be abandoned. It's said these people eventually adapted to the environment, surviving in the deep forests, their forms mutated, and they were believed to be bloodthirsty and unable to communicate normally. He put his hand on his chin and continued, saying they had lost many talented people, but perhaps she could resolve this crisis. With a grave expression, he continued, saying the long-haired demon in the north was even more terrifying. Rumor has it she was born with deadly poison that only grew stronger as she aged, and her hair was incredibly long. So her parents, to prevent her from harming others, built her the tallest tower imaginable, one that pierced the sky. He finished and turned to her, saying that if she could handle the dwarves, she should try approaching the long-haired princess, but the poison was too mysterious for them to deal with. Also, there's the evil sea to the east, rumored to have man-eating merfolk, and the werewolf clan to the west. She muttered, Didn't I just come from the west? The man-eating mermaid isn't just me, is it? She patted her chest reassuringly. All right. Leave it to me. I'll definitely complete these missions. She turns, proudly flexing her arm, declaring, In the name of this muscular body. All the soldiers stare intently. The storyteller blushed, praising, That warrior is so cool. But she stared at the sign before her, unsure. That way is south. In the dark forest, a charred crow perched on a branch caws ominously. Bao treads on the dry leaves, their rustling echoing through the trees. She consults the map, looks around, and figures she must be close to the dwarves' settlement. Perhaps she should have gone back for the hotel owner's map. She continues forward into the dark forest, a terrifying place where the trees are bare and resemble grotesque monsters. She hadn't encountered anyone along the way, and if these people were to be believed, the dwarves were natural-born killers, she muttered to herself as she walked. Suddenly, her foot caught on a strange rope, and sharp wooden stakes shot toward her. Somewhat surprised, Bao Bao's face darkened as she swatted away the wooden stakes, her brow furrowed in annoyance. That was no ordinary trap. Scratching her cheek, she wondered how a race of natural-born killers knew how to build traps. Then, from within the forest, several dark figures emerged from behind the withered trees. Not just one, but many, threatening her with their numbers. Bao Bao senses something. She scans the area on high alert. Who's there? No one answers, but she sees figures flitting behind the withered trees. The beautiful girl wiped away the sweat as she narrowly escaped. But in this desolate place, there was such a trap. Distracted by running, she carelessly stepped on another one. She slipped and fell backward, crying out in surprise. Gritting her teeth, she grabbed a nearby branch and pulled herself back up. At that moment, the men who had been hiding revealed themselves, each with a sinister look on their face, weapons in hand surrounding her. She raised an eyebrow. "Who are you? Aren't there supposed to be dwarves here?" Realizing she'd been tricked, she scowled. A man with a half-shaved head and neatly trimmed beard smirked. "You actually believed that? Of course there are dwarves." Another man with a monkey-like face and orange hair throws a familiar-looking child to the ground. "Here's your dwarf. Have fun." It's a white-haired child with a mask, their pointed hands pinned to the ground. Bao Bao recognizes him instantly, overcome with panic and worry. "Little Doozy, it's you." Little Doozy looks up, urgently warning her. "Bao Bao, run! These people are not good." The bald thug chuckled, his eyes narrowed in delight as if he'd won a great victory. "You brave ones are truly fools." Their information is mainly spread to keep the townspeople away from this place. As he spoke, his face darkened, his eyes turned cruel, and his mouth widened into a sinister grin. He continued, "After discovering that brave people often carry fortunes, we spread the tale of the abandoned baby." Then he spoke and pointed towards a pit behind Bao Bao, and she followed his gaze. Murder and robbery beneath that deep pit, a terrifying pile of skulls, all belonging to the unfortunate souls killed and thrown there by them. Her eyes widened in surprise as she asked, bewildered, "So the fairy tale was a lie?" They burst into laughter at her question, unable to believe her naivete. You fool, there are no fairy tales, no legends." Then the leader drew his ancient sword, pointed it at her, and grinned maliciously, since she was next to die. He sneered, saying she was only rank 3, while they had 2 rank 4s and the rest were rank 3s, so she had no chance of winning. He continued to mock her, saying it was a pity that she had a girl's face but a body as strong as a man's, otherwise. He trailed off, but his meaning was clear. These villains really were fools with underdeveloped brains, only capable of such base thoughts. So, fairy tales aren't scary after all. It's the human heart that's truly terrifying. Indeed, you can know a pig's heart, a cow's heart, or a chicken's heart, but who can ever fathom the human heart? Then the slime form is dispelled, and she returns to her mermaid form, her beautiful long hair and voluptuous body revealed. With a smile that hid her true intentions, she clarified that legends aren't always false, as she sat upon her slime, a beauty beyond words. Seeing her true form, their eyes lit up, and they lewdly cheered, "She's a mermaid. Boss, capture her alive. She'll fetch a good price." They didn't even heed her words. Truly a crude band of thieves. Her thin lips curled, revealing a small fang. "Merfolk eat people," she said slowly, enunciating each word. "It might be real," she finishes, her eyes blazing with killing intent as she holds a purple orb emitting strange smoke. The bandits exchange bewildered glances, wary of the orb's danger, wondering what it is. Bao Bao throws the orb and it shatters on the ground, releasing strange purple smoke, a temporary formation invented by the demon Nam. The orb is perfectly round, adorned with eye-catching cloud patterns. This thing, its power is immense. Van Truong Yukwai is seeing everything unfold through my orb. The orb emits a blue light, reflecting the image of a formidable formation. The spell finally took hold, but I've lost control of the NPCs inside. She grimaced, gritting her teeth, realizing she could no longer control the direction of this mission. Bao Bao looked worriedly at the smoke, seeing nothing. "What's happening?" "Nightmare Beast only said these bombs would help us escape at a crucial moment," she explained. "The purple smoke envelops them, and it might even be highly effective against players with weaker minds." She stares intently at the figures, perhaps worried the formation won't work on those bandits. As the smoke clears, several figures appear with blank expressions, their eyes white and vacant, mouths agape, heads drooping as if dozing off. Chip and Slim call out to her, signaling that little Pain has been enveloped. Bao Bao glances over, a relieved smile spreading across her face. "We've found Little Sore One, Chip Chip. Let's step aside and observe their reaction. If it doesn't work, we'll make a run for it." After being enveloped by the formation, their bodies are gradually changing, their hands twitching frighteningly. They rushed towards her, little Pain and Slim, their bodies glowing with a faint purple light. Bao Bao sweats with worry. Chip Chip, quickly form a defense and prepare to escape. The bandit stopped right in front of her, standing perfectly still. The man with the half-up ponytail closed his eyes and shouted, "Number 0-1 reporting to Miss Bao Bao." "The young lady's command is an oath we must obey until death," he declared, startling her. Even she couldn't believe the power of that formation. So potent, it directly controlled these nightmare bombs. Even the little one beside her was shocked, but still fearful, hesitating. They won't wake up, will they? What if they do? Hearing him, she paused to consider, her eyes lowered, lips pursed. Then she smiled brightly, seemingly struck by an idea. "All right, 0-1. Get everyone together." Seeing her expression, the little mute was even more worried. "Sister Bao Bao, these people are like ticking time bombs," he said slowly, trailing off. "If the quest receivers are good, we won't fight them. Your method is too cunning. Let's have these people go to the mission location first." She begins to fantasize, picturing herself holding a command flag while they follow her every word. Then, if the NPC at the mission location is also evil, we can let them fight each other. Even if they know each other, explaining ourselves after an unprovoked attack would be a waste of time. She smiles, seemingly pleased with her plan, as chaos will help them escape. Little Dot eyes her suspiciously. "Bao Bao, did you really think of all this?" She giggles bashfully, scratching her head as she happily replies, "I was just thinking, how would Dong Dong handle this?" She turns and gently orders, "Come here, 0-1, time to work." Little Dot couldn't believe it. Was this thing corrupting its master, or was its master always this cunning? Yunchang frowned at the childishness unfolding in the crystal ball, mocking, "Birds of a feather flock together. Let's see how these tasks develop on their own." The scene shifts to a fortress, where a small imp with sleek black hair and a few scars on her tiny body looks utterly dejected. This little devil is really up in the high fortress, doing nothing. She moves on to check elsewhere, at the place of the gray wolf. She saw it and immediately jumped up in shock, yelling, "How could something have happened here without me noticing?" She was about to go crazy and wanted to smash the crystal ball. "Brothers, you used the wolf legend to frame the brave, robbing them blind." Dong Dong grins wickedly. With his hand on a large bald man's shoulder, he asks, "Your efficiency isn't slow, is it? This land is beyond rules now, so you are the rule makers," he declares, raising his beer. Then, pointing at the shaved head guy, he asks why they framed 1 or 2 heroes and guarded this gold mine. They spoke in unison, so he asked what they should do. He pointed to the map, saying they could establish regulations and create a paradise of rules there. "You are the kings here." His eyes lit up and you could tell he was lying from his smile as he gleefully declared it again. Standing on the table, he pointed one hand to the sky and leaned on the other, proclaiming, "What do adventurers need? Fame. You can expand to allow players to complete adventure missions. Brave adventurers can complete wolf-slaying quests and will use some fur as proof, attracting even more brave souls." A mountain of gold appears before their eyes. The more people, the more the industry can grow. You can exchange all kinds of adventure quests without paying taxes, and then gold will flow to you like a river. "It's all right, I'll teach you. We need to make the players experience the best times." His confidence made them all submit. Hail the Wolf Clan. Let's aim for riches flowing like a river. They raised their mugs and clinked them together in joy. Chapter 138. The towering Chudford Tower stands in a barren land, devoid of leaves. The beautiful petite Xiaoguanzi, covered in mud, rests her chin in her hand, gazing listlessly at the sky, unable to descend, wondering how to find the others. From afar, she suddenly saw a cloud of white dust and heard shouts vowing to protect young Miss Baobao at all costs and complete her mission. Xiaoguanzi was startled and cried out, "What's going on?" The young miss is carried on a simple palanquin as she shouts, "Little Guanzi, I was right. The 4 legendary monsters are the 4 of us who were separated." From her perspective, she can't see little Guanzi because the clouds are blocking the only window. "Don't move! I'm coming to get you!" Xiaoguanzi worriedly said, "Bao Bao, don't act rashly. They've spread poison around the tower. Climbing up will trigger a trap." Bao Bao hadn't considered this and was shocked. She silently ponders a solution. Little Guanzi, seeing Bao Bao on a blue cloud, shouts, "Are they still around here?" The girl leans out, replying, "No, they usually come at night to see if they can scavenge any brave souls' bodies." Understanding dawns on Bao Bao, and she turns to the others with a smile, saying, "Listen, everyone. The base of this tall tower is poisoned. Everyone, Be careful to avoid it, then we'll put all our strength into destroying the tower and rescuing little Guanji. With tear-filled eyes, she urged the others on. Everyone, do your best. Let's rescue Lady Xiaoguanzi before nightfall. Spurred on, they shouted their agreement, while she scratched her nose, thinking, I'm just worried they'll get poisoned and lose their strength. With simple handmade hoes, they tirelessly break the dry earth. 1, 2, 3. The burly men worked tirelessly, pushing themselves onward, while elsewhere, Dong Dong in his wolf form urged everyone to work faster. This is our welcome center, our storefront, so everyone needs to do their best. He says warmly to the others, repeat after me. Welcome. How can I help you today? They immediately followed, saying in unison, Welcome. Dong Dong patiently raised a finger to the sky, correcting them. Not quite. Welcome faster, louder, and more enthusiastic. Attitude is key in the service industry. Now, repeat after me. Ma Dong Dong directs the others, who diligently work, all seen through a mirror-like object. Xingke can't manage a smile, veins now visible on her cheek. Yunzhuang remained silent. The shark, face swollen from the beating, whispered to the turtle beside him, wondering what the initial goal of this mission was. Upon hearing this, Yuntrang closed her eyes and explained that the goal was to observe their unfriendly treatment as demons and their views on environmental pollution. But Xingu was worried that her fairy tale would be ruined by their gathering. The shark smirked. I knew it. This twisted tale, you see how that kid does nothing to help the environment, yet he wants to cause trouble? I despise him. The fairy glared, her lips already downturned in anger. The shark looked up. What are you looking at? Then quickly covered his mouth, turning away in regret. I'm done for. It just slipped out. A burst was then heard. Seeing stroked her hand, the shark was beaten until 4 lumps swelled on its head. All right, Yunzhuang. I roughly know what kind of personality this pet has. Don't let them cause any more trouble. Withdraw the barrier. Yunzhuang obeyed, casting magic on the round ball. The orb emits a powerful light, and from within it appear Xiaoguanzi, Bao Bao, Nguyen Dong Dong, the spotted seal, and the young boy. Bao Bao happily hugs Nguyen Dong Dong, asking if she's okay. She says she's fine and was even planning to take them to other instances to complete the mission. She quickly lets go, excitedly recounting that she cleared 3 trials alone this time, to which Nguyen Dong Dong replies that she's the best. The spotted seal finally wakes up, dazed. Huh? Is it chow time? Xing-kun clears her throat. She says, looking at them. Let's talk about the mission. Nguyen Dong Dong steps in front of Bao Bao, offering her the fruit. She is, the star whale calmly introduces, I am the star whale. You are currently inside my body. You accepted my mission before to help me clean up the waste on my body. The test just now. Though reluctant, the star whale still forces herself to say, turning away from Bao Bao and Nguyen Dong Dong's confusion. For now, consider yourselves temporarily qualified. She conjures a menacing, fiery red serpent, explaining that these creatures are like street sweepers born from her body, and cleaning her waste is only the beginning. With a cold expression, Tin Khan continues. Their ultimate goal is negotiation or war with humanity. A system panel appears before Bao Bao. I need someone to communicate with humanity and clear my name. This is an epic quest. Do you accept? The panel displays. Quest. Monster Star Sea's understanding of pollution. Requester. Star Spirit. This is an epic quest, and completing it could even grant you S-rank techniques and items, freeing you from having to enter human cities. Multiple guilds can work together to complete it. Your answer is simply choosing one of 2 options, accept or decline. Chapter 139. If war breaks out with humanity, the scene reflects Bao Bao's back as she stands before the electronic screen. She quickly retorted, then we can still see those friends again. But if we don't accept this mission, will we be killed? She faced a dilemma, forced to choose a terrible, unavoidable path. With an emotionless face, Xing-kun casually asks what her decision is. Dong Dong immediately steps forward, standing in front of Bao Bao, and retorts, of course we accept. But not entirely. The fish-head guy, still smarting from Tin Khan's blow, grimaced in the background. Here we go, this kid's about to weasel his way out of it again. Tin Khan covered his face, intrigued. So tell me, what does not fully accepting mean? Dong Dong vehemently questions, demanding that humans cease polluting the seas, but how many people are in AG? According to the map clues, there are currently about 2 billion players, and NPCs and monsters are even more numerous. And to stop humans from polluting, we'd have to kill them all, he added, so we only have one choice. War. A direct confrontation with the players, slaughtering them all and completely eliminating them from the AG world. That's right, the sperm whale continued. From what we know, humans are selfish, divided, and greedy. They're not really prepared to negotiate. There are more sea creatures in the East Sea than on land. If we really fight, who will fall at whose hands is still unknown. But there's only a fraction of a chance of failure. Dong Dong shakes his head, saying they're gambling with billions of sea creatures' lives. So he smiles, with a determined look. I have a new solution. We fight, we negotiate, and we solve the garbage problem ourselves. Easy peasy, she says, genuinely curious if they can really negotiate after fighting. Our demand is to solve the problem of marine life pollution, Dong Dong explained, giving everyone a more beautiful living environment. In fact, some monsters have already appeared that can sniff out the waste. These wraith monsters are already struggling to deal with the waste in my body. The wise one shook his head. There's really no alternative to war, especially not for the entire ocean. So, if the whole ocean works together to find a way to solve the waste problem, what is there to worry about if we unite? A tiny group wants to impact a vast space. It's simply impossible. People with the ability to think should understand that humanity is part of this world. Teen Khan disagrees, arguing that development and competition lead to pollution, which they can't stop. So they must reduce waste and prevent it, or in other words, eliminate the factors they can't handle. Some developed nations driven by morality have begun to reduce pollution. We will cooperate with them while helping less developed nations avoid starvation by changing their development models. Therefore, to resist the enemy, we need an extremely powerful nation to seize the right to speak, so that the whole world can respect us. I have an idea. The place I came from has a nation that commits all kinds of evil, oppresses demons, and lies at the center of 4 continents, making it very convenient. Meanwhile, I have considerable influence on the island, and with such a strategically advantageous location, why waste resources endlessly trying to save a failing nation? Sister Ninkun, I suggest we attack this nation and use it as a base. Then develop from there and negotiate with other nations, gradually completing our mission. Shinkun slowly exited the cave, and Miss Chenchu thought for a moment. Attacking is fine, but I need a good reason. Seeing the changing situation, Yu Dongdong immediately seized the opportunity. I'll take care of the paperwork. The monsters can advance, but they're still on Zhongting Island. Shinkun glanced at the fish head standing in the corner. What are your opinions? No problem. It seems even Fishhead is convinced by Wei Dongdong's plan. Wasn't fighting the initial negotiation tactic? Let's chew on it. Yunchang sighs. Seeing is believing. Okay, let's settle it like this for now. Shinkun agrees to Wei Dongdong's proposal. First, help me get rid of the horns on my body to prove your abilities. But we need to go to Dongsheng, Bao Bao says, to contact the Zhuanyuan Guild of Dongsheng and try to get strategic support from their top warriors. I can take you to Dongsheng, says Shinkun. It should take about 10 days. I'll give you a month. After you've made contact, I'll be waiting on the shore for you to counterattack Zhongting Island together. Completely okay. Wei Dongdong readily agreed. So what are we waiting for? Let's go, let's work. Dongdong has finally reached a temporary consensus with Shinkun. They began to fully assist Starkun in clearing the garbage from his body, but in a place where Wei Dongdong's group couldn't see, the water ghosts looked up with worried eyes. Our love, we won't regret it even in death. Starkun hoisted Bao Bao up, whipping him with all his might, the sound of the whip mixing with cries of, "Save me! Bao Bao was wrong!" Bao Bao is in agony, covered in sweat and tears, begging for mercy. Meanwhile, the Wei Dongdong group diligently scrubs Shinkun, exhausted but determined to clean him as thoroughly as possible. The sun begins to set, and with the task complete, the Wei Dongdong wipe the sweat from their brows. Starkun's body gleams, some parts so polished they look lacquered, clean, fragrant, and sparkling. With a satisfied smile, Shinkun gazed at the vibrant sunset in the distance. Finally, the work was done. Over 10 days of labor for so many people and their dark soul beasts. Bao Bao and Wei Dongdong were so exhausted they could barely breathe, sprawled out on the sand. Unable to move a muscle after keeping their promise to Shinkun, they spent ages cleaning her massive body. Shinkun tossed Bao Bao, battered and bruised, towards Wei Dongdong, along with a blue scroll, saying she wouldn't see them off to the Northern Sea, and that they should head straight to Dongsheng. The sunset painted her hair, both radiant and gentle, as she said, "Take the children within me with you." Nguyen Dongdong opened the book, stunned. A rank mind technique. Fusion. It can fuse waste and other materials to create your own dark soul beasts. Unlimited pets, unlimited quantity, and the dark soul monster will be weaker than the blue itself. As soon as he finished reading, he handed the book to Bao Bao, saying, "I already have the cultivation method, Bao Bao, you should learn it." The large group boarded the ship, heading towards the sunset on the horizon. Bao Bao hugged Bao Bao, along with Nguyen Dong Dong and Van Trang, all with eyes full of hope, facing a bright future full of challenges ahead. East Victory Continent, here we are. Chapter 140 begins with a blonde-haired man, his heart-shaped smile clear as he waves to the viewers. "Hello everyone, I'm Azur's fishing king, Chiang. Many players dislike combat professions, so fishing like this is a pretty good option. But in the world of Azur, fishing requires much more attention than in the real world." He shakes his head. "You can't just fish whenever you want. Azur is always like this." "What are we going to do?" "Seek out Akiang, of course, and learn his extraordinary fishing skills. Today we're heading to the East Victory Sea Gate." Chiang reaches out to the vast ocean, where legends say 1,000-pound fish dwell, and even cunning night demons appear. He's here to challenge them. Today, he's chosen a line with a strength of 100, meticulously adjusting the bait, his face filled with excitement. Fish under 200 kilograms can't break this line. The bait is bred mixed with spirit fruit, dissolving slowly when it settles. The bait is cast, sending droplets into the air. The fish here are quite wary, but the others are patiently waiting. Suddenly, something enormous emerges from the ocean, disturbing the calm waters, and the sound grows closer to the fisherman patiently awaiting a bite. The fish breaches, creating a violent shockwave that eclipses the clear sky, startling a Kwang. He's caught it. It's the Kun. A Kwang is terrified, speechless. It really is the Kun, scaring the common folk half to death again. Suddenly, a small boat leaped out of the spirit beast's mouth, the dust on the boat not even covering a corner of its scales. This boat, the spirit beast, and the injuries the headquarters suffered before. The Kun gave a Kwang one last glance, scaring him again, before finally wagging its tail and leaving. As soon as Bao Bao's small feet touched the ground, she got to work, opening her electronic board and reporting the current situation in surprise. "Dong Dong, I can't find the location of the Zhuanyuan clan on the map, and my messages to Gu Ling are failing." Unfazed, Dong Dong quickly finds a solution. "Let's ask someone on the street. Zhuanyuan is so famous, surely someone will know." But the man, still reeling from the shock, was lost in his own thoughts, lamenting that his net wasn't big enough to carry his prize, and that no one on the forum would believe him without proof of his catch. A hand gently rests on his shoulder, and a Kuang snaps out of it. "Excuse me, do you know where the Huyen Vien are?" Dong Dong asks tentatively. A Kuang is surprised. "Huyen Vien? They were wiped out half a month ago. Annihilated. What in the world is going on?" Dong Dong was stunned, and Bao Bao was equally surprised. How could it be? Wasn't Huyen Vien the biggest guild? But what you don't know is, a Kwang continued to fill in these ancient people who just crawled out from underwater. "Don't you guys check the forums?" The guild leader of the Kule Guild, Fine Ha, went mad for some reason and joined forces with the 6 major guilds of Puangdong to besiege Huyen Vien. The night sky, the stars fade, and then the Dipper falls, its fate unknown. The remaining 3-player elders of Gulin were all killed, their levels halved, their fates also unknown. Furthermore, the 2 great NPCs Jiang Lu Yue were imprisoned, and the Zhuanyuan sword, the artifact of the Zhuanyuan Guild, was lost and obtained by Zhu Li. A portion of the Zhuanyuan elders betrayed them, and in the end, Zhuanyuan was divided up by the 6 great guilds. It was also revealed that in reality, the stock price of the corporation backing Huyen Vien had plummeted, seemingly on the verge of being taken over by Fine Ha. I hadn't checked the forums before. Bao Bao was stunned, as the others were digesting the shocking news. "It's all my fault for not finding a suitable network." Ah Kang sighed. "Ching Kun is gone. Now leave me be, and don't bother my fishing." Bao Bao immediately went to the forum to search for information, and a series of posts appeared on the bulletin board, such as the destruction of the Zhuanyuan clan and the guild leader's mysterious fall. Fine Na has seized all eastern resources. The Pro-Huyen Vien family on the island is in danger, and the young master of the Lin Tin Divine clan is missing. The family faces being ousted from the board of directors. Bao Bao is heartbroken, never imagining so much could happen in just a few months. "It's my fault for not keeping up with the news. With the Zhuanyuan sword destroyed, no one in Dongsheng can help us." Dong Dong Wei stared at the words on the screen, already planning their next move. He points to a spot on the map, saying they should check it out, and since he promised Ching Kun they'd meet again in a month, they should give it a try. Bao Bao is skeptical, wondering why they'd go to Kwaju, which is quite far from Kunlun Mountain. "Someone once told me, Wei Dongdong replied, that the flying serpent demon, which has never appeared in Dongsheng, must have some use. The Zhuanyuan organization has been operating in the east for 15 years, and even if it's been divided and surrounded, there must still be many people we can rally. Moreover, I don't believe Chief Shan lost so easily, or perhaps he's biding his time. The next step is clear. The group regains their spirits and heads to Guizhou. Outside, towering, luxurious buildings fill the space. In a small room, empty beer cans littered the floor, some of their contents spilling out and soaking into the floorboards. An ashtray overflowed with cigarette butts, as if it hadn't been cleaned in ages. A white-haired man with a sparse, unkempt beard shields his eyes from the light and sighs, "It's over. There's nothing left." On the floor, an electronic billboard remains lit, displaying bad news. Kim Thien Company was recently hit with a malicious financial attack, and the chairman of the board has been admitted to the ICU. The heir of the Gu family, rumored to be an addict, signals the decline of a once great empire. Chapter 141. The soul-devouring ghost, shaped like a gecko with bright blue eyes like headlights, rests in Bao Bao's palm. It seems this cultivation method has unlimited potential, but the dark spirit and skill proficiency are tied to resources. Bao Bao tears open a candy and gives it to the dark spirit she just created, who happily accepts. She sighed. The dark spirits she creates are all rank 1, and this is the first one she's made in a month. Wei Dongdong quickly comforted her, saying it's okay, this skill is for later stages, and it will become more powerful later on. He heads towards some houses, and I say with a smile, "This is a small town along the way. We'll go in with Bao Bao later to reset your respawn points, but for now, you're monsters, so you can't enter." Yun Zhuang, with her shoulder-length purple hair and octopus-like tentacles, stood next to a spotted seal-like dark spirit, listening intently. "Since you're both level 5, I have a favor to ask. Besides Yuan Xuan, I also know the divine beast Azure Dragon here, and I'd like you two to contact him." Yun Zhuang happily agreed with an okay sign, and I'm okay with it too, since I belong to the sea. It seems our Dragon King and Yinglong have some connection, but I don't want to bring this sea otter along. The sea orb wags its tail slightly, placing both hands on its belly, as Bao Bao also declines to move. "Perhaps you could find a river outside the city and release Bao Bao there. As long as there's water, Bao Bao can support you however you wish." Bao Bao thought the dark spirit was too lazy and didn't want to force him, so she let him play on his own. Nguyen Dongdong spoke to the other dark spirits, who all had the appearance of little devils with skin as white as vampires. Next, their identities are NPC factions, so they will enter the right city with us, led by Nguyen Dongdong and Bao Bao, followed by the other ghost spirits as they step through the gate into the right city. Bao Bao cheerfully points to the milk tea shop as she and the ghost spirits enjoy the sweet drink, while Nguyen Dongdong sprouts wings for money and he smiles wryly in resignation. The scene shifts to an old, cracked, and moss-covered wall with iron bars like a prison. Hong Luoyue is chained to a cross-shaped pile of rocks, too tired to open her eyes, but still as beautiful as ever. Nearby, the green snake stretches like it just woke up, its neck also chained. "Oh God, how did I end up like this?" Hong Luoyue looks at it and says, "You transmigrators really are pathetic. You were caught by the family before you could even make a name for yourself." The snake, hit where it hurt, burst into tears. "Damn it! Am I just a damsel in distress? Why do other transmigrators get lucky with systems or evolution abilities? I have nothing." Hong Luoyu calmly says, "I know a skeleton. You transmigrators aren't supposed to have excessive abilities, but he developed his own." The snake, having heard this story countless times, sighs. "I know. You've said it many times. Aren't you locked up here just like me?" She haughtily replies, "I can leave whenever I want. They just want my sect's main artifact again. Besides, I'm a guest of the Zhuanyuan. My home is on a sacred mountain no weaker than Zhuanyuan, so they wouldn't dare touch me. As for you, the lock on the iron door is undone." Hong Lonuit, having anticipated this, calmly says, "It's almost time." Several people in white coats enter the room. The snake, terrified, instinctively recoils, crying, "Oh no, not again! Save me!" On the table lay a tray of gleaming, sterile surgical instruments, as the man, hands in his pockets, casually said, "Fairy Jiang, as long as you don't take an oath." Bai Wei, with her long black hair and trendy bangs, wearing a surgical mask, "Don't oppose us and the Nuwa Stone, and you'll be free from this prison today." Hong Luoyue, filled with dread, closed her eyes, uncaring, and said, "Do what you want." Bai Wei turned to the person behind her. "A Jiang, log it in the experiment records." A Jiang, already holding paper and pen, nodded in agreement. The girl continued, "We've extracted some unknown substances from this transmigrator's body. and today we'll repeat the procedure once more." Hearing this, the blue snake drooped, muttering that after collecting enough material, they would use it to help the old man transmigrate. It suddenly burst into anger, its mouth opening as if about to breathe fire. "You fools! When I escape from this hell, I will dissect you all day and night." Chiju-da-ra, the snake breaks free, speechless, and curses. The shoes hanging from the ceiling look like spiderwebs, and the green snake's screams echo miserably. "I, Ju-shan, am a rich man." In a room with classic mosaic walls and a striking globe, a young man with long, pale hair sits in a chair. With two others, Lo Chi-Chien-fa and a small bandaged figure standing by. The seated youth asks, "Preparing for war?" The Luchi battle faction, a fearsome figure with inverted fangs, replied, "We and the 6 major guilds have reached a consensus. Everything is in preparation for Earth in a year. How is your progress on the 6th name, boss?" The man in the chair replies, his eyes narrowed. "Tai has told me his experiences, but creating techniques or forging weapons is too difficult. I'm focusing all my energy on the scientific research of that flying serpent." The small, bandaged figure with platinum hair, bandages covering half his face and purple skin, says, "That bone armor has been out of contact for quite some time." A man, hand propping his chin, calmly said, "No rush, no rush. We already have a transmigrator. This skeleton is quite interesting. It would be nice if I could use it later." His brown eyes gazed at the globe before him, as if calculating something. "Heavenly Azure's boss, let me dissect the truth of your world, piece by piece." Chapter 142. Bao Bao licks her matcha ice cream with relish, reviewing the system panel as dark, ghostly souls gather in the distance. From out of nowhere, Dong Dong asked worriedly, "What's up? Did the forum say where the flying serpent fell?" Bao Bao, with an ice cream in hand, slowly explained, "There's a lot of information, but basically it says he was captured by the Kuula Guild for jumping. When they took him, he kept yelling that he was the main character and would beat them all once he unlocked his cheat. Scratching his head in annoyance, he says it's the old pair again. All clues point to them, but he has a bad first impression of this guild." Bao Bao tilts her head, asking if they're still going. Dong Dong insisted on going, but a small spear pierced his head from behind. He immediately turned around and shouted as the two began to pursue the spear's trajectory. In a dead end, a purple-haired girl stands with her back turned, seemingly waiting for Bao Bao and Wei Dong Dong. He shouts, "Why betray me?" As she turned around, she revealed a face Dong Dong had never seen before. It was Thousand Changes, a junior elder of the Black Tortoise, ranked 4th, a girl with a half-shaved head, tanned skin, a sexy tank top and shorts, and a fur coat. She can conceal her whereabouts, transform into any shape, and even replicate attributes and skills, but she can't fight. She scoffed. "Transform into the skeleton? As if your original form isn't famous enough? I'm a member of the Zhuanyuan clan. Follow me?" Wei Dong Dong hesitated, then immediately transformed into the skeleton, his body radiating a faint blue light. "How do I prove it? This entire Gen Great City is now under the control of the Jile." Tianbian giggles mischievously, and a cloud of smoke erupts from her body, instantly transforming her into Tao Zhan, then a squinting man with a mullet. She says, "This is my trump card. If I wanted to trick you by contacting you as Tao Zhan, would you be able to see through it?" Wei Dongdong says he'll go with her, then tells Bao Bao he's going to contact the little pavilion and will meet her at the Ngaothon River after shopping. Returning to her original form, Tianbian still doesn't trust me. But that's okay because Guling once said that Bao Bao is someone I can trust. She then produces a talisman, instructing, "Hold on to this transmission talisman tightly." Tianbian coldly said the distance wasn't far, and that they'd return her little lover safe and sound. Upon hearing this, Bao Bao's face turned beet red as she stammered, Lover?" Then, Tianbian handed Wei Dongdong another talisman, which he accepted without hesitation. And just like that, the two teleported away. Bao Bao, her cheeks still flushed, waved goodbye, telling them to be careful. Tianbian and Wei Dongdong teleported to a stone staircase, and she knocked on a large stone, saying, "Ancient spirit, I'm back." The stone gradually shifts to the side, revealing two figures. Wei Dongdong recognizes him as the fool from the soul-refining dungeon. He scratches his head, chuckling, "We meet again." A girl with buku hair, styled in twin buns, embraces Tianbian with joy. It's wonderful, Tianbian has returned safely. She wrapped her arms around Fuxing's waist, laughing. "Fuxing, don't worry. If something happens to me, then Zhuanyuan is really done for." Tianbian released Fuxing and said to Wei Dongdong, "There is a traitor within Zhuanyuan, attacking from both inside and out. Next, I will bring someone to meet the three great saints." Dongdong asked curiously, "Where's Head Warrior? How is he?" Tian Bian replied, after their fierce battle, Lei Ji was hunted down by Head Warrior, and now Cooley has blocked all information. She quickly used all the guild's power to help Lei Ji regain his strength, as the abilities of rank 6 and the application of rank 5 are completely different. This meant that the lightning left in Tao Zhan's body by Lei Ji couldn't be eliminated, so Tao Zhan Yueren was elsewhere trying to eliminate the remaining lightning energy, striving to reach rank 6 as soon as possible. Not stopping there, she continued, saying that Gule had blockaded all experience fruits and monster hunting zones, preventing the 3 Great Awakeners from recovering their levels, causing their stats to decline, making them no match for Gule. The Transcendent one paled in the pizza cave, massaging his chin. Another Transcendent one, in the form of a child still sucking on pizza, said he wouldn't risk his life fighting them. The last great sage was a man with a white braided beard, and what must come, will come. But who could accept having 10 years of hard work destroyed in an instant? He tells Nguyen Dongdong, the skeleton, that they finally meet. The 3 great moon people stand before Nguyen Dongdong, a child, a youth, and an old man. They finally meet, the skeleton. Awkwardly scratching his head, Nguyen Dongdong asked what they wanted, saying that with Xuan Yuan in its current state, he couldn't be of much help. The eldest of the 3 pointed at him, suggesting they follow him, leave Dongsheng, and start over elsewhere. Nguyen Dongdong looked at them hesitantly, realizing he wasn't ready to say more. They were all intelligent people, so they didn't waste any words. This is a place we can't abandon. We must sneak into Cooley with Tian Bian and rescue Jiang Liu Yue and the others trapped there. As one of the 3 major powers, our Haiyan Vian was once the largest guild founded by players, with a status in Dongthang comparable to Tianlin Sun and the native Ha Triu. It's a pity the players' loyalty is too low. The Zhuanyuan were betrayed from within and attacked from without, and most players help whoever is winning. But if we can get the support of the Immortal Spirit Mountain, which is mainly made up of NPCs, we'll have the capital to take back Kunlun Mountain. Dongdong rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Ha-chew. That name sounds familiar. Where have I heard it before? The sage frowned, losing patience. What are you spacing out for? Do you agree or not? Dongdong wandered with 2 doubts. 1. I'm just a figurehead, so why would you have me complete this mission? And 2, if there are so many variables, where's the benefit? The youngest great sage spoke up, cross-legged, because Fei Ya is interested in you and Jin and Julie still have a chance to live. And some of you transmigrators are quite clever, wanting to use this opportunity as the start of our cooperation. The oldest one glanced at Wei Dongdong and asked, What benefits do you want? He paused for a moment, then Shi Yuxiang spoke. I want you to tell me everything you know about transmigrators and the A-world. They all stared silently at Wei Dongdong, who thought to himself, Damn, was I too greedy? Before the pale man could react, Wei Dongdong looked up to see a black beam of light swirling in the air. He fell to his knees, terrified, wondering if these people were going to silence him for good. In the hands of the disillusioned adult is a small white ball. I've created a closed space because what we're about to say might shatter your perception. We're players, but also senior executives at Chija Company. All specialists assigned to find brains with a synchronization rate above 93%. From our perspective, World A is another world, but not quite a normal one. Someone is forcibly changing the fundamental parameters of this world, like mountains forming a matrix. After that, this world became like a game, with respawn values and attributes, but we don't know what power could reshape a world. They are like puppets controlled by someone else, while we entered this world through some kind of projection. Our main brainwave synchronization matches the world's level, but as outsiders, we can never reach 100%. You suddenly remember Bao Bao, but you transmigrators can fully synchronize and enter this world. We're trying to guess why. You have completely entered this world. And there's something else that can only be understood from a macro perspective. On the grasslands, the gray wolves, also known as night monsters, are running in packs, something that's only happened in recent years. The nightmares and low-level AG NPCs are gradually decreasing, but the awakened nightmares with high intelligence are awakening more and more, like a computer discarding its basic calculation abilities, creating more and more advanced life forms. As for why Dan Sao needs to create cultivation methods, etc. At this moment, she thought of Apollo Gaior, the process of integrating into this world to understand how it works, and the fact that Dan Sao has also fully digitized. There's also some information related to transmigrators and the reason for this incident. Stepping out of her thoughts, she once again proposed a collaboration with Nguyen Dongdong. If you can successfully save Jiang Liu Yue, we can give you this information. What do you say? Nguyen Dongdong hesitated. If we come to this world, will we still have hope of returning? The oldest man spoke up. We don't know, but from what we've seen, the AG world has more than Earth does. Nguyen Dongdong was furious, exclaiming, "What about my world, my friends, even my body? The AG modifiers aren't the real deal. They must follow basic rules, so the power you gain and the influence you can seize." Nguyen Dongdong listened quietly, knowing this was his future leverage against AG's boss, so he wouldn't be a mere pawn. He continued to listen in silence. The youngest Dayak felt he'd said enough, and tugged at the sleeve of the pale-faced Dayak, overwhelmed by the information. Dongdong finally spoke up. "Understood. I want you to help me and Bao Bao get on the list first. With the Immortals' support, I'll borrow your strength to deal with those heavenly mandate clowns back in the Central Court." Dongdong had been acting strangely since hearing the story, staring at them. His hand clenched around Agio's shoe. His face darkens, eyes flashing dangerously as he shouts, "Ah, I'm not a worm." A blue fireball streaks past, landing on the ground. It's Dongdong, and he's brought someone with him. He waved to her and said, "I'm back." Bao Bao turned around, looking happy to see him. She ran to him, asking, "Are you okay?" Two death fiends followed close behind her. He replies, saying they're fine, but things are about to get busy, and suggests they talk somewhere else. He takes her hand and they chat happily. The scene shifts to the kid staring blankly at the stylish purple-haired girl, who smirks, crosses her arms, and says, "This family." She turned to Dongdong, her eyes indifferent, a mix of curiosity and teasing. "You have 3 pets inside you, right? Are these children yours?" Dongdong looked back at her, startled and alarmed. Dongdong's face flushed red. Even though he wasn't there, he blushed with embarrassment at her words. "We saved them along the way. Let's get down to business," the purple-haired woman said, covering her ears from the shouting. She turned back to look at the little demons behind her, saying, "Too weak, they can't help. This kind of transformation inevitably consumes power. While we're active, let's find a place for them to settle down so they don't run out of energy." One of the kids sadly spoke up. "We may be weak, but did she have to say it like that?" Their faces filled with disappointment. Before they could dwell on it, she held out her hand, projecting an image of a mountain as she declared, "We need to head to the occupied Kunlun Mountain. This is the sacred mountain we struggled to occupy back then. It has a protective formation and a better resource production rate than ordinary territories. Our goal is to rescue 2 major Jianling Mountain NPCs being held captive. Jiang Liangyu, who contacted Dongdong before." As she speaks, an image of a stunningly beautiful woman appears. The purple-haired girl continued, saying the other one is the fire god, Tian Xie, of the Immortal Spirit Mountain, who has the S-rank fire technique and can control and condense all flames. Dongdong looked back at Bao Bao in surprise and asked, "Fire and water techniques. Are you guys from the same clan?" The purple-haired girl continued, saying that the 5 elements technique was indeed a top-tier S-class skill that appeared in the expansion back then. She looked at Bao Bao, who was holding on to Bao Bao, and said that she didn't expect to find someone with the water element technique here, which raised their hopes of rescuing the camp. Dongdong shrugged. "I wouldn't get your hopes up too high for Bao Bao." The purple-haired girl pointed to a crevice near the foot of the mountain and said, "The only place on Kunlun Mountain that can imprison a celestial fragment is the deepest part of the water prison. We can rely on Lord Bao Bao to rescue them." Bao Bao added that while he could travel through any water, he needed to have been in that water before, so they would have to take him to the water prison. Bao Bao sighs, lamenting that it's time to get moving. The purple-haired girl adds that besides the water prison, the other 3 dark prisons could swallow Zhang Liu Yue, so they need to find her quickly, rescue Jian, and escape. Dongdong stroked his chin thoughtfully, then said that they should split into 3 groups for a swift victory, and that there were 2 people they should watch out for, Lei Jie and An Yue Tong. Next is Lei Jie, of course. Needless to say, besides the leader, she can fight with Han's 3 subordinates, and the rest of Han's are rarely controlled for more than 1. Yindong is also careful. He has become a fake teacher training talent to control, but Han's control is not a monster, but an image of a mummified ascetic appears, and he continues. Use Han's own possessions to undo the bandages on his body. Han's favorite thing to do is to unravel and parasitize other players, then use that player to hunt down their own teammates. The purple-haired woman continued, saying that these people were likely at the Heavenly Palace at the summit of Kunlun Mountain. She emphasized that they had to avoid it, so that Bao Bao and Bao Bao could go to the water prison to rescue Tian Sui, and gave further instructions. The Heavenly Fragment's temperament is volatile. Once rescued, you must leave immediately, following the secret passage I've provided. Bao Bao saluted, acknowledging the instructions. The purple-haired woman turned to Yidong and assigned him a task. Yidong, Investigate the heavenly prison on the mountainside. Your soul refining skills have made you stronger than the average 4th level cultivator, so it's relatively safe here. I'll go to the heavenly prison at the summit. My shape-shifting skills will make it harder for me to be detected. Pointing to a corner of the model, Dongdong says their forces are spread too thin, and Xiaoduzi is definitely out of the question. But the purple-haired woman interjects, saying that even with Ngui down, they still have enough people. We've made contingency plans. Someone will be joining us shortly. She clapped her hands and a red figure appeared. Mama, the red-haired boy with the fang necklace cried out. He pounced on Ngui Dongdong, knocking him over, and said, I almost forgot, this guy is one of yours too. Dongdong ruffled the red-haired boy's head and looked at Xiaoduzi, saying, Xiaoduzi, you guys have to wait here obediently. He raised his index finger, pointing at them. Wait for us to complete the mission and return. This time, entering Kunlun is quite dangerous. With their gear ready, Wei Dongdong said as he ran, Although Bao Bao seems useless, he's still the strongest among us. He added, If you get the chance, please keep an eye out for the flying serpent trapped in Kunlun. With determination in his eyes, he continued, As fellow transmigrators, we should save those we can. I've given you the secret passages in Kunlun and the terrain map. The purple-haired girl declared resolutely, Only the Kunlun higher-ups know about these. I'm sure few people know about these secret passages, so we must use them to act quickly. Operation Rescue begins, she declares. Her eyes gleam with an alluring amber color, sparkling and captivating everyone's attention. The 4 of them looked around curiously as the little monster glanced at the purple-haired girl. This is the secret passage you mentioned. She quickly explained, Xuanyuan has underground rivers and palaces, and this is one of the secret exits of the underground river. Basically, all of Qilin's locations are interconnected, but a direct approach will be blocked by the mountain protection formation, so this is the only entrance we can choose right now. Little Freak raised his hand to signal. Wait, he looked at her and quickly asked, Where does your Qilin clan's bathroom connect to? She lightly replied, In Area A, only native NPCs and some high-level night monsters need to relieve themselves, and the amount is very small, so it's fine. Just keep these talismans. With that, she quickly tossed 3 talismans to the little monster, her answer prompting him to scold her. Don't jump to the topic of toilets, this is important. Bao Bao looked at the 3 talismans in her hand and asked curiously, What are these? The purple-haired girl pinched the charm between 2 fingers, a number 65 appearing above her head, and continued, Fu Xing is a very special formation mage from the Xuanyuan sword. She has an A-level mental cultivation technique that fell from a special side quest, a luck transfer version. Her talisman can reveal a character's current luck value. The average person is around 60, while the extremely lucky can reach 75. Quickly, the companions held the charm to their foreheads, revealing a 50 for the map and a 62 for the imp. Dismayed by his low number, the map frowned and scratched his chin, while the imp asked if such low luck would have any effect. For half an hour, luck is increased by 10 points, or 1 point is randomly awarded for a day. This charm can be used again at a crucial moment, with 2 options. She held the charm in her hand, closed her eyes slightly, and continued. The random result has been adjusted by the lucky star, and it is very likely that it will randomly drop to the lowest level, so we must withdraw from the mission. Her sharp eyes gazed into the distance as she continued. This blessing star's power is very dangerous. We often use this charm to predict fortune and avoid misfortune. When the Yellow Emperor was besieged, Miss Lin's luck was measured at 30, then randomly reached 21. It's very mystical, but must be used with caution. With that, she pressed the charm onto Bao Bao, who was resting in her arms, and a 99 suddenly appeared above Bao Bao's head, indicating his luck was extremely high. Seeing the result, she gasped in disbelief, while Bao Bao blushed and said narcissistically, Oh my, I think it's a little too high. The little monster was just as surprised, pointing at Bao Bao and yelling, Hold on tight, Bao Bao. Don't let go even if you die. Even if this thing just lies around, it'll still be famous for lying around. Bao Bao, in a cute pose, puffed out his cheeks and sulked, adding that he couldn't stand up anyway and could only lie down. Meanwhile, the purple-haired girl turned, braced herself to descend into the well, and said to the others, In short, use the fortune talisman at the critical moment for miraculous results. I'll go first. Follow the map. Then she jumped. The fanatic also braced himself, carrying his luggage, ready to jump. Mama, the fanatic is going. The well water splashed, reflecting vibrant colors. Bao Bao, holding her own, Bao Bao, jumps down, waving goodbye to the little monster, saying, Let's go, Dong Dong. Then she disappears beneath the surface, leaving only ripples as the little monster watches her go and sighs. With a sigh, he wondered if anyone cared where this connected to. But no matter. Lives were at stake. He gazed at the still water, steeling himself to jump. Vermilion bird and dark serpent. Thank you for lending me your power. Let's go. The water splashes as the little monster dives in. This must be the entrance to Zhuanyuan's secret realm, such dense magic power. Training and recovery here will surely be swift. Truly a grand enterprise. After swimming for a while, he reached the surface of the lake, one of the boundaries of the underworld river, and he knew which way to go. The little monster was surrounded by a vast lake and a dark cave, and the path here was a little different from the map. Changing his plans, he'll circle around the back of Kunlun Mountain, then follow the small path upwards. The little monster heads ashore, following the cave path forward, and when he reaches his destination, he plunges back into the blue water. As he swam, he thought, this place is said to be an electrical outlet, so it should be fine. Soon he reached the barriers, wondering where they would lead him. He extends his hand, displaying his skill. Vermilion bird, southern bright fire. He quickly unleashes a powerful blast, causing the barrier to ignite and explode in the water. After a while, bubbles appeared on the surface of the water, and then the little monster quickly emerged. The first thing he noticed when he came up for air was the temperature. Wait, something's not right. The water's a little hot. Before him lies a cloud of steam, and he quickly realizes this is a bathhouse. Voices echo. Training's done, so relaxing. Mastering a new B-rank skill. Another person suggests they relax in the hot spring, and the other agrees. He's speechless, crying inside, as a thought flashes through his mind. It's the men's bath. Meanwhile, on the lake, a handsome man sat calmly in a giant water bubble. Bao Bao floated to the surface, hesitating. No, there are no obstacles. He came straight here. Inside the steaming hot spring, a brown-haired man looked at his teammate and asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking over there?" The handsome man with a large scar over his right eye pointed forward, replying, "I noticed it right away. Did they add a suit of armor-shaped clothes rack to the bathhouse?" In AG. In a non-combat state, you can actively hide your level and experience, so to other players, Dong Dong just looks like a fake skeleton. They then brushed past Dong Dong, ready to get into the water, saying maybe the guild architects just like adding things lately, especially since they just moved to Kunlun. Hurry, the mineral water here in Kunlun quickly restores your energy. It's so relaxing. Meanwhile, the little monsters are sweating bullets. Dong Dong is frozen, his face dark. He's seen enough character customization for one day in AG. The two men sat comfortably in the hot spring, relaxing. Oh, this game is amazing. We're just newly joined rank 3 members and we're already enjoying this. The little monster stood still, watching them chat. Don't be complacent. This time, we got a rare rank 3 mental cultivation technique. Most ordinary players are only rank 3. If we can raise our proficiency to B level this time and find the right materials, we can become rank 4, maybe even a guild leader. At that point, we'll be set with Boss Pi for sure. You said the main quest this time is Earth? It looks a lot like it. What are you thinking? It's definitely a new map. How could it be Earth? Behind them, the crowd is slowly moving closer to the main gate. His trembling hand slowly reached for the door, silently reassuring himself that he was almost out. I've recovered enough. Let's go. Back to training. As they stepped ashore, the little monster had moved to one side, surprising them both. The brown-haired man scratched his head, puzzled. That's strange. I thought the skeleton stand was here. Found it. How did it get over there? The scarred man approached Dong Dong, stroking his chin. This skeleton, it's strange. Dong Dong paled, sweating profusely. Have I been discovered? I need to act fast. They're only rank C, but if they attract more people, I'm done for. Then he suddenly scoops up Dong Dong and takes him back to his original spot. This is better. The last position was too obstructive, Dong Dong thought in frustration. I finally got it over there. But his thoughts were interrupted by the sudden arrival of strangers. Patrol team, is it your shift change? There's a new skeleton clothes rack here. Not bad. Why don't you give it a try? Dong Dong turned pale and began to sweat as a towel flew through the air and landed on him. They relaxed, soaking in the steaming hot spring. The little monster thinks to himself, today is just too unlucky. Meanwhile, the young man in the water opens his eyes, looks at Bao Bao and asks with a frown, Who are you people? Bao Bao? She points to herself, asking if he knows her. He closes his eyes exhausted and says, How could I not know about you and Dong Dong? He asked, So the Zhuanyuan sent you to rescue me? She smiled at him, clarifying, That's right. After I rescue you, we'll return the way we came. His eyes widened in horror as he yelled, "Don't come any closer. This place is riddled with hidden formations. If you come here, you'll trigger them. Anyone below a level 4 formation specialist is basically asking for death." He frowned and continued, "Sending someone as clueless as you, is there no one left in the Zhuanyuan? You should go save Jiang Luyu first. She's a formation expert." She looked at him and quietly said, "For example, if it's all formations, how would the people from Zhuli get in?" He looked at her and continued, "There's a hidden path inside, but it disappears every time they come. There's still no way." She was dejected. Can Bao Bao sense that path? Bao Bao pouts, saying it's no use, though she can at least ease the water flow around him. They still need a formation expert, and if Yunzhuang were here, it'd be great. Meanwhile, the blonde boy strolls down the dark corridor, lit by sparse torchlight. Ahead is the prison. Let me use Faina's face to see if Jiang Luyu is here. He looks up to see a mysterious shadow appear behind the wall. That shadow is Faina, and when he turns, he's shocked to see the imposter. He pales, speechless. He's done for. Inside a dark tunnel, lit only by flickering torches, two identical men appear. But strangely, one is surrounded by a purple aura and fearfully retreating. The man surrounded by purple light was terrified, sweating profusely, his hands reaching out as if to ward something off, while the other simply stood, arms crossed, smirking. Interesting. Shape-shifting, eh? The one surrounded by the purple aura reluctantly conjured a small knife, thinking, "I can't fall into Faina's hands." Then he raised the knife to his neck, intending to end his own life. Death and rebirth were the only option. Just as the small knife was about to pierce his neck, Faina sternly said, "Don't!" Then, with a sly grin, Faina tossed the purple aura man high into the air, causing the small knife to fall and shatter. Suddenly, the purple aura man explodes, shedding his outer layer to reveal himself as a girl. Seeing this, Faina laughs, saying, "Little shapeshifter, I'm not some kind of demon." Then, Faina beckoned Tianbian closer with his finger. An illusion. Having successfully controlled and pulled her close, Faina smiled slyly and said, "Let's talk." Hearing this, the little shapeshifter turned pale with rage, grinding her teeth and suddenly transformed into a terrifying stone statue. Seeing this, Faina smiled with satisfaction, admiring his handiwork. Forced disconnection. Waking up means instant death, a random return of equipment and half your level. A strong resolve indeed. She fears capture to protect information. Faina stares intently at the stone statue's face, musing that she must have allies, probably a few who have already infiltrated. As Faina turned away, leaving the stone statue behind, he mused, 3 earth, 1 water. 4 entered, so at least 3 rats remain. Hopefully, they'll be interesting. He then activated a screen, manipulating it while cheerfully announcing, "Attention everyone, we have rats. Security is tightened everywhere. Water patrols are changed to every 5 minutes, the rest remain normal. We must give you rats some breathing room." Seeing that Tianbian had been captured by Faina and turned into a statue, Thannan was extremely worried, thinking of a solution. "Tianbian has been captured. I need to warn Bao Bao to be careful. This mission is likely to fail." In the dark tunnel, only a few small candles hang on the walls, barely lighting the way. When Bao Bao arrived at where Tianbian was, she was shocked, worried, and scared, crying out, "It's ruined, Tianbian!" "If Faina finds me, what will I do? I don't know any formations, only Bao Bao does." Bao Bao, cradled in her arms, retrieves a yellow triangular charm, reassuring her that with it she can navigate the waterways freely, just as she'd wanted to try. Then, Bao Bao placed the yellow talisman on her chest, causing the girl to panic and shout, "Wait, Bao Bao!" But it was too late. Bao Bao successfully activated the talisman, thankfully upgraded to level 10.5. She pleaded with him, "Weren't you supposed to use it at a crucial moment?" Seeing her discomfort, Bao Bao innocently replies, "It is now. Come on, let's test its effect." He says in shock, "Patrol team, retreat now." The patrol, laughing and chatting, were on their way to a shift change, eager to enjoy the guild's benefits and hot springs. Oblivious to the presence of others. Having narrowly avoided the patrol thanks to the petrification of her disguise, she and Bao Bao moved to scout ahead. At a fork in the path, Bao Bao ducked behind a wall, sensing someone approaching. Spotting someone, she peeked out to see who it was. A guard. There was no way in here. Babu then suggested they go through the main entrance. The guard seemed to be plotting something shady, constantly looking around to see if anyone was watching. Having drawn the short straw with guild duty, he thinks he can watch videos on a second screen without anyone noticing. With a perverted grin, he drools, "Your enthusiasm is a 105, hey, in short, give the newbie a rocket." Seeing the guard engrossed in his screen, she seized the opportunity, quickly sneaking inside with Bao Bao. Once safely inside, she breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. Then, as she ventured deeper inside, she wondered if they might be lucky enough to find Zhang Liuyu's prison cell. But after searching around, she sadly admitted, "No one's here. This isn't the place." Bao Bao seemed to sense something, and with a furrowed brow told her to wait, that she sensed water flow behind this place. Hearing this, she could only obey, pulling the hidden switch down with all her might. The once solid wall splits in two, revealing a staircase leading down below. Witnessing this, Bao Bao is stunned, able only to watch. Under the dark of night, clouds drift across the sky, illuminated by a full moon. There, Ban Ban sits dejectedly, muttering to himself, "Finally, everyone's gone. If I stay here any longer, I'll be stuck in this bathroom forever." Somewhere, Ban Ban pulls out a golden triangle, thinking to herself, "I'll use the charm first. Hopefully I can get to the prison smoothly." Immediately, Ban Ban stands up confidently, clutching the charm in her hand. Meanwhile, our Ban Ban sighs, thinking that even adding 10 points wouldn't equal Bao Bao's normal luck, let alone that bastard Bao Bao. Just then, Nguyen Dong Dong emerges from a room, suspiciously lurking about. Nguyen Dong Dong looks up, hope renewed, thinking he's lucky to have made it this far. But when he arrives at the prison, it's gone, and he cries out in alarm, "What? Where's the prison?" Suddenly, a soldier ordered to inspect the palace passed by, forcing Nguyen Dong Dong to quickly hide behind a wall and observe. Seeing someone approaching, Nguyen Dong Dong turned and fled into the palace, quietly closing the doors behind him. Having closed the door, Nguyen Dong Dong retreated step by step until he bumped into something behind him. Sensing danger, he spun around in alarm, only to find the petite Tiunat Tiu Tu beaming at him, calling him Mr. Skeleton. Hearing her speak, Nguyen Dong Dong quickly silenced her, then raised his hand to cast a spell to immobilize her. Just as Nguyen Dong Dong's finger neared her, she spoke up, "I won't tell you." Hearing the noise, the patrol soldiers from before rushed over, banging on the door and shouting, "Little Miss, has anyone entered your room?" Hearing this, Little Miss quickly broke free from Nguyen Dong Dong and shouted, "No, leave us alone, don't bother me." Dong Dong was surprised the guards left so easily at her word, and curious about her identity, he asked, "Who are you? You seem to have some status." Ignoring his question, she innocently points and asks, "You're Dong Dong, right? I've heard my dad talk about you. You're one of his targets." Hearing this, he asks, "Your dad?" The innocent girl replied, "My dad is Wang Fei. He's Fei in the game." Dong Dong was surprised to hear the names of the girl and her father. He'd caught a big fish, but why was she in the game? Before Nguyen Dong Dong could finish, the young girl pulled him away, saying, "Come with me." She led him into a room filled with toys, a girl's paradise, and continued, "My dad hopes I can spend more time with him, and time in A passes slower than in the real world. Don't worry, my dad said you'd definitely come to save us." Hearing this, Nguyen Dong Dong was overjoyed, grinning from ear to ear. Then, Tiunat Tiu Tu found a seat, politely gesturing for him to join her, saying, "Whether you save people or not doesn't matter to my father. He told me that building a new relationship with you is the most important thing, so that Tiunat can become best friends with you after meeting you." Hearing the offer of friendship, Nguyen Dong Dong hesitated, asking, "Friends? How old are you? Where's your mother?" The innocent girl smiled brightly, waving her hand as she spoke. "I'm 9. My mother is dying, and my father's not well either. He says AU is his only hope." Little Nat, looking sad but hopeful, continued, "Dad said he wants to see me grow up, go to school, graduate, and find someone I can rely on. But he says only you can help us, Dong Dong. Can you help me?" Hearing her words, Nguyen Dong Dong seemed to understand the problem and thought to himself, "So, that's how it is." Chapter 149. Inside the laboratory, there were countless bottles of chemicals, especially one bubbling blue chemical. With a serious expression, Bo Dui says that the 30th dissection log clearly states that we still don't know the use of this substance. There is no clear difference after use on ordinary NPCs and night monsters, but this substance cannot be found in the bodies of ordinary NPCs and night monsters. Now, on the board, a tray holds something shaped like a blue bagua, and he continues, "Remember, it's like the existence of a formation, able to be extracted in pieces for a short time." As Baiwei speaks, the blue object from before suddenly surges and shines incessantly, but will soon return to its original host. Before Ba Dui could finish, the blue substance flew up and away, but everyone just stood by, motionless. He continued, saying that if they couldn't be sure what this thing did, the next step would be to start experimenting on players. The scene shifts to a dark room where a figure approaches and peers inside. Within a cage, a woman bound by iron chains senses their presence and whispers, "Someone's here." Hearing this, the blue snake beside her thrashed about in fear, screaming, "No, not her again." Suddenly, the flying snake went silent, straining to hear the footsteps. Certain someone was coming, the flying snake shook its head, praying in fear, "Someone's here again, please go, I'm not here anymore, I won't be dissected." The person outside, now at the cage, seeing the flying snake's cries, signaled for silence. Terrified, the flying snake squeezed its eyes shut and screamed, "Mommy, please don't come, please don't." The person approaching was none other than Bao Bao, who stood outside the cage and called out, "Sister Zhang, we're here to save you. How do we open this lock?" Hong Yuanlu, surprised that Bao Bao risked her life to save her, asked repeatedly, "Bao Bao, how did you get in here? Aren't there many guards? Did you fight your way in? Why was it so quiet? What about Latu and Han Ming?" Overwhelmed by questions, Bao Bao chuckled sheepishly, taking Bao Bao's hand. "How do I put it? Bao Bao's luck is just exceptionally good. On the way here, the guards were either playing games or away from their posts." Hong Yuanlu, bound to the rack, was silent and confused by Bao Bao's answer. She then sighed, feigning exhaustion, and said, "All right, but this place is protected by a lightning formation. The locked door requires recognition from the highest-ranking researcher in the Biological Defense Department of Bo-Wei. You guys have no hope." Hearing this, Bao Bao, as if with a plan already in mind, turned to Bao Bao and asked how much time they had left. Luckily, Bao Bao understood immediately and replied that they had about half an hour, so they should hurry to the lab and see what they could find. Seeing this, Bao Bao's eyes lit up like headlights. "Let's try." Then she turned and cheerfully said to Hong Yuanlu, "Zhang Jiejie, we'll go to the lab first and see if there's another way." As Bao Bao turned away, the flying snake curiously asked Hong Yuanlu, "Who is that?" Hong Yuanlu, still watching Bao Bao, replied, "She is the master of another transmigrator." That transmigrator found the innocent white rabbit's master, successfully changed classes, and even had a demon leader working for him. Later, even the class change chamber was moved. Upon hearing this, the green snake turned pale and said, "Why didn't I think of that? I was just too happy to transmigrate to another world. I thought I was the main character, so I relaxed, but it seems that's not the case." "Can we be saved this time?" Hong Wenluo said sharply. "I don't know. Although Dong Dong is quite clever, Fei Jia is one of the most scheming people I've ever met. It feels like everything is going according to his plan, and those kinds of people are troublesome if they don't have a weakness." In the dimly lit lab, a cart is being pushed at high speed, accompanied by a voice saying, "Go, bring the snake over here." As Bai Wei and his colleagues approach the prison cell, they split up again. "Muzzle it this time. That mosquito curses too much." Meanwhile, Bao Bao successfully sneaks into the lab, only to find it deserted. "They're all gone?" she wonders. The empty lab is a huge advantage for her. She pushes the door open and exclaims, "Great! The lab's empty and the door's unlocked." Deeper inside, she's stunned by what she sees. This symbol. I've seen it before. It's on Dong Dong and Dao Dao's heads. What does it mean? Bao Bao, silent until now, finally speaks up, drawing on her vast experience from countless films. "This symbol means nothing. Let's see what treasures this research lab holds." It's the culmination of Julei's scientific research. After opening the cabinet, Bao Bao was stunned to see it filled with experience fruits, enough to quickly restore the ranks of the Zhuanyuan clan. Bao Bao opens another cabinet to find it full of glittering stones, saying these are good materials, the kind you rank 4 and 5 cultivators need. Bao Bao greedily scoops them all up, saying, "Take them, take them." After stuffing everything into his bag, he's satisfied. But the space isn't enough. Sadly, there are no weapons or cultivation manuals. Using water manipulation, I'll transport everything through the waterways, leaving behind only what we don't need. Bao Bao, curious about the lab, grabs a vial of blue liquid from the start of the story and takes it with her. Outside the room, a quarrel erupted. "I dare you to touch me again. Can the flying serpent even pay attention to the organization? Speak with a little more civility. Have we ever lied to you?" Hearing a noise, Bao Bao and Bao Bao jump into the tub. "They're here. Let's go." Then, the two vanished into the water. As everyone returned to the lab entrance, Bai Wei sensed something was off and said, "Wait, Inside, a battlefield stretched in every direction, a scene of utter devastation. Seeing this, Baiwei was shocked, his eyes wide with disbelief. Then, he angrily roared, "Damn it, who did this?" Meanwhile, in Zhao Yi's room, the door was locked and the atmosphere was quiet as the little monster stroked his chin, plotting to catch a big fish. He slyly asks, "What does Xiao Yi think of Fei Manor's actions?" Too young to foresee the imp's ulterior motives, she innocently asks, "What actions?" He began to instill in her young mind that this place originally belonged to the Zhuanyuan clan. Seeing her listen attentively, he continued, saying that her father had taken over other people's territory and attacked other groups for certain reasons. What did she think of this kind of behavior? As if feeling guilty, she clasped her hands to her chest, lowered her head sadly, and said, "I've heard a little about this. Even my father regrets it somewhat. He once said, 'To get what you want in this world, you can only sacrifice some to achieve some.'" The little girl drops her hands, her face filled with sorrow, saying that if her father's actions hurt his friends and him, she apologizes on his behalf. At this, Wei Dongdong suddenly thinks that this child is much more mature than others her age, and he really has no experience with children. He turns to the girl to make a deal. "How about this, Xiao Yi? Right now, I don't understand the situation as well as your father does. But if Feiya stops bothering the Wanyuan family, I promise I'll do everything I can to help your father, and for you too." Hearing this, the little girl's gloomy face vanished, replaced by a bright smile and hopeful eyes. "Really, Dongdong? You're the best." With the bait taken, he begins his plan. But first he must rescue those imprisoned by Fei Na. He placed his hands on her shoulders and probed further. "Xiao Yi, do you and your father live together?" Xiao Yi nodded eagerly without hesitation. The time is ripe, and he lays out his plan. Xiao Yi will log off to help him stall Feiya, and hopefully keep him online long enough for Feiya to release the prisoners. The little girl pondered for a moment, then took his hand, agreeing sincerely. "Okay, I understand. Dongdong, take this. It's our guild's token. With this, they won't make things difficult for you." He glanced at the precious token in his hand and said shakily, "Okay." Suddenly, she's frozen, sitting perfectly still before him. The speed catches him off guard, and all he can do is scratch his head and sigh. She's offline already. In a flash, Zhao Yi finds herself on a cozy bed, surrounded by toys scattered on the floor, glancing around the room. She gently puts her feet down, ready to get out of bed, when she notices a book on the bedside table. She grabs the book and strolls to the main door, leaving the room. Barefoot, she tiptoes across the carpeted floor, through hallways lined with white curtains and glass, bathed in golden sunlight. Tiny hands turn to the doorknob, entering a room where they were greeted by a maid. "Ah, Miss Xiao Yi," the maid said with a smile. The little girl put a finger to her lips, signaling the maid to be quiet. "Shh." The little girl quietly approached her father's bedside, where he lay with headphones and glasses on, surrounded by machines and tubes. She lovingly wrapped her arms around his waist and called out sweetly, "Daddy, Daddy." Fei paused his work, turning to look at his daughter with affection. "What is it, my Tiunat?" "Daddy's busy." The little girl put on an adorable face and pleaded, "Tiunat wants Daddy to stay with her a little longer, just a little bit." "All right, let's take a stroll in the garden," he happily agreed. Then, he gently removed the IV drip from his hand and left the bed to walk with his daughter. The two of them went to a garden filled with green grass, vibrant flowers, and a fragrant aroma that filled the air, making them feel relaxed. Stopping in the shade of tall trees, Xiao Yi sat next to her father's wheelchair and eagerly said, "I'll read poetry for you, Dad." Fei lightly closed his eyes, raising a hand to shield his face from the sun, and asked, "Have you met Dongdong?" She widened her eyes and replied, "Yes, I have. He's a very nice person." He listened, then patted his daughter's head, telling her that if she ever had any problems, she could talk to him directly, like if an experiment failed. He said his Xiaoyi was so smart, and he could teach her little by little, which made her overjoyed and teary-eyed. Seeing his daughter so innocent, optimistic, and understanding, he misses his late wife, holding the pendant with her photo that he always wears. Gazing at it, he thinks, "Kim Ha, it's been 9 years since you passed away. Our Xiaoyi is so tall now. What will she look like when she grows up? She'll definitely be as beautiful as you." Unaware of her father's thoughts, Xiao Yi chattered on, "I'll recite a poem I learned recently for you, Dad." He looked at his daughter lovingly and smiled. Okay. But in his heart, he wished time would slow down. Her innocent voice rings out, "Love me or love me not, love is always there, no more, no less." He closes his eyes, leaning back in his wheelchair, listening as her voice echoes, "Together or not together, your hand is in mine, never letting go." As they recited poetry together, bathed in the crimson sunset, the garden transformed into a breathtaking, ethereal scene. Meanwhile, the fanatic pondered the passage of time since the others entered Kunlun, realizing his situation was far less favorable than theirs. Meanwhile, the fanatic, imprisoned, surveyed his surroundings, wondering why there were iron railings in this place. Driven by curiosity, he used his aura to probe, musing that the drain pipe seemed to have been altered. Suddenly, a purple energy emanates from the bars, bearing mysterious patterns. He realizes it's a formation and retreats. A hazy mist of green and purple energy swirls around him, and he wonders if the water flow has intensified. Refusing to be bullied by the water flow, he decides to use a treasure, hoping his luck charm will work. His stats were too low before, but after Fortune Star's training, his luck should easily be over 60. He unleashes his 41 stat points to suppress the torrent, biting his lip as he braces himself, but unease lingers. He's running low, this is his last resort, he must be careful. The strain is taking its toll and he begins to sweat. Suddenly, a rock drifts along the current towards him, followed by many more, large and small, hurtling menacingly, the first one attacking him. Quick as lightning, he leaps backward, narrowly escaping. At that moment, the 41 points he used suddenly became a surge of power, and he could feel his own strength changing as he steeled himself to retaliate, clenching his right fist until his knuckles cracked. With a single upward punch, he clashes against the rocks and water, creating a fierce golden light and a violent tremor, shattering the stones into dust. Having survived the crisis, he breathed a sigh of relief, placing his hand on his chest to calm himself. Thank goodness. Thank goodness. But as he spoke, more small stones began to fall. He looked at them, already guessing the situation. It couldn't be. Indeed, the large vibrating stones from his punch had fallen, blocking the path he thought was his escape. They stacked higher and higher, blocking his hope, leaving him stammering. No, he couldn't get out. He cursed his fate. How could he be so unlucky? Meanwhile, back at the lab, Baidui, furious about the break-in, lashes out, demanding an inventory of what's left. Slamming his fist on the table, he roars, "Who did this? How could the security system fail to detect the intrusion?" Staring ahead, he sees a glaring red message left by the intruder. "I never change my name or location. I am the A-rank swordsman. Come and find me if you dare." Furious, Ajay gritted his teeth and swore, "That brazen dog, leaving behind a moniker." He immediately issued an order. "Notify the research team. I don't care how, be it assassins or a hunting squad. I don't want to see anyone again. Even if he starts over, keep tracking him down and keep killing him," AGI coldly ordered. The cockroach was tied to the bed, and seeing him thrashing around, he laughed and mocked, "I'm dying of laughter. Anyone who touches me is just asking for it. This is called karma." AGI turned around and saw him gloating. His face twisted with rage. He roared, "Get him to the operating room. I'll do the surgery myself later." He was furious, yelling challenges. "Come on, is that all you've got? You think I'm scared of you just because you're bigger?" Ajay ignored his ranting, calmly rearranging the lab equipment. Just then, he walks over and opens a cabinet with many compartments, placing his hand on a touchscreen on the side. The system recognizes his hand, and a chime sounds. The secret compartment opens, revealing the precious reagent. He sighs in relief, washing his hands as he says, "Thankfully, these are still here." Seeing the faucet next to him wasn't closed, he turned it off, complaining about people not turning off the water after using it. The lab fell silent, with only the gurgling of the last drops of water draining from the sink. In the dark, silent space, Bao Bao, who had been secretly watching Brother Ji, eagerly asked Bao Bao, knowing he was gone, "What's wrong? Did you get Badui's palm data?" He replies, "Yeah, he definitely wasn't paying attention when he washed his hands. I surrounded his hand with the water, I gave the data to Chip Chip, and it turns out Chip Chip had already secretly mixed it into Badui's body. All right, all we have to do now is wait for Flying Serpent to be dissected and brought back. Then we can use Chip Chip's data to restore the madhouse prison." Meanwhile, Biguan keeps sighing, smelling of autumn, sadly thinking by the wall, "The madman wants to go home. The madman is too unlucky." Chai, curled up in the corner, finally stirs and wakes up, his neck still shackled with the heavy iron ball. Heaving his heavy body up, his face pale, he gasped in pain. "Damn it! Damn it! Why isn't there an option to disable pain synchronization? I'm dying from the pain, she moans in agony. The sound draws Hong Lo-nguyet's attention, and she anxiously asks, her body restrained by shackles, "What happened to them?" The flying snake flicked its tongue at her, a slight smirk on its face, its voice a mix of amusement and satisfaction. "Not bad. Mix their stuff together. I'm dying of laughter. I really want to meet their dong-dong guy." Just then, a figure in a long robe appeared silhouetted in the doorway, pushing open the heavy door and stepping forward. Hong Luo-yue tensely shifted her gaze to the entrance, muttering apprehensively, "Why?" The figure leaned into view, features and form becoming clearer, then a voice chirped, "Chirp, chirp!" It was Chip Chip in human form, with familiar blue skin. Hong Lo-nguyet exclaimed in astonishment, "You succeeded!" With Bao Bao in her arms, Bao Bao hurried after Chip Chip, muttering urgently, "Hurry, hurry." She rushed to Hong Luo-yue, who was chained to a cross, grabbed the chain binding her, and asked, "How do I open your lock?" Hong Luo agreed, looking at the illuminated screen in the distance, and told Bao Bao to have Chip Chip mimic Bai Wei's hand and operate that screen. Chip Chip quickly complied, placing its hand on the mark on the screen, which beeped in confirmation. Just then, the heavy shackles opened, freeing Hong Luoyu's swollen wrists. Next, the collar on the poor flying snake is released, granting it freedom. The baby urges them on, saying, "Hurry, find a place connected to the drain," its brow furrowing slightly, creating small wrinkles on its plump face. "Hurry, we don't have much time. Luckily, Bao Bao still has 99 points. Let's just bulldoze through the heavenly seat," she urged. "S-rank mind technique? Qiankun reversal?" Hong Luoyue waved her hand with a serious expression. Purple light radiating from her palm, and then she explained, "I can change and control the parameters and values of non-living creatures around me, including gravity and humidity. Structure. Size." As she spoke, Flying Serpent and Bao Bao, who was holding Baby Bao, began to float, enveloped in a soft blue light. Hong Luoyue continued, "I've altered the gravity of the objects and clothing on you, so you can fly." "Let's go," Hong Luoyue said, floating forward. Suddenly, a red-haired man appeared, gleefully pointing at the transparent blue screen before him. "Time for overtime. Let's take a stroll." Just as the redhead looked up, he saw Hong Luoyue's group flying away, escaping from the prison. He looked back and forth between the cell and the escaping group, panicking as he shouted, "Hey, guards!" Realizing they've been spotted, Hong Luoyue coldly utters, "Gravity times 10, as she points down, unleashing an unseen force. The red-haired guard is instantly slammed into the floor, the crushing pressure shattering the tiles and burying him in the wreckage. He painfully thinks, "It hurts so much. Why are my clothes suddenly so heavy?" While the redhead struggles and grits his teeth, Hong Luoyue's group flies away, disappearing around the bend. Meanwhile, in the lab, Bo Dui frowned at the last vial of liquid, muttering, "This little bit is all that's left, but it'll work." Just as he finished speaking, Bao Bao rushed in, exclaiming, "Sorry, just borrowing this." The faucet in the room gushes water at full blast. Before Bo Wei can react, bubbles float up and surround them, leaving him speechless. With a soft explosion and a mist of vapor, Bo Dui realized the last test tube was gone. His eyes nearly popped out of his head as he raged in helplessness. "Even this little bit is gone. I'll kill those 30,000 bastards." The scene shifts, and they arrive at their destination. Bao Bao excitedly parts the water and flies toward the sphere of water. "Tiansui, we're here!" But a sinister voice from above is their only reply. Ladies and gentlemen, the image of a green-skinned figure hovering above the sphere gradually appears, his eyes glowing brightly in the darkness, his sharp jaw and two fangs growing out of his mouth adding to his menacing appearance. With arms crossed and a smirk, he looks down on them. "I've been waiting for so long." The moment Bao Bao sees his form, he recognizes him and cries out in fear, "Lei Ji, the infamous warrior." Then, hesitantly, "What do we do?" Seeing the situation was dire, Bao Bao quickly began casting his spell, causing the water beneath them to rise and swirl around them. Lightning crackles down, destroying the spell and preventing their escape, as Bao Bao announces in fear, "Lei Ju has sealed off this area with lightning. Bao Bao can't escape." And the green-skinned man grins, revealing his sharp teeth with satisfaction. Hong Luoyue grew serious, meeting his gaze without fear, knowing that fighting was the only option. Lei Ju's hand burst forth from the rubble. Seizing Bao Bao and lifting him up, Bao Bao says, "Just kill me now." Lei Ji Zhanfa assesses him. "Not bad, you're a real man. But unfortunately, things have changed, and I can't let you die so easily." "Wait, stop!" the skeleton said, producing the bandit's token. "I want you to let us leave here safely. Whether it's true or false, I'll have to confirm with my boss." With that, the Thunder Control battle method throws Bao Bao back towards Skeleton. As Lei Janfa investigates, Skull, drenched in sweat, thinks, "It's over." "This villain has brains," Skull thinks to himself, clutching Bao Bao. "We'll die together," the Thunder Healing battle method announced, clapping its hands. "I've confirmed with my boss, we're only letting people go." Skull asked, dumbfounded, what he was talking about. And Thunder Treatment Battle Law added that the leader of the Fiends wanted to pause the war with the Zhuanyuan clan. Mount Kunlun had been invaded and could no longer be returned to the Zhuanyuan clan because many other guilds were involved. Then, brandishing the sword, he continued, saying that he would systematically attack the external companies of the Heian Vian. "You'll have to find new territory yourselves, and if you agree, the Divine Weapon questline, the Zhuanyuan sword will be returned to its master. And we can share our Lightning Tribulation 6 transformations. Experience with you. From now on, we will be allies. The Great War is but a fleeting thing. Let bygones be bygones, and I hope you'll relay that message to everyone." Skeletal is puzzled by the sudden truce as Thunder Control Battle Art crosses his arms and speaks. "The boss must have his reasons, I'm just a subordinate. But I did get to witness the little one's growth. She asked me to send her regards." Thunder Treatment waved his hand, signaling to leave. "Please, get out of here," Bao Bao said worriedly. "How is Bao Bao? If he's not doing well, let's wait for everyone and then go rescue him." Suddenly, a light flashed, and Bao Bao and Ko Lao appeared, prompting Bao Bao to speak up. "Are you guys okay?" Skeleton said, holding Bao Bao out in front of him. "Don't worry, he's fine. Let me tell you what the Thunder Treatment warrior told me." Honglo Yue raised her hand and asked, "So this is what happened?" "So what are everyone's plans?" Skull adds. "First, we must deliver the message to Zhuanyuan, then let them decide." Honglo Yu crossed her arms and said, "Next, we'll return to Mount Xianling. If anything happens, contact us again. Dongbei is excited." We finally meet. Dongbei rushes to hug Bao Bao and Ko Lao. "Boss, from now on, what you say goes. If you say east, I won't dare go west. My respect for you is like the Yellow River, flowing on without end." "You're being too familiar," the streamer said, sticking his tongue out. "Wrong, wrong, wrong. Don't you know, Big Shot? Every isekai needs a main character, and after some trial and error, we've determined that you're it. If I can just latch onto you, I, Lao Hu, will never have to worry about food again. And I can travel freely in this 2D world." Skull chuckled, remarking that he felt more like the main character than I did. "But thankfully, the mission is complete," the skeleton added. "Next, we rest and prepare to advance to 4th stage. And don't forget to figure out how to transport all the stolen documents back home," Flowing Cloud added. "A bookworm doesn't steal, they borrow," Skeleton said, looking up. "It seems we've forgotten something." Finally, the fanatic emerges from the ground. Next, we wait for the zealot to complete his mission in the meeting room with everyone. The skeleton reaches out, saying, "This is the information sent by the Lamb faction. As for how to respond, the decision rests with you." The saintess paled, raising a hand to her mouth as she whispered, "Very well, we'll discuss it internally. We'll have an answer for you shortly." With that, Skeleton turned and rejoined his group. Skull thought to himself, "Traveling this much has gained me many friends." Bao Bao whines, clinging to the red-dressed girl's leg, begging for more lucky charms. "It's very helpful to me," the girl in the red dress questioned. "I gave you all 400+ charms from the last 6 months. Isn't that enough?" Go, I'm all out, not a single one left." Skull asks Bao Bao if they've made contact with the situation on the other side. Bao Bao said that Xiaosha told him the situation over there is very unstable. According to Dodo, they are struggling to resist. But many of our people have been captured and sealed away, with no chance of resurrection. The other demons were well protected by the Divine Instructor, but we need to return to the central courtyard quickly. Skull replied, "After we finish here, we'll return with Shinkun." Kulu added, "However, this time, we've seen the vast difference in power of the Lightning Tribulation 6 transformations. That 6th cycle from Paradise is proving difficult to deal with," a pale-faced man said as he stepped forward. "We have 2 things we'd like to discuss with you. First, we agree to a truce and will abandon Mount Kunlun. Secondly, we want to return to the Central Plains with you and help you conquer it. Consider it our new shared base." Hearing this, Skeleton was overjoyed and exclaimed, "That's great! If that's the case, dealing with their transcendents shouldn't be a problem anymore, right?" The man beside him paled, saying that they'd likely have to rely on themselves for now. "Let me correct that statement. Heaven now has 3 transcendents. Heaven, named after Western gods, now has Poseidon and Guy who have completed the 6th transformation. Which is why we agreed to a truce. Battle experience and Lightning Flash's 6th transformation are both important to us. the man added. Battle is training in a secret base, as the sixth transformation refers to the application of rules. The Azure world rejects Dojan far more than it rejects ordinary level 6 cultivators, making his path to level 6 far more difficult than normal. Which means, if he cultivates successfully, there's no doubt he'll be the #1 rank 6. Kolu added, while we're back in paradise, I wonder if more rank 6s will appear. If that's the case, let's wait for the battle. Hong Hai interjected, why worry? 3 rank 6s are the limit for paradise anyway. If we hadn't given all our resources to the battle, we could have had even more rank 6s. After the summit, we'll have time to reorganize and acquire more resources. So, let's aim for this. Within a month of returning to Central Continent, we'll have at least 2 more rank 6s. Kolau replied, okay, let me know if you need any materials. The octopus girl chimed in, we're on the same side now. So they've contacted Qinglong. He said there's no problem, just give him the time. He'll finish tending the garden and head straight to Trungden Island, and he'll bring more remnant beasts with him. Excitedly, Kulu says they should roll up their sleeves and set off from the coast in 3 days. At another base, a discussion unfolds, the voice emanating from a masked figure. The Wise clan allied with Star Cluster beings for just one wild beast. To think they dare wage war against paradise. Our assassin alliance must take a slice. Dushin says that the Sage Fellowship has lost so many players and doesn't even have a rank 6. In this battle, I believe the Celestial Paradise will win, and we can assist them if needed. Yawu spoke, Uncle, I have a feeling that the side with the numbers will win. The masked man tapped the table and gave his orders. Very well, we'll play both sides. The reason our assassin alliance has lasted so long isn't because of which side appears. Help them when necessary, Night Dance snapped back. I'm only responsible for killing. Just give me the target, the masked man said. The biggest battle before the main front. Accepting the 9th main front quest feels like the East-West War is repeating itself. At the Player Forum's virtual hall, earth-shattering news breaks. The reconciliation of Huyen and Kule, the resurgence of the East-West War, and Trungbin Island as the epicenter. Who will win? She heard the news and said, I can't believe my brother is involved in something so big. Honey, we have to go help them then, the wife replied. Yeah, let's go then, Bao Bao said, still wallowing in a pile of happy sadness. What luck. The boy in the hat sighed as he fished. I told you I caught a spirit beast, but no one believed me. That's why I borrowed the Chanka net, an A-grade treasure, just waiting for the spirit whale to appear. I refuse to fail this time. The fishing rod twitches. The spirit coon has taken the bait, rising from the water to the shore. It's here. He stares in excitement. Quick, cast the net. Someone taps his shoulder. Excuse me, brother. And he turns his head, annoyed. Who is it? If you ruin my star spirit hunt again, the Zhuan Yuan 3 purities appear before him. Skull asks if the others have entered his dream world. The white-haired girl confidently says, they're safe for now in my replica. Skull raises his hand and says, the appointed time has arrived. Let's prepare to depart. They fly up toward the star cone, whose mouth is full of water, its eyes gazing at the sky. Then it dives back into the water, startling the hooded boy. Hey, it got away again? The noble star whale sits and says, I understand your news. My return trip through the Star River will take 1 month. This month, our group of 5th stage cultivators will discuss, debate, and practice to advance to the 6th stage. Bao Bao lies lazily. Bao Bao doesn't want to participate. You guys can play by yourselves. Can I sleep over there? The braided whitebeard elder said that the lightning goo on him allows them to see the great Tao of fortune, so they should keep him here, as the rank 6 ceremony takes a lot of time and high-end materials, which they only have 4 attempts worth of. Lei Jia has only succeeded after 3 attempts, so don't try it recklessly without understanding. The sperm whale grumbled, go sleep over there, and Bao Bao happily agreed. Okay, in the clear blue sky, seagulls soar, and on the sea, the star-kun bobs. Skeleton looks at Dong and says, do you think we can ever go back? Happily, he proudly says, why go back? Isn't the Azure world great? Let me tell you, in the real world. After my parents divorced, they both saw me as a burden and didn't want me. I grew up alone, hated socializing, had no friends, and lived in my dad's old room. Every day I was only accompanied by comics and the Azure World game. Then I won a transdimensional experience ticket and pressed yes without hesitation. The image of the reward appeared in my mind. Congratulations, you've won a time travel ticket from the 15th anniversary Miracle Prize event, allowing you to travel to the Azure World. Do you wish to proceed? Yes or no? Even if I'm dissected 10,000 times, this old fox won't regret it. Do you want to return because you care about someone there, or do you want to meet Miss Pow Pow in the real world? The skeleton's cheeks are flushed. Pow Pow is adorable, but I'm just a little monster after all, and what if I can't return? Things are going well now, so why bring it up? Go and hone your skills. The Grand Array is in a month, so I'm off to train. By the time I dock, I should be able to ascend. The skeleton left, but the fireworks kept popping around his head. Flowing Stream thought to himself. The younger generation is amazing. This is why I love Azure World and the 2D world. Here, people can take off their masks, forget their troubles, find new friends and passions, or be moved to tears by a game's story. Life here is so vibrant and diverse. This place is amazing. What is reality anymore? The skull happily says, another day full of energy in the echoing fairy tale world. The Little Knives group is practicing their combat skills, using the materials selected by Master before advancing to the next level. As a mythic grade level 5 monster, she'll quickly advance. Even a 5th transition. Guling said softly, thank you, Dong Dong. I was too stressed about my family before. I've heard about the incident from 7th Commander. My father is no longer in mortal danger either. Wang Fei's business has also temporarily stopped trading, Skull said, waving his hand. Why are you being so distant? We're on the same side now, but there's still something I'm curious about. I told the players before that all information related to my real identity would be deleted. So, what do you think of talking to me now? It's all the same, especially since you gave us such a mess of information before. Though now, when we talk like this, aside from the keywords being muted, we can imagine the rest ourselves. Skull sighed. I wanted to give information to the Rainbow team to investigate my home, but some of it mentioned my real address, so my real identity was erased, Guling said, looking at Pow Pow. But your behavior was already suspicious. You could be a high-level NPC. In our eyes, high-level NPCs are as alive as humans. The only one who didn't suspect your identity was probably Pow Pow. I'm very expressive. And isn't Ungu Thu, as an NPC, also very good at expressing himself? Don't you guys communicate with each other? Suddenly, lightning strikes before them, startling Skeleton and Guling. Lightning here too? Bao Bao's been struck. He's smoking, covered in injuries and convulsing. He looks terrible, Skeleton asks worriedly. What happened to you? Bao Bao held up a hand, telling them to stop and not come near, or they'd become unlucky. Guling wondered why. Didn't you say he was born lucky? How did he end up like this? The story begins yesterday with the overlapping luck talismans. Only 2 luck talismans can be used per day. Bao Bao clings to Pow Pow's arm, complaining about the restrictions and asks if there's a better charm. She pulls Bao Bao off, saying there isn't one, but then hesitates. There might be a way to make it happen for you, Bao Bao, eyes sparkling. What is it? Is there really? Bao Bao will go ask. Pow Pow says that in the mental cultivation method, there's a way to use stored luck. So the most you can store is 25 luck points. What does Fortune Star want in exchange? Pow Pow continued, saying the required materials were feathers from Qingdao and some rare minerals. Luckily, he had them all, but saving this luck would cost triple the interest. It also takes at least 3 days for the bad luck to wear off before your good luck returns to normal. If you want to save these 25 luck points for later, I'll take 75 luck points from you now because the conditions are so harsh. The highest I've ever seen was 85, which was enough to open the box for Bao. Normal people have around 60 or 70, but most can't handle having their luck tripled for 3 days. She happily picks up Bao Bao, saying, but if it's Bao Bao, let's give it a try. Bao Bao calculates that if they successfully save the luck, Bao Bao's luck points could reach a maximum of 124 points. Right, Bao Bao lies on its back, ready to go. My previous master used to say that intelligence is also an art, and they were an intelligent Bao Bao. Pow Pow says that's why its previous owner left the game, and now she needs to check his luck stat, because human luck is always fluctuating and no one is ever truly lucky. She takes out the luck storage and uses it on Pow Pow, revealing 98. So unlucky. Even just lying there, Bao Bao can reach the 5th level of cultivation by touching the luck. Open, and a purple aura emanates from Bao Bao as the luck inscription is absorbed. Good. She looks at the luck inscription, then tells Bao Bao that it will carry this luck for 3 days, after which the inscription will take effect. But if Bao Bao dies in the middle, the ritual will be interrupted, and this imprint will fail. But bad luck will still cling to you for 3 days before it stops. Bao Bao sighed. 23 points of luck. Maybe bad luck isn't so scary in the copy world. The white-haired girl said, confused, why do I have such a bad feeling? Bao Bao lay prone on the ground, charred black by the flames as Wei Dongdong calmly watched on, saying, still good, still good. You only got struck by lightning once. How unlucky could you possibly be? He recalls the fanatic with 41 luck points from before. Even the fanatic with 41 luck points was trapped under sunken rock for a day, then immediately ran into guards after being dug out. While fleeing, he tripped, and though the guards chased him relentlessly, they couldn't land a fatal blow. It took over an hour of fighting for him to finally die. What's your exact luck stat right now? He lay still, sighing softly. 23. Dong Dong and Gu Ling's expressions froze at that statement. It continued slowly. My luck has never been this low in my entire life. They wordlessly increased the distance between themselves and Bao Bao. Wei Dong Dong anxiously asked, "Wait, are you affecting our luck? What if we test it and still get a normal reading?" Bao Bao reached out his little hand towards the tree, speaking weakly. "Here, go over there and strike that tree with all your might." With a wave of her hand, the sword flies towards the hapless tree, and a sudden gust of wind whips through the leaves. The sword pierced through the swaying green leaves, striking the rock beside the tree. Then it loops back towards its owner, who seems to be the target, as Bao Bao struggles on the ground. A green light surrounds him. Water fairies appear, enveloping the sword, as Bao Bao lazily explains. "You see, your luck stat is normal, but your actions will affect it." Bao Bao took a sip, then made a few strange noises, his face suddenly turning green before he started foaming at the mouth. "Is your sword poisoned?" he asks, fainting and recoiling in fear. "You reek of sweat." "Yes, I poisoned my sword. But the kill rate is only 2%. Usually it wouldn't be so easy." Bao Bao looks up to the sky. His small, thick hands flail around, foam still bubbling from his mouth. "See it clearly? This is the end." Bao Bao returns to the sea, where there is only water. Survival conditions. Nguyen Dong Dong stops him, telling him to wait. "Do you think luck determines everything?" Bao Bao's eyes darkened, and he nodded slightly. "That's right." Nguyen Dong Dong clenched his frosty hand. "Determined. If we aren't plagued by bad luck, and we all have abilities, as Fortune said, if we can just burn off all his bad luck, this torment will end sooner. So, we'll help you. I refuse to believe that after we help you." But he still couldn't overcome this tribulation, as Nguyen Dong Dong stood in the middle, surrounded by everyone. It was a touching scene as Nguyen Dong Dong raised his fist and declared that their mission was to protect Bao Bao for the next 3 days, or find a way to help him get rid of his bad luck. Let's all work together to complete this mission. The group raised their arms in unison, cheering. "Okay." Bao Bao's face is all shriveled up and looks extremely pitiful. His eyes shine as he looks at the scene before him. "Everyone, retract your words. The sky is about to collapse." But that wayward lightning bolt struck poor Bao Bao, though luckily he managed to unleash his flames in time, creating a shield that protected him. I knew it would work. The lightning struck the rocks, leaving Bao Bao stunned and paralyzed. The group watches in dismay as the massive boulder slides down the slope, an impossibly large rock. Everyone worked together to stop this boulder. At this moment, Bao Bao was struck by lightning and lay motionless. The zealot raised a fist glowing with light, saying, "This is my A-rank technique, blood sharing. It can continuously regenerate, not as powerful as the Philosopher's Stone, but not bad either, which is why the fanatic lasted over an hour before finally dying." Hearing that, Bao Bao was shocked and said, "Don't be so proud of your achievements." At that moment, everyone joined forces to strike, creating a huge cloud of white smoke. But the stone was unmoved. Wei Dong Dong thought to himself tensely that this was a gold-absorbing stone. "It's a rare type, I told you it couldn't be broken." The heavy boulder then spread, sending everyone flying into the sky. Bao Bao and the heavy stone were only inches apart. It was terrified, and as expected, it was sent flying into the sky by the rock. At this point, Bao Bao seems to be in bad shape, painfully saying, "They're poisoned, struck by lightning, hit by falling rocks, and still trying to heal. Let me just end this." At that moment, a boy appeared, sitting on a lotus flower, and behind him appeared a god who looked just like him. Suddenly, tears began to stream down the face of the giant god. The boy suddenly says uncomfortably, "This is difficult, I can't deduce it anymore." The old man, seeing this, says, "Before, we were given the techniques and equipment to use, but now we have to create our own. So it's like asking us to understand how the energy of the meteor world is transported, to understand its underlying logic, and then construct a new cultivation method." Hearing this, the boy worriedly replied, "I've already manifested 3 heads and 6 arms to study it myself, but there are still some parts I can't understand. My experience is just repeated practice, honing the meridians. He really is something. Refine this simple lightning spell, hone it, and forge a new S-Class technique. Keep talking. It's still better to be the wild monster. His progress is much faster than ours." Then, an image of her meditating appears. He continues, saying she'll likely be the first of them to reach the 6th stage. We then see the spirit girl meditating with a blue orb before her. Lost in thought, she wonders, why do we exist? Why do we possess these techniques? Like allowing monsters to transform, devouring living beings. At that moment, the spirit and the water flowed around the orb. Then, a fishtail emerged and snaked its way in, the orb swallowing it whole. A small water monster suddenly appeared. She pondered, realizing it could be done. But why did she feel her body's worth diminish with each transfer? After a few seconds, she thinks, no value? Is that normal? At that moment, the boy anxiously continues. Forget it. I won't try to deduce it directly anymore. I'll start training from the first arm. He chanted, a worried look on his face, as a large golden hand appeared behind him. Suddenly, her eyes widened as she remembered something. She happily says, I can feel it. Let's try the sixth transformation now. But just as she's about to leave, a voice calls out from behind her. Wait, it's Bao Bao, dragging its wounded body towards her. Seeing its pitiful state, she asks, why are you in such a state, even worse than if I had beaten you? Hearing this, the white seal took a breath and said, I persevered for 9 days. Bao Bao had saved up 3 lucky charms worth 25 points each and offered one, saying, this one's for you. It'll give you a little luck when you cross the threshold. Hearing that, the star spirit picked up the star and asked, 9 days? Isn't it only 3 days to collect one? Do you have a death wish, risking your life to collect them like that? Bao Bao replied, no. After that first stroke of bad luck, it's like I've been struck by lightning multiple times, and I can see things now, the strings connected to everyone's backs. Or perhaps it's luck. A clear, refreshing morning suddenly appears, with lives dancing in the sky when a voice rings out. It seems that Bao Kao can now see how the movement of one object affects the movement of another, and the water droplets on the leaves begin to fall. Another voice speaks, revealing that Bao Bao only has 20 luck points left in these final days. A conversation unfolds between the sea otter and a giant serpent. The massive, blue flying serpent asks, why have you summoned me? Hearing this, Bao Bao says, for the experiment, stand there. The giant flying serpent turns away, annoyed. The lightning's going to strike you anyway, so a few more times won't hurt, right? But as soon as he said that, bolts of lightning flashed across the sky, and Bao Bao could see his thoughts. Each person's karma comes to fruition when the time is right. Suddenly, lightning strikes the giant snake, causing it to scream out in agony. The giant serpent then exhaled small plumes of black smoke, lamenting and begging for the spell to be undone. Hearing this, Bao Bao said, it's a success. This is my chance to advance to the 6th level. After telling him everything, it returned to reality, and Bao Bao clung to Shinkun's skirt. So, after him, Bao Bao wants to try the 6th transition. Will it work? Bao Bao doesn't want to waste the transition materials and the Zhuanyuan transition formation. The Star Kun then said, all right, come with me, and when your luck returns, you can be my protector. At that moment, Bao Bao happily replied, not yet, but soon. It's okay. The bad luck isn't coming for me anymore. Bao Bao realizes that if he can find someone else to bear his misfortune, he'll be fine. But before he can finish, Shinkun kicks him away. Then overcome all your trials before seeking me. Meanwhile, the boy continues to meditate, surrounded by a radiant light. Suddenly, the door on this side glowed with blinding light, and the saint, paling, sensed something was wrong and asked, someone reincarnated 6 times? Shinkun sees the door light up again and wonders who the last person is. Suddenly, Yunjiang appears with Shinkun, who is holding Bao Bao, leaving the saint stunned. Is that Bao Bao? Meanwhile, Wei Dongdong and Flying Serpent, struck by lightning, lie in agony, lamenting, heavens, why is all the bad luck falling on us in these last 3 days? As they gathered around Elder Nguyen's table, he remarked that primordial beings like them could ascend to the 6th stage the fastest, but he couldn't believe that Bao Bao had also reached the 6th stage. Seeing this, Tin Khan said that the new cultivation method he had researched would allow the demonic spirits to possess the characteristics of the immortal creatures they devoured, and also, with their previous traits, the highest a demonic spirit could reach was rank 5. Everyone wondered where her cultivation technique or equipment was, and then Bao Bao spoke. Bao Bao calls it karma, but I can't see the level of this technique. Now, Bao Bao can see everyone's luck and know how their actions will affect things. Nguyen Dong, resting his chin on his hand, wonders, what's the specific effect? Bao Bao immediately responds, saying, for example, that she can see a crack in this table. And with a light touch, the table shatters. Dong Dong agrees, saying that this ability, if used well, could take down a formidable opponent on the battlefield. Excited, Bao Bao realizes this means she can find the safest place on the battlefield to take a nap. The others can only stare at her in exasperation. Typical Bao Bao. The adult looked pale, reaching out to examine the fragments before using their power to repair them. With only 1 day left until Zhongting, our next task is to conquer it, leading to a new national war. She then gestures to simulate a town. To occupy a territory in the Azure world, one must meet one of 3 conditions: martial prowess, wealth, or reputation. Each city has different requirements. For example, a trading town demands high commercial application. While brute force works, it could easily lead to acquiring a worthless city. Therefore, it's best to use corresponding tactics to conquer a city, and once successful, you'll become the lord of that territory. She imagines a lord in a long robe with the power to tax, appoint, and dismiss people in that city, while also receiving strength enhancements, making conquering a city very difficult. She continues to simulate a map of interconnected cities. Once you conquer 5 or more cities, you can register to form a nation. But even a small nation like Dai requires us to attack more than 7 cities. Dongdong pondered. With our current strength, attacking the Dai nation backed by Paradise will be difficult. Even a top-tier level 6 can only ensure we don't suffer losses in the battle. He slams his hand on the table, but in the world of Sky Blue, even the best strategies can't always turn the tide. A direct assault would be suicide against 1,000 soldiers, even for a rank 6 cultivator. That's why almost everyone has to participate in the national war. Then he begins to imagine. In Tien Than, even regular players will be supplied with weapons and combat equipment for this battle, while scholars will provide political support, touching on every field like economics, culture, politics, and so on. This is what the real Tien Than world is all about. The girl with the bun looks at the model and says, "This is a key trading town for Trungdin, and more importantly, it's a neutral city. If we take it, we can use it as a base and ask the system to allow us to establish a teleportation point." But Ngui Dongdong is uneasy. I feel like attacking the city directly is too risky. We should think of another move. What other move is there? Saint asks, flustered, as Ngui Dongdong points at the table. This is the territory of the 5th Order Dragon Monster of Trungdin. We attack it, then seize its territory. From there, we'll gradually expand, occupying the smaller monster territories around here, and then besiege the city. A flawless plan. However, the old man then said, "Right now, we have at least 2 rank 6 monsters and 3 rank 5 players. And with 3 5th-level demons, no one would ever suspect we'd use such force to attack a demon territory. Poor thing." Wei Dongdong, oblivious, continued pointing at the map. "Then we need to call up soldiers and buy horses. Ordinary players and neutral NPCs are a considerable force to summon, even if their loyalty isn't very high." He concluded, "That's it for now. After we get to the island, we'll attack the monster territory first to establish a base." He wondered what Dudu and the others were up to. Meanwhile, on the island, a figure was running for their life. It was Banban, dashing like an arrow, with Lama hot on his heels, taunting him to keep running. Lapma flew ahead, intercepting Banban, and blasted through him, scattering his parts. Banban's head rolled on the ground, looking up to see Dao Hoa and Lapma standing triumphantly before him. "I won't let you escape this time, Banban. Those 2 dogs were able to reach the 4th stage because they were given B-rank cultivation techniques by the Heavenly Court." Lapma crosses his arms, smug. So what? They've captured quite a few of his brothers, including the Earth Dragon and Earth Spirit. They've been taken back to Dai Viet, never to be reborn. Only you are left. And that damn leopard too. I'm truly enraged in this Azure world. You monsters are done for. I will crush every bone in your body and use your skull as a decoration. Meanwhile, the mercenaries enter a forest, and the young man puts his hands in his pockets. The dragon of the central courtyard has never been conquered. Since there are no quest guides or reward prompts, no one dares provoke it. A 5-stage monster appearing out of nowhere? There must be a secret reward here. The white-haired girl immediately retorted, "The price of death in the Azure world is steep, and we only have 4 4th job players. Are you sure we should attack this 5th job monster leader? We once relied on our numbers to successfully ambush a level 5 monster, so 50 against 1 is still in our favor. But as they ventured deeper into the forest, the leader sensed something was wrong. Wait, there's movement ahead." He then immediately called for reinforcements. A long-armed boy, quick as a squirrel, suddenly jumped up into the branches, but was taken by surprise. "Wait, leader, something's wrong. The leader below is extremely worried. What happened?" He immediately jumped down to report what he saw. The flame dragon was gone, and he saw a group of people building a house, led by someone named Smile Kebab. The leader was bewildered. Had someone already taken the prime spot, and were they players? The boy was now flustered, at a loss for words. There are even monster players, and they seem to be cooperating. The team leader was shocked to hear this. What is this? I've seen players ally with NPCs to form a nation, but players and monsters? Over here, they're building together, Smile is waving a flag, and Wei Dongdong is commanding. The team leader approaches and thinks as he sees them building a base. At that moment, Bao Bao was lying in the grass looking up at someone full of checkmarks. Wasn't it said that there were few people here? Why are there players here? The squad leader panics. This thing is a level 120 A-rank sea otter. Seeing this, they panic and shout in unison, "A sea otter? What the hell?" Bao tilted its head, saw them, and patted its belly thinking, "Leave now, before I have to get involved. Don't fight, it's such a pain. I finally found a safe, comfy place to lie down." "Wait, we can't let them leave. Our information must not be leaked," the mercenaries thought, huddling together in fear. They're not planning to silence us, are they? No, that can't be right. We're players, and there'd be an announcement if we were eliminated. Wei Dongdong ran over, teary-eyed, pleading, "I sincerely implore you to join us." Then, he takes the team leader's hand, who is surprised. "Join. This is where players unite to form a nation." Then, he reached down and stroked Bao Bao's chin, saying, "This 6th level sea otter you see is proof. Tell me, have you ever seen transformed monsters before? Could they all be strange insectoids? How could a level 6 sea beast just appear out of nowhere?" The boy detective wondered why the main quest hadn't appeared yet. Wei Dongdong explains that after ascending to the 6th rank, you won't see this sea otter's bloodline anymore, or its level. After ascending, everything becomes invisible, including the mission prompts. Then he turned, wielding his power, saying, "Join us early to enjoy more mission benefits and territorial advantages. Your future, even reaching the 5th, 6th, or 7th rank, all depends on your choice today." At that moment, the mercenary leader spoke up, saying he founded his group to prove himself, and that day had come. He declared to the Frostbone and Seaball adults that his Kaitian mercenaries were willing to accept the mission, but the scout worried that they were being deceived. Wei Dongdong then called out to Tianbian, asking her to come out and accompany the group leader in bringing the mercenaries back. Wei Dongdong then whispered to Tianbian that this mercenary group was sure to be large, and that the remnants of the Zhuanyuan clan would be leading 300 people. He's splitting up the group so the leader has command, then dangling some benefits in front of them. We'll trick them into working for free while making them believe we have real missions so they won't leak any information. Tianbian, were you a multi-level marketing salesperson in a past life? How are you so good at getting people to join our group? Then, Tianbian approached the group, telling them to follow him so he could assign them tasks, at which point the leader wondered what was wrong with Red Flame Dragon. Tianbian nonchalantly points ahead. "It's over there, hauling rocks." The group leader is speechless as we flash back to the day before, with the Crimson Flame Dragon weeping before everyone. They shout, "Answer quickly, are you surrendering or not? If not, we'll keep fighting." It's a windy day in Unangiep City as Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao contemplate their next move. We're finally back. It all started in Unangiep City. Bao Bao picks up a piece of paper. "Let's contact Sister Ngu Thu first. She used to live here. We can discuss with her how to attack this neutral city." She pondered. Pao Pao can now refine the souls of monsters and spirits, and Dong Dong received the soul-wishing manual and materials from the last incident. Since our manual levels have met the requirements, we can go to the transfer station to advance to the 4th level. She closed her eyes in thought, realizing this was the shape-shifting tool, capable of temporarily altering her face for half an hour, though it couldn't completely change her attributes or level. Dong Dong's mist form was a decent disguise, and few had ever seen Bao Bao. Nguyen Dong Dong, now clothed and holding Bao Bao, said, "We're wanted everywhere in the Central Plains, so let's quickly resolve this and get out." At that moment, Bao Bao transformed into Shui Shui, looked at Nguyen Dong Dong and said, "Let's go." The two headed towards the city gates, only to be stopped by the guards. "Sorry, but these two pets need to be leashed before entering the city." Bao Bao is surprised by this strange rule, but Nguyen Dong Dong quickly figures things out. "It's okay. The checks are strict outside, but it'll be freer inside the city. Let's hurry." This is where it all began. He then looked at Bao Bao with the rope in his hand, his eyes pleading, "That familiar scent. Hurry, master. Tie me up." The onlookers began to whisper, seeing his eagerness. It seems this skeleton has some kind of ailment. Meanwhile, Nguyen Dong Dong is being led forward by the rope. "We're back in the city," Bao Bao said, looking at Nguyen Dong Dong. Realizing it, she excitedly added that they'd been in the game for over half a year and felt like they'd experienced so much. From this park exam to the main quest, and now building our own nation. Bao Bao and Bao Bao happily drink their milk tea, then head to a cafe where Nguthu is waiting, immediately recognizing them and calling out. I've heard a little about your story, but I'm currently researching with the teachers at the Divine Institute and can't help you. I'm sorry. We're already grateful that the Divine Institute accepts some small demons like us. This time, I've brought the remnants of the Zhuan Yuan here to subdue the Institute and join us in attacking heaven. I only acted because you're students, but joining a war with VAPs is out of the question. But feel free to call on me if you need anything. Nguyen Dongdong is excited. Of course. We plan to attack Wangai City and make it our first base. Hearing this, Yu Thu was immediately furious. Are you crazy? The reason why Dai Country can't attack Wangai City is because the city lord of Wangai City is a 5th-level warrior. Plus, there's the city's protective formation, and he and his 100 personal guards have countless opportunities to respawn, Dongdong said confidently. We know our limits. Just trust us. And could you give us a detailed map of Wangye City, including secret passages and waterways? Even better if you have a map of the formation layout. I'll see what I can do, but my friends and family are here, so I have to keep them safe if you choose to attack with force. Her eyes began to fill with sorrow. I knew you weren't human from Zhengluoyue, and I felt uneasy. Later, after studying with Master Shenjizi and learning more about Tianqing, I became even more doubtful. Outside the window, leaves fell as Nguthu sadly asked, Dongdong, what are we? Dongdong looked at her sister, unable to answer, while Bao Bao looked on, confused. Are they talking about some secret plan? Why can't I hear anything? Am I muted? Huh, I'm all grown up. Did I accidentally turn on teen mode? Wei Dongdong is flustered, unable to answer. At that moment, Bao Bao speaks up. Why worry so much? Look at Bao Bao, eating, sleeping, carefree, and happy. Why bother thinking about those things and tiring yourself out? At that moment, Nguthu stood up, saying, That's right, you don't have much time. Go to the special training facility first, and we'll talk more after we leave the city. They headed out together, unaware that Bao Bao had transformed into Shui Shui, who was quite excited. Dongdong reminisced as she recalled how some people had bumped into Nguthu and gotten slapped for it. It's been a long time, hasn't it? If we weren't so pressed for time, I'd want to wander around some more. Then they walked forward and suddenly encountered Lama, who was tossing Banban's skull in the air. Too bad the Divine Guard only protects a small area. That skeleton is really stubborn. We should report this to the city lord later. Dongdong was immediately frightened, and as they passed each other, Lama recognized him and turned back. Another intelligent bone pet? Dongdong hesitated, then roared, lunging at Lama. I'll take your life. Dongdong slams Lama's head into the ground, the force shattering the bricks as Lama cries out in pain, his mouth filling with blood. Yushu shouts, Dongdong, what are you doing? Dongdong is furious. This bastard captured my subordinate demons, and Banban is still in his hands. Nguthu turns to see 2 figures approaching. Fighting in the city will alert the guards, and you're still wanted. If you're surrounded now, there's no escape. Meanwhile, Bao Bao restrains the remaining enemies. Restrain them first. In this city, those who practice water-based magic can only move through the city's water pipes. At that moment, Lama, pinned to the ground, roared in anger. I remember you. You're that bone-shifting bastard from before. I finally found you, and let me tell you, even if you kill me, I'll just come back to life. And the monsters under your command are in my hands. Whatever you do to me, I'll do right back to them and live stream it for everyone to see. Dongdong is furious. How can someone play like you? How can you be so disgusting? Rama laughs, saying the game is like that. The world of Azure is so real, yet you all act like real people. And you feel like you're torturing a real soul. How could a monster like you understand this feeling? Just then, a guard rushed over. What are you doing? Fighting is forbidden in the city. Stop at once. Brother Hao, we weren't fighting, just arguing a little. We're leaving now. The guard immediately recognized Nguthu. All right, you guys need to stop fighting. You're making this difficult for me. It's good to have connections. Nguthu then turned to Dongdong. Let's get out of here before we cause a scene. Aren't you NPCs? Can't you see he's attacking me? Arrest him. But the 2 guards acted as if they saw nothing. Look at this beautiful weather. What a big moon. Why is this street so deserted? Nothing seems to be happening. Damn it, it's daytime. Meanwhile, on the outskirts, Dongdong sadly clutches Banban's skull. You abandoned us, and now Banban's eyes are filled with sorrow. It's good you're back, boss, but I miss Jiaolin. Dongdong, filled with rage, glared at the group, declaring he would handle them, while Bao Bao, no longer Tuyet, charged and merged with the others. What did you just say about those monsters? The 2 of them stared blankly, eyes wide. When did Bao Bao become so fierce? Lama lay flattened on the ground. Are you insane? Getting worked up over some demons? Do you even know how much someone's offering for the demon beside you? He's more than just a pet. Selling him would set you up for life. Bao Bao was becoming even more enraged. Just a pet? Have you never encountered anything or anyone interesting before? Llama growls. Are you crazy? Treating a pet like reality? Are you in love with your pet? How stimulating. Dong Dong then steps forward, pushing Bao Bao behind him. You can't reason with him alone. What can you do to me? At worst, I'll die once, and when I'm reborn, I'll continue to torment your comrades. How much money do you want to find my comrades? And help me deal with a groundhog named Hien Vian. The choice is simple. Join the Kuli Alliance, unite, and form a nation in Trung Bin, or choose a side. The remaining three were stunned as Dong Dong continued. Besides the benefits that paradise brings you, I can give you even more. This little brat. Dong Dong then turned to Bao Bao. If he's this type of person, then his comrades won't be able to resist temptation either. The more we worry, the happier he'll be. Just give me information on those demons. The rewards will be greater. Killing that hamster will get you even more. I see. The demons are currently imprisoned in Lavish, the main city of the Jia nation, where 3 heavenly archons are stationed. At that moment, Lima was tightly bound, unable to resist, and he roared. Why are you listening to a demon? This is just a game. It cost a pretty penny, huh? The system's raising prices, but a good fight will increase our odds of survival. That's what Dong Dong said. Just use his own logic against him. No one trusts a person who doesn't keep their word. At this moment, Nai Kao finished decoding. That kid logged off. Should we keep fighting? Meanwhile, back in the real world, a boy rages while playing the game in his messy room. Why? Why does this monster keep opposing me everywhere? All I did was kill a few monsters and raid some mindless AIs. His eyes filled with rage and bloodlust. I will make you pay, Skull Demon. At that moment, a curse echoed through a palace. It's laughable. After disappearing for a few months, that skull is brazenly leading remnants of the Hien Vian into the city. Now, suddenly receiving a quest from the system to wage war against Ngip Than, that voice belongs to Zeus. It's the Hien Vian again. Didn't Ki Lei eradicate them already? Why isn't that dead monkey following suit? Don't be sad, Boise. In the 9th main quest's war, that monkey alone pushed back 4 of our gods. If our western holy mountain is attacked again, it'll be a disaster. Apollo and Gera are furious. What's there to fear? We've undergone the 6th transformation. This time, the 3 of us, all at the 6th transformation, will go together. There's nothing to be afraid of. Then, he continued, they have no city, no respawn point. Gather as many people as you can. There are 3,000 players on the list. Try to get them all here. If 10,000 players attack him together, he won't dare act recklessly. As for the other Western guilds, whoever supports us can take Dai Fortress as a reward. At that moment, Height pointed to himself and said, I am the Dai Lord, by the gods. Apollo Gara then said, you should know that we can freely change your position as Lord. Height sadly thinks, haven't I just invited the wolf into my home? Apollo Gara then turned to Jiak, asking how many people were in their group and if anyone had completed the transfer law. He reassured Jiak that they would be fine and offered to go check on the situation together. He's worried and cautious, knowing that if they're surrounded, it won't be easy to deal with. Then the 2 stand up and leave. Meanwhile, outside, Dong Dong told the ashen-faced saint, I'm sorry, I revealed our plans to save my demon friends, so we have to start the war early. The saintess paled, coldly stating that their first task was to gather information. And if they couldn't attack Than within a few hours before reinforcements arrived, their chances would be slim. Meanwhile, the 2 of them slipped into Than. Before the blockade, about 200 of our people had already entered, including Kai Sun and Than An. Taking down a city lord shouldn't be too difficult for 2 top-tier level 5 cultivators. Excited, Dong Dong explains that if the death rate of the personal guards and players protecting them exceeds 70%, and the main lord is killed, then they'll have succeeded, meaning that attacking the commercial center will severely impact Than's trade. Just then, a bolt of lightning strikes before them, Apollo, Guile, and Zot. So we meet again, little skull. I didn't expect you to cause us so much trouble. But this is where it ends. The saint's eyes turned sharp. I've been waiting for you. Dong Dong said that once the 6th level members of Paradise find out, they will definitely intervene, so your presence is understandable. His foot then landed, and he announced loudly, I've already scouted ahead. Besides you, there are 4 more around here. His eyes bore into the 2 of them. Unless one of you is a 6th-stage player, you don't stand a chance. He gloated. Good. That dead monkey isn't here. Even in your state, the Zhuanyuan clan still dares to cause trouble. Let's settle all the scores at once. He then lunged at the two of them, but the saint, paling, immediately used fourth-dimensional space magic to teleport them away, infuriating him. Your ability is as annoying as ever, but sadly, it's just a support skill. Today, I'll show you the difference between you and a 6th-level cultivator. Just then, Dong Dong pointed up, exclaiming that the great sage had finally arrived. A hand was seized by an unknown force, and a wing struck Apollo Guile's head, causing him immense pain as he frantically looked around. "Where are you, you damn monkey? I'm not afraid of you anymore," Dong Dong said. "Now, look at the camera." They took photos of the two, who, from inside the tree, looked at the photos with dismay. "Don't laugh. He's even got his eyes closed in this one," Dong Dong muses. "Can we use this one for publicity?" Apollo Guile roars, calling the players damn skulls, and countless shards hurtle toward Dong Dong, who instantly understands. Lucian arrives charging in furiously, but I won't fall for it a second time. Suddenly, Xing-kun flies in, using his power to push him back, followed by Bao Bao as Dong Dong smirks. "This time it's for real. We're always up against your top-tier strategies." At this moment, Xing-kun coldly says, "Come on, king against king." The stones fly forward as Xing-kun summons demonic creatures, who devour them, absorbing their energy and growing spikes on their backs. Apology sees this and is shocked. "This girl can absorb my energy and use it. Too bad. I've mastered the hand of the earth. My energy will be nearly endless." Russ then rushes towards Bao Bao, saying, "Then how about you taste this?" Bao Bao is stunned by the fist filled with power, thinking, "I thought his earth lightning technique would be like Leibi's. His power looks like earth lightning." But behind it lies a massive amount of dark energy, a destructive force that it doesn't evade, but reaches out to touch. As Bao Bao and Rot connect, a powerful force spreads, striking Nguyen Dong Dong. Seeing his health bar plummet, he clutches his head and cries out, "No way!" A graze from a rank 6 attack took off that much health. Dong Dong quickly chugs a potion, thinking he needs to find a safe distance to observe. Rost stares at his hands, wondering, what is this? Why are they attacking separately? Bao Bao rubs his head and chuckles, saying that he mainly attacks weaknesses and patterns. But that means Bear's skill proficiency is low. Otherwise, it could hit your teammates too. But because it's lazy, Bear doesn't want to practice at all. In the forest, there were continuous loud explosions, making him wonder what exactly is Immortal Sea Ball's skill. How can it evade all my attacks? Chingu asks Leopard. Are you afraid? Even though I've reached the 6th level, my senses are much stronger. The battle won't be easily won, but if they lose, this fear, it says, will be just like the feeling Dong Dong described. Death appears with the words mortality, dropping to Apollo. Gaia, why do we feel this way in the game? It's like Apollo remembering stepping into the street, a truck speeding towards him, the fear of experiencing a traffic accident, rapid heartbeat, difficulty breathing, the body's survival instinct kicking in. Dust swirls through the fallen buildings as the old man in the 3 sovereigns holds a large battle axe, saying, Sorry, but we need this city. Behind him, the armor of the 3-headed 6-armed Nata appears, asking, How did you get in here without a sound? Why didn't my city defense formation work? The old man replied, Thanks to Dong Dong's design, we're gradually controlling the surrounding monster territory, split into dozens of small death squads and enter from all 4 sides. As for the formation, we had some help from friends within the city. The armored figure replied, Forget it, but attacking Unghangip City with armed force, we were supposed to get rid of all the business players there. So much effort for just an empty city. The old man raised his axe and said, What we need is that empty city. We want to establish a nation, and Unghangip is just one city in our plan. After you revive, come and help us clean up the city. The city lord may still be yours. Then he cleaved the armored figure in two as fireworks erupted in the sky, and Wei Dongdong declared the mission complete, having seized Unghangip. Rot and Apollo Guy watched the fireworks display. Rot says he only meant to catch a small fry, but it looks like he stumbled into a whole nest of them. Rot glances at Wei Dongdong and says if they've already started, then they'll just have to fight another national war. Kid, you can only pull off a surprise attack once. A national war is a tug of war. I hope you can still succeed. Then Rot turns to the pale-faced saint. He told the head of the war that in the last national war, Achilles lost to him by half a dimension. This time, when he advances to the 6th level of double happiness, he will personally reclaim his title as the #1 Heavenly Qing. Falling Star and Apollo Guy took flight as Bao Bao told Xing-kun not to worry, for he could see through cause and effect. At first, the battle didn't go so well, with fireworks exploding everywhere. Wei Dongdong shouted, Everyone, Unghangip City is ours. We've won. Everyone's ecstatic. Wonderful. Yeah. Guling declares from the wooden platform. We must quickly rebuild the walls, manage the people, and guard against ambushes from heaven and Phage Gaia. We've been rooted in easy heaven green for nearly a decade, and though we've faced hardship, we rose from nothing 10 years ago. Today, I believe we can reach the summit once more. Together. This time, we've joined forces with starseed creatures and wild monsters, and after much discussion, we've decided to keep the name Hienvien. The new Hienvien will have even more members, and we will surely rise to the top once more. Undisputed. Number 1. Nguyen Dongdong leaned against a rock, looking up as she thought that Guling is a natural-born leader. Looks like we're going to be busy again, rebuilding the city gates together. Amidst the flurry of repairs and Tianbian's guidance, Bao Bao slumbers away in a corner, while Nguyen Dongdong addresses the Hienvien members, emphasizing the urgent need to rebuild Ung Ngiep City. The merchant city, NPCs, merchants, and players have all returned, and war is, frankly, a battle of money. Combat requires weapons, healing requires potions, and stamina requires food. If a mechanic could build machines, sieges would be easier, but everything requires money. Nguyen Dongdong sighed, and Gu Ling, leaning by the window, said that the environment here is very good. Many players like to take photos here, and Ung Ngiep Than's development relies on these tourists. Then, Gu Ling pointed to the map where there was a bee, and around it there were 2 material landmarks. This is where the LV-70 wild monster honeybees reside. It's one of the few places in the Azure world that can produce honey, and with honey you can make delicious food, even cheese curds. This is a major reason why Wengye City's commerce is thriving. Speaking of cheese curds, Babao's eyes lit up, and Nguyen Dongdong looked at the map and pondered. Unfortunately, this place is too difficult to mine, and the current data shows that honeybees have no intelligence and attack in swarms. Our reputation has plummeted, and players and NPCs who specialize in honey extraction have left, so we need to slowly rebuild. Looking at a spot on the map, Than Natsak said, "This is the largest mine in Trung Din. It contains all sorts of precious minerals. The outside is manageable, but the monsters inside are mindless and plentiful. And there are all sorts of dangerous traps. Even a level 5 player couldn't guarantee easy entry to collect resources," Gu Ling said. "I'll take the Zhuanyuan clan to deal with the mine, and the city will be managed by the 7 colors. Dongdong, lead everyone to the honey and see if we can establish a mining route. The 2 rank 6 experts need to stay behind to protect Yu Industry City. I've transferred the City Lord position to Miss Jing Kun, so it's basically impossible for them to capture Yu Industry City now. Don't worry, I promise to stay in the city, nowhere else," she said, eyes sparkling. "Let's go find that honey." Honey means milk tea. Dongdong looked at her hesitantly, saying that might be possible, but the monsters are still in Daichu City. "I hope to rescue them, so I've had some players infiltrate the city," Nacha said, sitting at the table. In short, it all boils down to money, money, and more money. Then, as Wei Dongdong and Bao Bao were about to leave, they told Ban Ban, "Once we fix the warp gate in Ungiep City, go to the Divine Academy and pick up our other companions. In the meantime, Bao Bao and I will complete our 4th class change." And so, they prepared to head to the honeycomb business, with Ban Ban assuring them he'd complete his mission. As they walked, Wei Dongdong told Bao Bao that completing the main quest required one's own strength. Suddenly, there's so much to do. Bao Bao clenches her fist with determination, saying, "Let's get it together. We'll get the honey soon, drink milk tea, and go to even more places." Dongdong admires her spirit as they stop at a waterlogged electric pole. He tells her that job advancement can evolve their race and change their image. "I saw you ask 7 colors for a lot of image change materials. What kind of form are you planning to change into?" She blushed and said, "Wait. You'll see soon." Then Bao Bao went inside, and Wei Dongdong sat, resting her head in her hand, thinking, "What's so hard to say? So now I'm just waiting here." The glowing door slowly opens, surprising Wei Dongdong. Bao Bao steps out in iron armor with a robe, holding a staff. There's a mark on her forehead like Wei Dongdong's. Her face flushed. She stammers, It's a tattoo like yours. This should be more suitable for a blood-sucking skeleton." Xiaoludu dejectedly closes her eyes. "Sorry, Dongdong, I couldn't protect the others. In the end, heaven still took many away." A man laughs, comforting her. "Arino, we're back, and this will be easy to solve." Little Greenbean, surprised, looked up and asked, "Who is this?" Wei Dongdong stepped forward and patted him on the shoulder, explaining to Xiaoludu that he was another transmigrator who had just successfully changed classes, spending a lot of materials to evolve himself into a Jialong person, at which Jialong lowered his head. He clasped his hands and said, "Please guide me." Little Ludu then said to him, "I wonder how many of us there are in total, but Dongdong, I discovered something while escaping. This concerns us fellow transmigrators." Jialong and Wei Dongdong were intrigued, rubbing their hands together as they eagerly asked, "Could some hidden advantages have been discovered?" Xiaoludu then produced a small mushroom. "It's sentient, and it's been showering me with praise since I brought it out," Little Sixbean continued, explaining that she found it when she stopped at a low-level monster farming operation and discovered the monster awakening. "I call it Nom Nom." Upon hearing this, Nom Nom covered its chubby face with its tiny hands and said adorably, "Hello everyone, I'm Mushroom." Wei Dongdong looked at it. He raised an eyebrow, pondering what this could signify, then turned to Jialong. "Luo Hu, have you come into contact with many monsters?" Luo Hu listened. He scratched his head, telling him that he hadn't encountered many before being captured and dissected. Little Sixbean then turned to Wei Dongdong. "Dongdong left as soon as the skeletons awakened, but I stayed behind at the monster camp during the time of the undead, and I discovered that the monsters around us were awakening with far greater intelligence. Days prior, little Luke Dao had injured her leg, and now she clutches the wound, taking refuge in a cave, lamenting that her traps are nearly spent. I can't get caught." Suddenly, little Greenbean noticed a pile of large mushrooms in the corner of the cave. Why are these mushroom monsters gathering here? Then, a chubby little mushroom with short, stubby limbs waddled toward her. Seeing the little mushroom meant no harm, she let it approach, only for it to reach her injured leg and spit out a viscous green liquid, leaving her astonished. She watched as the wound on her leg gradually healed and disappeared as if nothing had happened, and the little mushroom happily clapped its hands. Dongdong seemed to understand something, and said, "No wonder. I promised to train the wild monsters and found they were unusually obedient. Many wild monsters around here have awakened, even legendary ones like the charcoal mushroom." Suddenly, Dongdong cries out in fear, "Charcoal mushroom!" as he clutches his head and screams. "Oh no. I forgot about the thon mushroom," Little Greenbean said, overhearing. Calmly, she told Wei Dongdong that the thon mushroom had already returned to Soul Control Academy with the Nether Ghost. Headmaster Lei is personally tutoring it, saying that the thon mushroom has extraordinary talent. Hearing this, Lahu happily says, "I knew it. Heaven wouldn't let us transmigrate for no reason." Finally, something like those transmigration stories is happening. His eyes lit up with anticipation, and Wei Dongdong couldn't help but get excited as well. If this theory is true, how much potential does the Azure world hold? That's several times the number of all players and NPCs combined, and most are mindless wild monsters occupying key locations in the Azure world. If we can awaken them, we would have the potential for limitless growth. Let's gather some things and head to the honeybee camp. Bao Bao is there right now. In the dreamy golden flower valley, golden bees busily collect nectar. Lu Hu, Dong Dong, and Dao Dao hid behind a large tree, peering at the garden full of bees, as Dong Dong tilted her head and wondered, "Can these pure, wild monsters be easily awakened? What should we do?" Lu Hu confidently replied, "Just open your hearts and connect with them." He confidently stepped forward alone and shouted, "Hey, we're all family here." Yu Dong Dong, hiding behind the tree, could only gape in astonishment at his confidence. Lu Hu then said, "We're all wild monsters. Come, and I'll teach you how to awaken." As soon as he said that, the bees that were slowly gathering pollen suddenly turned to look at Lu Hu, and Yu Dong Dong thought worriedly. They stopped collecting nectar and didn't attack. Could it actually be working? Suddenly, a swarm of massive golden vines appeared. Lahu was terrified, crying out, "No way! How is this not going according to plan?" "I'm here to help you awaken," Lahu stammered in fear. Before he could finish, golden threads bound him tightly, leaving only his agonizing screams. After a long while, Lu Hu was finally released. His face burned black. Utterly defeated, he collapsed to the ground, witnessing this horrifying scene. Yu Dongdong and Dao Du could only sigh in despair as Yu Dongdong told Xiao Liudu that this person was indeed a chosen transmigrator. The venomous honeybee. Even resurrection brings 3 more days of suffering. At the Yungyop Seong respawn point, Nada stared at his unrecognizable face and asked in shock, "Luo Hu, what on earth happened to you?" While Dong Dong and the others uncovered the secret of the transmigrators, they didn't know that in a northern continent, another transmigrator had already grasped this rule, and this player harbored a fierce hatred for humanity. Meanwhile, on a tranquil, wave-kissed shore, a talking brown rat stared in disbelief at itself, exclaiming, I really did transmigrate. I'm finally free from that world. He leaped for joy, remembering his abusive, alcoholic father back on Earth, whose curses were as common as meals. You're worthless. If it weren't for you, little Lin would still be alive. He was despised and scorned by those around him, called a jinx, a monster. Go die. Shaking off those ugly memories, Saklo told himself, forget it. I've already transmigrated. Why dwell on unhappy things? He stretched languidly, thinking to himself, I never imagined transmigrating into such a low-stat mole rat. But the scariest thing about being a mole rat is forming a rat tide. Suddenly, a group of rats cautiously approaches, startling the squirrel, who retreats into a corner. Pale-faced, it waves its hands in fear, stammering, What do you want? Do you monsters want to bully me too? Get away, get away. The mice heard him, but they just stared blankly until suddenly they began to mimic his gestures. They squeak and chirp as if trying to say something, and the squirrel thinks in surprise, They're imitating me? The squirrel approaches the two mice and asks, Can you understand what I'm saying? The rats gesture that they don't understand, staring blankly, some lost in thought, others cautiously observing the squirrel. Seeing their expressions, the squirrel thinks to itself, Intriguing. Very intriguing. Meanwhile, inside a cave, a group of 3 were busily digging for ore when one of the women asked, Taking ore from here won't be a problem, will it? A green-haired man replied, This is from the outside. They're just low-level digging rats, a small man exclaimed, even more excited than the one emitting a golden aura. I've leveled up. It's a shame it's still a bit short of defeating a monster, but this lifestyle isn't bad for leveling up. I can still do basic forging. Suddenly, the girl in the group cried out in fear, her trembling hand pointing to a dark corner of the cave. What is that? In the darkness, hundreds of thousands of glowing red eyes stared intently at them. They squeaked incessantly, and the man who had just leveled up cried out in fear. It's a random event, but it only appears in the newbie season, and there are so many of them. Even 5th-level players will be devoured, he thought, turning to flee, but it was too late. He was quickly overwhelmed by the rats, and the other 2 couldn't escape their fate either, as they were buried alive in the sea of rodents. Their bodies were viciously gnawed upon, until the rats left behind 3 skeletal remains. From the corner, the poisonous dart frog watched it all, thinking sinisterly, Bite them for me. They all deserve to die. Months later, the poison shaker stood on a thin patch of land, gazing at the hundreds of thousands of twilight rats below, and thought to himself, After months of work, I've finally found a way to command the dimension rats, and they can even level up by constantly devouring. It's just a shame they can't change classes, he thought, looking up at the sky. Not far away was Earth, he thought, the main quest for this time. Earth. Suddenly, it dawned on him, and he laughed. So that's it. The soft laughter slowly turns into a savage roar. He continues, So our being transported here was an experiment? If that's the case, then there's a way back. It glared hatefully at the Earth, the world, and the people who had wronged it. I'll slowly repay you all, it said, turning to the twilight rats surrounding an old turtle. He says that they must grow stronger, devour monsters, and merge together. Now not only the dimension rats, but also the blue goblins have become a powerful army under his command. At that moment, a beautiful girl with flowing black hair turned to face it and said seriously, My lord, the monsters have gathered. This time, Day wants to hold the Job Advancement Center and a portion of the players, right? The Goblin King glanced at her, then looked up and said, Only by successfully attacking the city and obtaining the Job Advancement Center will we have a future, Price. Remember that. Players are our enemy. They slaughter monsters and steal our resources, and now it's time for us to strike back. Looking at Earth nearby, Shaker spread his arms wide and declared, We must spread the seeds of hatred for the players to every corner. Someday we will reach Earth. He thought to himself, And when we do, I'll take you all with me. Vowing to crush that damned world, the sinister Shaker smiled. As the old fox returned, Nguyendong asked if he had investigated thoroughly, confirming a queen resided deep within. Old Hu was stung, his face swelling like a balloon, unable to speak clearly from the pain. Deep inside. A commanding creature. The queen, probably. It's going, bleh. What is he saying? He doesn't need to force himself to talk with his face like that. Nguyen Dong smiled. He said there should be an intelligent creature in the center, a queen that can communicate. It probably won't burn people, but how do we get to the central area? That's the question. The map shows it's almost 2 kilometers from here to the center. How long did old Hu last? Nguyen Dong Dong recalled and held up 3 fingers. About 30 seconds. But he lost the ability to move after the first 10 seconds. And then he was slowly corroded to death by the poison. Dudu stroked his chin. Danjai thinks, what if we just send a large group to wipe out the honeybees and take their stuff, or create a trap to lure them away from this area? Nguyen Dong Dong shakes his head, knowing that killing them is definitely out of the question. This is the honeycomb goblin's respawn point, and the path forward seems unclear, especially against level 70 monsters. Even if they die, they quickly respawn at level 70, while we'll just keep dropping levels. If they tried to take this place with sheer numbers, it wouldn't just be difficult. He pointed to the frost-covered man, saying grimly that since old Hu was already covered in frost, they should use him as a shield and charge in, even if he just stood there and took it. Startled, he wanted to protest, but Dong Dong pouted and said, Oh, are you even human? Dong Dong crossed his arms, turned away, and pretended not to understand. He then handed out shovels to everyone, saying, Actually, it would be better to go around. Let's go there. Falling back on old habits, he smirked and said, Let's dig a tunnel. They toiled for hours, piling the excavated dirt into a small mountain behind them. Magical lights illuminated the cave, their clothes stained with dirt as Lao Hu shoved his shovel into the earth, then suddenly froze. I think I've dug through to something. The other 3 were bewildered, sniffing around in confusion, as they'd only gone 500 meters. Whatever he was rambling about, the old fox brushed away the dirt, revealing a small tunnel, and without a second thought, he went straight in. Look, everyone, there's something here. But what lies before him leaves him speechless. An underground hive. The bee larvae are as big as a grown man's thumb, and they all turned to look at the sound. Needless to say, the 4 were terrified. Why was there an underground hive here? Ignoring the old man inside, the 3 quickly filled the hole, working more diligently than ever before. Sorry, old fox, we have to close this passage, or we'll all die if those honeybees get out. The old fox, still traumatized by the bees, frantically digs at the dirt. Hey, don't burn your bridges like that. The bees turned their stingers towards the old fox, who was cornered and drenched in sweat. Show some respect, we're all monsters here. When you awaken, I'll protect you. The monsters moved like rockets. Flying like arrows towards him, the old fox panicked, transforming into a small snake to reduce its size as the respawn gate lit up. Then, a snake inflated like a balloon jumps out, leaving everyone confused. What is this thing? This is a respawn point, not a teleportation point. Meanwhile, Nguyen Dong's team has returned to the forest. He sits cross-legged, unconcerned about the missing member, unaware that he's sitting above a hive of honeycombs. This tunnel is a dead end, but he shifts his gaze, as if struck by a new idea. Or perhaps try the middle route. In the distance, a figure races through the forest, kicking up dust in his wake, as old Hu seems to teleport. Having just arrived from afar, he grabs Nguyen Dong Dong by the shoulders, crying, Why would you sell out your teammate? It's outrageous. Dong Dong, I won't let you get away with this. With wide eyes, Nguyen Dong Dong stared at the old fox, who was now back to normal. It was a necessary measure. I'll help you level up again. Now let's discuss how to get into the heart of the hive, the old fox said, wiping away tears. Fortunately, I found a shape-shifting talisman that can temporarily restore you to normal. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to move yet, Dudu says, resting her chin in her hand. Taking a deep breath, he suggests trying another area, as this one is too difficult to enter. Nguyen Dong Dong disagrees, saying time is of the essence, and the other side is already gathering their forces. We must quickly capture this lightning elemental. Bao Bao silently listens, focused only on eating her cake. In the forest, bees gathering nectar suddenly catch a strange scent and call the whole swarm. They swarmed around Bao Bao's head, buzzing loudly, but she was oblivious, happily eating her cake until they got too close, and she panicked, screaming, running to hide behind Wei Dong Dong, saying she was afraid of bugs. Dong Dong observes that they all seem focused on Bao Bao's half-eaten cake, adding that they aren't aggressive, just drawn to the sweets in her hand. In Thorn City, on the corridor, Tao Hua, cloaked in black, led the way, coldly asking if the squirrel had been subdued and warning not to let him leak any information. Erqiu stepped forward, recounting the events with a thumbs up, saying that he initially hated it to death. I promised him half the sum, and he immediately behaved himself. Turns out, Xuanwen is quite generous. He gave everyone 20,000 in cash just to save these little wild monsters, said Squirrel Bottle from behind. We used to work for paradise, so adjust your attributes to avoid friendly fire. Why did you become skeletons? Soso and Banban remained silent as Irq waved his hand. Based on the intel we gathered, he must be around here. Let's search everywhere. They passed a room and Sapo noticed the light coming from the doorway. He went to open it and gasped, the light inside blinding them. Inside, they were performing some kind of ritual, with the city lord standing high above as the black-robed figures listened intently below. They froze, realizing they were doomed as he spoke kindly, urging them to take their seats. The Lord will forgive you all. Nikyu was stunned, unsure of what to do, muttering and seeking advice from his companions. What should we do now? Do you have any ideas? But when he turned back, everyone was gone. Looking around, he sees them reverently bowing with hands clasped in prayer, and Nikau is stunned. You move so fast, Thanchudai continues his story, opening his arms wide. Light shines upon him, his wings flutter, and the darkest times have passed. Before, the believers dwindled, until we discovered the world of the heavenly city. We can't explain it with science. His fingers touched the light, and in this world we gained magic and different strategies. The only explanation is that God created this world, his pure white angel wings spread wide. His entire being radiated light, his voice both heroic and warmly moving, promising that the God of light would once again envelop the land, to ignite the light of hope in this world. Almighty God, and those below began to move in reverse. In unison, they chant, Almighty God. Even Ni Kao and Dao Hua hastily follow suit as the city lord smiles with satisfaction. And the new main quest reminds us that a new paradise will appear in the future. Those who believe in the God will achieve eternal life and blessings, while heretics and those who despise the gods will surely suffer disaster. Everyone says in unison, For the glory of the gods, down with the heretics, he muttered, his face twitching. Though he'd heard of heavens founded by religions, this was too much. He longed for the normalcy of Dongdong. After a while, the fake Dongdong happily returned, bringing a pile of honey with him. He excitedly smeared the sweets all over Old Hu to see if it would prevent bee stings. Old Fox, now a tiny snake, protested, What the heck? You're using me as a guinea pig. He held up the honey jar and explained, You've already dropped 2 levels. Even if you drop again, you'll only fall to level 30. But if we die now, we'll fall from a much higher level. It's not worth it. The old fox's wings were heavy, forcing him to willingly smear honey on himself. He felt sticky and uncomfortable all over. My stuff! The old fox dragged himself toward the bees, leaving a trail of honey on the ground. Let me try, he said as they turned to look at him. With his past experiences in mind, the old fox paled, thinking, Oh no, this is it. But after waiting a long time, nothing happened. Wait, he opens his eyes. Why can't he feel anything? Looking again, he sees the bees stuck to him, obediently sucking honey, and the old fox's heart is greatly relieved. It worked. Everything's fine. Nguyen Dong Dong witnessed it all, and wanting to be absolutely sure, suggested testing it again on some low-level individuals after blocking their pain receptors. Dodo nodded in agreement, and more of that sweet nectar was poured out as Nguyen Dong kept the honey jar close. Muhta, when needed, he'd just apply more, and the bees simply followed them around as he looked at the jar with mixed feelings. His heart ached at the waste of money. The sugar in this world was already so precious. They'd used an entire jar in one trip, worth months of wages, but the old fox was ecstatic. Fueled with newfound strength, he wondered if this old geezer could be a human-shaped love bug, thinking his time with beautiful otherworldly girls had finally come. Dudu, walking beside him, overheard his thoughts and was disgusted, wondering what was going on in his head. Focus on the immediate danger, then worry about cheat skills or girls later. The old fox crossed his arms and clicked his tongue. Honestly, women, we went through so much to get here. There's definitely something waiting for us. Besides, I'm a side character. If I transmigrate to another world, what else would I think about besides beautiful girls? You're just objecting to my opinion. I'm just stating my position that coming to another world is obviously for fun. Wouldn't it be better to build your own world piece by piece? Bao Bao said, hugging the honey and eating almost half of it. Watching them argue was annoying, and she couldn't even understand what they were saying. Wei Dongdong interrupted their quarrel. Here it is, the entrance to the hive. The closer we get, the more bees there are, darkening the sky. He shielded his eyes, peering into the dark holes. Do we have any intel on what's inside? Dudu shook her head. No. In the past, honey was gathered through speed or traps, but no one would waste so much by pouring sugar water on themselves like we did. Once inside, everything was pitch black, making it impossible to see. Wei Dongdong squinted. The number of honeybees has decreased significantly here. Hey, we should go this way. Dudao pointed to the path on the left. I'm a second class with a natural talent. How many classes and levels were you before transmigrating? I'm an assassin. 4 transfers, level 100, and Dongdong does the same. As for me, I'm the little guild's president. 4 transfers, Ice Mage. Level 100, Dodo recalled, asking more questions. With the air of a captain, Dongdong mentioned that after the job change, he realized he could bypass learning skill techniques and just feel the flow of magic. Right? Wei Dongdong nodded, creating a shard of ice with his hand. That's right, this time I plan to invest points into the water element for my 4th class advancement. I cleared all my talent points to learn the soul-refining mind technique, but after transmigrating, I realized we've become more knowledgeable about this world. Even without formal training, they can unleash skills just by manipulating their magical energy. Doo grins. Me too. I used to be a builder, but now, by analyzing the bee structure, I can tell that the outside is for storing honey. The deeper we go, the more likely we are to encounter worker bees who are in charge of building and defending. A noise echoes from the path within, startling Doo, who quickly retreats as 2 level 80 honeycomb craftsmen appear. 3rd evolution, and as big as grown men, if not bigger. Its body was human-like, perfectly proportioned, except for the head and tail of a bee. The old fox was terrified, his snake tongue darting out. This was too abstract. They fly in and Wei Dongdong frowns, realizing that sugar water is useless here. You all aren't combat specialists. Get behind me and create hundreds of ice shards. He releases them with his hands, tearing the opponent's wings, and the worker Bia falls. Wei Dongdong takes a stance, spitting out a flame to burn the wild monsters, and cries out. They're summoning their companions quickly to the queen. See if we can escape with her. And so the 4 sprinted away, as the queen lay half-sitting, half-reclining on a large bed. The old drone died, and now she has to find a new male, she complains, annoyed, too tired to move. Wei Dongdong covers the rear, firing ice arrows to break down the stone walls, blocking the path behind them. Hearing the sounds of things being knocked over, Dongdong panics. How much further to the queen? Still running. This is bad. This place has multiple levels and we've reached the central area. The queen should be below us. Those worker bees broke down the wall. Dongdong looked over. So that's what he'll do. With that, a mysterious blue light emanated from his hand. Mystic empowerment. Unaware of the chaos above, the queen bee below prays, please, grant me a drone, or perhaps a strong, white larva. As the prayer echoes, a disturbance ripples across the water's surface above. A deafening crash echoes as a group of strange figures plummets from above. Wei Dongdong catches Bao Bao, Duodu falls onto the bed, and the old fox lands directly into the queen bee's arms, blushing as he quickly covers himself. It seems its wish came true, but the old fox is stunned by the sight of the bee with a woman's body before him, shattering all fantasies of the queen bee being a beautiful young woman. Speechless, he wonders why the queen bee of another world is like this. Is this what it's like to be transported? I want a refund. A warning call echoes as Faina sits wearily. My body in the outer realm is in critical condition. This liquid was extracted from Faiza's body. What were the experimental results? Bakdui replied, direct petrification. Bukqua is different from the average op-like player. Some things remain in the body after petrification. But activation requires authority. The mark on transmigrators recognizes its master. We've tried before. It's useless. Fina, sweating, stares at the vial in his hand, saying, I have no other choice. I'll drink this soon, so please seal my outer body with liquid nitrogen. Leiji, Yintong, Bai Wei, the 3 of you are my brothers who have lived and died with me. I'm sorry for dragging you into this game for so many years after discovering the strangeness of the Azure world. Bai Wei closed his eyes, frowning, and said, It's my fault. The Azure world has too many mysteries. I could only decipher so much, even as your chief engineer. Unable to be of more help, Lei Qi said, I'm just a bodyguard. Without the boss's attention, I would have died in the refugee crowd years ago. Leave Xiaoyi to me. If anyone wrongs Xiaoyi, in reality or in the game, I'll take their life for it. I fear no one. With that, Yintong looked at Feia and said, Now that the boss is gone, the board of directors and the punishing faction won't be able to hold back anymore. But over the years, Clear Sky World has made them a lot of money, and Fai Na, struggling to speak through a cough, said, I feel my body weakening. To put it simply, I don't care about the money or the company. I only care about you and Xiaoyi. She's so smart, but sadly, I don't have time to teach her, to tell her the truth. Don't be sad. Maybe one day I'll return. And with that, he opened the vial in his hand and drank it all in one gulp. Then, wiping his mouth, Fai Na said, "That's right. I had Xiaoyi connect with Dong Dong. That kid can be trusted. Although he likes to use dirty tricks, he'll never abandon his comrades when it counts. Feelings are more important to him than anything else. This kind of transmigrator is too rare." With tears in his eyes, Feia looked at his hands and said, "So, this is what it feels like." "So this is it," before turning to stone. Yintong then asked, "Shall we wait for the boss to return?" Leiji replied, "My life was saved by the boss. He's barely gone, and if anyone gets any ideas, don't forget, I'm an ex-Special Forces soldier from the real world, and taking you out one for one would be easy." Yintong chuckled to Leisure, telling him not to be so tense, that she was just hypothesizing. After all, who among them hadn't gone into harm's way with their boss? And who would inform Xiaoxi and Xiaoxi? Leiji responded, "Let me take care of Miss Tiu Nat," Bak Dui said, "and I'll sort out the reports for the board of directors. Prepare for the boss's body to be frozen." As soon as he said that, the two of them froze. Andong put his hand on the statue of Fai Na and said, "In the end, he still left. The one who said the company wasn't important. The boss was so smart, but he probably couldn't foresee what would happen after his death. He walked behind the chair and divided the shares into 4 parts. But for now, I'll handle the management and operations, with one person in charge of research and development and another in charge of security. They shouldn't get so much, but it's fine. I'll take what's mine." Then he ominously eyed Fai Na and continued, "My era has arrived, and he's still pinning his hopes on a wild monster. I wonder what that kid's up to now." Over with Wei Dongdong, the queen bee holds Lahu's hand, making him blush, while Lahu doesn't dare move. Wei Dongdong happily holds up the sign, saying, "We've secured our honey supply, and Lahu has gotten the beautiful little queen he desired." Luhu roars in anger, but Wei Dongdong puts his arm around Luhu's shoulder, comforting him, saying that only by obtaining honey can they grow stronger. Furthermore, they are directly marrying the queen, so future mining efficiency will also increase greatly. Controlling the path to the heavens is controlling money. "Just bear with it, Lahu," the queen bee said, blushing. "I was praying for a queen bee today, and here you are, my dear. It's fate." Lahu stammered worriedly, "But we're different species." The queen bee then began to sob. Honeybees can combine genes with any race, and our offspring will have the advantages of both. Laho, sweating, glanced at the two of them. "Why don't you try that skeleton over there?" Wei Dongdong shook his head behind him, while Bao Bao stared at Laho expressionlessly. The queen bee said, shivering, "We can only connect with the first being we see. Besides, that vampire clearly belongs to someone else, and we're extremely loyal to our partners." Just then, 2 muscular honeybees appeared behind the queen. "Darling, you won't regret this, will you? Our rules are either marriage or a funeral." Luhu quickly raised 3 fingers and said, "No, no, no. My feelings for her are true love. Heaven and earth can attest." So the queen bee hugged Luhu's arm again. And seeing this scene, Wei Dongdong snickered to himself. The simple sacrifice of Laho was a success. So simple, Zabo said wearily, having been dragged into praying for half an hour, so tiring. Suddenly he turned and asked, "Do you guys even know where those wild monsters are being held?" Scratching his head, Nai Kao chuckled and said to Zabo, "It should be in this wall. We're not core members, so we can only search slowly, but they don't seem to care too much about those monsters, so they won't be guarding them too closely." Zabo looked frustrated. He asked with a puzzled look. "Probably," Nikao said as he walked ahead, speaking to Sabo as he went. Hurry, hurry, there are only a few rooms left. The sooner we investigate, the sooner we're done." Sabo silently followed Nikao, and they opened door after door to find nothing, until they reached the last one. Inside the room was a large iron cage, holding savage people who had been imprisoned for who knows how long, and Zabo shouted, "Xiaolin, this is it. Xiaolin, just wait. I'll get you out of there. One of the savages has blonde hair and blue eyes." She whispered to Sabo to run, but suddenly a woman in white robes appeared, holding a staff. Fulu quietly blocked the doorway, and Sabo and Zhao Zhao turned to look at her in shock, as Fulu silently gestured for them to hide. She says, "Quiet, are you from the Hyakurin?" Sabo quickly draws his sword, pointing it at her warily. "We're players. You can't do anything to us," Hyacinth suddenly says, appearing out of nowhere. "You misunderstand. I can help you and these wild monsters escape, but I want to speak with the Hienvian executives." Hearing this, Zabo cautiously asked, "Aren't you from the Dai Kingdom? Why did you capture us only to release us?" Heisi closed his eyes sadly and said to him, "It's all my fault for letting the wolf in. Now, Paradise has almost completely taken control of the kingdom. I'm just a puppet now, and no matter who wins, the Dai Kingdom won't survive." Pufulu added that the church has begun proselytizing within their borders. "Erasing our existence is something we cannot tolerate, and now we want to take a gamble. If you can repel Paradise, at least your management is still through communication. The Dai Principality was founded by us. We don't want it reformed by heaven, so we hope to speak with the higher-ups of Wanyuan." He pondered in silence for a long time. Meanwhile, elsewhere, Dongdong and Dodo were walking down the street together. Dongdong told Dodo that although he had temporarily sacrificed the old tiger, he had promised to help him find some materials for class advancement and appearance change. But the Tiger Elder is a 4th-class monster, and the materials and techniques required for the 5th class are too high, making them difficult to find in a short time. It seems Paradise has begun to move, and since brute force won't work, they're likely planning a commercial attack. After a successful siege, we have 1 month of protection, after which the association can choose other methods of attack. But unlike brute force, commercial sieges are far more complex. Any guild that meets the requirements can accept the mission at the city center, and fulfilling these conditions counts as a successful siege. 1. Maintain a legal residency rate of 65% or higher. Occupy 60% of the city's commercial structure through business means, requiring a large influx of players to join the city and improve its environment. To increase entertainment and NPC professions. Hearing this, Dudu excitedly covered her face and asked, "So, we're starting preparations for urban development and management?" Dongdong nodded, gesturing behind him, saying, "That's right, so it's up to you and the staff. I'll be assisting you during this time and increasing my own strength. At the same time, I'll go to other dungeons to see if I can awaken more monsters." Hearing this, Dudu stretched and happily said, "Sella, let's get to work." The first step is to rebuild the city. Although the fighting reduced the number of NPCs, there are still quite a few construction NPCs, which will increase the city's reputation. Then, as the NPCs return, we'll start opening up and establishing new industries. With products come workers, and society begins to create value. At this moment, Dodo hands Bao Bao a cup of water, saying, "Try the milk tea we made." Bao Bao happily accepts it. The basic sweets are back, and after 1 sip of the milk tea, Bao Bao couldn't help but exclaim how delicious it was. Dudo winked and said, "Of course, chefs, architects, artists. I was a player before, so I already had all the certifications. I didn't have to relearn anything after transmigrating. I can just use those skills directly, and that's how I'm using them now, watching the city I built slowly grow, bit by bit, stronger and stronger. It feels amazing to build a city together with everyone." 3 figures waited in the room, as word came that 65% of the lifestyle players and NPCs had returned, and basic industry was recovering. Sugar production has recovered to 70%, and at the current rate, it should be back to normal in about half a month. Water slowly pours from a large container into a teacup. Doozy continued, saying that the recovery of mineral production was relatively slow, as the former city lord destroyed a large number of facilities, but it has now reached 40% of its previous level. We are actively building ports and have launched consumption vouchers. The ownership of industries that players painstakingly built up will surely entice some to stay. At the same time, public works and schools were preserved, as education is of utmost importance, Little Bean affirmed. The people murmured, angrily questioning why the fighting didn't just destroy the school. Guling asked Xiaododo what their current production value was. Little Bean replies that the current valuation is 5 million sky coins, but there are too many investment requirements, and we spend over 1 million each month. Once production recovers, we expect to reach 15 million. The saint, looking dismayed, added that they were still too slow. To capture more cities and restore production value, they had to accumulate resources for the main quest. A single war cost both sides nearly 1 billion, and they needed to take everything to break even. The saint pointed at the map, saying, "This is the center of the 4 continents, and all goods must pass through here. If we seize this central hub, we'll never have to worry about money again." But Xiao Yatu objected, saying, "That's not good. The Paradise citizens take on city lord missions, and the trade war is about to begin." "A trade war?" she asks, covering her mouth. The crowd explains to the old woman that in a commercial siege, acquiring 60% of the commercial value allows one to become the new city lord through direct election. But fortunately, as rulers, we have many advantages unique to us. Guling sighs, so heaven's sending that little punk. Zachary Jones, the 2nd richest man in the world. owner of the largest chat and video platform in the heavens world. As a programmer and a devout believer, Satay caused us a lot of trouble last time. Grandma asked humorously, "So who's the richest person? I don't really follow the news." The white-haired elder said it's naturally Mr. Wang, the owner of Qingtian Games. Qingtian has fundamentally changed the way people live and work, but he rarely makes an appearance. The old man continued, "During the last national war, we had Painter as an ally, but I just received some news. Painter passed away a few days ago, and the struggle for power within Qiu Li is now very intense. However, his daughter is quite remarkable. Despite her young age, she has stabilized a portion of the business with the support of Leiji and Bai Wei, and now 3 factions are vying for power in Qiu Li." Wei Dongdong nodded and asked, "Don't we have any business talents who can compete with Zachary?" The young strategist sighed. "There's one more, but he's too ruthless and I don't know where he's vacationing." The ship glided lightly across the sea. The empty vault reflects the gold coins on the young man's neck. In terms of mental acuity, only the 13 devils can compete with Zachary. Wei Dongdong sighs, saying they're all doing live stream sales and affiliate links instead of advertising products or encouraging young people. Meanwhile, Xiaoya discovers in the system that Zachary has begun buying up entire stores on the market and releasing similar products to suppress prices. Their goal is to burn money and crush us in the cradle. Tianbian, you go and closely monitor Zachary. Guling instructs her disciples to gather materials and recruit players, vowing that they cannot lose this battle, which originated from Guling and spread to everyone around her. Zachary and Tazy begin to move. "How many people are coming?" 500. "Has the target been confirmed?" Taysai reports. Zachary, with a straightforward yet calculating tone, says this place is the sugar production route. Why can the workers take the honey directly, avoiding the market price? Buying it is normal. Yeah, I want to cut off the supply at its source. This place must be seized. No players are allowed to take honey, and everyone can conveniently kill honeybees to level up. Old Hu lamented, wondering who would take the blame, after finally getting a break. He needed to return to the main city to see what was happening and quickly gather materials to upgrade his bee colony. The henchman, drawing his sword with a grim expression, shouts, "Arrest the one who attacked. Everyone else get out of here, or you'll end up like this monster." The sword flashes, and old Hu is instantly cut in two. He cried out in despair, "What the I just got resurrected." A golden body writhed. Enraged, his master roared, "You dare kill my man here? You will all die." Countless goblins like the one from before filled the sky, their numbers blotting out the sun. Everyone was nearly beaten unconscious by these weak creatures. Suddenly, one of Cherry Jones's companions raised his hand and began to chant. In moments, an impenetrable shield surrounded them as he gazed up at the swarm. Seeing this, one of the wasps lunged forward, claws extended, but as they drew near, they met a sword. He quickly blocked the bee's attack with his sword, realizing this queen bee is formidable, possessing at least half of the 5th stage's power. He trembled violently, causing his sword to shake as well. "You dare lay a hand on my man? You'll all die here." The wasp, enraged that he had been blocked, was now determined to kill everyone. He's just going to leave the players and NPCs here? He smiles mysteriously, reaching out to talk to the creature, just like them. The creature seems intrigued by what he has to say. "They will all die here." Then the ogre glowed, unleashing a torrent of spiritual energy, its needles transforming into countless spears that flew towards everyone. Panic seized the crowd as they scattered, yet many were struck. He maintained his shield stance, saying to the ogre, "This is enough, let's go." As soon as he said that, he dropped his defense and turned to leave with the boy. "Stop!" the creature exclaimed, surprised by their sudden departure. The ogre wanted to chase after them, but something was affecting her, preventing her from leaving the area. Why was she restricted? She tilted her head in confusion, unable to move her body. What was this feeling? It hurt so much. "Little Flower, are you all right?" Behind him were his men, Lao Hu, Bao Bao, and Wei Dongdong. I felt awful that they were hurt. I wanted to chase after them, but something was holding me back. Seeing his concern, I teared up and pretended to be weak, saying, "I can't get out." "It's okay. It's just one death," he said, holding me close. "I'm used to dying, and I can't get out anyway. They'll have to send people to guard this place, but to just leave like that?" he wondered, puzzled that Cherry was only using such ordinary tactics. He and she walked down the street with the other players, wondering what all the commotion was about as people whispered around him. "Hurry up, pay us, give us an explanation." A crowd of players stood in front of a mansion. A purple-haired girl in an elegant gold and purple outfit is being berated by the players. He's surprised to see them mistreating players and NPCs like this. Please, everyone, calm down. It's all a misunderstanding. The NPC, her face pale, raised her hand to try and appease the crowd, explaining, "The funds will arrive soon. Please, just wait a little longer." But they wouldn't listen, and instead began throwing stones. "None of you are good people," the players shouted in anger, demanding refunds and compensation. "Let's go inside," a brown-haired man in the yellow said, shielding her from the crowd. Seeing this, he was utterly bewildered, wondering what had happened. "See for yourself," not a light girl with the bun said, opening the system panel. The unscrupulous executives, unable to pay wages, ordered the ogres to slaughter the lifestyle players, and the screen shows footage of the earlier melee. A masked player, claiming to be a witness, recounts the incident, saying the financial situation was already dire, but now they're having ogres kill them directly. "We were already struggling with funds for the siege, and now, this." She raised her hand to her forehead, looking defeated. Those who abandoned the lifestyle players also included our own workers. "The amount of cash is too great. We have no way to pay it all." Recalling the news, her hand clenched slightly. If they don't pay, they can't stabilize public sentiment, leading even more players to believe the news is true. Zachary is truly cruel. He feigned an attack on Elder Hao, let Hao kill the player, and then blamed us. With the people's trust gone, attacking our territory will be even harder. That's his real plan. Why don't we just have the Emperor explain? She was surprised, but also confused. "At this point, the truth doesn't matter anymore," he said angrily, as Zachary Jones leisurely sipped tea and enjoyed the scenery. The boss wonders how they'll handle it, so he approaches Zachary Jones to ask. He says it's either to cover the losses or to cut off the funding, as he opens the system panel to read the news. "However, I won't make the first move. Let's see how they handle this. How could Huang Na just leave like that? There are only a few noteworthy players in the entire East anyway." He took a sip of tea and looked at the board, wondering what this guy, who usually only caused minor trouble, would do next. The information on the board showed an image of Guyin Dong Dong. "I'm truly sorry. We're indeed having financial issues." He bowed his head in apology, saying they've caused everyone a lot of trouble. "Don't just stand there, bow your head," he said to Guling beside him. "Extremely sorry," he said, reluctantly bowing in apology. "We don't care. We want you to compensate the players injured by the honeybees," one player shouted angrily, "and then pay us back wages. Everyone, calm down. We will fully compensate all player losses, even if we have to take out loans. Everything has an order, and we need time to recover our funds." "So you're saying you don't want to pay, right?" One of the beast-like players accused them of not wanting to compensate. "We started compensating players and NPCs this morning," he said, as an image appeared of her beginning to compensate players. "And in fact, we've already started paying salaries." "Should have said that sooner. Let's go get paid," another player shouts, turning away. "Due to the current situation, everyone please line up," he continues. "There may be delays. Still making us line up?" Another player, hearing that she had to wait in line, was furious, saying they didn't want to pay us. No, every request takes time, but I assure you, I won't keep you waiting for nothing." He calmly explained to them, "I will compensate you with double the bank interest rate. We're only a month behind on wages, right? We've already compensated players previously stung by honeybees," he announced as honeybees and tigers began distributing honey. "For the next 3 days, players with honey-gathering skills can keep half of all the honey they collect for the factory." "Half? Are you crazy?" Before, it was only 3 parts at most. The players were shocked by this news. Moreover, the death rate for honey harvesting has decreased a lot, so they can earn a lot. "Hurry and gather honey. We're running out of time." He smirked as he watched the players rush off. Don't listen to his lies. One of the players refused to accept it and wanted everyone to turn against the publisher. "You haven't even paid us, and you want us to work for him? Get lost. Every minute we wait, we lose money." And with that, the man was defeated, as the others rushed to the payout point. "In the end, only a rogue can deal with a rogue," he said, as the other man smirked smugly. "Why did he so easily foil our plan?" Someone on the other side slammed their hand on the table in anger. "Didn't you say this was a difficult problem?" A brown-haired man with an orange and green headband angrily points at her, demanding an explanation. "Not bad. The first problem is solved," she says, scratching her face. He doesn't care at all that honeycomb has hurt players. He smiles and explains more about his compensation method, which is to use benefits to buy time. Although this solution is very common, the players don't care how many people honeycomb has hurt. They only think about the benefits. He reached out and grabbed a few pawns that looked just like people. The pawns were scattered all over the board. With enough profit, anything is possible. Why are you talking about that? I'm asking when we can take Ongyapseong, he shouted angrily. So, you can only become a punching bag for other players through high-efficiency synchronization. His expression was unwavering as he calmly put his hand down and continued. And I am the perfect partner. Toying with the bait is the most important part of the process. He turned away, not hiding his ruthlessness, hoping his target can withstand the next blow. He then walked out with his confidant. Seeing this, he was furious when suddenly a hand landed on his shoulder. Zachary was that kind of person, and his opponents always met a tragic end. A blond old man who looked like an angel told him to follow the plan he had laid out. He continued, saying that this person was the key to their plans, as the group continued on their way. Sapo suddenly turned back, smiling, and said, Shaolin, wait a moment, we can go home soon. With help from people of the duchy, the rescue was successful. Shaolin smiled and replied that it was okay, as long as they could go home. As they walked, he noticed the city gate was crowded, and Sapo was startled. He recoiled in alarm, wondering what was happening and why everyone was gathered at the city gate. Sapo then asked someone nearby, Brother, what's going on? Why is everyone gathered here? He shook off Sapo's hand, annoyed, and asked where he was from, saying that the Zhuanyuan and Tiantang factions had started a trade war and were giving out benefits to players and NPCs, so he shouldn't bother him as he wanted to go and get his share. Just then, someone with a loudspeaker shouted, Everyone, please be patient. We've prepared many benefits for you with the reopening of Wengyi City. The crowd below cheered with delight. The voice on the loudspeaker continued, announcing that in addition to the previously shared mining profits, citizens returning to Ongyapseong would enjoy tax-free housing, and businesses within the city would be exempt from taxes for 3 months. At the same time, we're preparing 500 slots each day. Just complete 10 iron ore mining orders and you can earn 300 sky blue coins. But Wei Dongdong put on a righteous face, saying, What are you talking about? The citizens of Ongyap City are my family. How can I not give my family benefits? Just then, the girl whispered something in his ear, and Wei Dongdong was shocked. What? He then shouted, adding 200 more slots, causing the crowd below to erupt in cheers, chanting, Hianvian. Meanwhile, Sapo couldn't help but smile proudly, thinking this was the boss's familiar style. They returned to the room where the protagonist continued. How far along is the construction of Nam City? Dong, get me some player data. We don't have enough people to register households, and security needs to be beefed up. Are you ready for tomorrow's press conference? Wei Dongdong then met up with Sapo, embracing him and saying happily, Old Shah, you've worked hard. Sapo, not forgetting the other two's contributions, said, These two have also worked hard. What were their names again? The 2 men were startled to be mentioned, and then, in perfect unison, they reported, Reporting, Boss, 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 we are Chung Feng and Ming Yue. Wei Dongdong was speechless, telling them not to copy Lao Cha's long titles, and to just call him Dongdong, or boss. The 2, seeing his friendliness, immediately blushed and shouted, Yes, boss Dongdong. Though their address was a bit off, he ignored it to focus on the main issue. Entering the first stage of competition, an all-out money war. However, one city is just the beginning, as the duchy has a total of 7 cities. 3 are economy-based, 1 is a city of fame, 1 is a tourist city, and the remaining 3 are agriculture, tourism, and military fortresses. Currently, the easiest to conquer is Lavis, a military fortress. Although the number of members in the Sage Association can't compare to the top associations after the previous incident, their strategic vision should still be superior. Gulian continued. I'll leave the management and negotiation of the agriculture city entirely to Duodu. Looking back, he thought, this city lord is only interested in eating and sleeping. You've got your work cut out for you. Hearing this, Bao Bao sleepily woke up and asked, Food. Where's the food? Gulian spoke. It'll be hard to use tricks this time. Let's plan the attack on Lavis together. He listened in silence, and Gulian continued. Jianbian, give me some information about the city. Undaunted, she explains that this fortress, nestled between the central courtyard and the central vein, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, with a player base of no more than 2,000, including over 1,500 combat players. Furthermore, the city is heavily fortified with defensive weaponry and magical cannons. Its firepower is so intense that 5 previous sieges ended with the attackers being blown to bits. Although Lavis's city lord is only a 4th tier, the terrain and magical barriers make this place incredibly difficult to conquer. How about letting a 6th level try? After all, that guy's especially lucky, maybe the cannons won't hit him. Bao Bao was shocked to hear this, catching strays even while lying down. Bao Bao grumbled, saying that if they wanted to go, they could go themselves, because if Bao Bao died, the city lord would be gone, and Bao Bao wasn't going. He continued breathlessly, saying that a direct battle could result in thousands of deaths. Just then, Yue Rensei showed a mix of shock and joy as he announced, "Everyone, I have good news, a duel." Hearing this, he was pleasantly surprised. It was spreading. Two people on the other side didn't look too happy, giving benefits to their family members to fight this person. "We'd like to meet him." Then, from the ranks of soldiers, a man shouted, "Enemy attack! Enemy attack!" He rushed to the city lord, anxiously saying, "Something's wrong, city lord. Someone is attacking the city." The city lord, clad in golden armor, turned and said, "Calm yourselves. Why such panic? How many enemies are there?" The subordinate replied, "Only one." The city lord was baffled. One person dared to attack them? Seeking death, he ordered the formation to be opened, vowing to blast even a legendary player to smithereens. Then a group of people crossed the bridge, and Gulen scratched his hand as he looked at the approaching group, wondering how many there were. At that moment, the leader pointed at Gulen, saying, 500 men, I believe you're a 6th level, but taking on 500 players at once is overconfident." Gulen smirked, blowing on his fingers, and said, "Then let's start with you." Hearing this, the man immediately ordered the soldiers behind him to form ranks, and they raised their shields. But then, she leaps high above them, charging straight into the group. Immediately, a fierce gust of wind descends, forcing the shield-bearing soldiers to struggle against it. Their feet dig into the ground, creating a powerful defensive shield, and those behind it rejoice at its strength, knowing that even a master is no match for 500 men in formation. But then, Lan suddenly leaped high above their defenses, sneering, "All right, now I'm getting serious." Immediately, Kolan hurled his staff at the shield, a loud clang echoing as the soldiers below struggled to hold their ground. But before they could react, Miss Lan jumped down, her foot landing on her staff. Immediately, her power seemed to double as she struck the shield. Immediately, the shield showed signs of cracking. And then, despite the soldiers' efforts, the shield they trusted shattered, sending them all crashing to the ground. Soon, only ruins remained, with bodies strewn across the ground. Then, Kolan grabbed a soldier by the collar and asked, "Are there more of you?" The soldiers panicked, dropping their weapons and fleeing inside, yelling that the formation was broken and they had to run. The city lord, observing this, immediately ordered them to use the magic formation to kill him. Immediately, a barrage of cannons hidden within the city walls was activated, but Lin just smirked. 6-cycle self-regenerating mantra. Suddenly, a golden light emanates from Gulen as he holds something in his hand, facing the city. "Taste my move." Immediately, the cannons opened fire on the city lord's group. The city lord, seeing the light rushing towards him, panicked. "Impossible!" Immediately, that energy hurtled towards the group in the city, and silence fell. A one-man siege. Time shifts to after Dojan's return, and countless players begin applying to join the Zhuanyuan. A crowd jostles, and someone shouts, "Make way! I was here first!" Another retorted, "Why? I was clearly here before you." Seeing this, Saintly was dismayed and tried to mediate. "Everyone, calm down." The number of players wanting to join is overwhelming, and with the added need to assess qualifications, the process is slow. "We're opening a special review opportunity, so please be patient." Just then, a blonde-haired player angrily shouted, "I think you're looking down on players like us, so what if you're good at fighting? We're also the elite of the elite." Suddenly, a hand landed on the blonde man's shoulder, and a voice said, "Let's see what kind of player you are." The blonde man turned around angrily, but immediately froze. Before him stood Miss Luan, fresh from battle. She pointed behind her and said, "Line up properly, or get out." Immediately, the troublemaker shut his mouth, and the others fell silent, no one daring to utter a word. Everyone lined up neatly, watching Ms. Luan's back as she entered the city. Then, murmurs began to rise, saying the battle was too soft. Weren't they just shouting insults? Now they're silent. Another person mocked, "Who needs your concern? Don't leave. Insult me some more." Meanwhile, Nguyen Dongdong's group was discussing how to welcome Miss Luan. Nguyen Dongdong happily congratulated her, saying she finally reached the 6th transformation. Kolun replied that it was interesting, as the karma on her was greater than on others. Han looks over at Bao Bao, who is still dazed and sleepy, and says, "Fruit? Is there fruit?" Qingren pales and asks, "Did the Thunder Tribulation experience help you at all? Why do we feel that the 6th transformation is becoming increasingly difficult?" Ms. Luan replied that the lightning experience helped her very little. A 6th cycle requires forging your own path. I suspect there's a limit to the number of 6 cycles in this world. The 6th transformation is understanding and applying the rules of this world. My understanding of cause and effect and the combination of energies allows me to directly replicate their rule-based abilities. My own experiences will give me an edge over others who wield these rules. Just then, another girl appeared, saying that the number of 6th stage cultivators will dwindle as the quota is fixed. Luo Lun explained that this was at least the case on the Azure continent, but she sensed that the Earth and the sky had different rules than they understood. The day interdimensional travelers can enter Earth should be coming soon. Afterwards, the others excused themselves, as Ms. Lorne has something to discuss with Dong Dong in private. As the door closed, Dong Dong cheerfully asked what the boss wanted to talk about. Ms. Luan explained that although she could replicate abilities, there was a unique energy in transmigrators that she couldn't fully control. It's like a magical seed I can't cultivate, but you must learn to harness it. The future of the Zhuanyun clan will depend on you. Dong Dong was surprised to hear this, asking why he was needed and where Dozhan was going. Colin replied, I haven't mentioned something yet. After reaching the 6th transformation, I can feel this world rejecting me more and more. Soon, I must embark on the path to Earth above. Dong Dong is surprised, as these people are the core members. With a turn, Miss Lune indifferently said, so before I leave, I must fight a few more battles to pave a bright path for you all. Dong Dong then asked, Great Battle God, I have a question. You're an incredibly powerful NPC, so why are you so dedicated to helping the Players' Sage Association? Hearing this, Goran replied, That's an excellent question. Han gazes into the distance, as if recalling the image of a woman on a swing, gently swaying, her radiant smile, and leaves swirling around her. Colin smiled, saying he'd share his story when the time was right, but first, other matters needed addressing. Just then, a knock came at the door. The saint's face fell as he said, Heaven has news for you. They want to challenge you to a duel. The distance for probing Earth is closing, and they say if we continue fighting back and forth, another power will take advantage. Achilles has successfully reached the 6th stage, and they hope you'll fight him one-on-one. If they lose, they'll leave the central court. But if we lose, we must return to the East Victory. Upon hearing this, Goran replied that they would fight and would not lose. The crowd buzzes with excitement. A showdown between Duzhan and Achilles is set to begin in 3 hours. Huanfang Yawu ponders which side to bet on. Baodong chimed in, saying of course it's Duzhan. Achilles lost the 9th battle, and Duzhan alone possesses 2 of the 9 artifacts or mind techniques, including the T-class Ruijingu Bang and the Sui Xin mind technique. The person Baodong is talking about is the arrogant Koluan, and it seems Dao Qian has a higher chance of winning. But then someone interjects, saying that Achilles is a legendary NPC, and he can use 2 Western artifacts, making the T-class artifacts evenly matched. Moreover, he possesses the S-rank mind power, Heaven Breaker. As far as I know, he only lost by half a move last time, and the key is that Achilles has higher odds. The system interface appears. Hurry up and prepare to close the betting. The gambling addicts were terrified. This gambler was going to die. Everyone bet seriously on this match, all in on Duzhan, and the agreement was confirmed. At a towering spire, the receptionist speaks with Ms. Luan. Welcome. Would you like to open a battle room? Private room, infinite space. The code is 957. No live broadcast, no spectators allowed, Mrs. Luan declares haughtily. The receptionist happily replied that her battle room was ready. A private battle room without scoring or ranking, and hoped she would enjoy the match. Luna turned to the others, saying she invited them to observe the battle, hoping it would increase their experience. Luna went to a towering rocky mountain, while everyone else was enveloped and watching from above, now as spectators. Whatever happens next won't affect you, and you can't interfere. Feel free to order drinks and snacks while you watch. Just scan the code to pay and use them. The observer's eyes light up at the sight of the drinks and snacks. At the foot of the mountain, Miss Luan and her opponent are in position, ready for battle. It's about to begin. Her arrogant opponent scoffs at Miss Luan. We meet again, monkey. Ms. Luan retorts, let's get this started. You've been wanting this fight for a long time, haven't you? And with that, ladies and gentlemen, this match 3, 2, 1 begin. As the starting bell rings, they unleash their attacks, sending rocks flying. Those watching above are worried, unable to see clearly. Little Spirit, adjust the time speed, slow down the battle speed by half. Spirit acknowledges, ready to comply. With the speed now halved, everyone could finally see what was happening. Lune's opponent was knocked to the ground, but he relentlessly rose to attack her again. Those watching from above assess the battle, noting it's far more intense than the previous lightning attack, and wondering if Douche is all right after taking that hit. Even Bao Bao is surprised by the power. realizing just how strong the sixth transformation is and why he feels so useless. And there goes Bao Bao again. Oh wait, I am a sacrifice, so it's fine. The fierce battle leaves part of the mountain in ruins. Everyone above is worried. Dujan is fighting. Below, Gulun continues to fight with all her might, creating clones. After cloning herself, Gulun can approach her opponent more easily, and the opponent has noticed that Gulun is attacking him stealthily. As he parries, he says that someone who relies on endless transformations to fight always wonders how to win after losing. If someone masters the rules of infinite change, then he can pursue the ultimate power. One blow sends her flying through a wall. Those watching are stunned by his power. The path he's forged is truly astonishing. Kowloon's opponent stands arrogantly, declaring it's not over yet. The mutable adapts, but he will use force to overcome all. Before he can finish, Kowloon appears from above. Lun brushes her hair back, saying disdainfully, "Not bad. Ngui's power is decent." He's surprised she's still standing after such a powerful blow. His body erupts with electric fire as he charges madly toward Gulun, a battle of the highest caliber Dongdong has ever witnessed. If this fight were recorded and released, it would drive countless people wild. He attacks, but she evades every blow, even with time slowed to a third of its normal speed. He was furious that she kept dodging his attacks, yet with every breath they exchanged multiple blows, and an even fiercer battle erupted, shaking the very heavens and earth. Lun is hit and sent flying. He sneers, declaring that she's lost, and that in this world, might makes right. Luolan was unwilling. "You're good, you surprised me quite a bit, but I'll give you a little surprise too." Luolan stood up and walked towards him. "I told you, your strength can't compare to mine." Colin clasps her hands together, her body transforming. Evolving, she strikes him with many times her previous power, leaving the crowd in disbelief. How could he lose in terms of strength? My overall power isn't as great, but I can focus all my strength through endless transformations. He was beaten to a pulp, yet he remains arrogant. This is a true battle. Come on, this is just the beginning. The fierce battle rages on. Blow for blow, neither side yields. It seems that Gulun can't take it anymore and falls freely, worrying everyone. Seeing this, the enemy plans a sneak attack from behind, combining ultimate power with skill. He uses all his strength to punch her away, saying he doesn't believe a shapeshifter can keep up with that speed. And she falls without resistance. Helpless, the others watch as Dojan remains on the defensive. But Bao Bao assures them, between sips of water and bites of their spiritual crystals, that Dojan will not lose. One person turned to criticize Bao Bao, saying that he shouldn't be able to see the karma of those who've reached the sixth transformation. Startled, Bao Bao replied that while he couldn't see those two, he could see their karma, and that they were much luckier than the other group, or else he would have run away already. Bao Bao glances around, ordering another spicy noodle dish, while below, Gulun's opponent stands before him, declaring that the battle and his path ends here. He hadn't finished yet and wanted to throw another punch, ending it all, but Ko-Run gasped. Now, it truly begins. Suddenly, a force envelops him, surprising him. He wonders if she fights like this, then demands she get away. Absolute power is most clearly water. Now, he will become water and enter her body. The water flowed into his hand, and he yelled for it to stop. A voice echoed in his mind, reminding him that a warrior must fight with honor. The water flow seized him, rendering him immobile. "Let us die together," he declared, intending to end his life and drag Dojan into a self-destruction. Suddenly, an explosion rings out, and the battle's outcome is announced. The fight is over. Achilles is dead, slowly regenerating, and Dojan is victorious. He was instantly defeated by the water flow. Just then, someone cried out, "Why? Weren't they both supposed to die?" A confident woman emerged, saying, "Good thing I left a clone outside. That was a close call. Not bad, kid. Lucky you won by a hair." He's bitter, cursing the sly monkey for outsmarting him, vowing to train harder and win next time. Next time for sure. Hearing that, the king was overjoyed, saying, "Excellent." Then Xuanfeng Jiavu happily said, "Hurry, send Rai to prison for immediate repairs." Hearing this, the ferret felt uneasy. "Have we been switching factions too quickly lately?" The king happily replied, "Not too quickly, not too quickly. Replace everyone in the city who's associated with the Heavenly Court, and tell the designers to speed up the process. Replace everything with the Xuanyuan faction." The king raised a finger and said, "That shock guy seemed to have a thing with Dong Dong. Let's tie him up and give him to Hien Vian. The new name is known to me. I'll contact someone to capture him." The king is radiant with flowers and light, urging haste, as he's finally free from extracting faith from those people every day. Meanwhile, the ferret paced the palace halls, muttering about the need for swift victories and lasting change, while in another room the atmosphere was heavy with despair. A bespectacled creature says, "So many headlines in just over a month, changing hashtags and everything, I'm exhausted." The ferret sighed. "Understood. Thank you for your hard work, Uncle Zhang." Immediately, Uncle Zhang began typing, releasing a series of articles and headlines which were then posted online. Meanwhile, the main characters were still discussing how the heavenly realm had gradually left the duchy, and it was now their turn to take over, when they saw the majestic city gate in the distance. Meanwhile, soldiers stood at attention, the Zhuanyuan flag flying high. The king and his entourage were surprised by the sight. Wasn't the Dominion supposed to be a Western-style kingdom? Why had the entire aesthetic changed? The king replied that it suited the Zhuanyuan's temperament, adding that he was old and foolish, trusting the wrong people and causing war and suffering, but now he had fully awakened and knew they were sent by heaven to help the people. He began stroking his horse's rear, proudly and powerfully declaring, "My admiration for you is as endless as the rivers of the Alliance, like the yellow river's silt. Rest assured, we are not heaven. We simply hope for a better life here. Let's open the box later and discuss the takeover process." Hearing this, the king immediately clasped his hands and said, "The Lord is wise, and I will repay the country's kindness." Hearing this, Dong Dong scratched his head, impressed that she had read Water Margin of Tom Country. Suddenly, Fu Fu Lu spoke up, holding the squirrel. "This man's real name is Than Thien Liep Manhan. He has changed his name many times. I'll leave him to you." The squirrel then began to cry and beg, "No, I was wrong." He looked at the squirrel, speechless, and covered his face. "Please, stop talking like people of the past. Easterners don't talk like that anymore. I remember cool punishing him. Just throw him away." Hearing this, Fu Fu Lu covered her mouth and elegantly tossed the squirrel into the distance. Looking at the scene before him, he thought to himself that everything was developing for the better. Meanwhile, in paradise, an old angel with golden hair muttered in his chair, "Dusk is falling." Apollo, sitting across from him, then spoke, "This time, we're ostensibly attacking, but in reality, we're using it as an excuse to withdraw from the war. The main mission is drawing ever closer, and we can no longer waste manpower and resources here. The afterglow is about to fade. Beyond the strait lies Zhongding." Another voice then spoke, "I don't intend to feign defeat. You're insulting a warrior. Otherwise, the war machine would have torn Nada apart from the inside. He was a respectable warrior. Let it go. This time, we can safely withdraw and fully prepare for the main quest. They'll soon be dragged into the mire, consuming manpower, resources, and wealth. What will they use to compete with us for the main quest?" The winged blonde man ominously declared, "Xuan Yuan, we have a long future ahead." The forum and newspaper layouts must also be changed to an ancient Eastern style. The person opposite him was furious. "You're killing me!" Meanwhile, in the new kingdom of Zhuanyuan, the capital has moved to Wangye City, and everything is being urgently prepared to return to normal. However, in a small, hidden corner, a creature is lurking. Elsewhere, a platinum-haired girl drinks water. "Are you sure? Is this the treasure?" The reward from the heavens is huge. Whoever captures her, even if they kill her, will receive 500,000 heaven coins as a reward. Meanwhile, another creature types away at a computer. Based on the data, our chances of defeating her aren't great. The cat girl next to it asks, "Not great? What percentage are we talking?" He adjusted his glasses and said, "About 5%, causing the three of them to fall silent. The panda then sadly said, "So we should give up. I've only been playing for half a year and I don't want my account to disappear. We have no other choice." The cat girl asked how much their accounts were worth, and the creature, acting like a sage, said that based on his calculations, their accounts wouldn't exceed 1,000 Tian King coins. Hearing that, the cat was immediately happy. "So we're each worth 300 yen, and killing her gets us 50,000. Even if we fail, we only lose 300 yen. A huge return on investment." The glasses wearer adjusted his glasses, finding it reasonable. "However, I'm saying all three accounts are only worth 1,000 wei." The cat, ever optimistic, says that makes it even more profitable. "So tell me your plan." The bespectacled creature replies that based on her online activity, she's usually online for 3 hours. The rest of her time is spent online, even while eating. It's because the Azure brainwave synchronization effectively replaces sleep, and she can maintain life with nutrient injections, so meal times are negligible. She must be wealthy, using the most advanced equipment, and her activity has been consistent for the last 10 days. 3 days ago, she strolled around Wang Yecheng, and in between, she went to the city market to conveniently grab some honey with Mr. Jialiu, as she has a sweet tooth. In the afternoon, she returns to the training ground, where her brave companion urges her to practice her skills to improve her proficiency. But I think they look more like they're flirting. In the evening, she returns to her home in Wengye City and has recently started learning life skills, making food for her friends every day. Hearing this, Panda was envious. Such a good life. Surrounded by friends and a familiar like a boyfriend. Even a house. I want that too. Hearing this, Catgirl said to Luogua, "If we kill her, we'll get 500,000 sky blue coins, and we can reach the peak of life." The three of them clasped hands, and the assassination plan against Bao Bao officially began. They hid in the bushes, watching the route she took every day to visit her grandfather. Now's our chance to strike. Her guardian won't be with her. Just then, a nearby statue began to crack. Soon after, Bao Bao appeared, stretching happily. "Shui Hui is coming today. I have to show her around the city." She then opened the portal, and a sweet-looking girl with pink hair appeared. The two happily embraced. "Snow, you're finally here." The other replied, delighted, "We've been planning an in-game meetup for ages, but sadly I was born in northern Luzhou, so it took me a while to get here." She then pointed to the city wall and asked if it belonged to their association, to which Bao Bao proudly replied, "What do you think? Impressive, right? First I'll take you to the sugar factory. You know I can't eat sweets in reality, but here we can indulge." The two cheer and set off on their way, while the others lament. "What? Two of them again? How many evolutions is that other one? Can you tell?" The panda then declared that they were at an advantage, being level 3, 2 against 1. Immediately after, the panda's face hardened with resolve. "Come on, let's start." Bao Bao and Jue Jue were on their way. Suddenly, a dark figure blocked their path. A giant panda stood before them, declaring, "I made this road. I planted this tree." But before it could finish, Suizhu cried out, "Bao Bao! It's a panda!" Suizhu jumps to hug the panda, making it shy. A cyan panda is quite rare, and this young lady is beautiful. Suizhu loves its fur. "Bao Bao, come here and feel this panda's fur." Suddenly, a cat attempts to ambush them, thinking this is the perfect opportunity since she's alone. But when it strikes, it hits nothing but air. Suizhu and Bao Bao are still petting the panda's soft fur, which feels different than she imagined. The panda blushes, flustered. "I'm here to rob you, miss. Please get off me so we can start the process." Suizhu can't take her eyes off the panda, but thinks he must be a good person. Because Mr. Panda is so gentle, even when I hug him, he doesn't push me away. How could someone like that commit a crime? Hearing this, the panda remains silent as the tiger and Mr. Hao emerge from the bushes saying, "We were wondering where you were, so this is where you've been." The cat who was about to attack retreated upon seeing the old tiger, realizing they were no match and disappearing into the bushes. Time to retreat. The old tiger pointed at the panda, saying this was their new companion. Suizhu stands in front of the panda. "This is Mr. Panda, whom we just met on the road. He's joining us for food. You won't refuse, will you?" Suizhu pleads with Panda with an irresistible look, and the two lead Panda away. The cat in the bushes is furious, thinking, "We're done for. Panda has been captured." So it moves on to the next plan. Poisoning the ingredients Bao Bao is about to buy. The five of them go to a banquet table and drink tea together, toasting, and a drunk panda says it's the first time someone has called him oily. Snow and Bao Bao happily discussed inviting Mr. Panda to their party, agreeing that a panda would make it even better. Meanwhile, the cat disguised himself as a vendor, trying to trick them into buying his vegetables, which caught Bao Bao's eye. "Suizhu, look, these ingredients are so cheap and they have all the ingredients we need." The cat, pleased with its success, thought, "I used all my savings to buy these ingredients, then sold them at 1/10 of the price." No one could resist such a temptation. Inside, a meticulously concocted poison. The plan was halfway to success. Perhaps they could even kill some of the higher-ups of the Zhuanyuan clan. Bao Bao picked up an onion, seemingly displeased, saying these were too cheap. Were they expired? She overheard this and was startled. Did she see through her plan? Suizhu responded, "No, this is the inner city and these ingredients look fresh." They headed to Uncle Hai's house. These two had also recently arrived in Ungahib City. "Sorry, Bao Bao. By the time we arrived, you had already finished fighting Western Paradise, so let me cook you all some delicious dishes today." Uncle Ba flatters Bao Bao, saying it's no problem, many friends will be coming today. Bao Bao happily introduces Suizhu, saying this is my good friend, Suizhu. Then Bao Bao turns to Xiongju, introducing Fan Da, the person Shuizhui picked up on the road. Just then, Dongfang Mu appears, saying he's brought food and will start preparing it, as he brought plenty of good ingredients from the garden, so there was no need to buy more. Seeing Dongfang Mu appear, Panda turns pale, realizing that Dongfang Mu is a divine beast, a rising dragon. Why is he here? If he touches the food, won't we be exposed? Panda trembles as he looks at the vegetables in his hands. Finally, you made a bold decision, eating all the fruit. I'm so hungry. Bao Bao is furious, Mr. Panda. That was for dinner. How could you? Seeing this, Dongfang Mu sympathizes with Panda. It's all right. I have plenty of food. It's not a problem without those ingredients. I brought ginseng and rare herbs as supplements to ensure it tastes good. Bao Bao, you want to cook, right? I'll go wash the vegetables for you. Bao Bao sighs, telling Fandat not to do that again and asking Sue to keep an eye on him as the fruit was poisoned. Fandat begins to feel ill, his body racked with pain. Meanwhile, an accomplice watching Fandat realized he'd eaten the poisoned food. We were the ones who poisoned it, and Bao Bao doesn't know he's with us, so why did he steal the food? Gao Kuala decides they must proceed with the final plan, as the cat purrs, wondering if there's a third plan. Koala is serious, saying that if Bao Bao is alone tomorrow, they will continue to ambush her on the road. The cat sympathizes, saying that Lone Nguyen is indeed worthy, and that he can come up with such a thorough and meticulous plan with a little thought. We'll lie in wait here, and the moment Bao Bao appears tomorrow, we'll strike. Sheshuo is worried about Panda's condition. What's wrong, Mr. Panda? Panda's body is drenched in sweat. He's been poisoned. But it's all right. The mushroom can detoxify him. It's very reliable. Countless mushroom cells are now working to cure Panda's poison. After dealing with the poison, the mushrooms collapsed, exhausted. Shuai's worried about Panda's health, wondering if he knew the food was poisoned and ate it all on purpose. Thinking this, she embraces Panda, unaware it's all part of his plan. What a kind man. Just then, Ghost Yuming and the little skeleton burst in. Ha ha ha! Fourth stage charcoal mushroom. The old geezers from the Divine Holding Academy finally released him. Lord Underworld is finally out, and I'm the star of this gathering. Suddenly, Underworld's eyes widen as he looks at Shuizhou. Wait, who is this new beauty? The Underworld spirit instantly became a womanizer. My beautiful lady, I happened to pluck this flower. I wonder if you would... Before he could finish, Dong Dong burst in. Bao Bao, I've brought the meat and seafood. See if anything's missing. I'll have Gu Ling and the Zhuanyuan people bring it later. Ghost Underworld was flattened against the wall by the door. That almost killed me. Bao Bao, cooking in the kitchen, glances out and says, No need, Dong Dong, just bring the meat over here, okay? Dong Dong turns to Vermilion Bird and says, Vermilion Bird, why don't you go chat with White Tiger and Black Tortoise? They should be in the recreation room. Then he turned to Tuyet and asked if she was Bao Bao's best friend, suggesting they catch up later that night, while Fan Dat, feeling hungry, looked on as Bach Ho was engrossed in a game and was told to clean the table. The gang laughed and talked around the table as Fanda admired the atmosphere, thinking how good it was to have friends who treated each other so well. Yuzhue, noticing Fandat's dazed expression, asks if he's okay as he finally awakens. With the new year approaching, everyone gathers for a group photo, and Tu Tianlin suggests a wide-angle selfie. Little Spirit gives an okay sign, and the countdown begins. 3, 2, 1. The scene is chaotic, but filled with the sound of laughter. Lao Hu and Dong Dong descend into a dungeon. Lao Hu turns to him and asks, The confidence stones are in the 11th level of the mine. Dong Dong, are you sure you can collect them? Hearing such doubts about him made him uncomfortable. Can't you have a little faith in me? I have an A-grade technique and 3 divine beasts backing me up. Plus, my skill proficiency isn't bad. Those who've reincarnated normally can only lie down and wait to die when they meet me, and even if I encounter a 5th reincarnation, I can still escape. Old Hu sighed. I only got 1 day off from the wife, so let's get this done quickly. He continued. I awakened many wild monsters in this cave, so the 3 of us need to work together to find some materials for the transfer ceremony. A massive tide has erupted in the north, causing the surrounding wild monsters to mutate, supposedly led by an old rat. It's quite close to us, what do you think? Dong Dong finds it interesting, guessing it's probably another transmigrator like them, since he used to watch dramas to pass the time. Chung Yan, the old man, said there were 6 of us transmigrators in total, and this one's making quite a stir. Old Hu, hearing this, felt ashamed for Dong Dong. You're not embarrassed to say that? Lao Hu gets straight to the point. So what now? Should we just talk to them and say we're all transmigrators? He turns and points. Han already has a decent monster force. With people like that, we have to defeat them first. As they moved through the darkness, they discovered a giant, poisonous spider below. Lao Hu shouted, "Dong Dong, it's a dissolving spider." The spider, noticing them, spat poison in their direction. The poison is highly corrosive. Dong Dong pulls Lao Hu away, who is touched, exclaiming that he wasn't betrayed this time. "Liang, you're actually useful. We want to try communicating with her. Lao Hu is counting on you." Hearing this, Lao Hu was speechless with anger. Why me? And if it's like that old man, then 30 bottles of kidney tonic wouldn't be enough. At this moment, he summoned the bright serpent, which trapped her, preventing her from moving as it coiled tightly around the poisonous spider's body. It continuously spewed out poison, using water magic. Before long, the spider fainted. The three breathed a sigh of relief. Next, if the transmigrator can awaken wild monsters, then we should be able to as well. I'll help awaken the chubby guys. It was after being killed a few times that I suddenly realized some skeletons could understand me, and the higher the level, the higher the intelligence. I chose this path after being injured. The two finished talking and turned to face Old Hu. Seeing their eyes, Old Hu was terrified. "What do you want? I think whether I get killed or choose a profession is still up for discussion." Dong Dong picked up the axe and asked Lao Hu if they should do it, or if he would. Lao Hu resisted, asking why he had to be the experiment. It was simply because he couldn't beat them, and his level and job were lower. It all made sense. Old Hu had no choice but to accept his fate. "Give me the axe, I'll do it myself." Then, sounds echoed as his head swelled like a gourd. "Come on, I'm already like this. Surely I can influence the spider's venom." Seeing Lao Hu like that, the spider stopped spitting venom. Dong Dong was overjoyed. It was working. The spider had stopped struggling. Lao Hu thrashed on the ground as Wei Dong Dong happily puffed out his chest. "It's okay. I got a bunch of medicine from Qinglong. Saving you 10 or 8 times is no problem at all. I definitely won't let you die again." He then shoved the medicine straight into Lao Hu's mouth. Caught off guard, Old Hu stiffens, his mouth full of herbs he can't swallow, as restorative energy surrounds him. After digesting the massive dose, he breaks down, sobbing, "Dong Dong. Just give me back to the creeper to be dissected. It might be more bearable." Hearing this, Wei Dong Dong said righteously, "I treat you like a brother, and you say such things? Look, Dodu and I have both subdued awakened monsters. Isn't this giving you a chance?" Old Hu was furious. "Being brothers with you is my family's misfortune for 8 generations. Nam then laughs innocently, saying it's not so bad after all. The rabbit then suggests that maybe it's because they're not the same species, or that humanoid creatures are easier to awaken, since mushroom monsters and skeleton monsters are humanoid. Lao Hu no dies, saying it's rare to hear such reasonable words, and suggests they try snake monsters and humanoid monsters. He agrees and snaps his fingers, saying they should continue onward. His spirit beast absorbs the monster, then returns and merges with Yi Dong Dong. They ventured deeper into the cave, soon encountering high-level skeleton soldiers, level 40 second class, who turned in surprise upon seeing them. He smiled, saying he'd give it a try. The skeletons charged at Ngui Dong Dong, who suddenly raised his hand to stop them, and they froze in surprise. Suddenly, the main character transforms into a skeleton, declaring, "We are the same." The skeletons stare back, confused. Seeing this, Ngui Dong Dong realized it was working and continued, "From now on, I am your leader." Just then, the rabbit girl approached, saying the mark on his head was glowing. A Bagua circle appeared and vanished above the 2 skeletons. Ngui Dong Dong continued his act. "This time is different. I feel like I'm guiding their minds. Moreover, they're giving me some feedback. My power seems to have grown a bit." Suddenly, another group of skeletons rushes in, and Ngui Dong Dong immediately glares at them, the trigram mark appearing on his head. Seeing him, the skeletons immediately stopped and retreated. He sighed in relief, feeling quite exhausted this time. It seems they're on the verge of gaining sentience, as Ngui Dong Dong leans on his gun. Meanwhile, the other 2 continue to discuss things. He just helped awaken 6 high-level skeletons, which is the daily limit. Hearing that, he looked up, worried. "I'm concerned about something else. If awakening these monsters can increase our own strength, then that transmigrator might be far stronger than we imagined. But there are still many rules we haven't explored. Sadly, there's a limit to how many awakened creatures we can create each day, so we can only explore bit by bit for now." "Then," he asks in confusion, "where's Tiger?" Meanwhile, the tiger had transformed into a giant snake, crying out, "Dong Dong, save me! Why is there a limit to awakening spirit rhinos? I'm exhausted after awakening just 3 little snakes. He cried out in pain. I awakened the most beautiful female snakes, and now the whole swarm is chasing me. Seeing this, he sighed, drenched in sweat. Tiger, I'm out of strength. Nguyen Dongdong said sternly that, according to information leaked by previous game participants, there are a total of 6 transmigrators. Based on the available data, Zhongping has 2, plus me and Dudu. To the north is an old rat, to the east a tiger. Here in the west is a little scorpion, so the last one must be in the south. Strange, why isn't there any movement? Nguyen Dong wondered, pointing at the map as he pondered. Meanwhile, in Jixia Yuzhou, Little Scorpion angrily laments why he didn't get any golden fingers after transmigrating, and was too careless at the start, getting caught and killed by players several times. Now that I can't level up, no way. If I could transmigrate, I must be the main character. I'm at the entrance to the cave now, and deeper inside there seem to be even higher level monsters. With my strength, leveling up on my own is too difficult. I remember that high-level monsters all have a certain level of intelligence. The little scorpion slowly crawled into the cave, pondering that the fastest way to get rich is to freeload. Just then, a venomous snake emerged from behind a rock. The little scorpion was terrified, wondering why the monsters inside automatically attacked people, and quickly dove into a small hole in the ground, narrowly escaping the snake. It looked up at the hole and quickly remembered, "That's right, I can dig." Excellent. Using this to its advantage, the little scorpion hides underground, slowly moving forward. Out of the frying pan, into the fire. The little scorpion trembled, proceeding with extreme caution, faster and faster. What creature lurks in the deepest level? Suddenly, a massive hand slams down where the little scorpion hides, and a commanding voice booms, "What's this?" "What little thing, why have you come to me?" So this voice and hand belong to the level 100 5th tier Fire Queen. Born from the lava beneath the earth, the fire spirit is a boss-level monster. The little scorpion's eyes light up as he showers her with sweet words. "Sister, you're so beautiful. I'm here to be your dog." The Fire Queen frowned. A dog? How could a scorpion be a dog? The little scorpion flipped over, acting cute and harmless. "Don't you want someone to chat with, big sis? Look, I'm just a harmless little monster." The Martian Queen coldly stated she had no need for it, finding it uninteresting. Then she unleashed a spark towards the little scorpion, instantly sending it back to where it came from. Undaunted, the little scorpion declared, "I must latch onto this powerful figure." Re-entering, it continued, "Look, I can dance. I'm an apple who loves to dance." The Martian Queen coldly replied, "Still no appeal." And so it all happened again. But the little scorpion was extremely persistent, entering the cave again and again. So many wounds now cover its body. A month passes and the cycle continues as the exhausted scorpion laments, "It's been a month of burning, just let me rest." This easy meal is proving difficult to obtain. Inside the cave, the Firestar Queen frowned, wondering why the little scorpion hadn't returned yet.